saved their world once, now he'll burn it to save himself.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Ichigo Was Framed by Aizen and Seeked Revenge on his own movie. Before we start, please go support Mijetsu01 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Ichigo is a male. Just before Aizen escaped with Kaname and Gin Ichimaru. But before leaving, Aizen says a few words that cause everyone present to look with confused eyes at the young Kurosaki Ichigo, who is lying on the ground, only for those looks to later change from confused to furious and want to attack him. Now, having barely escaped, alone in Hueco Mundo, without allies, and most importantly, without a reason to rise up and move forward, he will seek revenge and justice into his own hands. Although, justice and revenge are, in essence, two entirely different things. Or maybe not so much. What? Why? He asked himself in his mind, kneeling in the sands of Hueco Mundo. Kurosaki Ichigo was completely shocked and stunned by what he had gone through just a few minutes ago. He was hurting, not just physically but mentally. Physical pain was the least of his worries at that moment. The question why repeated itself in his thoughts over and over again, and he unconsciously whispered it, repeating it endlessly for minutes that seemed like an eternity to him. His desolate eyes were on the verge of tears. He held them back with all his being. He swore to himself since that fateful day, where his mother Misaki Kurosaki gave him her last smile and her last hug, that he would never cry again, never shed a single tear. I didn't want to break that promise, even though the itching in my eyes was becoming more and more annoying and difficult to contain. He recovered with great effort due to his injuries and raised his gaze, which he had kept for a few minutes directly on the sand, and stared into nothingness. The panorama was desolate, as was his gaze and his entire being. The wind crashed against him, a cold wind that, instead of being felt on his face, on his skin, on his hands, he felt it only and exclusively in his heart, cooling and hardening it little by little. He thought he must look pathetic, like an abandoned animal in such a deplorable state. He looked like a corpse, and at that moment he thought he truly wished he were dead and no longer suffering, that he'd had enough, he just wanted to rest, and for that rest to last forever. Unfortunately for him, the road he had to travel was still long, and it was full of potholes, obstacles and darkness, but above all, of hopelessness. Chapter 1. Ichigo gathered himself together from the pile of things going through his head as best he could and sat down on the sand. Although his mind was still cloudy, he tried to calm down and think calmly. How did he get into this situation? Although the memory continued to haunt him, it was still very fresh in his mind, and he couldn't shake it, couldn't run away from the facts. 30 minutes ago. Galena Sakyoku. After a devastating battle carried out by Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kichiki, the latter being the captain of the 6th squad of the Gate 13. You might be wondering, under what context did this fight take place? Well, Ichigo went to that hill with the intention of preventing the execution of Rukia Kichiki. A friend who, according to Soul Society, committed the sin of giving Ichigo her Shinigami powers so he could save his family and himself. At that moment, Rukia broke a rule that doomed her. Said rule dictated that no Shinigami, under any circumstances, could transfer their powers to a human being, in this case, the human Kurosaki Ichigo. A rule that, if broken, would be punishable by death, and the man Ichigo was fighting at the moment was none other than Rukia's brother. He wasn't just fighting to save Rukia, he was fighting to make that man, and Soul Society itself, back down from their decision to execute his friend and prove to them that their reasoning was flawed. During the confrontation between Ichigo and Byakuya, many situations had occurred. Like his new technique, the Jutsuga Tensho, and the demonstration of his Bankai for the first time, elegant, powerful and very fast, Tensa Zangetsu. But one of them was a very strange event that happened when he was about to perish at the hands of Byakuya and his Bankai Sanbanza Kurikage Ashi. This event was the strange appearance of a hollow mask on Ichigo's face, which made him change not only his personality, turning him into a rampaging beast, but also a clear increase in power that now completely overwhelmed Byakuya, who was alone on the defensive. Ichigo was in that state for a while, causing serious injuries to his opponent, until by sheer force of will Ichigo managed to remove the mask, leaving him conscious again. Both rivals decided it was time to conclude their fight. Grasping their zanpakudos with all the strength their muscles and spirits offered them, they pointed their swords at their rivals and, increasing their reiatsu to the limit, charged at each other with the intention of putting an end to their arduous struggle. When they collided, a loud explosion could be heard, accompanied by a great roar. The fight was over. Ichigo remained standing and his rival, tired and exhausted, was defeated in front of him. After that, Sasuke Aizen, captain of the 5th squad of the Gate 13, appeared to rip a strange purple glowing object from Rukia's insides. Also making an appearance was none other than Renji Aburai, lieutenant of the 6th squad of the Gate 13, with Byakuya Kichiki as its captain. Ichigo and Renji, seeing what Aizen had done to Rukia, became enraged and charged at the captain. Renji attacked first, along with his Zanpakuto's Abamaru in its Shikai form, with the intention of giving Ichigo a chance to land a direct hit against the dangerous captain. But it was all in vain. Aizen effortlessly destroyed Zabamaru and stopped Ichigo's Zanpakuto Tensa Zangetsu with a mere finger, showing that they were no match and weren't even close to being so. He gave a lightning speed slash that severely injured Ichigo, without him even noticing that he had even made a movement of his sword. Ichigo fell almost to the brink of death while a group of captains arrived on the scene. They were Kamamura Soifrong, Yukitake Shunsui, Hitsugaya, Jin and Kaname. In front of them was the captain commander, Jinrikisai Yamamoto, all cornering Aizen on that hill. "Captain Aizen, what does all this mean?" demanded the elder Yamamoto in an authoritarian tone of voice, his aura emanating only one thing: power. Despite that, Aizen remained unfazed, a smile plastered across his face as he responded calmly. "Nothing in particular, Captain Commander, I'm just recovering something that's my property," he said without losing his class or his characteristic smile. After that statement, Captains Jin and Kaname walked calmly and stood at Aizen's sides. The other captains and everyone present looked at them in disbelief at their actions. A gap in the blue sky appeared above them and a light enveloped the three captains. This phenomenon was known to the captains as negation. It was caused by a strange type of Minos Grand that inhabited Hueco Mundo as an escape route for fellow hollows. But this only caused even more confusion in the captains and made them wonder. Why was something that is supposed to give hollows an escape route enveloping the captains? Simple, their minds clicked and a single word crossed their minds: betrayal. By then the traitor captains were already ascending towards the gorge created in the sky, so Kamamura asked Kaname. "Tosen, what do you think you're doing? What's going on?" He yelled at him, simply unable to believe what his closest friend and comrade was doing. "I do not agree with the justice exercised by the Soul Society. It is not true justice. I will create my own justice alongside Lord Aizen," he replied, his expression of seriousness still present despite the situation. Kamamura clenched his fists at those words. He was enraged. On the other hand, Renjiku also demanded answers from Jin. "I'm just following Lord Aizen," he said, a fox-like grin on his face. He seemed even more relaxed and enjoying the situation. The young captain Hitsugaya, leader of the Gate 13's 10th squad, was the last to speak out against the defectors. More specifically, towards Aizen. A part of him always knew Aizen was up to something. This not only made him furious with Aizen and the others, but also with Hitsugaya himself for not having acted when his instincts told him something was wrong with Aizen. This time, he would have loved to be proven wrong, and that it was just him. "Aizen, you bastard. What do you gain from all this? What do you think you're going to achieve?" Toshiro yelled at him as he looked at him with contempt. Aizen widened his smile, took off his glasses and ran a hand through his brown hair, making a fringe fall down the middle of his face, giving him a bolder appearance. Without losing his class or his smile, he answered with great calm. "Everything," he said calmly, pausing to carefully examine the scene around him. His eyes lit up as he looked at everyone's faces. The expressions and the way they conveyed were pure satisfaction to him. "This emotion is truly wonderful. It's simply incredible to see how everyone is below me and that none of you will even aspire to see me at the same height, because from this moment on, the glasses he was still holding shattered and a giant purple eye appeared above him and his companions. I will rule the heavens." As he finished, he slowly turned his gaze towards Ichigo. His smile widened with malice. Since that wasn't all the traitor had to say, the best part, in his opinion, was still missing. The cherry on top. Chapter 2. Confusion was the only expression on the captain's and everyone else's faces. Only Captain Commander Yamamoto remained impassive, a hint of anger visible on his features. "What's wrong? Did you not hear what I just said? If so, then I'll be happy to repeat it loud and clear so it's easier for you to understand," he said with his usual smile. A hint of mischief could be seen in that calm, elegant smile. "What I said was," he began as he proceeded to observe Ichigo, who was lying on the ground with an expression of pure anger while his eyes shone with fury. This mattered little to Aizen and continued while his smile widened. "If it weren't for Mr. Kurosaki, my plan would never have turned out the way I planned. He fulfilled his part of the plan perfectly and I thank him with all my heart." That was the last thing he said as the Garganta finally closed, successfully completing his escape. After this statement, the captains went from having confused faces to furious expressions directed at Ichigo. "Unforgivable, this is completely unforgivable," the old captain commander began with annoyance. "You, who dared to go against Soul Society, its rules and everything it stands for, not only brought chaos to Sirte, but you even dared to conspire with Aizen in his betrayal." He finished by crashing his Zanpakuto, Raijin Jaka, in its staff form, into the ground with ferocity and fury. The other captains weren't much different, only Shunsui, Yukitake and Unohana didn't draw their weapons against the poor boy who was now on the ground bleeding out, watching him with pity as his life slowly slipped away. Ichigo watched this with utter despair, since he had barely been able to fight a captain, fighting so many captains at the same time and carrying his serious injuries meant only one thing. Death. But that wasn't what affected him the most. What really hurt his soul was that none of his friends came to his aid. Orihime, Chad, Ishida and Yoruichi looked at him in confusion. Ichigo couldn't believe they truly doubted him, since, no matter the situation or the enemy he faced, he would always give everything for them, and if necessary, he would sacrifice himself for them. What better example could there be than turning Soul Society upside down to go after his friend Rukia? His friend stood there, watching as Ichigo was about to be killed at the hands of the captains. Ichigo, his wound still open and itching, stood up and tried to escape, even though he knew he had no way or place to run. For a moment, he stared at the spot in the sky where Aizen had fled, and helplessness soon became apparent. Damn it. Out of sheer frustration, he took a deep breath and screamed at the top of his lungs. It felt like his throat was going to rip out from the scream. Pain, sadness, anger, frustration. That was what that scream reflected, but then an inexplicable event occurred. The throat began to open in the air because of this, and a light like the one that had enveloped the captains began to envelope him as well. While he watched in disbelief as this happened, one of the captains rushed to intervene. Quick. Kill him before he can escape. Soifun exclaimed. She was using her speed to try to catch Ichigo before he could cross the gorge. She wasn't quick enough, to the pain of her pride, and couldn't stop the boy from entering and escaping. After that, a cry was heard. It was Inoue Orihime who had fallen to the ground. How could I doubt him, Ichigo? The boy with the biggest heart in existence. How could I? She cried inconsolably. Chad was serious as ever, but a traitorous tear ran down his right eye. And Uryu, clearly sad, but didn't allow himself to cry and went to comfort Orihime. Calm down Inoue, it's not your fault. What Aizen said could have frozen anyone, the same thing happened to Chad and me. But now he hates us. How will we ever face him again after what we did? Will we even see him again? Those words hit him. He knew they had made a mistake, a grave mistake. They doubted someone who would never doubt them, and that angered him beyond belief and made him furious with himself. Meanwhile, Yoruichi was sad but didn't show it, she couldn't. She was the former captain of the 2nd Squad of the Gate 13. The division in charge of espionage and assassination. To reach that position, she had to do countless horrible things, and those things were what made her strong. But she still couldn't help but feel sadness inside her. She had developed a certain empathy for the boy while she trained him, despite all that she knew she had to stand firm. Although she was sure of one thing, this would have repercussions sooner rather than later, she knew a storm was coming. Almost poetically, it began to rain on that hill, as if the sky were crying for the boy's departure, on that hill where it all began. And everything will end. Chapter 3. Current time. Hueco Mundo. Yes, that's how he was betrayed on that hill, he was simply devastated. What was he going to do now? He was in unfamiliar and most likely enemy territory. He couldn't go to the world of the living, as it could endanger his sisters Karen and Yuzu, as well as his father Isen Kurosaki, if the Shinigami decided to hunt him down and they were nearby, ending up in the crossfire when they had nothing to do with it. It was a risk he didn't want to take. They were the only thing he had left. Clearly, he couldn't go to Soul Society for obvious reasons. He calmed down a bit and thought carefully, still in a lot of pain, about what had happened a few minutes ago. Something just didn't add up. How could he, a Shinigami, open a Garganta if it's supposed to be a unique ability of the Hollow? He frowned, annoyed at not finding an answer, and looked up at the gloomy moon in the dark sky, illuminating the lonely dunes that moved slightly in the cold, light breeze. Surprisingly, he stared at it for a few minutes that felt like hours, finding peace in that bright moon. Peace was what he needed most right now. I can answer your questions, a strangely distorted and dark voice told him. He quickly picked up Tensa Zangetsu from the ground and stood on guard. The wounds he had received a while ago still hurt. Who's there? Show yourself, he asked with difficulty. It came out more like an aggressive demand. A wicked laugh followed by a few words came in response. Always so absent-minded, Ray. It seems you hit your head hard coming here. But it doesn't matter how crazy you are right now, I need to have an interesting conversation with you, was what that mysterious voice said. Immediately afterward, Ichigo felt a severe headache and fell to the ground, completely unconscious. Ichigo's inner world. The orange-haired boy woke up on the ground. To his surprise, it looked like concrete and not sand like he was on a second before. He woke up a little dizzy and decided to observe where he was. Bewilderment was what he felt when he looked at the place. He found himself standing vertically on some buildings in the middle of a desert. This was undoubtedly his inner world, where he met his Zanpakuto Zangetsu. But it looked a little different than he remembered. It was a little darker, not as sunny, and there was a strange air of unease in the atmosphere instead of the tranquility it had felt the last time he visited. Wow, judging by your expression right now, it seems you remember this place very well. I made a few minor adjustments for my stay. I hope you don't mind, King, he heard that voice again behind him. He turned around quickly and was shocked by what he saw. It was an exact copy of him. As if he were looking in a mirror and the only differences were very, very obvious. She was wearing an all-white outfit, the opposite of what he wore. Her skin and hair were a sinister white and her eyes were black with yellow irises. She wore a crazy smile on her face. From the energy she gave off, I knew she was a hollow. What's wrong? Shocked. I don't blame you for it. Besides, I love seeing that expression. Ichigo tightly gripped Tensa's Zangetsu and pointed it at the man in front of him. Who the hell are you? No, more like. What are you and where is Zangetsu? She asked him as menacingly as she could. But he didn't flinch or lose his smile. You're a complete idiot. Is your brain so tiny that you realize it? Or do you just not even consider it? He replied, clearly mocking. This will be harder than I thought, Ichigo said irritably to himself. Besides, it really pissed him off that she was calling him stupid. Bastard, stop playing around and answer the stupid question, he kept insisting, he needed answers. The entity in front of him sighed, only for its crazy smile to turn into a completely unhinged and malicious one. Before answering, he brought a hand to his chest and squeezed it. I am Zangetsu. Hueco Mundo. Ichigo was releasing large amounts of black and red Ryatsu while erratically swinging his sword and holding his face. He was fighting a strange white mass that was trying to consume him. When it completely consumed him, a hollow mask began to form, like in his fight against Byakuya, but the amount of energy was much greater than that time. The great torrent of energy was released in an explosion accompanied by a scream from the boy, but this was no ordinary scream, it was the scream of a beast. The knights. Aizen sat on his throne, one hand cupping his chin. He thought back to the spectacle he'd put on in Soul Society. He smiled pleasantly as he remembered everyone's faces when they learned of his betrayal and what he'd truly intended all along. But he smiled even wider when he remembered Ichigo's face. The boy was one of the cornerstones that would form part of his plan a little later on. He said the words he said on that hill with the full intention of having those present jump on Kurosaki's neck. He knew that despite being a Shinigami, he also possessed hollow powers and would use them in such a desperate situation, he had put him in with a few simple words. He only needed a little push for him to use them. Those powers could only take him to one place. Hueco Mundo. But you might ask, how did he know this? Well, he was the one who instilled those powers within him, even before he was born. Now 10 words. Sword number 1, Berrigan Luisenbern. Sword number 2. Coyote Sterken Lilinet. Sword number 3. Tyr Halibal. Espada number 4. Alquiora Cipher. Sword number 5. Neliel Tua Delschwink. Sword number 6. Grimjojiger Jakas. Sword number 7. Neutragilga. Sword number 8. Zamaria Ro. Sword number 9. Saela Por Grans. Sword number 10. Yami Largo. Superscript AATRCRTZ, the espadas in this story are not ordered as in the original Bleach and Anime manga. These are the positions that I consider most suitable for this fanfic, and that is why I took the liberty of adding Neliel, removing Aroniero. Chapter 4. That's right, Sasuke's himself was the one who caused Ichigo to also possess hollow powers. How it all began goes back a few years when he was still lieutenant to Hirako Shinji, former captain of the 5th Squad of the Gatei 13. Shinji was accused of committing the unforgivable act of hullification. He, along with other captains and lieutenants, were banished from the Sirete and escaped to the world of the living through no fault of their own. A similar event to what happened to Kurosaki Ichigo, with the same man pulling the strings behind it all, Aizen. While he was experimenting on his own people, the Shinigami, he created something he called the Perfect Hollow, which was named White. It was a strange hollow with a rather terrifying and threatening appearance. It had a dark mask with 2 twin white lines that stood out a lot given its black mask. These stripes started from the top of its head and went down through its eyes until reaching the bottom of its face. The most disturbing thing about it were both the teeth that the mask had and its 2 horns that pointed forward in the shape of 2 dangerous spears. He looked like a real demon. Aizen sent his creation to the world of the living with one goal, to kill Masaki Kurosaki, who was carrying the son of Isen Shiba, the father of Kurosaki Ichigo and former captain of the 10th Squad of the Gatei 13. He abruptly left Soul Society and has been considered dead ever since. He distanced himself from everything with the intention of the Shinigami so he could have a normal life with his beloved, as he knew that Soul Society would never allow him to be with her, since she was a Quincy. That enemy race of the Shinigamis both hated each other since their way of exterminating hollows, beliefs and ideologies were different, and the Shinigamis considered them dangerous for the balance of souls. The Quincy's, unlike the Shinigamis, who purify the soul, completely exterminated the hollow, something that caused imbalance in the aforementioned. The Shinigami had exterminated the Quincy's in a direct attack over 100 years ago. The only survivors were Raiken Ishida, father of Ryu Ishida, and Masaki Kurosaki. With all that clear, Aizen was aware of how powerful the child would be with Quincy and Shinigami blood running through his veins and decided to give him an addition, intrigued to know what the result of such an experiment would be, to give him hollow powers. He knew that, despite White being incredibly powerful, he would fall one way or another into the hands of two powerful parents, defending their precious son with claws and teeth. They had many problems dealing with such power from the beast, and as a last resort, they decided to give their powers in exchange for ending the monster's existence. They thought they had defeated him, but everything turned out just as Aizen had hoped. During the tough battle, a part of White's soul latched onto the soul of the child she was carrying, Ichigo Kurosaki. This powerful hollow soul fought against Zangetsu inside Ichigo, and eventually they became one, resulting in the hollow inside Ichigo and his true power. Ichigo's inner world. What did you say? He asked the entity in front of him. Ichigo was shocked by what his white counterpart had said. Didn't you clean your ears, or do you just not want to believe it? I knew you were stupid, but it seems I underestimated you, lol. He started laughing maniacally, much to Ichigo's annoyance. This guy was really driving him crazy. Stop messing around and answer me. I yelled at her. Tired of her constant teasing and calling me stupid. I'd better prove it to you with facts, Ray. I know how stubborn you can be. So right now, I'll give you proof that you'll never be able to refute no matter how hard you try, his white counterpart stated, proceeding to pull off something that, to Ichigo, seemed and should have been impossible. How did you have Zangetsu? He asked in shock. The hollow didn't respond and without waiting a second attacked him, forcing him to raise Tensa Zangetsu to defend himself. Didn't I tell you already? I'm Zangetsu, idiot. Ichigo stepped back and put himself back on guard. No, it's impossible, it's a trick, he denied, still unable to believe what he was seeing. His counterpart began to laugh his head off. If it were a trick, do you think I could do this? He began gathering a large amount of black and white Ryatsu. They overflowed from the Zanpakuto in his hands and engulfed him in a furtive constant dance. Is he going to do what I think he's going to do? She thought urgently as she realized what he was planning to do. If having Zangetsu was ridiculous enough, this was completely insane. He raised both arms to cover himself from the dust raised by the vast amount of energy accumulating in front of him. In an instant, the energy storm, the wind, the pressure exerted by it all ceased. Ichigo Hollow spoke the following words slowly and with extreme calm. Bankai, he finished slowly, so that Ichigo could hear him loud and clear. Hueco Mundo, the Knights. Aizen was still sitting on his throne, pondering how things were going. His relaxed state was soon interrupted. Oh, Lord Aizen, it seems you're thinking about something very interesting, she heard. She opened her eyes and there he was, Gin Ichimaru. Her ally, accomplice, and right-hand man. Jin, how are things going? Are you comfortable in Las Notches? Aizen asked, his smile ever present. Everything's going well, though. Aizen raised an eyebrow, as if telling her to continue. Though it's immensely large, and I tend to get lost a lot before I get where I want to go, Jin laughed a little in embarrassment. Aizen couldn't help but chuckle a little at how convincing and sincere that sounded. What was Lord Aizen thinking? Jin asked, interested. He always liked to try to find out what his leader was planning, even if it was very unpredictable. Aizen's smile widened slightly at the white-haired man's interest. Calm down, Jin. All in good time at that, an immense amount of energy was felt that shook Hueco Mundo and Las Notches. Both turned in the direction they felt it. There you have your answer, Aizen said, which confused Jin, who didn't lose his smile at all. Jin, I want you to call Halibal, Sterk and Ulquiorra and tell them I need them immediately, please, he ordered Jin, who came out of his slight confusion. At your command, my lord, Jin said. He bowed slightly and began to leave the room. Ready to comply with the request, though he kept repeating it in his mind. This just keeps getting better. I don't think I'll ever know what kind of things are going through Lord Aizen's head, but he thought as he placed his hand on the door to open it. And he looked back, to observe, no, to admire Aizen. That just makes things a lot more fun, he finished and walked off, determined to fulfill his master's demand. Chapter 5. Ichigo's Inner World. This is incredible was the only thing that came out of Ichigo's mouth, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In front of him was a hollow who called himself Zangetsu and not only possessed it, but could also use his Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. What's wrong? You shouldn't be surprised, after all I am Zangetsu, I am your power, he stressed. Oddly enough, the hollow calmly. He was beginning to believe what she was saying was true, though not entirely yet. He had to confirm a few things before taking all this seriously. If you're really Zangetsu, what happened to you? Are you the same man I met the last time I came here? The hollow sighed at the questions. First, I don't even know. Second, I don't know who that strange guy was, but he was emitting a strange blue energy that was neither Shinigami nor hollow, he replied. The conversation had become calm and had taken a new direction. The blue aura that wasn't Shinigami or hollow, could it be? No, how would that be possible? Although having a hollow Zanpakuto isn't very possible, this doesn't end here, there must be something else I don't know about, Ichigo thought. That strange power could be like that of his friend Yoruichi, but this one was a Quincy. But if this was the case, how did he have it? Apparently he didn't know his family as much as he thought, and if he took into account that he has had great spiritual pressure since he was a child and could see spirits without being one, it made him even more suspicious. But he decided to stop dwelling on the matter and resume the conversation he'd left off a moment ago. One way or another, he'd discover the truth later. Hey, Zangetsu, Ichigo called to the hollow. He was a little surprised by how he called him. Oh, so you've realized that I'm really Zangetsu, you flatter me, haha, he laughed a little. But his laugh wasn't as evil as before, and there seemed to be a bit of happiness in it. Yes, listen. How could I open a gargantua if I'm a Shinigami? Did you have something to do with that? Ichigo asked with great interest. You were in your Bankai at the time, right? He returned the question with one of his own. Yeah, what does that have to do with it? He started laughing at her. Mocking his wielder, this annoyed Ichigo, as evidenced by the grimace of disgust that deepened his face. Well, it seems that the useless guy who taught you how to use Bankai either didn't explain it well, or you just weren't paying attention. Knowing you, it was probably the latter. Ichigo laughed a little in embarrassment, agreeing with the hollow. Well, I'll refresh your memory. Bankai is something that goes far beyond Shikai, a state where the user and their Zanpakuto unite, so to speak, reaching the maximum point of understanding between one another. You're understanding, aren't you? He looked at his wielder with a sadistic smile. I think so, just keep doing your thing, Ichigo answered nervously. Well, when the user uses Bankai, they acquire certain characteristic features of their Zanpakuto, becoming more like the latter. As you could see in Soul Society, and that was true, in Byakuya's case it was not visible, but when he was escaping he could see a silver-haired boy, by his clothing he was a captain, he had a strange ice dragon on his back and was grabbing his Zanpakuto with a smaller dragon head. By the large amount of Reiatsu that he gave off he could assume that it was his Bankai, so he nodded in response. So, with that being said, what do you think happens when you use Bankai with you as the user and me as your Zanpakuto? Ichigo widened his eyes at the revelation, and his hollow smiled as he realized he had understood. Exactly. When you use Bankai, you become more like me, more like a hollow. This hit him hard. Incredibly, it perfectly explained not only the gargantua, but also the strange dark energy he'd been feeling since using Bankai for the first time. Hueco Mundo, the Knights. Aizen waited patiently for his subordinates to respond to his call. In his relaxation, he heard a large door open in front of him, revealing 5 figures. The first was the already known Jin, while the other 4 were those who had been called. The one in front was Coyote Sterk, and very close to him was a girl who was Lillinette. The man had a bored expression that was usual in him, he had a characteristic mask fragment on his neck that was similar to the jaw of a wolf. The girl, who had a mask fragment like a helmet with a small horn protruding from her upper left side, looked at him angrily since according to her the man was a complete slacker. The figure to their right was clearly feminine, with a voluptuous figure. She had blonde hair and a jacket that covered half of her face, down to the bottom of her breasts, leaving her abdomen exposed. Her mask was nowhere to be seen. The most distinguishing features were her dark skin and her always serious gaze. She responded to the name Tyr Hannibal. And finally, to the left of all of these and a little behind, came Ulquiorra's cipher. He had black hair and green tear marks running down from his eyes and ending on his cheeks. His main characteristics were both his mask fragment, which was like a helmet that covered the back of his head, and on the left side, a bat-like ear emerged, along with an expression that seemed empty, like a shell. These were members of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Espadas respectively. They were the greatest military force Aizen possessed. The first to speak out was the ever-serious but serene Hannibal. Lord Aizen, what do you need us for? It has to do with the energy from a moment ago, right? The woman asked, interested. She had never felt such a dark and powerful energy, and the 3 adults turned to look at Aizen with slight interest in Sterk and Ulquiorra's case. While Jin wanted answers now and looked at him impatiently, Lillinette didn't care as long as she could get out of Las Notches for a while. Always so clever, Hannibal. Yes, it has to do with that energy. What I want. No, rather, what I wish is for them to bring the cause of that energy, Kurosaki Ichigo. Jin was so surprised that he opened his eyes, which he always kept closed, while the others present had no idea who he was talking about. but they would fulfill their mission. From one moment to the next, they had already left the room with the clear intention of fulfilling their purpose and mission. Jin, who had already recovered from his astonishment, decided to ask his master about what he had said seconds before. Lord Aizen, how did that child Kurosaki Ichigo come to Hueco Mundo? What do you have planned for him? Aizen quickly answered. Simple Jin, I want you to be part of the Espadas. Chapter 6. What? Was the only thing that came out of Jin's mouth. He wasn't just surprised, he was totally stunned. How could Aizen want a Shinigami to join the most powerful Hollow warrior system in existence, the Espadas? For starters, no Hollow would accept a Shinigami as a comrade, or vice versa. Kurosaki would flatly refuse, just like the Hollows, and that was a given. Lord Aizen, how do you expect Kurosaki Ichigo to join you after the trick he played on him at Sakyoku Hill? Not to mention the negative reaction that would occur among the Hollow, who obviously won't want a comrade Shinigami and will soon express their discontent. Jin threw that question at Aizen with great interest in what his leader would answer. Not knowing that it would unsettle him even more. Easy, Jin. First, to answer your question about the Hollow's reactions, none of them have the will or the strength to go against my decisions. The same applies to the boy, and second, her face turned amused. I never said a Shinigami would join us. If Jin was confused before, now he was completely lost. What did that mean? He knew he wouldn't get answers out of him just by asking, and decided to turn around and leave, leaving Aizen alone. Sooner or later, he knew his leader would make his move and that it would surely surprise him, since after all, Aizen is the most unpredictable person there is and surely will ever be. That was what the white-haired Jin was thinking as he slowly walked out of the throne room. Meanwhile, with Aizen, who sat peacefully on his throne, all that was left was to wait for his men to bring his beloved guest to give him a warm welcome. But Hannibal, Sterk and Ulquiorra. They were flying at great speed above the lonely dunes of Hueco Mundo. Lilynette was riding on Sterk's back, enjoying the fresh air outside of Las Noches. If only for a few moments, as they headed toward the black and red energy ahead. Eyes, don't you think that energy is too powerful? I don't know about you, but it scares me a little. Lilynette sounded uneasy when she asked that question. Her companions heard her words, and unbeknownst to her, she wasn't the only one having that thought. Although Ulquiorra didn't show anything more than concern, it was interest that crossed his mind in that situation, interest that he had never had in anything before. While Hannibal and Sterk shared a bit of that feeling that Lilynette had, they were calmer. Don't worry Lilynette, you have nothing to fear, we are here. Right Hannibal, Ulquiorra. Sterk said with a slight smile that surprised the girl. Since he always had a bored expression and no interest in anything, he was not like Ulquiorra, but she rarely saw him have an expression that was not bored. Sterk is right, Lilynette. You don't have to fear anymore when you're with us, the yellow-haired woman said with her usual serious tone. But with a look of understanding in her eyes towards the girl, she wasn't one to show her feelings that much. The only ones she opened up to and treated best were Sterk, Lilynette, Ulquiorra and Eliel, the latter having stayed in Las Noches. These aforementioned were the ones he got along best with and could converse with calmly, since they did not give in to his hollow instincts as most of his fellow Espadas could do. For his part, Ulquiorra nodded at Hannibal's words. He might have appeared to be the coldest and most emotionless man in the three worlds, but over time, he couldn't help but feel a certain amount of affection, even unknowingly, for his comrades. After all, going from being completely alone to having people with whom you can make small talk or call a companion or a friend changes even the most infamous being. Although I can't help but be curious. Sterk raised his voice slightly so he could be heard. He succeeded, attracting the attention of his companions. Aizen is already much more powerful than any of us, not to mention that he has his Shinigami allies Jin and Tosen. Having the Espadas and all of Hueco Mundo in the palm of his hand. Why is he interested in this? Is he looking for more power? He has enough power to invade Soul Society right now if he wanted to. Besides, that energy has never been felt in Hueco Mundo before and just when he's back it appears out of nowhere. I find it strange to say the least. The others knew he had a point in that and understood, for them it was also something strange. But they quickly pushed those thoughts away as they were close to reaching the overwhelming energy, which was denser than they initially thought. Whatever it is, we're about to find out. Prepare yourselves, Hannibal exclaimed a little loudly. The group then descended right into the heart of the energy. Ichigo's inner world. Ichigo understood now, and as the Hollow had said at the beginning, he had answered all his questions and he was grateful to him. Although he still thought there were a few unnecessary insults towards him. You understand now, don't you? Hollow Ichigo said seriously. His owner nodded at the question, despite being surprised by the seriousness of the Hollow Ichigo. No, not the Bankai thing, idiot, the Shinigami thing. No, what do you mean? He asked, although he already knew where this was going. Stupid, you know what I mean, don't play with me. Those damn Shinigami are trash. If that damn Aizen didn't play you on that damn hill, one day, when they found out about your hollow power, our power, they would want to finish you off. They think they are superior to everyone and everything in their great Serite with their stupid laws and beliefs. You saw it with your own eyes when you went to rescue the dwarf. They were going to kill her just for giving you power to protect your family. Some are as bloodthirsty and perverse as a hollow, and even worse, like those Byakuya and Kenpachi. They think that only they are right and justified in doing what they do. That makes me sick. He shouted with total fury and contempt. I know, he was surprised by the simple, yet concise, response of his bearer. You're absolutely right, they're people who don't deserve mercy, and you don't know how much it disgusts me to be a Shinigami right now. The hollow gave a satisfied smile at the statement. Of course, after all, you are the one who wields me. No one else would be able to wield my power and, above all, understand me. There's a reason you're the king. Ichigo was surprised by the calm and sincere tone of those words. He had never imagined that the being in front of him, someone so brusque and crazy, would be capable of such a thing. Then he saw something strange. A frown from Zangetsu. Oh, so they've finally arrived. No wonder after the spectacle I put on out there. TCH, never mind, I'll take care of them personally, he thought, annoyed. He began to disappear until Ichigo was left alone in his inner world. Hueco Mundo. The energy had calmed down, and the three Espadas were surprised by the appearance of the being that stood before them. They knew exactly what it was. A vasto lord. The highest evolution a hollow can reach, and therefore the most powerful and dangerous. What surprised them most, though, was that a vasto lord had tattered Shinigami clothes and his zanpakuto. Its enigmatic appearance only sparked waves of questions, all without concrete answers. Hannibal decided they would find out later and was the first to speak. Are you Kurosaki Ichigo? With a slightly threatening tone. Although he asked, he didn't expect the beast to answer him since he thought it wasn't conscious, but to his surprise, it did respond. So what if I am? He said with a touch of amusement. This time Sterk spoke up. Well, you have to come with us. It could be the easy way or the hard way, he addressed the vast lord in a strangely serious tone. He was never serious about anything, but this was an exception. What he was facing was truly powerful. I refuse, he replied, holding Tensa's Zangetsu tighter. It'll be the difficult one then, Ulquiorra finished, as he and his fellow ranker drew their Zanpakuto. Ahaha, interesting, then we'll play a little. That's how I like it. Come for me. The monster shouted, ecstasy coursing through his veins, before immediately charging at his pursuers. They did the same and charged forward, beginning the battle. Chapter 7. The sound of metal clashing furiously could be heard, and the ground trembled slightly from the power of the impacts. The vast lord was more powerful than the Espadas had initially thought. Even though it was 4 against 1, the attacks and powerful swings he launched with his sword carried a monstrous force behind them, keeping the group of Espadas at bay, and many times they were even forced to retreat in defense. Lillinette, get back. It's too dangerous. We'll take care of it. Sterk shouted a little agitated to the girl, while containing a brutal attack from the beast with great difficulty. Hannibal tried to help him by appearing behind her attacker and slashing him, but the latter was much faster. Applying more force against Sterk, she sent him flying into a dune, then spun around at high speed and grabbed the woman's Zanpakuto with ease and with her bare hand, not even bothering to use her sword. What, are you trying to cut me with this little toy? Please don't make me laugh. He sneered in front of Hannibal, who looked at him in astonishment. How could she possibly have gripped her sword like a stick? He stopped thinking about it when he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen from a cut the beast he was facing had inflicted. He backed away as best he could to recover, placing a hand on the wound to prevent much of the bleeding and channeling energy into it so it would heal as quickly as possible. But she didn't realize that as soon as she moved away a little, the monster chased her at tremendous speed and in less than a blink of an eye had already appeared in front of her with the intention of killing her. She was surprised when she saw 2 figures appear in front of her. It was Sterk and Ulquiorra, both exclaimed loudly. Zero. The first made no gesture as a small, dark blue sphere materialized in front of his mask fragment. The last raised his index finger, pointing at his opponent. At the tip of it, a sphere also formed, but this one was a very dark deep green. Both of them fired these energies toward the vasto lord. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to dodge it, though he had no intention of doing so. Between his horns he began to charge his own Sero, but this sphere was much larger than the ones his opponents had thrown at him and was purely red in color. Just like his aggressors he fired it and there was a clash of Seros that the furious hollow was clearly winning. Sterk and Ulquiorra were really trying hard and yet he was pushing them back. Lillinette watched this from a dune that was a safe distance from the battle and she was panicking at what she saw. How is this possible? Sterk and Ulquiorra are losing in power against that monster and Hannibal is injured. It doesn't matter that they are in their sealed state, this is ridiculous. The girl thought desperately as she looked at the scene in fear. Then she saw how Hannibal got up, already recovered from her injury, and advanced a little until she was between Sterk and Ulquiorra. "Hannibal. Are you okay? If you are, give us a hand here." The second Espada asked with effort. "Calm down, Sterk, that's what I came for." After Hannibal said that, he raised his hand in the direction of the Sero's clash and began to create one in the palm of his hand. "Sero!" she exclaimed as she fired a torrent of yellow energy, which joined with Sterk and Ulquiorra's, and they began to gain ground. This surprised the Hollow, and in that moment in which he hesitated he ended up losing the clash, which carried the power of his own Sero, plus the addition of his opponent's Espadas, having impacted it directly and made a huge explosion that shook the foundations of Hueco Mundo. The Espadas were a little exhausted after exerting so much pressure on the attack. Lilynette thought they were finished. Exactly. He thought, as the cloud of dust caused by the explosion cleared, revealing something that astonished them. After having swallowed that attack that created that huge explosion, he only had a few minor scratches and bruises, but nothing serious considering the magnitude of the attack he had endured. What? How can he be standing? That impact should have knocked him out. I'll have to consider that he's stronger than me in my released state and get totally serious, otherwise I might regret it. Sterk thought this while he continued looking at the creature. His companions thought similarly to him. Hannibal decided that he would try to persuade the Hollow to come with them without a fight. "You're truly powerful. I'll give you that, but back off now. You can't beat us. One way or another, you'll come with us." At those words, the vast lord did something that surprised them. He burst into laughter. "Ahaha, please woman, don't make me laugh. Do you really think you're in the same league as me? Dare to continue this and you'll all be dead." The Hollow laughed, clearly mocking them. This annoyed Hannibal while those beside her didn't care. "We don't believe it, we are." Ulquiorra deigned to speak after the entire battle in his typical monotonous tone. The Hollow began to laugh even louder and more crazily than before. He was a specialist in driving people crazy. "Fine, fine. Do you want to keep talking about that nonsense about how powerful you are, or are you going to prove it to me? I'm tired of all this talk. You better back up your words with actions here and now," Hannibal said arrogantly, and with how proud she was, it wouldn't stay like that. "Alright, Mr. Almighty. Why don't you wait right there while I demonstrate?" "Oh, I look forward to it," she replied. The blonde gripped her sword tightly as it became covered in a yellow aura and pointed it at her opponent. Blue projectile. After those words a yellow projectile shot out at great speed towards the vast lord. Just as he was about to hit him, he suddenly vanished, and in the blink of an eye he was among his three opponents, who looked on in surprise. But what? Sound? They thought simultaneously. It was the only explanation they could find. Sound. An ability that only a high-caliber Hollow can master, and few can take it to the level they had just witnessed. They only had time to raise their swords to cover themselves from a 360-degree swing that forced them to move away. Now the three of them surrounded him, but he didn't seem worried. "Damn you, you're a cheat and a liar. Were you afraid of receiving my attack?" Hannibal had to tell him, and he gladly responded. "Please, darling, did you really think I'd get attacked like that? I knew they were stupid, but not that stupid. Besides, I'm a Hollow after all. You shouldn't be surprised." "You will be." Enough. Hannibal was about to continue arguing until Sterk interrupted her. "Hannibal, focus. We came here with a mission, and we have to accomplish it no matter what. Don't fall for his dirty games, he only intends to provoke you, and he's succeeding." This time she knew Sterk was right and she listened to what he said, although next time she wouldn't let him interrupt her like that, otherwise she'd have to deal with her. Ichigo Hollow looked at this seriously. "What's going on? Is that all the power you claim to have? This is still child's play, not a fight. If you think you're going to make silk with so little power, you couldn't be more wrong." He roared as he stomped hard on the sand, creating a small tremor in the area. And he didn't say it in a tone of mockery or arrogance. Rather, it was one of annoyance and disappointment. He had come out to defend, according to him, his bearer, but also to fight and face a real challenge. But this hadn't even made him break a sweat, which angered him immensely and somewhat unhinged him. "Alright, you're more than worthy. I'll gladly show you what I'm capable of," Hannibal said as she focused all her energy on her sword. She knew the creature in front of her was strong and had gotten her to this point. "Lilynette, come here, let's do it now." Hearing Sterk say that, he already knew what he meant, so he quickly approached and positioned himself next to her. Sterk placed his hand on top of the girl's head as she gave off blue energy. Ulquiorra was a little more serious than usual and tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto, as did Hannibal. These actions interested the vast lord, who at the same time felt their Reiatsu surge. "What's this? Looks like they weren't lying after all. I think they can entertain me for a while," Ichigo Hollow thought as he watched such movements and gestures. They were definitely preparing for something big. Hannibal and Ulquiorra held their Zanpakutos horizontally in front of them. Yellow and green energy rapidly flowed and overflowed around them. Ulquiorra. Chain it up, bat. Palatable, hunt, shark. From one moment to another Lilinet disappeared from Sterk's grasp in a blue ray, which baffled the hollow, while Sterk said. Sterk, kick, the wolves. 3 pillars of pure Ryatsu, colored green, yellow, and blue respectively, erupted into the dark sky of Hueco Mundo, along with a large cloud of sand. The vast Lord felt as if an ocean were falling upon his shoulders from the pressure the Espadas were exerting, but instead of disturbing him, it excited him. When the waves of energy calmed and the dust ceased, the true form of the Espadas emerged. Each of them was ready to resume combat, now at their fullest powers. The vast Lord was stunned by the change in the 3 of them. Strong and very intimidating in appearance. They would undoubtedly demonstrate everything an Ranker could do at that very moment. What's wrong? Surprised. Hannibal said seriously, and with good reason. He was truly surprised, but he snapped out of his momentary shock and responded. The only thing I'm surprised by is your appearance. Are you an exhibitionist or something? He was just making fun of me. That's none of your business with it. She went straight to attack him, followed by her companions. Excellent. That's how it has to be. Come after me. He imitated them and charged forward as well, beginning a much more intense fight than before. Chapter 8. The Knights. 3 people, more specifically 3 women. They were a little anxious that their teacher hadn't returned yet, as they understood she had been sent to retrieve the person responsible for the energy explosion that had erupted a few minutes ago, and judging by the amount of energy they sensed, it was dangerous, very dangerous. Buck. Why did she tell us to stay here and just wait for her? She could be in danger and we're just sitting here doing nothing. It's frustrating. This was Apache. Her personality was the most aggressive and impulsive of the 3. She used to be an Ajucha, like her 2 companions, when she met Hannibal and was the last to join her group. Calm down a bit, Apache. I'm the same way as you, although for once I agree with you on something. We wouldn't have done anything if we had gone, and we would be a burden. After all, the ones who were sent with her were Sterk and Ulquiorra. If those 3 are together, there's no one who can stop them, replied Millerus. She resembled Apache in many aspects of her personality, though she didn't want to admit it. Both of them used to annoy each other regularly whenever they could and had the opportunity. But this moment was different, as worry prevailed over everything else. What Millerus says is true. You should calm down. I rarely agree on anything with you two, but this really bothers me, although we should trust Lady Hannibal more. I'm sure she'll come back to save us, and knowing her, she'll do everything possible to make it. So the last one was Sun Sung. Sun Sung's words made her companions calm down a little and let out a deep sigh. Unlike her classmates, she's calm and thinks things through calmly. This difference also caused her to have many arguments with the other 2, making them a strange yet close-knit group. It's true, it's Lady Hannibal we're talking about. When has she ever let us down? She's the most determined woman in existence, and that's why I admire her. No. We admire her. These were Apache's words, which, oddly enough, he spoke calmly and with a touch of happiness at the end. They made Millerus smile a little, easing the tension from a few moments ago, as did Sun Sung. Although she covered her mouth with her left sleeve as usual. Suddenly, as the 3 of them gazed at the Hueco Mundo dunes in the distance through the small window in their room, they saw 3 columns of energy rising far above Las Notches. They recognized the originators of these energies, and from the pressure they exerted, they were resurrections. Impossible, that's Lady Hannibal's resurrection, and from what I know the others are Sterk and Ulquiorra's. Is that thing they're facing so powerful that it makes the 3 of them release their swords? Millerus said this terrified. The calm they had achieved moments before had been lost with what they had just seen. That's it. I'm going over there. I can't stay here, and don't even think about stopping me. Apache shouted. Then he got up and ran toward the door. Wait, stupid, I'm going with you. And then Millerus went after her. Hey, wait a minute. What do you plan to do when you get there? You can't do anything against something that made Lady Hannibal, Sterk and Ulquiorra release their swords. They're going to their deaths. Sun Sung was very worried about convincing them not to do something crazy that would end up killing them all, or worse, being left alone once again. We don't give a shit, Apache and Millerus said as they left the room to find the exit from Las Notches. Damn, I always end up being the babysitter for those 2, one day they'll pay for it if we get out of this alive, thought Sun Sung as she followed them in search of the exit. Throne room. Aizen was quietly leaning back in his seat when he felt the energy from their swords in the distance. He opened his previously closed eyes and smiled slightly. Things seemed to have gotten interesting. After saying that, he proceeded to close his eyes again and continue deep in thought. Hueco Mundo. The sound of explosions and brutal clashes was all that could be heard in the air. It was fair to say that since the Espadas had unleashed their Zanpakuto, the fight had evened out, going a little more in favor of the 3 combatants than the powerful Vasto Lord, even though he wasn't giving his all yet. His three opponents were quite tricky and versatile. Ulquiorra could fight at all ranges and was dangerous at any of them, being able to create a green energy lance to fight both at close range as if it were a sword and at long range by throwing it, while also handling medium range well with Sero's. He was truly a problem. Hannibal was good at close range due to her strength and skill with the large shark tooth-shaped sword she carried on her arm in her resurrection form. This could be surprising, given the size of the sword and the speed with which she swung it. It was unheard of for her to be that fast, and she also had very dangerous attacks at medium range. And Sterk, he was clearly the most powerful and versatile of the three. His twin Sero firing pistols kept him at a distance, and if he got close, he'd summon an energy sword to stop him. He was truly a pain to fight against. In a fit of annoyance and even frustration at how annoying they were, Hollow Ichigo went straight to attack Hannibal with great brutality after the swing he made against her, considering it was time to take this seriously. Hannibal managed to raise her greatsword and block the slash with difficulty, with such force that it sent her flying, and Ichigo quickly chased her. She recovered and pointed her sword at her attacker and screamed. Waterfall. A large amount of water burst out of nowhere behind Ichigo. This surprised him, and he had no choice but to take the full attack. After the water disappeared, Vastolord could be seen a little hurt. He was wet from the water, he had bruises, and his clothes were more torn than before. He was about to say something, but before he could, he felt a burning sensation on his back and was propelled forward. "Don't get distracted," was the last thing he heard before he flew away. The one responsible for this had been Sterk, who had shot him at point-blank range with both pistols. He hadn't even had time to realize what was happening before he was already flying. "Damn it, if this keeps up it'll finish me off. I have to do something," he thought urgently as he realized he was flying straight towards Ulquiorra. The man who was waiting for him with his index finger pointing at him, as he approached he heard him say. Sero's skuras erupted from his fingertips, sending a huge amount of black energy with a green outline hurtling towards him. He told himself he wouldn't back down and quickly charged his own Sero between his horns as he continued flying towards Ulquiorra. His Sero Impacto struck Ulquiorra's, completely overwhelming him. The force of the collision caused an explosion. Amidst the smoke created by the collision, he was surrounded again in a matter of milliseconds, now in the air, by his three rivals. It wasn't that he was tired, but from what he could see, his opponents didn't seem that way either. He was definitely starting to get annoyed. They were stronger than he thought, and if he got too complacent, he'd end up paying dearly for it. In a long-range battle, he was the one who stood to lose. If he wanted to finish them off, he had to do it now. "You don't seem as confident as before. Did something happen?" Hannibal couldn't help but say that. It felt better to see him like this after they'd mocked him. "If you haven't noticed, woman, it's 3 against 1, and they still haven't managed to finish me off. So I'm the one who should be asking, did something happen?" The Vastolord replied nimbly. If he had one thing in spades, it was words to annoy his opponents. "I don't see why you should emphasize that. You were the one who decided it would be that way," Ulquiorra emphasized. "You have a point, Batboy," Ichigo replied with a smile under his mask. "Can we just get this over with?" "I want to go to sleep," Sterk said lazily. He didn't like fighting, and despite remaining calm on the outside, he was already starting to get tired of this and was spending tons of Ryatsu, although according to him, that would make sleep more pleasant. "Sterk. You're a lazybones. Instead of thinking about sleeping, focus on what's in front of you." Lilinette's voice was heard, surprisingly coming from Sterk's pistols. Sterk sighed in response and shrugged. A yawn escaped him involuntarily. This only made Lilinette angrier. "You bastard. You're fighting this powerful guy and all you think about is sleeping. It's unbelievable." He kept shouting from the pistols, and Sterk ignored him. "Finally, we're all agreed on something, so let's get this over with." He went straight to attack Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra created a green spear to defend against the incoming sword, but it was no use as the force of Ichigo's slash broke it, causing him to take the full force of the cut and severely injure him. Ichigo was about to slash again, but Hannibal's greatsword blocked his path and pushed him back, while Sterk materialized a sword in his hands and slashed at the Vastolord's back. Beneath his mask, Ichigo's expression was one of pure pain. Hannibal took advantage of the opening Sterk had made and sent him flying into a dune, where he crashed and kicked up a large curtain of dust. Ulquiorra had already recovered thanks to his high-speed regeneration. "Stand up, we know that's not enough to defeat you," Hannibal forcefully provoked him to listen. "You're right about that, exhibitionist," came a quick response from the dune, followed by a shout. "Jitsuga Tensho." And a huge black energy blast with a red outline erupted from where Ichigo was still covered in dust. The three of them had to raise their weapons sharply to deflect the attack, but the powerful Hollow took advantage of this and appeared next to them with the use of Sonido. But the slash that ran from his upper right chest to his lower left abdomen, he dispatched Ulquiorra, nearly splitting him diagonally in half and sent him stumbling away with a punch to the face. A kick to the abdomen sent Sterk stumbling backward, sending them flying to the left and right respectively. In front of him was a shocked Hannibal. She tried to raise her sword to attack, but Ichigo stopped her with his own. He grabbed her neck with his free hand and brutally slammed her into the ground, making a crater in the process. She grunted in pain, trying to stand up, but the being in front of her was too strong. Ichigo stamped his greatsword against the ground as well as his left hand, preventing her from moving while he squeezed her neck harder and began to charge a colossal Sero between his horns, pointing it directly at Hannibal's face, who watched this with pure terror. "Lady Hannibal. No, please don't do it," Apache shouted at the top of her lungs from a nearby dune. She had just arrived with Millerus and Sun Sung at the height of the fight. Ichigo Hollow had heard her, but had no intention of stopping. It was her moment and nothing and no one would spoil it. "Then it can't be," Sun Sung whispered fearfully. "That out," he shouted. Ichigo looked completely insane as his Sero began to unstable, a sign that it was about to be fired. "Wait Nuo." This was Millerus's last attempt, hoping to get him to stop, wanting to avoid the inevitable. Suddenly, just before the Sero was fired, Sterk appeared at the speed of light and with his sword managed to cut off a horn of the Vastolord, causing the Sero to be shot into the air and the mask to break, revealing the calm face of Kurosaki Ichigo, who fell to the ground unconscious. Ichigo's inner world. Ichigo could be seen pacing around impatiently, wondering where the hell Zangetsu had gone. "Oh, so you were waiting for me. You really never cease to amaze me," Ray said an amused voice behind him. "You bastard. Where the hell did you go?" Ichigo demanded angrily. Okay, I was sorting something out, but unfortunately for you, I couldn't." "What? What do you mean, bad luck for me? What the hell did you do now?" Ichigo, although he already knew that it was true that he was Zangetsu, didn't trust him very much. He was a little crazy. "In a little while you'll wake up and find out," a calm Zangetsu said to Ichigo as the latter began to disappear. "Oh, and by the way," Ichigo raised an eyebrow, as if telling him to continue. "Forgive me, King. For failing you," Zangetsu said with a sad expression. Ichigo's eyes widened in shock as he finished disappearing. The acute U superscript AE, Yuyan. In this story of the Espadas, Hannibal will be the only one who will have a fraction, which are Apache, Millerus, Sun Sung. This is because, if I include the other fracciones, like Grimjos and Barragans, there would be many more characters, so I'd have to research each of their personalities, behaviors, and abilities. Something that would cause me a lot of complications due to my lack of experience writing these types of stories. I'd like to avoid that because I want this story to be as good as possible, and I'm sure whoever's following it wants that too. Chapter 9. After Sterk managed to break off a horn of Ichigo's mask at the last moment, which he did just in time before the Vastolord fired its Sero into Hannibal's face, the Shinigami was lying face down in the sand, his transformation already dissolved and unconscious. The Espadas were resting in their base state, while Hannibal's fraction was already calm after seeing how it was almost killed in front of their eyes. "Things really got ugly. But we managed to stop him, cheer up, Sterk," Lilynette encouraged. She was cheerful now, but she could never help but complain about Sterk's attitude. Yeah, though this will hurt for a while, it really hits hard," he replied, touching the area where Ichigo kicked him before he took the Hannibal. Fortunately, though, he was able to recover quickly and avoid disaster. "You can say that," Ulquiorra commented at his side. He was slowly healing his large wound, almost cut in half by that swing that knocked him away from Sterk and Hannibal. "Yes, they were really powerful. They demanded a lot from us despite being 3 against 1, and with our resurrections active. If 2 Espadas had come instead of 3, the result would have been totally different. Thank you very much, Sterk. I owe you one," Hannibal thanked, while recovering from the scare she just suffered. "You're welcome, that's what we're here for," Sterk stated, lazily holding the back of his head. "Lady Hannibal, are you really okay? Are you not in pain? You shouldn't push her so hard, Apache. She just went through a situation where she almost lost her life. Give our lady some time," Sun Sung told him as a wake-up call. Apache only grunted in response. Even though she wanted to answer, she knew that in this situation, Sun Sung was right. Millerus, who hadn't said a word until now, couldn't help but ask after seeing the Shinigami lying on the sand. "Hey, a moment ago that Shinigami was the Vastolord you were fighting, but how can that be? How could a Shinigami become a hollow, let alone a Vastolord?" He threw that question into the air for everyone present to hear. Ulquiorra had something in mind. It might be crazy, but it was worth sharing in his opinion, so he decided to speak, which was rare for him. It's true, also, the strangest thing was that when he was transformed into Vastolord, he still had his Zanpakuto, but he's not an Arankor like us. The only explanation would be that he possesses both Shinigami and Hollow powers, but in this case it's the Shinigami power that dominates, just the opposite of us. Ulquiorra's observation perplexed everyone, since apart from being something very difficult to think about, it made sense. Because if he were a true Hollow, breaking his mask would kill him, and yet Sterk did it knowing the risk. But for him the life of a companion is worth more than a mission, even if the success of said mission depended on his life. Despite following Aizen, he knew how terrible his leader could be, and it was really clear to him. Well, that's complicated. Why don't we go to Las Noches and rest comfortably? I'm already tired of being here, Lilynette said, snapping everyone out of their thoughts, and she was right. They hadn't completely fulfilled their mission yet. I couldn't agree more, her partner replied. She was the one who proposed it herself. Why say no? On this occasion, I agree with the dwarf, Apache said with every intention of annoying Lilynette, and he had succeeded, but he hadn't counted on her response. I'd rather be a dwarf than a tomboy like you. This instantly froze Apache, and her classmates laughed at her for what she called him. Haha Apache, you hit it right on the spot, haha Milura said, dying of laughter, while Sun Sung said between giggles. The truth hurts, Apache. Shut up, you idiots, and let's go. Apache yelled at them angrily while they were still laughing. Hannibal and Sterk watched their Frachian's actions with a tiny, almost imperceptible smile. They knew that if a moment came where their Frachians were in danger, they would give their own lives to prevent anything from happening to them, as these bonds are very difficult to form as Hollows. The life of a Hollow is very chaotic and dangerous, but to become stronger, the law of the weak die, and the strong live to fight another day, had to be applied. So the only contact that one Hollow has with another is to kill each other and gain power to survive. That's why those bonds are so important. Luckily for them the power struggles were resolved when almost all the Hollows of Hueco Mundo became a rancor. On the other hand, Ulquiorra didn't know how to react since he didn't have such close ties with anyone. Let's go now, we're wasting our time, he suggested almost demandingly to the other two Espadas, who nodded and stood up. I'll carry the boy. Lilynette, you take his sword and bring it with us, Sterk requested as he bent down and placed Ichigo on his shoulder. Lazy old man, why do I have to carry her? Because I asked for it and because I'm lazy, Sterk replied as if it were the most obvious thing. You bastard, when we get to Las Noches I won't let you sleep. Whatever you say, let's go, he ignored and then disappeared through Sonido followed by everyone else. That dirty old man, he's going to pay for this, she growled annoyed as she grabbed the sword and disappeared as well. Chapter 10. Main entrance of Las Noches. After spending some time heading toward Las Noches, they had finally reached their destination. The majestic structure that rose in the middle of the Hueco Mundo desert looked gigantic from a distance, but up close, it was completely monumental. The Arankar group was approaching the immense gates within. Ulquiorra, Hannibal, and Sterk had already recovered from their previous battle, and the latter was carrying the cause of said dispute, Kurosaki Ichigo, on his shoulder. They looked at the entrance in greater detail and could see that someone was waiting for them, that was Kaname Tosen, who along with Jin, was the one Aizen trusted the most. I was expecting you. Lord Aizen sent me to verify that the mission was completed successfully. The way Tosen said this was completely serious, almost annoyed. His demeanor could be said to be the exact opposite of Jin's. Among the Arankar group, Sterk was the one who stepped forward and without saying a word, pointed to his shoulder, where a person clearly stood. Good, then follow me. Lord Aizen awaits you, understanding that they had completed the mission. With that, he turned around and opened the enormous door that now stood before him, then began walking inside. The others quickly imitated his action and entered the palace as the door closed behind them. As they followed Kaname, Lilynette couldn't help but ask in a low voice. How is it that this guy can find his way around this place and even fight if he's blind? Apache laughed a little at the question and answered. Silly girl, she's obviously sensing our presence through Ryatsu, he declared condescendingly. If there was one thing he loved, it was annoying, though he didn't like being bothered, which Sun Sung always took advantage of. Oh, how clever of you Apache, I'm surprised that someone as stupid as you would say such clever things. With this she was sure he would get angry, and how? Sun Sung, you damn girl. Who are you calling stupid? At least I don't act all cool and elegant like you do. Apache accused her, even pointing his finger at her. Millerus always enjoyed listening to these arguments, especially since Apache always came out on the losing end. Snakes are interesting and elegant, what do you want me to do? I can't help being who I am, Sun Sung said. Apache couldn't object and crossed her arms in annoyance. Everything calmed down between them when Kaname's voice interrupted them. We're getting close. The factions are not allowed to proceed beyond this point. Apache and Millerus were about to protest if it weren't for Hannibal who interrupted them just in time. Okay, Apache, Millerus, go back to your room. I'll be right there. Her tone of voice was calm, not wanting them to say something they would later regret, and they respected her enough to listen to their teacher without saying a word. They're stupid, they almost made a big mistake. If it weren't for Lady Hannibal, we'd be in deep trouble. A pair of animals, Sun Sung whispered. She decided to start walking before the protests could be heard. Apache and Milleris followed her to make her pay for her insult, forgetting the previous situation. The second Espada reflected briefly on the situation earlier. He looked at Lilynette for a moment before speaking. Lilynette, I think you should also. No need, she's a special case, since you're one and the same, there's a reason you're in the same position as the Espadas. Sterk saw the reason behind those words and nodded. He also signaled for Lilynette to follow him closely, while Ulquiorra and Hannibal fell in line at their sides as they continued walking. After walking a short distance, they reached what was a large door, not as large as the entrance, but still quite large considering it was located within the palace. Hanem approached the door and pushed it open. He invited the Espadas to come forward. In that room was a throne with a person sitting on it. Sterk looked up and addressed that person. Lord Aizen, we have fulfilled your order. And what you want is right here, he announced, revealing the orange hair that was displayed on one side of him. Chapter 11. Just as I expected of you, you are elite after all. Those words seemed strange to the Espadas. Aizen wasn't one to praise his subordinates. He would normally just give them a good job, you may leave or something along those lines. But this time, Aizen was strangely happy. His face showed no sign of any change in demeanor, as he always wore a smile. What made them notice this was the tone of voice he used and his own words. They decided not to dwell on the matter and ignore the fact. If their leader was happy, it must be a good thing. Now, Ulquiorra would be the one to speak. Of course, Lord Aizen, we would not fail you. At that, the door they had entered through earlier swung open, revealing Jin, who walked quickly until he positioned himself on Aizen's right side. When he arrived, he spoke in an anxious voice. So you're back, it seems things with the boy got a little crazy, the mocking tone she carried could easily be heard. This would bother the Espadas if they didn't know that was her usual tone, although they didn't like it at all. Hannibal looked directly at Aizen before speaking. Lord Aizen, if you allow me, I will give the mission report. Aizen nodded his head slightly in the affirmative. From then on, Hannibal proceeded to recount all the events that occurred a few minutes ago, revealing everything from when they made eye contact with the creature until Sterk managed to break Ichigo's mask, even recounting how he almost died at the hands of the relentless beast. Lord Aizen, if you wish, I can use my ability to show you in greater detail and with greater certainty what happened back there. Aizen gave him the green light as well. Upon receiving permission, Ulquiorra brought a hand to his right eye and made a motion with his fingers, the motion having been to pop his eye out of its socket. With his eye in his hand, he proceeded to clench his fist, thus pulverizing his own eye. The particles coming from it acted as if it were a screen and began to reproduce all the events that had happened long ago. Aizen, after the report and seeing Ichigo in action with his own eyes, was amazed. The boy had exceeded his expectations and even prompted 3 of the 10 strongest Espadas to use his resurrection. As he was about to say something, Ichigo began to move on Sterk's shoulder. Hannibal tensed and brought her hand to the hilt of her Zanpakuto, while Ulquiorra was calm and didn't see the need to get upset, although if necessary, he would also draw his sword. But Lilynette was a special case. She, holding Tensa's Zangetsu, was trembling, afraid that he would transform back into the demon they had faced a short while ago, especially given the location where they were. Calm down, I'll take care of it. Then Aizen got up from his throne and began to walk toward Sterk, who still had Ichigo on his shoulder. He was a little nervous, he knew that if chaos broke out inside Las Notches everyone could die. Since there was a possibility that the structure would collapse apart from not being able to release his resurrection within it, they had everything to lose if this got out of control. Ichigo was moving a little more forcefully as his eyelids squeezed shut with each step Aizen took towards him when he was 5 meters away from reaching him. Without warning he opened his eyes and in the blink of an eye, he freed himself from Sterk's grip and took his Zanpakuto from Lilynette's hands. After this he moved away from his enemies facing them, pointing his sword towards his aggressors. Ichigo had a confused look on his face. He'd never been to this place before, but he was clear that the person in front of him was the one who had caused all his suffering up until now, and he wanted to return the favor. But the fact that Aizen was standing before him wasn't what worried him most. The presence of that damn one and the other individuals in the room only indicated one thing. That he had been captured. Was that why Zangetsu had apologized to him before leaving his inner world? Ichigo thought this while the Espadas were alert for any movement, although they already knew that they were ordered not to intervene, for them it was better to be safe than sorry. Despite the murderous glare Ichigo was giving Aizen, he continued walking slowly and calmly towards him. You'd better be careful, you've seen how dangerous he is, Sterk warned Aizen seriously. Ulquiorra thought the same as his partner, although he didn't say anything infallible. She was the most nervous of the three. This was shown by how her hand trembled while holding her zanpakuto. This was because the memory of how she almost died at the hands of the man who was now facing Aizen was still vivid in her mind. Lilynette was in no better shape than her, and since Ichigo took the sword from her hands, she had positioned herself behind Sterk. However, Aizen ignored Sterk's warning and continued on his way, while raising his right hand towards his espadas, signaling for them to calm down. "Don't come any closer, you piece of trash. Back off." Ichigo yelled, tightening his grip on his zanpakuto, his teeth grinding slightly in anger. Aizen didn't listen and continued forward with a smile that hadn't disappeared since Ichigo walked through the door. "Move away." "Why should I move away? You know you can't do anything against me, and you know I could kill you with just a swing of my sword. You are completely at my mercy." As sinister as it seemed, he said it with a smile and in a tone, as if what he had said had been the most normal thing in the world. "Then why didn't you kill me when you had the chance at Sakyoku Hill?" "Why, you ask?" Aizen sighed briefly before continuing. "Because it would have been a waste." "A waste you say," she repeated hesitantly. Those words along with the superior look Aizen was giving her, made her explode in fury. "Damn trash, I'll kill you. There's nothing worse than what you've already done, and I'm not interested in dying if in the process I take you with me." After yelling this at him, she went to attack Aizen at her maximum speed, but he responded calmly. "Is there nothing worse? This is nothing, you don't know what true suffering is." Those words are nothing more than vague expressions from someone who doesn't know what true terror is, an ignoramus, Aizen stated clearly. Chapter 12. Taigo was furious, attacking Aizen with all the speed his Bankai allowed. When he was close enough, he swung his sword in a diagonal slash, which had a single but clear intention. To kill. After that action, a sound was heard, but it wasn't the sound of cold metal cutting flesh, but rather the sound of one sword colliding with another. Aizen had unsheathed the always elegant and perfect Kyoka Suigetsu to stop the boy's erratic attack. He held his sword firmly but effortlessly, as if Ichigo's strength was insignificant, and compared to his, it was. Ichigo, despite the fact that Aizen himself had effortlessly stopped his sword with a single finger not long ago on Sakyoku Hill, and now he was doing it again. He wasn't intimidated, so he stepped back a little and charged at him again, but he had planned to try something he'd been wanting to try since his encounter with Byakuya. "Itsuga Tensho." He exclaimed with all his might as black and red energy overflowed from his zanpakuto, heading straight for Aizen this time. That technique was the same one he used against us, but this time to a lesser extent. "It's still dangerous, but it's nothing compared to what he did earlier," Hannibal thought as she watched that move. She remembered how difficult capturing the boy had been. And he was right. Aizen only raised his zanpakuto to defend against the incoming slash. At the moment of impact, an explosion occurred, and those present had to raise their arms to protect themselves from the flying debris. Jin watched this with a smile, but his head was in chaos. What is Lord Aizen doing? If this continues, the Arrancar will realize that something is happening. After all, there should only be 3 Shinigami presences in Las Notches instead of 4, and if his intention is for that boy to enter the Espadas, why didn't he simply knock him unconscious when he woke up? If he continues with this absurd fight, it will only give the Hollows more reasons to not want another Shinigami at their side, unless he is planning at that. He opened his eyes, seeing that what he thought was true. After the dust cleared, Ichigo had walked away from Aizen. His face showed concern. His trump card couldn't even scratch him, and the words he said before he walked away made him even more worried. What he said was, "So you really want to fight, right? Well then it would be very rude of me not to fulfill your wish." Kurosaki Ichigo. With that, Aizen raised his sword a little, and his Ryatsu shot out at the same time. Aizen. Quibranta, Kyoka Suigetsu. Chapter 13. But what is he doing? Is he mocking me? Ichigo wondered angrily in his mind. After Aizen released his sword, he had remained motionless, with his sword pointed towards him and with a smile. That disgusting smile that only made him challenge and mock him, and he had thought about wiping it off his face at all costs. He went and attacked him with the same fury as a few moments ago. But when he cut Aizen, he just vanished like a ghost. He thought this must be the power of his zanpakuto. It was strange that it hadn't undergone any visual changes, like other swords he'd seen in Soul Society or his own zanpakuto, Zangetsu. This action of Ichigo attacking Aizen, disappearing at every slightest touch, continued for a while. He was clearly frustrated. Damn it, what the hell did that bastard do? Ichigo was already really worried about what was happening and was even starting to feel scared. His hands trembled as he gripped his sword, the same fear he had felt before Byakuya's Bankai, but this one was much worse. He had nothing to do, he couldn't escape, he was powerless against anything, and he felt like they were playing with him, as if he were a simple toy that could be broken at any moment. "What's wrong, is that all you have?" If so, then I'm very disappointed in you, Aizen continued to provoke him with a fake sadness in his voice. Shut up, shut up, shut up for good time. Damn it. And went to attack him again, but his mind was already completely clouded with rage. He was no longer thinking, he was just acting. Wow, so he was planning on doing it after all, Jin watched with amusement. He, like Ichigo, had been slashing his sword in the air after Aizen released his sword, which meant he had fallen under Kyoka Sugetsu's complete hypnosis. An ability that controlled the 5 senses of the person who witnessed its release. Smell, touch, taste, hearing, and vision. All of them are completely controlled when it affects you, putting you in an illusion that you don't even realize you're in, nor since when, making Kyoka Sugetsu truly terrifying to face, not to mention inevitable, if you don't know how to release her. Hallible, do me a favor, Aizen suddenly blurted out. Hallible had been pulled from her thoughts as she stared at the helpless boy. It didn't take much intelligence to know it was Aizen's doing. Sir, he replied quickly as he turned his gaze towards his leader. I want you to put Kurosaki Ichigo to sleep and take him to a room, make sure no one disturbs his rest. As you command, he said with a slight nod. Ulquiorra, Sterk, you may withdraw. You did well in fulfilling your mission. It was nothing. Excuse me, I'll be off, Sterk said before leaving, arms behind his head and yawning. Finally, it was all over, and now he could sleep soundly, while Lillinette followed closely behind. Ulquiorra, for his part, said nothing and simply stood next to Sterk and Lillinette. As they left, Hallible approached Ichigo, who continued to slash wildly in the air. She struck him in the back of the head with the handle of her sword, knocking him unconscious. She then hooked one of Ichigo's arms behind his head and lifted him up, leaving the room. Oh, and Jin, I want you to call a meeting and call all the Espadas. We're going to have an interesting conversation about what my plans are with our guest. Of course, Lord Aizen. He then proceeded to leave the room to make preparations. He couldn't help but think that this meeting would be interesting. Each of the Espadas would be present, and above all, that Aizen would reveal what he had planned for Ichigo. Chapter 14. Corridors of the Knights. Hallible continued to slowly carry Ichigo while still looking for a room to leave him in. She was a little annoyed at having to do this, but there was nothing she could do. If Aizen ordered something, it had to be done. But she really didn't like carrying someone with whom she had been fighting to the death just moments ago, and not only that, but who had almost killed her. It wasn't a very pleasant feeling. She pushed those thoughts aside when a female voice called out to her, and when she looked up slightly, she saw 2 people walking toward her. The woman who had screamed was running toward her. She was ṭOtaᵛ. She had beautiful light green hair, with a pink marking running horizontally below her eyes and simultaneously above her nose. She wore a characteristic slightly cracked hollow ram-like shell that almost completely covered the top of her head. A cheerful and good-willed woman, something rare and unusual when it came to a hollow, though to her peers, she was nothing more than a child trapped in a woman's body. She had rushed to hug Hallible. Are you okay? I was so scared when I heard the mission got complicated. I was worried about you, Hallible. She cried, clutching Hallible and crying tragically. She learned of this when Hallible's Frachian was desperately searching for an exit to go help their teacher. They met Nell on the way, quickly explained the situation, and continued running. Nell couldn't go with them because it's not allowed for an Espada who isn't assigned to a mission to intervene in one, especially if those Espadas are from 4th grade onwards, and she didn't feel like bothering Aizen at that moment. I'm fine, Nell, so please let me go and take some distance, Hallible said angrily, pushing her away. Oh sure, sorry she laughed a little nervously. Hey, Nell, you're really loud. Shut up for a while, at least, came an annoyed male voice. It came from the person with her. This is Grimjo Jigerjax. A tough-looking man with sky-blue hair and green markings around his eyes that gave him a much more aggressive appearance than he already was. He wears an open jacket showing his hollow hole located in his stomach. His mask fragment is like a jaw on the right side of his mouth. He is like the opposite of Nell, a full-fledged hollow. Someone with an explosive character with a great fondness for destruction, apart from the fact that fighting was what fascinated him the most and brought out the best in him. Grimjo, don't be like that, Nell said as if she were in pain, something Grimjo wouldn't fall for. Oh, shut up. Oh, by the way, there's Hallible, the blue-haired man greeted casually. Weren't you supposed to have started there? Well, whatever. Who's that you're carrying there? Is it a Grimjo's eyes narrowed slowly. A Shinigami. He growled in annoyance as he brought his right hand to his Zanpakuto. That's right, Hallible. Why are you carrying a Shinigami? Nell asked. Unlike Grimjo, she was calmer, but she had become a little serious, which was unusual for her. Calm down, Grimjo. And Nell, to answer your question, this is my mission. Mission? What the hell are you talking about now? Grimjo asked, confused. He had taken his hand off his sword, which signaled to Hallible that he had calmed down. I think I know what you're talking about, Nell continued with a hand on her chin. Very well, Hannibal proceeded to leave Ichigo leaning against the wall. I'll tell you why I'm bringing the Shinigami, she proceeded to tell them everything that happened from when Aizen called them until now. She omitted the fact that he almost died in the battle and other situations that occurred afterward that she felt were irrelevant. So that's what it was. Weren't you supposed to have started there? Grimjo commented. The last sentence was mocking. Although he knew Hannibal was stronger than him, he didn't care and never had. The blonde looked at him irritated. Come on Grimjo, leave her alone, she must be tired. Nell came to her friend's defense. Yes Grimjo, I'm tired, could you help me with this? She said while pointing her finger at Ichigo who was still unconscious. Help you? Why should I? He asked, confused. Instead of me, why don't you ask your crazy trio for help? I don't know, maybe it's because aren't they around here? I don't know, I'm just saying, the blonde responded sarcastically. TCH, I'm sure they'd be happy to put their face through a damn wall just to come help you, he added. Grimjo, if you don't help her, I'll tell everyone, especially Neutra, that Nell approached him and whispered the rest in his ear. Grimjo panicked when he heard what she said. You bitch, how do you even know that? Don't underestimate me, Grimjo. No one gathers information better than me. I'm the best investigator. I'd call you more of a gossip, but you wouldn't dare say it anyway, he smiled a little nervously, wanting to show confidence. Oh no. No. Challenge me, Grimjo thought better of it and said what was best in the situation he was in. Damn it, fine, give me that bastard, he said angrily while Hannibal smiled under her mask and Nell laughed. Grimjo then carried Ichigo like a sack of potatoes. Shit, if I had known this bastard weighed so much I wouldn't have agreed, he complained. Just walk and stop complaining, man, Hannibal told him as they continued walking. Now more comfortable without that weight on her, they continued like that for a while until they found an empty room. Grimjo proceeded to throw Ichigo onto the bed and leave the room. Well, I'll stay here, goodbye, Hannibal said goodbye, to which Nell and Grimjo looked at her strangely. What, aren't you coming? Nell asked. No, I have to take care of our guest if you can call it that. Well, I wish you luck with that. I'm off, see you later and so Grimjo began to leave the place. See you later. Well, I wish you luck Hannibal. Bye. Nell said happily as she caught up with Grimjo. Yes, I think I'll need it, she said to herself before entering the room. Hours later. Unknown room. A group of people were sitting at a large oval table. Specifically, there were 12 presences. 9 of them were the so-called swords, and the other 3 were their leaders. Well, how about we get this started right away, Aizen said calmly, raising the curtain on the upcoming meeting. Chapter 15. Soul Society, Gate 13 First Squad Headquarters. In Soul Society, the curtain was also about to be raised on an important meeting in which all the captains would be present. Excepting, of course, the traitors and Captain Byakuya of the 6th Squad who was recovering from the injuries he received in his fight against Kurosaki Ichigo, there were only 9 captains present out of 13. I've called you to this meeting to discuss several matters, but there are 2 issues, or rather, problems that need to be resolved, these being Kurosaki Ichigo and Sasuke Aizen. Is there anyone who wishes to comment? This is how old Yamamoto began the meeting. Yo, old man. I have something to add regarding Kurosaki Ichigo, Kairaku began from his seat. He didn't wait for a signal and simply continued. In my opinion, attacking him was a very hasty action. Aizen saying he was his ally didn't prove anything, we already know that Aizen is a liar, and telling another lie just to harm another shouldn't be a big deal to him, nor is there any evidence linking him to Aizen. Besides, from what I understand, the boy was a human before becoming a Shinigami who for the first time stepped foot in Soul Society and the Sirete. And yet, chaos returned to Sirete, chaos that Aizen took advantage of to carry out his move and take that shiny object from Lieutenant Kichiki and show his true colors, Captain Soifin quickly replied. Captain Hitsugaya found the opportunity to speak. The truth is that I never liked Aizen, nor did I trust him, he was very perfect to tell the truth, despite his actions being humble. His gaze, his words and his aura were as if. Like what? Captain Hitsugaya. Yamamoto asked. As if you were giving him away, he could say a few nice words to you, but his tone and gaze were as if he were mocking you. As if he were talking to trash or to inferior beings, it really bothered me, the young captain finished. But then, now that we know he's a traitor, that means the accident that happened years ago with Captain Hirako and the others. Was it a hoax caused by Aizen? Asked Captain Kuritsuchi, who was speaking at the meeting for the first time. I wouldn't call it a farce now the one who caught everyone's attention was Yukitake. So what would you call him Captain Yukitake Kuritsuchi asked. I wouldn't call it anything. But if you think about it, Aizen was very keen on hollows, always researching this and that about them, so the day of what happened with Captain Hirako and the others, I think he wanted to take his research to the next level. These words made several captains change to a more serious expression than they already were. That bastard, he went so far, even using his own comrades as guinea pigs to test nullification on a Shinigami, Kamamura said annoyed. He was the one who took the bonds between comrades most seriously, since in the past, he had a very difficult time creating them due to his strange appearance and his difficulty socializing. Now for him, being part of the Soul Society as captain, along with people he could call comrades and who saw him as an equal was his greatest treasure, and it bothered him that his friend Tosin betrayed him. No, betrayed them to go with that trash. That's not all, according to Aizen's former lieutenant, Momo Hinamori. He would disappear without warning, even for days at a time. There could be many reasons why he disappeared, but I have a theory. Anohana stopped and looked at Yamamoto, who nodded slightly for her to continue. This theory is that he was going to Hueco Mundo frequently, everyone will wonder why, and for what, well that's simple. I'm sure that everyone who was on Sakyoku Hill witnessed how the sky opened and a light swallowed it, at that everyone nodded and already knew where this was going. As you know, that light is caused by a strange type of Minos Grand, which goes by the name of negation. Aizen surely frequented Hueco Mundo looking for that hollow as a means of escape. Besides, if Aizen is half as intelligent as he showed here, he would look for strong allies in Hueco Mundo beforehand. By strong allies do you mean vasto lords? Soifrong asked. Indeed. Shiro immediately became interested in the subject. What, vasto lords? The ultimate hollow evolution. What's up, kid, you look like a little kid. You're almost drooling, oh no, sorry, you are a little kid haha Kenpachi mocked Shiro. Shut up, you crazy piece of shit. You haven't said anything of any value this entire meeting and now you're here to piss me off, Toshiro responded irritably. You're lucky I can't beat you up, shorty. I'd get accused and waxed for child abuse haha a vein popped out onto Shiro's forehead and he yelled at him. You bastard, how dare you. Enough. If you're going to fight, fight when the meeting is over. Until then, act like adults. Is that clear? Yamamoto said, angrily banging his cane against the ground. Yes, sir. Yes, old man Toshiro and Kenpachi answered respectively. By the way, sir. If you'll excuse what I said earlier, there's something I haven't reported yet regarding Power Plant 46. Central 46. What happened to Central 46, Captain Hitsugaya? Kairaku asked. Well, it doesn't exist anymore, my Lieutenant Matsumoto, and I found them all dead. What? Everyone mentally wondered. Whoa, wait a minute, dwarf. I know I'm not the most informed about what's going on in Sirte, and I'm not interested in being either. But wasn't Aizen the one in charge of delivering all the messages given by headquarters? Kenpachi asked, Toshiro decided to ignore the insult and answer. That's right, but that's not all. Based on the condition of the bodies we found, they weren't murdered recently. If I had to give a date based on my perception of how long they've been massacred there, I'd say about 2 weeks. 2 weeks? So all the orders given by headquarters during that period are false? Yukitake asked almost urgently. That's what I mean. Damn it, those orders include the capture of Rukia Kichiki in the world of the living. We were following Aizen's orders, thinking they were from Central. Soifin felt annoyed, very annoyed. The mere thought of following Aizen's orders drove her crazy. He actually made us do the dirty work while he sat back and figured out how best to put on his show. Incredible, something I would do of course, Mayuri said matter-of-factly. Hey, there's something that's bothering me, Yukitake began, now becoming the center of attention. Aizen has shown that when he wants something he really wants something else, so what if what Aizen really wanted was for us to make Kurosaki Ichigo flee to Hueco Mundo? That's most likely, but it just brings up another question, how was Kurosaki Ichigo able to summon negation? Toshiro asked. That's a good question, but wouldn't it be a good idea to ask him face to face? Captain Soifin, are you suggesting we go find Kurosaki Ichigo and bring him in for a talk? Anohana asked. That's right, a mission with the intention of capturing Kurosaki Ichigo alive and bringing him back. A mission that will be led by me with the company of 3 captains. It's stupid to me, Mayuri said casually. Why would that be stupid, Mr. Know-it-all? Simple. It's stupid to think that right now that Brad isn't in Aizen's power if you consider that Aizen wanted him to go to Hueco Mundo in the first place, most likely as soon as Kurosaki arrived in Hueco Mundo Aizen would mobilize to look for him. That's not safe. Besides, that mission is about capture and stealth, not combat. If anything were to go wrong or we were discovered, we'd abort the mission and return. The risks are known to be high, but just as the risks are high, so are the rewards, Soifrong replied. I agree with that, and if the mission is carried out, I want to participate in it. Captain Soifrong, Toshiro raised his voice a little so she could hear him. I'm counting on you, Toshiro, she replied. The white-haired man frowned. It's Captain Hitsugaya. TCH, do whatever you want. If you do, I'll gladly open the Sinkamen, but I'm not going anywhere. That's enough, said the little captain. Wait, what are we going to do about the vacant captain positions? Kairaku asked. We will proceed normally, the lieutenants of the squadrons with vacant captain positions will be promoted to captain and will lead their respective squadrons. In this case, Izuru Kira and Shuhei Hisagi will be appointed captains of squadrons 3 and 9, Unohana replied. But then what will we do with squad 5? Momo Hinamori, who was Aizen's lieutenant, is now in the infirmary because of that bastard and can't occupy that position, Toshiro commented. Squadron 5 will have to be temporarily inactive for a while until we can cover those losses, but that doesn't mean they'll become slackers. They'll continue training normally and doing small missions, but they won't be taken into account in these meetings or in high-ranking operations. Toshiro was satisfied with this response from Unohana. Now, Captain Commander, what do you think about the proposal I just made? Will you give me the green light? Soifun asked, hoping he would let her carry out the mission to capture Kurosaki Ichigo. He ran a hand through his beard to stroke it and think for a moment once he knew the answer. He placed both hands back on the cane that was now in front of him. It will undoubtedly be a dangerous mission, but if it goes well we could take the lead and take another step towards reaching the truth and taking down Aizen. Captain Soifrong, I grant you permission to go to Hueco Mundo and take 3 captain-level Shinigami with you. Thank you very much, sir, Soifrong said respectfully. So, the objectives we can conclude after this meeting are the capture of Kurosaki Ichigo and the elimination of Sasuke Aizen at all costs. I declare that this meeting has come to an end, you may withdraw, and when everyone had already stood up from their seats with the intention of leaving, the door to the room opened violently revealing a person who seemed a little agitated. Wait a minute. Chapter 16. World of the Living, Karakura Town, City Park. There were 3 people inside. One of them was Orihime, who was sitting on a bench, looking down with her hands covering her face, as if in a wailing position. The 2 accompanying her were no better off than she was, both wearing serious expressions on their faces. Paying attention to anything in the environment that might be interesting to them, no matter how small and insignificant, they were in a state of limbo. Hey, we can't go on like this anymore, Uryu said in a low voice. Orihime didn't change position or move an inch, but that was until she started to tremble a little without uncovering her face. But it's difficult, how should we Uryu, how do we move forward? Orihime said tremblingly. Tears could be seen as they fell through her fingers to the ground. Uryu sighed upon hearing that. It was a good question. How would they ever move forward after everything that happened? He couldn't answer that question yet, but he could say something his heart was crying out for. He couldn't keep it quiet any longer, and he had to accept it. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Uryu said in a muffled voice. He lowered his head, hoping to find some comfort in the ground, but he didn't find it there. But she would find him because of a sudden touch on her shoulder. That touch was warm, but she didn't hear a word, didn't need to turn around to find out who it was Chad. Uryu knew his partner had never been good with words, but what he didn't show with words, he showed with actions. This was one of them. These actions showed what he felt, as if he were making them speak for him. That warm touch Uryu felt on his shoulder gave him security at a time when he didn't have any, and it told him, you don't have to feel this way, even though not a word entered his ears. His heart was all ears at that precise moment, capturing what Chad's heart wanted to tell him. While this was happening, Orihime had stopped crying. But traces of tears still remained on her cheeks, glistening in the sunlight, but despite all that, she wanted to speak. No, Uryu, don't apologize, it's something you had to do. No, we had to do it, if we hadn't done it we wouldn't be here now, at this moment, instead we should thank you as she spoke her serious expression softened until she finished the sentence with a sweet smile, which overshadowed the face of tears that still had on her cheeks. Uryu was surprised by this. He thought she would hate him for what he had done, since she knew how much Orihime cared for Ichigo. No, he was lying. It was more than love, much more. It was love. Orihime Inoue loved Kurosaki Ichigo with all her being, her heart was only his and for him. It didn't take a genius to realize it, and ever since she established a friendly relationship with him, even before, she already knew how Orihime felt about Ichigo. The looks, the words, her tone, she shone and her smile was much bigger when she was with Ichigo or talking about him. But Ichigo was an idiot, a real idiot, no matter how obvious it was the imbecile simply didn't realize it, he could only feel sadness. That last look Ichigo gave them was filled with disappointment, sadness, and despair. Just imagining what he might have felt made his stomach churn. He couldn't understand anything. Everything had happened so quickly. He didn't understand what was happening or why, and before he could even explain, they tried to kill him. Uryu clenched his fist at that thought. But he loosened up when he remembered the good times they'd all had together, those days. He wanted them back, where he and Ichigo did nothing but insult each other for nothing, Orihime trying to stop them, and Chad being Chad. Inoue, Uryu said, trying to get her attention. Orihime looked up weakly, but she didn't expect Ryu to crouch down a little to be at her eye level, wiping away the small traces of tears that still remained on her cheeks with his fingertips. She had been surprised, but she would be even more surprised by what she would hear and see next. Don't worry. We'll bring that jerk back no matter what. You'll see that everything will be fine, and it will be back to how it was before, I promise. Inoue couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was Ryu smiling sincerely. She had seen him smile before, but these were the arrogant smiles mostly directed at Ichigo. Then Ryu stood up and turned to Chad, extending his hand. Chad noticed what he wanted and shook it tightly, understanding that he had Chad's full support in this. Guys, let's make that happen, together, Ryu said, his tone a little louder and more lively. At this, Chad nodded, and Orihime shed a tear, but this time it was a tear of happiness. There was light at the end of the tunnel for them. She quickly wiped it away with her hand. Ryu, we really have to thank you, she said with a small smile. No, Orihime, you shouldn't thank me. We should thank Yoruichi for everything, he said, while Chad and Inoue were surprised by those words. Ryu closed his eyes and remembered what happened 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago? At A-13 First Squad headquarters. When all the captains were about to leave, someone suddenly opened the door with great urgency, surprising everyone present. Wait a minute. This person arrived, almost out of breath and sweating from the looks of it. It didn't take long for the captain commander to speak when he realized who this person was. Yoruichi Shimen, former captain of the 2nd Squadron. What can I offer you here? Have you forgotten that you no longer have anything to do with the Serete, nor anything to do with what happens here? He asked with an imposing voice and presence. No sir, I haven't forgotten in the least. However, I would like to make a request of you, she said, calmer. So, a request, why should I even listen to it? Please, sir, I beg you, and with that, Yoruichi walked over to where Yamamoto was and knelt before him. The old man sighed a little at this. Stand up, even if you are a former captain you shouldn't bow your head so easily. I will listen to your request, Yoruichi Shimen, but the other captains will be present to hear it. Thank you very much, sir, he said as he slowly stood up and all the captains returned to their seats. Damn, again, I wanted to get out of here, Kenpachi snorted angrily. Shut up and obey, Toshiro replied at his side. Could you please have a little more respect? Let's hear what Lady Yoruichi has to say, Anohana scolded them. That's true, have more respect towards Lady Yoruichi, Soifrong now intervened. Don't mess with me, you fourth-rate amateur, Kenpachi said with a mixture of annoyance and irritation to Soifrong. Who are you calling an amateur? You crazy bastard. My request is she was interrupted by Yoruichi, who began to speak, catching everyone's attention at once. She was curious about what she would ask. Let Uryu Ishida, Inoue Orihime and Yasutora Sato go free and return to their world, Yoruichi said with determination. Oi, aren't those the humans who entered the Serete along with that Kurosaki Ichigo kid? Kairaku asked as soon as he realized. The same ones, Yoruichi quickly responded. And if it's really them, why should we let them go? If that brat Kurosaki is with Aizen, who claims they aren't? I can assure you of that myself, Mayuri. So? And what would that be like? Let's put it this way so you understand and understand clearly, what if I told you that they were threatened to come here? Threatened? Everyone in the room thought. Yes, threatened, Yoruichi said, as if reading their minds. They were threatened by Kurosaki Ichigo himself to come with him to the Soul Society. He would not come alone, then decided to ask Toshiro. Threatened with what? Threatened with their own family. That statement surprised most. It seems that everything we didn't know is finally coming to light, said Kairaku. It seems so. Now I don't know if we did the right thing by not attacking when we had the chance, we were too soft at his side, Yukitake agreed with him, and Anohana was thoughtful on the subject, although that thought was not very different from that of the previous two. The three of them had been the ones who wanted to give young Kurosaki the benefit of the doubt, but it seems they were wrong and changed the way they saw him until just a few minutes ago. But Yukitake had a question, but why involve them too? To create chaos in Serete. He knew that if he came alone, he would be squashed like a fly, having no chance of survival. With that, the truth is that the boys' actions were more justified than they could have imagined. So, what do you say, Captain Commander? Yoruichi asked. Everyone's gaze turned to old Yamamoto, who ran his hand through his beard for a moment in thought. When he finished, he returned his hands to their usual position, which was his cane. Already with an answer in mind. There's just something I want to check. And what would that be, sir? I want you to bring those three into this room so I can hear them tell me in their own words that they were threatened in front of me and the Gate 13 captains, he demanded clearly. Damn, he still doesn't believe me, he wants to make them break and tell the truth in front of him. And adding the presence of the other captains, they'll feel pressured, it all depends on how they can handle the pressure, one false step and they'll end up killing all four of us, Yoruichi thought with a drop of sweat running down her face. So it shall be, sir. 10 minutes later. Uryu, Inoue and Chad were already located in the middle of the room. Uryu was in front of them facing Yamamoto, while Inoue and Chad were to his left and right respectively. Inoue was clearly nervous, Chad was the same as always, only with a drop of sweat running down his temple, showing his nervousness, and Uryu never thought that the looks could be so desperate and heavy, that 10 people all capable of killing you at any moment and are watching you, waiting for you to do something stupid so they can do their job. It felt like hundreds of tons were on their shoulders. I just have one question for you. If you answer correctly, we'll turn a blind eye to everything you've caused in Sirte and you'll be able to go home. However, if you answer incorrectly, it will be the complete opposite of what I just said. Is that clear? Yamamoto asked harshly. Yes sir, we understand, Uryu replied for himself and his companions. Eyes, be strong, Yoruichi said in her mind. She wouldn't want to be in their shoes, but if they wanted to make it out of Soul Society alive, they had to face this fear and control it. Especially you, Uryu. She trusted that Uryu would realize this and take advantage of it, she trusted him. With that, Yamamoto took a deep breath and asked the question. Is it true that you were threatened by Kurosaki Ichigo to come here, to Soul Society? What? The three of them thought suddenly at that unexpected question. What kind of question is that? Of course we weren't threatened by Kuro. While thinking about that, Uryu realized something. No, we have to take this opportunity to get out of here, but I don't want it to be this way. I'm sorry Kurosaki, I'm sorry I have to stab you in the back again, but I swear this won't end like this, Uryu thought. Once she was determined, she clenched her fist tightly and raised her head determinedly to answer the question without hesitation. That's right, sir, Kurosaki Ichigo threatened me and my companions so that we would help him break into the Soul Society with him, he said with all the confidence and determination in his voice, while looking directly at Yamamoto, who remained impassive at the young Quincy's response. Chapter 17. I understand what you're trying to do, Uryu, but this way Orihime knew what he was trying to do, but it was the means he was using that she disagreed with. They were selling out their partner to save their own skin, something she never thought, and surely Uryu and Chad never thought they would one day do, but that day apparently had arrived much sooner rather than later. That's nonsense, Mayuri said in a slightly annoyed voice from her seat. With both hands on the table, she stood up and addressed the young Quincy. You conceited little brat, do you think we're stupid or something? That's a very believable excuse of course, but the simple fact that Kurosaki isn't here makes it fall apart very easily, since it makes it very convenient and obvious. Putting the blame on someone who isn't even here, cheap old trick. I thought you were smarter, brat, but it seems I overestimated you. The last part was said with a mocking tone accompanied by a hypocritical smile. The other captains thought about it for a bit and what Mayuri said really could be a possibility. I see, if that's true, they would want to save their asses and get out of here unscathed after causing such madness. It would really be very convenient, to the point of being very believable. But I want to see what he has to say, Toshiro thought as he watched the situation in silence, then he was surprised when he saw Uryu. What's wrong with him? She thought when she saw him. Strange as it seemed, he had a slight smile as he looked directly at Mayuri. Mayuri was also puzzled by this, since if he was really lying, he should be nervous or showing some sign of being so. What are you trying to do, boy, he said in his mind. Do you have something to say? Uryu Rashida. Yamamoto said a little too loudly for him to hear. Yoruichi also watched Uryu smile, she smiled inwardly too. He had already realized everything and his mind, like a computer, began to investigate all the possible ways to get out of that situation in milliseconds. She knew he was capable of that, and that's why she trusted him in the first place, he was very capable. And I have to, sir, if you'll excuse me, he gestured to Mayuri. Yamamoto understood this as permission to speak and nodded slightly. At this confirmation, Uryu turned his gaze to Mayuri, who was still standing up, waiting for his answer, which would come next. Captain, are you saying they are lies? He nodded with a smile, and Uryu smiled as well before completing his answer. Then I think the fact that you yourself point out that Kurosaki isn't here right now is what proves me right. What, like, reason? What's he talking about? Soifun thought, standing next to a similarly minded Toshiro. The older captains didn't understand either, while Kenpachi didn't care about any of that and cleared his ears, completely uninterested in the subject. Come on, explain yourself for once and for all and stop beating around the bush, Mayuri said, a little annoyed. He wanted her to answer as soon as possible. Okay, so to start, do you think that if we were truly allies with him, we'd be talking right now? At this very moment? Mayuri's eyes widened at that statement. Soifun and Toshiro, along with Unohana Kairaku and Yukitake, were quick to realize where this was going. I see what he's getting at now. He's definitely clever, Kairaku thought, a tired smile on his face. He lowered his hat to rest. The debate was over for him. Uryu, as soon as he saw Mayuri's eyes open, realized that it was the right moment to make his point. That's right, if we were truly allies of Kurosaki or Aizen, we wouldn't be here, since we would have gone with them, just like those captains did. If we were truly with them, we would have also been enveloped in that light, or Kurosaki would have helped us, we would have even tried to escape. Do you really think that being allies of Kurosaki and Aizen, we would have let ourselves be caught knowing that they would execute us? Mayuri, faced with this, could not find an argument that would be worth it to continue insisting, and sat down annoyed. I see, there really was still that possibility, Mayuri didn't think about it, and that boy took advantage of it, he didn't fall under the pressure, and also thought clearly. And if she really lied, we wouldn't be able to refute her, in any case we ourselves are witnesses of her statement, because we were present at Sakyoku Hill, but in the end, the final decision depends on a single person, Toshiro thought. Then he turned his head to where the captain commander was, who was impassive as always. What do you think? Captain? Anohana asked. She watched as Yamamoto stood motionless, probably thinking about his decision. A minute passed in total silence, until Yamamoto tapped the ground with his cane, drawing attention. With the power and authority granted to me by the Gate 13 and the Serete as their captain commander, you are hereby released from your sins and actions that recently occurred in the Soul Society and the Serete. You may return home and continue with your lives in peace. Uryu Inoue and Chad paid attention to what he said with a calmer minced. Mayuri snorted, even more annoyed, the dam had escaped him according to him. But at that word they made eye contact with the old man again. As soon as they did, the tranquility of the three accused was interrupted when they saw the old captain's stern expression on his face at the end of the sentence. I don't want to know that you have set foot in Soul Society again or caused any kind of problem that affects or has to do directly or indirectly with it. Next time I won't be so gentle, he said harshly, so that the three boys in front of him ducked. Yes sir, thank you very much. They all said loudly, heads bowed, as a sign of respect and apologizing for any inconvenience. They then stood up and were escorted out of the room, accompanied by Yoruichi. Now then, this meeting has concluded. You may leave, Yamamoto declared, ending a meeting that was supposed to have ended long before. At this everyone began to get up and leave the room. When Soifrong was leaving, she passed by a Kenpachi who was face down on the table. She became surprised and shook him. Hey, dude, what's wrong? He asked, as Toshiro noticed this as well. When Kenpachi felt a tap on his shoulder, he perked up and raised his head slightly. Uea, so this shit is finally over, I'm almost asleep, Kenpachi said as he stretched a little and wiped his eyes a little. You idiot, were you asleep? Soifin was about to say that, but Toshiro, who was behind her, beat her to it. Of course not. Who would dare to do something like that? Kenpachi denied. You damn ingrate, get up and come here. Soifrong yelled at him. She then grabbed him by the captain's vest and started dragging him. Hey, fanatic, let go. But this protest was of no use as she continued to drag him around like garbage. Toshiro, come on too. We need to talk to the mad scientist before we can do our thing. He was referring to the mission they had to carry out. Toshiro ruffled his hair in annoyance, knowing he would have to deal with that madman, even though he already had some experience with the subject with Kenpachi. Okay, I'll follow you, and you referring to Kenpachi. What about me? Asked the one who was still on the ground behind Soifrong. Stop crying and move. Fuck you, dwarf, and with that, they left the room, arguing with each other, heading towards Mayuri's lab. Moments later. Ryu Orihime and Chad along with Yoruichi at the entrance of a Sankamen. These were similar to the Gargantas and used for the same purpose, to quickly pass from one world to another. They are different from the Gargantas made by the Minos Grands, since they are artificially created by the Shinigami. Eyes, could you give us a moment alone? I want to say goodbye properly. Yoruichi addressed the guards guarding both sides of the Sankamen in front of them. Of course, ma'am, they replied, leaving the area. Perhaps to rest for a moment after always being on the lookout for what's happening with the Sankamen, or to report any problems, thus giving them the privacy they needed. Once they were alone, Yoruichi sighed a little and prepared to speak. Okay, guys, this Sankamen is heading straight for Karakura town. Once you get there, you'll know where to go. Please be careful on the way. Mrs. Yoruichi, what will happen to Ichigo? Yoruichi wanted to avoid talking about that topic, she knew they were having a bad time, and even more so now, after what they said at the meeting. I don't know, Inoue, but she thought about saying it. But she had to be honest with them. After the pause, they waited impatiently. Yoruichi lowered her gaze slightly before speaking. Uryu noticed and knew it was a bad sign. From what I just learned, they concluded that he had to be captured at all costs. Captured? First they throw him out and now they want to hunt him like an animal. Uryu exclaimed with a fury rarely seen before. We're to blame, too, Chad said for the first time in a long time. And those words were powerful. Blah blah, blah 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 blah. That word echoed in Uryu and Inoue's heads over and over again. Damn it. Uryu shouted in frustration. Chad was right, they hadn't acted at the time, and it had all ended like this, but they had simply frozen, didn't know what to do, and it all happened so fast. It was something they would regret for a long time, plus that look. He remembered how Ichigo looked at them when he was about to be attacked by the captains, he was disappointed in them. Don't get so depressed, Uryu and Inoue raised their heads upon hearing Yoruichi's voice, which they had lowered after Chad's statement. I ask you to calm down and go home, have normal lives. Normal lives? Don't buck with me, how can I live a normal life, I don't even know if I'll be able to sleep at night, knowing that this happened because I was a bucking coward. Uryu yelled angrily at what Yoruichi told him. He was about to continue, but he was grabbed from behind by an Inoue, who was crying silently and hiding her face in his back. That was when Uryu calmed down a bit. Yoruichi spoke again. I'm not asking you to forget, but to overcome what happened. You don't become stronger when you don't make mistakes, otherwise. Uryu raised his head slightly to pay attention. He saw Yoruichi give them a sweet smile. When you accept them and live with it. Then Inoue began to cry a little louder. Uryu turned around and hugged her to calm her down a bit. He and Chad were thoughtful by those words that Yoruichi dedicated to them, and then she spoke again, with the same smile as before. And I ask you to please take advantage of this opportunity. Inoue listened a bit, and Chad too. They didn't give much thought to what he wanted to say, but Uryu did realize something and began to think. It can't be, maybe she was the one who. Current time. World of the living, Karakura Town, City Park. What are we going to do now, guys? Orihime asked Chad and Uryu while still sitting. She had already calmed down from what happened earlier. Uryu closed his eyes and sighed a little. After finishing sighing, he then proceeded to open his eyes with determination. Isn't it obvious? We'll go find Kurosaki and fix things. This can't possibly be left like this. The last part of the sentence darkened slightly. None of them noticed the change in tone, as they thought it was his usual tone, the same old Uryu. But how will we find Ichigo? Asked Chad, who had been on the sidelines for most of the time. That's right, how do we do it? Uryu Inoue said. Uryu sighed again, but this time with a smile. I'm sure Kisuke has the answer, he always does. We'll talk to him about it and how to get to Kurosaki. What if he refuses? Inoue asked with interest. If you refuse, then you'll have to deal with us, he said, still sporting the same confident smile. He'd regained a bit of sparkle in his eyes, something Chad and Inoue noticed, but Inoue would comment on it. You know, Uryu, you're good at smiling. You're more like Ichigo than I thought, she said with a smile. Uryu frowned slightly at those words. Don't compare me to that jerk. We should go. He felt that being compared to Ichigo was an insult, the worst of insults. However, he would let it go because it was Orihime. He was about to call her, but he saw that she had gone completely still, with a blank stare. Inoue had recalled a small encounter he had a few days ago at this very spot. Hey Inoue, Uryu called. But he got no response. Flashback. On a bench in the middle of a cold night where the moon was absent due to the clouds that obscured it, a very dark and rainy night. A person was sitting, wet and shivering from the cold caused by the strong breezes and the icy water that fell on them with force. But things like the cold didn't matter to him at that moment at all. It was the least of his mortifications. She had both hands on her face, leaving a little space between her fingers to observe the wet ground. Because it had cleared only moments before, she could see the reflection of a moon just beginning to peek above the dark clouds and of her own face in that puddle. A puddle that reminded her of who she was and what she had done. Orihime had been through a truly miserable time since returning to her world from Soul Society. She barely ate, had dark circles under her eyes, and often, like tonight, went for walks, but it always ended the same way. Regretting what had happened over and over again until she broke down. This time, the rain added to her sadness. She didn't feel the cold, she didn't even feel the water falling on her head and shoulders. She took her hands off her face to look up. Her tears easily blended with the furious raindrops falling as she continued to stare into space. The rain suddenly stopped and the clouds cleared away that night, revealing a bright moon in all its splendor. When everything calmed down, she felt as if she was being watched, but that gaze felt strangely familiar, so she turned in the direction of an alley that was close to the bank where she was and saw something that surprised her. The shoulder and part of the head of the person watching her were slightly visible. Both were covered by some kind of green cloth and their face was obscured by the hood they wore, revealing the figure's identity. His heart nearly stopped when he saw something he could recognize anywhere. Strands of orange hair fell slightly on the man's shoulder and also outside his hood. She thought of the only person she knew with such striking, beautiful hair color and said his name, suppressing the feeling growing inside her. Ichigo. Then flashback. Inoue, what's wrong? Uryu asked again. Finally bringing her out of her thoughts. Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about something, that's all, she replied with a smile. Uryu hesitated a bit but ended up believing her. He then extended his hand to help her up. She gladly took his hand and stood up. Well, I think it's time to go, Kisuke is waiting for us, Uryu told them. Chad just nodded a little, and Orihime responded positively and determinedly. They proceeded to walk side by side, and as they walked a little away from the place, on their way to Kisuke's place, they heard someone call them in an agitated manner. Hey, wait. I'm coming with you. At that moment, they turned around and saw who it was. Chapter 18. As soon as they saw who it was, they were quite surprised. The first to answer the call was Inoue. Rukia. She said a little loudly, surprised at the sight of the little Shinigami. Uryu and Chad were also in the same condition as Orihime, as everyone thought she was still recovering from the extraction of the Hejoku by Aizen's hand. Rukia, what's she doing here? Uryu wondered. Clearly not too happy with her appearance, he was relieved to know she was okay, but on the other hand he wished she hadn't shown up. The aforementioned, who was still running at a considerable speed toward where the group was gathered, arrived quickly, bent down to rest on her knees and get some rest. As soon as she got up, she learned everything that had happened after she fell unconscious on Sakyoku Hill. As soon as she fully recovered, she straightened up and looked at the three people standing in front of her. Uryu, making direct eye contact with Rukia, was the first to speak. Rukia, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be recovering in bed in Soul Society? He asked in his usual cold tone. Rukia smiled a little at the question and answered immediately. I'm fine, Uryu, I came as fast as I could when I found out what happened. And your brother? Is he okay now? Inoue chimed in this time. Referring to Byakuya, Rukia's smile didn't disappear when she saw that he cared so much about her and her family. Thank you for your concern. And yes, he's fine. Although he hasn't woken up yet, they say it won't be long before he does. At that, Inoue's cheerful expression changed slightly to one of concern, giving way to his next question. That's fine, but how did you come? You'll be in trouble if they find out you're joining us, because knowing what Orihime was referring to, Rukia was a little quick to respond. That's settled, I asked Lady Yoruichi for help to help me come when I woke up, she was the one who told me about the situation, so I was worried about you, and I came as soon as I could, although she warned me not to take too long to return, the black-haired girl said quickly. Oh, a Shinigami worried about humans, that's new, Uryu added with clear irony, annoying Rukia. Don't start, Uryu. Besides, I heard what you guys were talking about last time, and I want to go with you, she said, determined. She'd be pleasantly surprised by the answer she heard. No, Uryu said curtly, surprising Rukia and Inoue at her side. That? Uryu, why can't Rukia come with us? Orihime demanded, while the brunette also waited for an explanation. If she was known for anything, it was for her lack of patience. Yes, explain why I can't go, Uryu, and you'd better hurry, or else at that, Inoue looked surprised as Rukia brought her right hand to the zanpakuto at her waist and unsheathed it slightly. Uryu watched this with complete indifference, and Chad showed no expression either. He had remained on the sidelines of the situation since it began. I'm going no matter what, I don't care if you don't want to, Uryu. I wouldn't even have to ask you, I'm stronger than any of you here, he threatened with a hard expression. Uryu tightly gripped the four-pronged necklace he always wore in his right hand, and you could see how blue particles gathered around it and headed to the hand where he had the necklace, clearly absorbing the reishi around it, causing the classic blue quincy bow to manifest, having the same expression as at the beginning, he prepared for anything. Inoue didn't know at what point things had turned like this, but someone surprising wouldn't sit idly by seeing the situation. Right arm of the giant, the voice that was heard disconcerted Rukia, but more than anything Orihime, who couldn't believe it. To be sure, she turned to look in Uryu's direction, and behind him, Chad had positioned himself on his right side. As he spoke those words, Chad's right arm took on a ferocious appearance. It was now black with white and red stripes running down the middle of it from the top to the knuckle of his middle finger, with two protrusions that protruded quite far from his shoulder, pointing upwards, reaching past Chad's head, with circles engraved in red running from his shoulder to his wrist. Uryu wasn't fazed by this. He remained static in his same position, holding his bow. He knew Chad understood his point and what he was getting at. He would back him up, after all, he always did. But this didn't happen with Orihime, who understood nothing of what was happening. Hey. What are you doing? Stop this, guys. She demanded desperately, placing herself in the middle of the conflict with her arms wide open, desperately signaling for them to calm down. The atmosphere had heated up in just a minute, although it seemed that Orihime's intervention had calmed the waters that had been murky just seconds ago. Uryu lowered his bow a little, and Chad made his arm return to normal, while Rukia fully sheathed Sode no Shirayuki. Rukia, Uryu said in the same voice as before. The tone annoyed Rukia, but he continued regardless. You want me to explain, then I'll be very clear about this. I don't trust you. Uryu? Orihime asked upon hearing what he said. Rukia became even more annoyed. You distrust me because I'm a Shinigami? She asked. Just because you're a Shinigami doesn't mean I'm sure you're not like the others, he replied. This confused the brunette, who was already fed up with being teased. Then why? Uryu responded calmly to that cry. I'm worried about our safety, your safety, that's why I'm wary of you, or rather, your presence here. If Soul Society is even half as organized and sophisticated as I saw it being, even if Yoruichi herself helped you, they can control who comes and goes regardless of who helped you. Eventually, they'll figure out that you're not in your bed and they'll want to find you to talk to you about what happened on Sakyoku Hill. Then, when they realize you're not in your bed, they'll find you with us, here in the world of the living, with those who wreaked havoc and stormed the Sirete. What do you think will happen to us? What do you think will happen to you? At that, Rukia and Orihime, the first one grabbed her right wrist and squeezed it tightly, right where she had a strange bracelet. They understood where Ryu wanted to go exactly, he just continued. They'll execute us all, and you'll be back in the same situation you were in a little while ago, and even worse. That's why I can't let you come. Even with good intentions, we've already lost enough 2 weeks ago. Listen to what Yoruichi told you and come back as soon as possible. However, Rukia still didn't want to give up on this. I can't. Yoruichi told you not to do anything too, and here you are, about to go to Hueco Mundo. It's not fair that you go, I can't. I owe her as much as you do. Listen for once, don't act like a child. Uryu exploded suddenly. Hey Uryu, calm down. Don't tell me to calm down, Inoue. And you Rukia, you can't compare what Yoruichi told you and what she told us. At this moment we have absolutely nothing to do with the Soul Society, nothing. You are a special case, since you are not only a Shinigami residing in the Sirete, but a lieutenant of a captain, so your disappearance would be much more noticeable than that of a common Shinigami, so don't be foolish. Although she didn't want to accept it, Rukia had no argument to tell Ryu otherwise, staying in her place thoughtfully. On the other hand, the Quincy just turned around. Just listen to Rukia, go back to Soul Society, we'll take care of it. Chad, Inoue, let's go, we can't waste any more time, he said, calm down, and started walking towards Kisuke's shop. Chad followed suit, but not before stopping for a moment and saying, I'm sorry, and then went on his way. Orihime stood there for a moment, undecided, frowning and clenching her fists. She was frustrated by the situation earlier. She felt it wasn't fair to Rukia, but she had to go. Before running off after Ryu and Chad, she approached the brunette and gave her a hug. I'm sorry, Rukia, but I have to go, he said in a regretful tone in her ear before running away. Rukia only raised her gaze, which she had been staring at the ground for a minute, to see how they moved away with each step they took until they disappeared completely before her eyes in the distance. No, he said a little forcefully. Wait, he said again, more forcefully than before. It won't stay like this, not like this. I, like you all, owe a lot to Ichigo. In a short time, he became a precious person to me and even saved me from the embers of death, she said. Remembering how he arrived just in time to save her from the fire phoenix that was about to reduce her to ashes on Sakyoku Hill. I owe him a great debt and I intend to repay it. Whatever the cost, she said determinedly, looking at the bracelet on her right wrist. She raised her gaze and began to run. Already at Kisuke's shop, Uryu's group had arrived. Deciding to knock, he approached, but there was no need as the door opened in front of them, revealing the person they were looking for. Kisuke Urahara, with his signature hat covering his eyes, raised it slightly and acted surprised to see the boy standing in front of him. Urahara, hello. How can this old man help you with this humble shop? We sell, he continued saying until he was interrupted by Uryu. I'll get to the point, Kisuke. We want you to do us a favor, and if possible, I'd like it to be as quick as possible. This intrigued Urahara, who had no choice but to ask. And what would that favor be, Mr. Quincy? Help us get to Hueco Mundo, Orihime finished, slightly behind Uryu, but serious and determined. Soul Society, 9th Squadron Training Camp. And it was a dark-haired man wearing a classic black Shinigami outfit, but over it he had an added layer. A white cape with the kanji captain written on the back. He was very focused on attacking a piece of wood with his 2 weapons, over and over again, but in these attacks there was more than just an intention to train or become stronger. There was fury and a clear outpouring of frustration in these attacks that were slowly reducing the trunk that received the powerful blows of both blades to nothing. The fierce attack ceased for a moment due to the newly appointed captain's obvious fatigue from the physical activity. He wiped the sweat with his right forearm and immediately returned to the attack, not caring whether he was tired or fatigued. He had been doing this for hours. A few meters away from him, a blond man sat on the wooden floor that marked the exit from the camp. He calmly watched in the shadows as his fellow captain charged the trunk again. Like him, the latter had the captain symbol engraved on his white cape, distinguishing the highest rank currently held by only 12 people in the entire Sirete. Asagi, you've been like this ever since we were named captains of our squads, the blonde thought, seeing the incessant attacks from the black-haired man. No, not since that time, but since that time 2 weeks ago, he said in a low, melancholic voice, vaguely remembering the day Captain Tosin and Jin betrayed Soul Society, along with Aizen. Not even I had the courage to say anything to the captain, I could only watch helplessly as he left. Ranjiku did have the courage at that moment, but as I watched Captain Ichimaru slowly leave before my eyes, that time instead of saying anything, she just remained silent and clenched her fist so tightly that it bled. But then, I heard a whisper. Your whisper. I stopped thinking about that for just a moment to look at Hisagi. He had it much worse than me, he thought, completely immersing himself again in the memory of that day. 2 weeks ago. Tsukyoku Hill. Back then, when Kira turned to her left side after hearing that voice so low, but at the same time so clear, that carried more than one feeling in it. Captain, he heard again. That voice brimmed with shock, anger, disbelief, and above all, sadness. When he saw who it was, he couldn't believe it. Captain, for the third and last time, he heard that word come from the lips of that person who was standing a few feet away from him, with a lost look and on his knees, unable to believe what he was seeing. This was Hisagi watching his role model, the one who had taught him how to live and what to live for, being confronted by Captain Kamamura, and the expression of complete incomprehension on his face was accentuated by his captain's response. I do not agree with the justice exercised by Soul Society. It is not true justice. I will create my own justice alongside Lord Aizen. Current time. Yes, not only did he see his precious captain and friend leave and betray them as if nothing had happened, but he also said that what he believed in, what they were supposed to believe in, the justice he himself had taught him, was a lie. That he didn't truly believe in the very thing he'd once told and instilled in his lieutenant. He had lived and worked hard for something he was now doubting. Was what he'd done up until now right? Was it wrong? Could it be called justice or injustice? What was this justice his captain spoke of? These questions flooded the black-haired man's mind, and he had no answers. He had no answers then, and he didn't have them now. Out of frustration, he attacked that tree trunk again and again. But he had found something that he believed could resolve the situation. Kira sighed as she watched him continue. He had calluses on his hands from holding his blade so tightly and from having been at it for so long. Hey, I think this is fine now. You'll hurt yourself even more if you keep this up. I don't want to be held responsible later, he said, his tone now slightly annoyed. It hurt just looking at the calluses on Hisagi's hands. You don't have to, and I won't be long, he replied without stopping or looking at him. If you say so, the blonde sighed a little. He didn't know what to say to get him even a little bit distracted from the training he was doing. Hey, what do you think about the search mission we're going on today? I say it's stupid, that stopped Hisagi. Kira smiled, saying in his mind that finally something had caught his attention. Oh yeah? I think it's interesting, he replied, now looking at Kira. How interesting, huh? Well, I'm not saying it's not funny, but I think they're a bunch of crazy suicidal people. This comment bothered Hisagi, but he didn't want to show it, so he decided to change the subject. Maybe so. And what have you heard about Lieutenant Hinamori's condition? I don't know, although I heard that she's still sleeping, Captain Unohana takes care of her so she should be fine, and the dwarf Toshiro is the one who goes to see her every time he has the chance. If you want to know more about her, ask him, he said, annoyed. It bothered him just thinking about the dwarf as he and two other captains called him. So that's right, I hope he recovers. The same goes for Captain Kichiki, he's still sleeping, but unlike Hinamori, they say he'll wake up soon. I hope so. When a captain is missing, his squad becomes a real pain, and that stupid Renji who thinks he's so tough gets no respect. I can't imagine what would happen if Kenpachi were to be absent. Hisagi thought about what would happen if that were to happen. That inadvertently brought a small smile to the dark-haired man's face. Well, I think I'll stay a while longer. Don't feel obligated to stay, he suggested as he took up his position again, ready to continue attacking. I'm not. I was leaving anyway. Those idiots in the squad need someone to put them on a leash, he said, waving his hand in farewell. Just as he stood up and left, someone came running like crazy toward the scene. Someone very large, someone they knew. Captain Shuhei. He said, one knee and his right fist planted in the ground. Amida, you don't have to be formal. Besides, you're terrible at it, Hisagi said upon seeing his entrance and greeting. Oh no. I thought I looked great. Well, you thought wrong, Fatso, said Kira, who had been left to see his sudden arrival. I have no business with you, died, get lost, he replied, causing a vein to pop out on Kira's forehead at the insult. Hey, why don't you just say the garbage you came here to say and leave? I don't have much patience, and when it comes to you, it becomes zero, he responded irritably. Hey Amida, you should show a little more respect, he's your superior now, whether you like it or not, Hisagi scolded him. Yes, I will now proceed to obey the order of that superior by telling him immediately what I came to inform him of. Please do it. The search operation is about to begin and Captain Soifrong is waiting for you and the others to depart. If you're ready, I'll guide you to the location, sir, the 2nd Squadron Lieutenant said firmly. That's what it was about. Then Hisagi proceeded to deactivate his Shikai to return his Zanpakuto to its sealed state and sheath it. Seeing this, Amida understood that he was ready. Then follow me, he said, starting to walk, and Hisagi followed suit, following close behind. But he was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. It belonged to Kira. Hey Hisagi, don't tell me it's what I think it is, he said in a confused tone, hoping he was mistaken. That's exactly what you think, Kira. But Hisagi, this is madness. You could die. He shouted. The current captain of the 9th Squad removed his hand from his shoulder with his own and faced him, a stern expression on his face. And? What do you mean, so what? So, let me see if I understand. Captain Izuru. This last bit surprised Kira, since Hisagi had never called him by his last name since they met. The dark-haired man just continued. You expect me to just stand by and wait, knowing that 3 other captains, 3 other fellow Shinigami are risking their lives while I wait here quietly, in the safety of the Sirte, and let them do what I should be doing right now, which is finding the captain and demanding answers. Is that what you mean? He said very seriously. No, but. Then don't stop me, I won't stand around hoping it's all a lie or that someone's doing something I should have done. I'll make it all happen through my own actions. If that was anything good the captain taught me, this captain's cape belongs to someone else. And until I'm sure that someone is different from the one I once knew and doesn't deserve it, I won't be able to carry it with the pride it deserves, so I'm leaving, finally turning around. Hey Hisagi, is everything okay? Asked Amida, who witnessed everything. It is, let's move on, he confirmed, allowing the lieutenant to continue on his way and for him to follow. Kira remained in place. He hadn't been able to prevent Hisagi from leaving, nor had he been able to prevent his captain from leaving. He had always been weak and dependent on what others did and didn't do. He envied how Hisagi could have the courage and determination to go on a journey without a guaranteed return ticket. He was still a coward. The blonde captain stood there for minutes that seemed like hours. Even with the heat and the sun, he didn't mind. Damn, he said under his breath, clenching his right fist so hard that his nails pierced the flesh of his palm, inevitably causing it to bleed. Out of sheer helplessness, just like that time. Chapter 19. Headquarters of the Gate 13 12th Squadron. This headquarters was something different from the others. It was a laboratory, owned by Mayuri Kuritsuchi. A laboratory that was very peculiar. One would expect it to be clean and neat for the sake of science, but this was not the case for the mad scientist of the Soul Society. Said laboratory was gloomy and very dark. Wherever you looked you could see something very disgusting, from pieces of still living meat inside small jars to preserve them, to animal heads separated from their bodies, but these still blinked and made strange sounds. His workspace consisted of that, doing the experiments that no one else would, and he enjoyed it with everything he had. This peculiar captain was at a computer, typing away, the sounds of keys being pressed several times per second, filling the ears of those present. To his right was a Senkaman. In the laboratory were other captains, an ex-captain and some lieutenants present, waiting for the climactic moment. The captains were Captain Soifrong, Kenpachi Zaraki, and Toshiro Hitsugaya. They were all eager for me to finish tweaking the Senkaman so they could get started on this whole thing. Hey Psycho, how much longer? Kenpachi asked. Irritated by the wait as he cleaned his ear. Psychopath. A strange word coming from you, Captain Zaraki. DCH, damn, just say how much longer already, I'm tired of waiting. It's not easy, that damn Aizen before leaving turned this place upside down, that damn he dared to destroy my precious laboratory that I worked so hard to make. It took me the whole 2 weeks to partially recover things. Do you know how much these computers cost? What he did is unforgivable, totally unforgivable, said the scientist furiously. 2 weeks ago Aizen, before showing who he really was, made sure to leave Mayuri a gift from him. Hey, but it didn't cost you anything to make this lab. The Sirte paid for everything, Toshiro said from behind them. Making Mayuri angry. You better shut up, dwarf. Besides, if it cost me, who do you think made the devices you're going to use today, idiot? Do you think they made themselves or what? Wait, devices? What happened to the others? Weren't those safe in a warehouse far from here? The little captain asked, noticing the detail. They were, all of those were also found and destroyed. The bastard made sure to screw up as much as he could before leaving. Soifrong, who was talking to someone, heard everything and decided to intervene. Something was wrong. Hey Psycho, catching Mayuri's attention. You made a list of all the things that were missing after you could restore this place. Didn't you? I did it, with every single tiny object. I even listed the damn dust particles that were in this shit before it was raised, he said with annoyance. And what was the result? Everything was in order, except for some papers that had to do with the creation of artificial Senkamans. For the rest everything is as it was. But I can't know for sure if he took anything from the warehouse, after all he finished off everything that was there, we'll never know if he took anything unless we see it with our own eyes, all that Mayuri said left Soifan thoughtful, she would answer. That's weird, if Aizen took those things to Hueco Mundo, it's because he clearly plans to do something with them. The question is, if in Hueco Mundo there is really someone truly crazy like someone I know to recreate something like an artificial Sankamen, Soifan said in a low voice while looking at Mayuri, who had returned to the computer with the intention of finishing as soon as possible. Wow, it seems you're about to finish, finally. If you took about 10 more minutes I assure you that what you have in the jars would be pretty compared to how you would look after I made it for you, said Kenpachi with a maniacal smile. Don't bother me anymore, if you keep going like this I'll guarantee you'll stay. Hey, can you shut up hand? Shut up, shorty. Kenpachi and Mayuri shouted at him in unison. The white-haired man's forehead had a vein popping out at that. You sons of bitches, you'll see when. When what? You're literally not up to it. Talk to me when you've stretched at least a meter, dwarf, Kenpachi mocked evilly. I'll kill him, I'll kill him, I'll kill him, Captain Hitsugaya raged in his mind over and over again. He was definitely going to go crazy one day, if he wasn't already. Nemu, how is the data? Mayuri asked her lieutenant. Nemu Kuritsuchi, who was at another computer on the other side of the Sankamen, had a table in her hand and on top of it, a sheet where she wrote down multiple numbers and scientific formulas, naturally incomprehensible for someone who is not skilled in the subject. Once she finished writing them down, she turned to her captain. Everything is in order, she said after taking a closer look at the list. Alright, looks like the preparations are finally over, now let's get to the best part, Mayuri said smiling. Finally, I was tired of waiting so much, said Soifong. You now called Kenpachi and Toshiro. They were talking about something, and they paid attention the moment they heard her. Be prepared, we'll be leaving shortly. Don't give me orders. It's fine, Kenpachi and Toshiro were heard saying simultaneously. However, Captain Hitsugaya found something odd. Boy Soifong, at the meeting a while ago you said that 3 captains would accompany you, but here we are, this idiot pointing at Kenpachi, he growled in annoyance, Toshiro ignored him. And me, where is the other one? You haven't mentioned him even once. Why? As soon as Soifong was about to answer, the door was heard being violently opened and everyone turned towards her. There you have your answer, Soifong said with a slightly rude smile. Captain Shuhei, the white-haired man said when he saw who it was. With a hard and determined look on his face, he watched as none other than the new captain of the 9th squad entered the scene, followed by Amida. He immediately approached the group made up of the captains, with Captain Zaraki being the first to speak. Oh, what are you talking about, Hisagi, are you sure you're ready for this? I didn't create it, you'd better turn around and go to sleep quietly, I'll take care of everything myself, Kenpachi said with superiority. Hisagi ignored the warning and answered. Thank you for your advice, but I'm not backing down, not now. So you'd better save what strength you have for what will happen in a few minutes, instead of wasting it on gossip like this, the new captain said seriously. What did you say? Kenpachi asked in annoyance as he gripped his Zanpakuto tighter. Hey Kenpachi, calm down, he's right, you shouldn't start this when we're about to risk our lives, if we're not united, we'll be dead, Toshiro intervened, serious at the atmosphere that had formed. DCH I was just warning you, he snorted and looked away. Captain Shuhei I was waiting for you. It seems you've become stronger, I like that. Hisagi, upon hearing Soifong, turned to face her, but she only lowered her head a little. Thank you for this opportunity, I appreciate it. Don't be thankful, Hisagi. I'm the one who should be thanking you, the other captains have been very busy with their squadrons and couldn't attend, there was even one who refused, but you didn't, with you here we can start this hearing. That he raised his head, although the fact that a captain refused to participate intrigued him, someone crossed his mind who would surely refuse outright. Here he thought almost immediately. Meanwhile, Mayuri was putting the finishing touches on the keyboard and the Sankamen beside him began to change color, going from pale white to pitch black. This indicated that he was heading to Hueco Mundo. It's ready, Mayuri announced a little loudly. At that moment, each of the mission members, except Hisagi, went to say goodbye to their respective lieutenants. In Soifan's case, it was also with her role model. Soifong, be very careful when you go there, we don't know what could be in that place, a very worried Yoruichi told her. Placing a hand on her shoulder, she had been there for a while without saying anything, just waiting for this moment, the moment to say goodbye. Don't worry my lady, I will be very careful, besides, it was you who taught me everything I know, and I can assure you that you taught me well, she said, taking one of Yoruichi's hands. She pulled her towards herself to hug her. I assure you I'll be back. With that, he separated from Yoruichi and turned around, there was still someone missing. Where are you, Amida, she called, and in seconds he was in front of her, on his knees. Tell me ma'am. Hey, don't be stupid for once and stand up, at no time did I tell you to kneel, and he obeyed as always, stood up and stood up straight. What will you do in my absence, Lieutenant? I will make sure that everything is in order in the squadron and that all the values you have instilled in it are respected. That's right, or else. Oh, otherwise the big lieutenant stammered a little. Until he felt his right foot being stepped on hard. Or else what? I wish I was dead, ma'am. He shouted with everything he had. Soi Frong smiled at that, she extended her fist towards him, he didn't understand. Lady? Do I have to explain how to fist bump to you too? She said. But strangely, without losing his smile, Amito also managed to smile at that. Of course not, Captain, and with that she extended her fist, bumping it with his. Soi Frong turned around to address the Sinkaman. Captain, please take care of yourself, she heard Amito say. The little captain turned a little to look at him over her shoulder. Who do you think I am? I am the captain of the 2nd Squad of the Gatei 13, personally trained by Yoruichi Shiman. I will fulfill this mission and return home, no matter the cost, don't forget that, and she continued on her way. In another part of the laboratory, Captain Hitsugaya could be seen being hugged and suffocated by an orange-haired woman much taller than him. He struggled to get free until he finally succeeded. Ah, damn, I'm tired of telling you not to do that, Renjiku, he said with annoyance. Oh, but Captain, you are so cute that I can't help it, you look like a stuffed animal, he said, placing both hands on his cheeks. DCH, I'm anything but cute, so you better be happy about that, please, he replied annoyed. She just tilted her head a little, as if she didn't understand. You're anything but cute. So you think you're more like him? He commented, pointing elsewhere. Toshiro turned around and saw Kenpachi and his group, who quickly turned around with an expressionless face. I don't even look like that animal. You see, it's better to accept that it is, it's not good to be in denial. This made the little white-haired boy think a little. Maybe it is a little, but only a little, he said quietly. Matsumoto smiled widely at that. That's progress, now just take care of yourself and do your best. Ranjiku raised her fist in motivation. Toshiro smiled a little, but quickly wiped it away and became serious. That's what I'll do, now Ranjiku, about Jin. No need, Captain. I'm fine. Do what you have to do and get back safely, she exclaimed, determined and smiling. But her captain didn't believe a word she said, and in a swift movement, he was now hugging Matsumoto. She stood still and in shock, unable to believe what was happening. She heard him speaking calmly in her ear. Relax, you don't have to worry about that. If I see him, I'll make sure to beat the shit out of him and bring him back. Although I'd much rather it be just a former, he whispered before breaking away from the hug. Or so he tried to, as Ranjiku pulled him towards her again. Thank you so much, Captain, she whispered, sounding as if she were crying slightly. Toshiro smiled a little, and after a few moments of that, they separated from the warm embrace. Ranjiku, could you do me a favor? The white-haired man asked with a little suspicion. She nodded without hesitation. Please take care of Momo for me, there's no telling when she'll wake up and I want someone to be there when she does. I wouldn't refuse for anything in the world. It's the least I can do. Besides, I can't refuse if you ask me like that, he said, winking. The captain turned around, now calm enough to face the mission ahead. Captain, you say yourself that you don't consider yourself cute, but you just proved me wrong. You can be the kindest when you want to be, so for that, and more, you are, she said, looking at him as she headed towards the Sinkaman. My dear Captain, he had only heard her refer to him as Captain. He turned around and saw her wave goodbye with a hand and a small smile, then, as strange as it seemed, the captain of the 10th Squadron also raised his right arm and waved goodbye, a big smile etched on his face. Very close by, just a few meters away, was Kenpachi with his little Lieutenant Yuichiro on his shoulder, moving him from side to side. In front of him were the leaders, apart from Kenpachi and Yuichiro of Squad 11, Yumichika and Akaku. They were talking, strangely enough, in a calm manner. Well, I think it's time, goodbye. Kenpachi took Yuichiro off his shoulder, who was pouting. He decided to ignore her and leave, but not before addressing them. Guys, you know what to do. Of course we know, Captain. Anyone who doesn't train enough and is a weakling, will show them what's good. Or not, Yumichika Akaku stated energetically while raising his fist with determination. But his partner looked at him with disappointment. With a sigh, he answered the question. Hey Baldy, that's not pretty at all. Why don't we go to the stylist and get your haircut instead of show them what's good? He mocked, grabbing his bangs, strangely sprouting little stars around them. Akaku looked at him with disgust. You think you're so funny? I'm sure you have something going on with the hairdresser who gave you that haircut. You look like a bore. Jealous? Not at all, you can have sex with whoever you want, as long as it's not with me. Perfect, then I'll go to your mother's house tonight. What? You said it yourself, you can have sex with whoever you want as long as you don't come. Look, you better shut your mouth. And Captain, catching Kenpachi's attention, both he and Yumichika crouched down in respect. Don't worry about anything other than your mission from this moment on, leave it all in our hands. Kenpachi gave a toothy smile at that. I couldn't expect less from you, after all you are my right hand. Akaku shed tears at those words. At his side, Yumichika looked at him as if he were stupid. See you, Yuichiro. Yumichika. Akaku, I'm counting on you, and with that, he proceeded to walk away from there, but Yuichiro had a sad look in her eyes. Kenpachi saw this over his shoulder as he walked, knowing how he could cheer up the little pink-haired girl. He raised his right arm in which he had his zanpakuto, as if he were going to war. The little girl's eyes shone in admiration, as did those of Akaku and Yumichika. That's our captain, Akaku said proudly. The black-haired man at his side had nothing to say, only stared in admiration at his superior's back. To the right of them, with just that action, Yuichiro had suddenly come to life, with a huge smile adorning her features. She called him with everything she had. Penny. At the girl's call, he stopped walking and turned around a little. Just promise me one thing, that you'll have a lot of fun, Kenny. At the request, Kenpachi gave the biggest, most determined smile he could muster. You can count on that, he said, turning away for good. The four captains were lined up in a three-pronged spear formation, with Hisagi standing behind them. Mayuri, along with Nemu, approached them and, with small remote controls, handed them to each of them. Don't forget this is your ticket back home. Take good care of them, you bunch of idiots. It took me a lot of effort to make these four in just 2 weeks after that bastard destroyed the warehouse. If you lose them or they're destroyed, you're dead. Is that clear? He asked. Everyone nodded vigorously, looking at the Sankamen in front of them. Where are the anti-Reiatsu devices? We need them for this, Toshiro asked. Mayuri shook her head. No, these were all in the warehouse, and we already know what happened. Toshiro's expression hardened at this, everything became more difficult. It just makes it all the more interesting. Kenpachi laughed. Damn, everything just got even more complicated. If anyone wants to give up, do it now. They won't get another chance, Soifrong exclaimed loudly. No one said a word or even made a move. The time has come, there's no turning back now. Wait for me, Captain. Very soon you and I will settle the score, Hisagi thought with very serious eyes. He watched as Soifrong, who was in front, raised her right hand, signaling for them to prepare to leave. I, captain of the 2nd Squad of the Gatei 13, appointed by the captain commander himself as the leader of this mission. Along with captains Kenpachi Zaraki, Toshiro Hitsugaya and Hisagi Shuhei, with the goal of tracking down and bringing back Kurosaki Ichigo alive, begin. Everyone tensed, eager to begin. Just now under his arm and they all ran towards the Sankamen, crossing it to where all kinds of dangers and enemies awaited. I wish you all the best of luck, guys, please come back alive, Yoruichi said softly as she watched everyone enter and disappear into the dark Sankamen, heading for Hueco Mundo. Almost immediately she heard the laboratory door open again, seeing a blond man looking around in every corner looking for someone. Captain Azuri, Yoruichi asked. Catching his attention. Lady Yoruichi, what happened? He asked angrily. The former captain just sighed and pointed at the Sankamen, which had completely closed. They've left, he said, leaving Kira with his eyes wide open. Kira clenched his fist and hit the wall next to him hard, cracking it in desperation. Just come back alive, Hisagi, he thought as he resigned himself. He only had one option, hope for the best and prepare for the worst. Elsewhere, Soul Society, unknown location. What is this? Thought the man in question. Totally confused by where he was, everything was dark and he was wielding his zanpakuto. He looked around, he was in a black sphere, he could hardly see anything, not even 5 meters away because everything was getting too dark, there was even fog, making the scene even more gloomy and strange. He wasn't going up the way he had gotten there, the last thing he remembered was being on Sakyoku Hill, falling unconscious and then. Nothing. He heard laughter behind him. It chilled him completely. He turned around, but no one was there. The wind suddenly turned cold and the fog was even thicker than before. Fear slowly took hold of him and his pulse quickened. What's wrong, Shinigami? And he felt someone grab his right shoulder. In a swift motion, he swung his zanpakuto 360 degrees, but it cut nothing. That voice he'd heard was distorted and dark. His brow furrowed as he saw no way out. He could only stand there, helpless against what was constantly stalking him. Then, right in front of him, a shadow appeared. That shadow came closer and took shape until it became a person he knew very well. Kurosaki? He thought, seeing him completely. It was Ichigo in his Bankai form, but in his gaze, there was pure malice and evil intentions, the eyes of a murderer. Kurosaki, what the hell are you doing here? He asked, raising his zanpakuto towards him, but he didn't respond at all, he just stood there, staring at him, as if evaluating him. A maniacal smile began to form on his face. To his shock, a hollow mask began to materialize, partially covering Ichigo's face, and still without breaking his smile, he spoke to him. "You're dead," he said in a low voice, but he didn't hear what he said well, so he stood on guard and spoke to him. "Now what the hell are you talking about? You're dead, ha 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 ha." And with total madness he launched himself to attack him. He barely dodged it, almost decapitating him, but he couldn't do much in the second attack of Ichigo. It pierced his heart, or almost did. He stabbed him in the back without even giving him a chance to do anything, missing his heart by centimeters. Jets of blood shot out in all directions from the wound, watering the floor and making a small lake of blood at the feet of both. He was slowly losing consciousness, and to make things even more confusing, Ichigo had laid him on the ground to put pressure on the wound. Now he wanted to save him. But what do you think you're doing?" he asked when he saw him. Ichigo just laughed at the question. "Idiot, you can't die yet, we haven't had enough fun," and Zangetsu stabbed him in the leg, completely piercing the bone. He was about to lose consciousness from the pain and massive blood loss, but the orange-haired man with the same disgusting smile didn't let him. With a few slaps he kept him awake. No, I told you we have to have fun, this is just getting started. Don't you want to have fun?" When he didn't get a response, he punched him, knocking out a tooth. "Answer me, you bastard. Do you want it or not?" she yelled furiously. She proceeded to hit him multiple times, causing severe bruises, over and over again, until he stopped. "Stop please," he said pleadingly, already missing several teeth, but Ichigo didn't feel any kind of emotion seeing him like that. Well, he did feel one emotion, that of amusement, pure amusement. "Ahahaha, I like it that way. Beg, come on, beg even more for your life, that way I'll enjoy it much more while I slowly take it away from you. Watch as you are reduced to nothing by me, by your worst nightmare. I am the devil and right now I will give you a front row pass to damn hell, ha ha ha." The mask in his madness began to form completely at an accelerated rate. He even seemed to be having convulsions from the ecstasy he was feeling at that moment. Watching everything from below, the wounded man was seeing how inevitably he would suffer in the worst possible way. "Okay, let's get started. I'll give you the honor of choosing which limb you want to lose first. Maybe a leg? An arm? Your fingers?" When she didn't respond, he decided on something much more fun. "I think since you can't decide, I'll start here." He grabbed her right ear and tugged on it slightly. He was so tired and scared that he couldn't say anything. He could only save his energy to resist. That small tug turned into stronger tugs that slowly tore the ear from its socket. The flesh was clearly visible as it peeled away from the man's head. Screams of agony could be heard clearly from the spot. It was music to Ichigo's ears. Once the ear was torn off, he shoved it into the man's mouth. "Come on, eat, I know you like it." Seeing that he tried to spit it out, she got angry and hit him in the mouth. "You bastard, I told you to eat it, I took my time to rip it off you so you could come and reject it. Who do you think you are? Who the buck do you think you are?" Seeing that he was almost unconscious again, she slapped him again. "Oh no, I told you not to do that, let's see, what can I do to stop you from falling asleep?" "Oh, I got it, with this I'll definitely get your full attention," and grabbed Zangetsu, mercilessly tearing it off his leg. The man grunted in pain, barely able to even scream, still covered in blood. She directed the sword at the man's face and pointed it right at his right eye. No, please," he said pleadingly. "What do you mean no? I thought you'd like to see what I do up close. What better shot than this? You should feel like you're on your lucky day. It's not every day you feel like your eyes are being gouged out, ha 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 ha." He pushed forward, piercing the eye and going straight to the brain. Byakuya woke up with a scream. He was sweating profusely and felt like his heart was going to explode. He felt a touch on his shoulder and quickly slapped the hand away with his own. "Calm down, Captain Kichiki, everything is fine." He heard a female voice speaking to him. He turned towards her and saw a white-haired woman. This was Aizen Katetsu, Lieutenant of Anohana, captain of the 4th Squad of the Gatei 13. Where am I?" he asked a little more calmly. "You're in the 4th Squadron infirmary. You've been sleeping for a long time," he said gently. "A long time? Could you tell me exactly how long that was?" She hesitated to answer, but she had no choice. She couldn't lie to the man in front of her. She sighed and answered. 2 weeks. This unsettled Byakuya. "So long," he held a hand to his head in pain. Aizen became worried, but he raised his other hand, signaling that it was nothing. 2 weeks, so long, and that dream, it felt so real, she thought as she ran a hand over her right ear, as if making sure it was in place. Then that reminded her of something in her dream, which if it was real, very real. She saw how a hollow mask formed on Ichigo's face. She had seen it clearly before, when she fought him on Sakyoku Hill. She would never forget that dark look and crazy smile. For as long as she lived, she had to report it to the captain commander no matter what. She tried to get up, but Aizen jumped in to stop her. You can't yet, Captain Kichiki, we don't know what your current condition really is, we have to do some checkups before. Lieutenant Aizen, step aside. This is important and I can't waste my time, he said seriously. But she didn't budge an inch. I'm ordering you to stand aside. Will you disobey a direct order from a superior officer? Lieutenant? He asked aggressively. That's exactly what I'm doing, obeying an order from my captain, she ordered me to take care of you, and that's what I will do. Listening to the discussion, a new presence arrived on the scene, he decided to approach quickly when he saw that his captain had awakened. Captain? How are you feeling? Renji approached his superior. He'd been told it wouldn't be long before he woke up, so he thought he'd stop by the infirmary to see if he'd do so in his presence. As soon as he arrived, he heard his voice and decided to enter. I'm fine, Renji, but that doesn't matter right now. I need to report something urgently to the captain commander, and I don't have time for this, Byakuya said. Renji didn't understand until he looked more closely at the situation. Aizen, what are you supposed to be doing? Renji asked seriously. No wait, I didn't mean to. She didn't realize what she was doing until Byakuya mentioned Yamamoto. She immediately stepped away. As Byakuya was about to stand up, his legs gave way and he almost fell if it weren't for Renji, who reacted quickly and caught him. Don't overexert yourself, remember I'm here, Renji told him. Helping him walk out of the room, not before noticing that one of the beds that should have been occupied by Rukia was empty. Now he didn't have time to look for her, but he would do it as soon as he finished. Aizen also noticed this. She had gone out for a moment to get an IV for another patient, and when she came back she was no longer there. She would have to ask if anyone had seen her. 2 weeks ago. Hueco Mundo, the Knight's unknown room. A group of people were sitting at a large oval table. Specifically, there were 12 presences. 9 of them were called swords, and the other 3 were their leaders. Well, how about we get this started right away, Aizen said calmly, raising the curtain on the upcoming meeting. Chapter 20. Now, where should we begin? Jin, please enlighten me, Aizen asked with a smile. He looked to his right at the white-haired man, not because he didn't know how to begin, but because he didn't know where to begin, which was a very different matter. The named man shrugged before answering. I don't know, Lord Aizen. Are you sure you don't know where to start? At the question, Aizen sighed slightly. He liked to go around in circles before getting down to the paperwork. It was his style. This time, he turned away from Jin. And you, Kaname, he asked again, now to his inexpressive ally Tosen. I have no idea, Lord Aizen. Although, we could start with this, he suggested, pointing to a bag in his right hand. Aizen shook his head. It's still too early for that, Kaname, he denied. He leaned back and adjusted his seat even further. As you command, the dark-skinned man replied. What if he starts by making his big announcement? That would be interesting, as well as fun, the white-haired man suggested, laughing. Aizen shook his head slightly. That's starting with the best part, that would ruin the whole show. Maybe we should. And someone at the table, fed up with all the back and forth, abruptly stood up and slammed his right hand down on the table. This captured the attention of every soul in the room. Come on, if you're going to be doing this all day, I'm leaving. I don't have time for this circus, an annoyed Grimjo exclaimed loudly. And as he said that, he was about to leave. Grimjo, go back to your seat now. I'm warning you, he heard behind him and turned around, clearly annoyed. If I don't do it, what are you going to do? He responded aggressively to Tosen's warning. Such a response from the blue-haired man made the Shinigami bring his right hand towards his Zanpakuto. It looks like you haven't learned anything. Do you want to take a closer look at the floor this time? Grimjo frowned at that last sentence. He looked slightly to the side of Tosen and watched as Aizen watched the scene with a smile, as if he were daring him to do something. Finding no way out, he only had to obey the order and sit back down, feeling very, very angry. So, obey. The next time you do something that's stupid again, you won't get away with it, Tosen warned harshly. Taking his hand off his sword, this only made Grimjo's blood run hotter at the mere thought of the Shinigami. Once the small clash between Tosen and Grimjo was over, Aizen decided to get back to his own business. So, we're still at it, Aizen stated with a tone of slight disappointment. It didn't match the smile on his face at all. One of the Espadas already had something in mind. I have an idea, my lord, raising his hand and waving it a little to make himself known. Do you have it, Sail? That's what I said, sir, he said with a confident smile and crossing his arms in front of him. Well then, do the honors. Aizen gave Arankar the energetic green light to propose the first topic. He would definitely take advantage of it. Thanks, now, where I wanted to start. Or no, rather the first thing I wanted to ask was what were those tremors and large amounts of Ryatsu expelled a few hours ago. Because of those tremors, a lot of my experiments went to waste. And he was right. Those tremors caused many of the bottles he had on shelves high in his laboratory to fall and break, thus losing their contents and leaving Sale enraged and cursing everyone who crossed his path. One of the Arankor looked at Sale with pity. Not because of his experiments, but because of how pathetic he seemed to him. Well, ignoring that last part, ᒪ데티ᗩ began, referring to Sale. Making the pink-haired man even angrier. It's true. What was all that chaos about? A little while ago I heard that Sterk, Ulquiorra and Hannibal went on a mission a few kilometers from Las Notches. Was that the reason? He asked relatively calmly. A calmness that was almost never seen in him since his character was explosive, just like Grimjo's, although he didn't want to admit it. You hit the nail on the head, ᒪ데티ᗩ, that was the reason for the tremors, Neliel replied calmly from her seat. On her left side was Grimjo, who was slightly intrigued by the subject, making him pass a little the fever of a minute ago. And on the right side of the green-haired woman was Sterk, not very enthusiastic about the subject, he kept his head up only with his right fist on his cheek and was resting his arm on the table for support, he looked into nothing, as if he was sleeping with his eyes open, something that honestly would not surprise anyone due to his great desire to sleep. That sounds fine to me, but I don't recall asking you, you bore, ᒪ데티ᗩ growled, his words venomous. That didn't faze Neliel at all, and she was ready to answer him right away. I don't remember talking to you either. ᒪ데티ᗩ, I was only answering Sale's question, not yours. The dark-haired man didn't expect that answer in the slightest, since most of the time when he bothered her, she'd simply ignore him or act stupid. This annoyed him. You little daughter of. The ha-ha-ha-ha, Grimjo laughed madly. He had even momentarily forgotten about what happened earlier. Grimjo's laughter irritated ᒪ데티ᗩ even more, and Sale looked at him with a smile as if to say, you deserve it. What the hell are you laughing at, you damn bastard? He asked the blue-haired man with obvious annoyance. What kind of stupid question is that, you piece of shit? I'm obviously laughing at the ridiculousness you just made. You're getting better and better. Finally, something you're better at than me. Of course, look who's talking to me about humiliation. You must have a lot of experience with that, right? Since you're the one who spends his time kissing the ground every chance you get. That was a low blow to Grimjo, it hurt his pride. Oh no, this is going badly, really badly, Nell thought nervously, watching everything. The explosive temper they both possessed was beginning to surface, and in the worst possible way. Sterk watched with one eye as the conflict unfolded, staying out of the way. Damn lanky, one more word and. So what? You're a faggot, Grimjo. You've proven it before, and you proved it again a minute ago. You chickened out. You, who think you're so superior to everyone, you chickened out. Shut up, damn it. What do you know? He shouted, finally exploding at the constant provocations of the 7th Espada. I know enough. You're a bucking coward. Get up at once, I'll tear you to pieces right now. They both stood up rudely from their respective chairs and gripped their zanpakutos very tightly, ready to settle their differences right then and there. But both were instantly stopped. They felt extremely strong grips on their wrists. In ᒪ데티ᗩ's case, Ulquiorra had held him without much effort and without showing any expression. He decided to give up, knowing he couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, Grimjo was taken by Berrigan. The blue-haired boy, seeing this, became even angrier, furious that they always got in his way. Hey, you old bastard, come on. This is none of your business. He exclaimed, feeling the grip on his wrist tighten with each passing moment, each passing second. Berrigan didn't even bother to address him a word or a glance. Aren't you listening? I said ahhhhh. Now he was squeezing so hard that Grimjo yelled in pain and began to struggle erratically to free himself, to no avail. Hey, that's enough, let him go, he understands. Nell protested. Seeing Grimjo writhing in pain beside her, Berrigan paid no attention and continued to exert force until he heard the person he hated most in this world calling his name. Berrigan, would you be so kind as to release Grimjo? Look at the state of his hold, Aizen asked calmly. Berrigan turned his eyes to look at him, their eyes meeting and staring for a few moments, the tension between the two palpable in the air. The former king's eyes shone with fury at the sight of the Shinigami. Until the first Espada simply released the 6th, leaving Grimjo clutching his wrist in pain and sitting back down. Neliel grabbed his wrist, but he pushed her hand away. Leave me alone, damn it. I won't, let me see that, she said determinedly. Why are you so stubborn? He asked in confusion as she took his wrist again. I'm only when I have to be, now let me see, he said as soon as he saw it. He was shocked. In just seconds, Berrigan's strong grip had left him with a large red mark that was quickly turning purple. He touched it and Grimjo pulled his hand away again in pain. This will heal itself soon, don't worry about me anymore, he said, and she didn't insist again. Aizen saw all of this and turned to the first Espada. Thanks for letting him go, even though you almost broke his wrist, Aizen said. Berrigan looked away, annoyed at having to obey, although he didn't regret anything, much less teaching Grimjo a lesson. Across the table, Ulquiorra also released Neutra. Neutra sat down, mentally acknowledging that he might have gone too far this time. They used to annoy each other on a daily basis, but today he had gotten involved in something that had truly hurt the blue-haired man. He wouldn't apologize or admit anything openly, but he would be a little more discreet next time. They couldn't afford to fight just like that inside Las Notches. That could cost them both dearly. He knew it would be complicated given their savage nature. He stopped thinking about that as soon as he heard Aizen speak again. Leaving what was said before behind us. Sale, I wanted to ask you, what do you think of some new projects for your experiments? He asked, and the man became very interested. What kind of project, sir? He smiled inwardly. It was just what he needed after the disaster his other experiment suffered earlier. Thosen, the bag please, he said, and watched as the Shinigami who had previously held the bag threw it off the table, back to where it had been. He picked it up and opened it, looking at papers and various other things, which surprised him. Lord, what shall I do with this? Sale, how good are you at sewing? That confused the pink-haired boy. He'd instantly changed the subject. But sir, what does that have to do with what I'm going to do with this? He asked in confusion. That has to do with one of the projects you're doing, so. How's it going? Well, I guess I'm fine. I'm not the best at it, but I have what it takes to defend myself. Now, could you please explain to me what all this has to do with the bag? Okay, so you'll need your sewing skills to make said project, and I want you to use the other thing in the bag to give a different touch to what you're going to make. Do you understand? I understand, but do we have time? The Shinigami won't come to do a surprise attack or something while I'm not done with this, right? They won't be able to do anything, I made sure of it myself, so I'll tell you later in detail exactly what I want you to do with all of that. In the meantime, guard the contents of the bag carefully and wait for my instructions. Sale nodded and closed the bag. Now, let's continue with the topic we were discussing earlier. The mission I assigned to Espadas 2, 3, and 4 has a direct relationship to the anomalies you sensed a few hours ago. Lord Aizen, what kind of mission was that? And why send 3 of the strongest Espadas? Those large fluctuations in Reiatsu were undoubtedly the work of a battle, the 8th Espada asked, always impassive, from his seat. It was undoubtedly the question everyone wanted to ask, but no one had asked it until now, and it was a surprise that it was him, of all people, who asked it. Always so detailed, Zamari. You're right. There was a battle in that mission, and that mission involved finding someone very special. Special? Enough to have to send in the heavy artillery. What that was really, it's annoying not to know right away. With her arms crossed in her seat and a hard look on her face, Yami finally spoke out on the subject. Aizen closed his eyes and sighed at that question, then opened them and turned his gaze to Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra, it's your time, the 4th Espada heard this, stood up and was about to gouge out his left eye. Aizen raised his hand in a signal to stop, confusing the Espada. No Ulquiorra. Tell them, you don't need to use that. That confused both Ulquiorra and Jin, who approached to speak to him. Lord Aizen, why don't you just let me show you? It would be much easier, he asked in a low voice, so no one would hear him. I don't want them to know what it looks like yet, they'll see that in time. You know, always for the sake of your entertainment, Aizen said in the same way. If you put it that way, it's impossible to refuse, and with that, Jin straightened up. Ready to listen to the story. Okay, I want you all to listen carefully, because I'm only going to say this once. The remaining Espadas settled into their chairs, genuinely interested in the topic. Except for Sterk, who was still in limbo. He even closed his eyes and settled back into his chair to rest comfortably. The next 10 minutes were a detailed account of Ulquiorra's life. Starting with Aizen's summons, the overwhelming energy in the middle of Hueco Mundo, the first contact with the vast Lord, their resurrections, and the fierce battle they endured, ending with the capture and arrival in Las Notches. No detail is omitted. That is unthinkable. Zamari, for the first time since he was known, showed an expression that was not serious. He showed astonishment, like his companions, even Berrigan in his seat also showed the same expression, although he did not say anything. Are you really sure of what you're saying, Ulquiorra? Yami asked upon hearing it. I am, he said simply, sitting back down. But that's crazy. That thing could be even stronger than Berrigan. Most people agreed, except for Berrigan himself, who looked away. By the way, where is Hannibal? The 10th Espada asked again. Ster came out of his trance, yawned, and straightened in his chair. He knew the answer to that question. She's still fulfilling her mission, she said, surprising everyone except Ulquiorra, Grimjo, and Nell, who already knew what she meant. Nell was pouting. Annoyed because Hannibal omitted the part where she almost died. Hey, Ulquiorra, Sale called, catching Ulquiorra's attention. In your story you said that Vasto Lord had all his clothes ripped. Black, right? I said it. And you also said he carried his Anpakudo. Wait, when did you realize that? Yami asked the pink-haired boy. Before answering, he adjusted his glasses slightly with his index finger and flashed a smirk that only he could muster. I paid attention while you were like crazy trying to pull out the little hair you have left while you listened. He got annoyed by that and sat down, cursing him under his breath. Now, Ulquiorra, did you say he had his Zanpakuto or not? I said that too. Sale, when did you realize that? Nell asked from her seat, surprised. Beside her, Grimjo looked at her as if she were stupid, as did Yami, Sale, and Noitra. Look, you better get on with your thing, we don't have time for this nonsense, said the 7th Espada, already tired. Well, just because he's wearing black clothes and has a Zanpakuto. Doesn't that mean he's a Shinigami? Aizen finished the question as he looked at the pink-haired boy. Exact. Grimjo heard that and remembered the Shinigami Hannibal had brought to a room in Las Notches. Now he was upset and confused. Aizen, how did a Shinigami become a Vasto Lord and why the hell did you send them to find him? The 6th Espada asked fearlessly. Which didn't irritate Aizen, but it did Kaname. Jin just laughed in his seat. We wondered the same thing the first time we saw him. We thought he might be something like an Arrancar, but in reverse, a Shinigami that contains hollow powers, Sterk added. That wasn't at all far-fetched considering they were hollows with Shinigami powers. Impressive Sterk, I couldn't expect less from you, thought Aizen at the explanation the Espada found in such a short time. In a way it sounds logical, but that's not the damn point now, Aizen. What the hell was that Shinigami doing here in Hueco Mundo? And why did you send them to look for him? He asked again in the same tone. He'd previously thought he might be a mere hostage. But the fact that this Shinigami had turned hollow and that it had taken 3 of the 4 strongest Espadas to confront him made him doubt that. Knowing that Aizen's intentions always went beyond that, sending him for him just to be a prisoner was very basic. I told you to watch your tone, Hollow, Kaname said at the lack of respect. He was about to draw his Zanpakuto to teach him some manners, but before he could, Aizen put a hand in front of it to stop him. No need, Kaname, and I'll answer your questions, he said, holding his index finger up in front of him. 1. I brought it here myself, and 2. Now raising the middle finger without lowering the other. Simple, I want him to join the Espadas, he said as if it were no big deal. How? All the Espadas thought in shock simultaneously. He said it, Jin thought, surprised. He didn't believe he'd say it like that. You're joking, right? Grimjo asked again. Noitra was about to say the same thing, but the blue-haired man got in first. No, it isn't. With all due respect, sir. I don't think it's the best decision. Berrigan spoke for the first time in the meeting, trying to suppress all the fury inside him. He couldn't believe he wanted to just mix Shinigami with hollows. It was enough to have Aizen and the other 2 rats by his side in Las Notches. For once, I agree with that old codger, Noitra chimed in. His face was very sour. Really? Then give me one reason why I'm wrong, Aizen challenged. I have her, as surprising as it may seem. Sterk entered the scene again. Well then go on, I'm all ears, Sterk. Shinigami and hollows, we are like water and oil. A hollow would not accept the presence of a Shinigami or vice versa, except in our case. The truth is that I am not interested in what they are, first I know no matter what it is, and then I give my opinion, I mean, it does not bother me what they are, but what they do, whoever joins is for me, but I know that the majority of those here, in this room, are not like me. The only thing that would happen if 2 parts as dangerous and with so much hatred between them as Shinigami and hollows were to mix like that would create a time bomb. And when he finished, everyone agreed with what the 2nd Espada had said. But a clap was heard and followed by another. Aizen was applauding Sterk's words with a mocking smile. It meant that Sterk was mocking them. Very nice your speech, Sterk, but I never said I would be a Shinigami who would join the Espadas. This infuriated and confused the Espadas even more. In Grimjo's case, it infuriated him. Aizen. Stop your dirty games and speak clearly once and for all. And so I will, and I want you to listen carefully to what I have to say, he said, suddenly changing his tone to a more serious one as he stood up from his seat. It seems he's finally going to say it, it will be interesting, Jin thought as he watched Aizen smile confidently. What I intend is. What you're trying to do is, Jin repeated in an anxious whisper. What I intend is for that Shinigami to become an Arrancar and become part of the system as the strongest Espada, he exclaimed clearly, extending both arms. Like a bird spreading its wings to take flight. The faces of all the Espadas at that moment were priceless. For Aizen, they were a visual poem. Total disbelief was reflected in their faces. Chapter 21. Ichigo's Inner World. Ichigo, after being completely knocked out. He entered his inner world as if someone was calling him and he knew who that someone was. But one thing seemed strange to him. While he was fighting Aizen, he suddenly and without warning felt a blow to the back of his head. His senses quickly shut down, causing him to fall to the ground. The strange thing was that he remembered checking to make sure no one moved around them or made any gestures as if to intervene in their fight. Without a doubt, it had all been very strange, as well as somewhat disturbing because of the way things had happened. What happened? He wondered quietly as he stared at his hand, simultaneously considering his situation. He was in the same building as last time, and he knew it was only a matter of time before his Zanpakuto made an appearance, which didn't take long. "Hello, King," he heard behind him. He turned around, already knowing who he would meet. "Zangetsu," he whispered, seeing his Zanpakuto in front of him. He looked at him with a cold gaze accompanied by desolate eyes. The hollow realized how his wielder saw him. His expression changed to a more relaxed one before he spoke. "I feel it." "Shut up." Ichigo demanded flatly as his eyes locked onto Zangetsu's. His eyes burned with fury. "This is your damn fault. What did you do? Now because of whatever stupid thing you did earlier, as you can see, I was captured by Aizen, and I'm surrounded by people who could kill me at any moment, damn it." He yelled with all the pent-up anger he had. The scolded man just kept watching him. When he finished, he put his hands to his face and knelt down. He had nowhere to go or return to, no friends, nothing, he had absolutely nothing left. He was desperate and had no idea what to do now. Zangetsu just continued to stare at his wielder. He knew he was angry, very angry, and rightfully so. He was reckless. He let his fighting spirit get the better of him and neglected his objective. His sole purpose was Ichigo's safety. Nothing else should matter to him. Knowing that the mistake she'd made wouldn't be resolved so easily, there was only one thing she could do, so she walked slowly over to Ichigo and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "Head up, King," he said calmly. Ichigo didn't react in the slightest, remaining in the same position, as if he hadn't heard him, completely immersed in his own misery. Zangetsu shook him slightly, but with a quick movement, Ichigo slapped his hand away and abruptly moved away from him. "Take your damn hands off me," he exclaimed furtively at Zangetsu's touch. Zangetsu continued to look at him in the same way and sighed. He was going to speak until he saw something he thought was impossible, and that would never happen, but he had been wrong, and the situation in front of him screamed at him. Now Zangetsu was the angry one. In front of him. Ichigo had unsheathed Zangetsu from the bandages covering it and had positioned it directly at his neck. His desperation had reached its limit and it was now more than his mind could bear at that moment. His gaze reflected nothing and looked at nothing. He only looked upward. The tip of the sword began to press slowly against his skin, and as a result of this friction, a light trickle of blood began to run down the tip. In front of him, Zangetsu stood, staring at him in annoyance. "Don't do it, you don't know what you're doing, so just leave it," he said. Ichigo lowered his gaze slightly to catch a glimpse of him. "I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'll do it. I'm tired and just want to rest," he replied in a low tone. "I said stop that shit. Now." Zangetsu demanded angrily. A sad smile appeared on Ichigo's face. "Zangetsu, what is life?" he asked. The hollow didn't respond, confused by the question, so he decided to continue. "Life is supposed to be about individuals supporting and helping each other, acknowledging each other's existence through relationships. When you have someone who acknowledges your existence, your worth, that's when you are truly alive." Zangetsu realized what he was getting at, and his fury was rising. "So, why do you want me to live? If I'm all alone now, I'm dead right now. No, I've been dead since Akyoku Hill. Living a life adrift, with nothing to lean on and no one to lean on, living empty, isn't living. It's forcing the existence of something that should simply disappear, and that existence will disappear right now. You talk pure bullshit, you try to justify this ridiculousness with that garbage about life and existence. You just want to hide the fact that you don't have enough courage to raise your head and fight, but you do have enough courage to commit suicide. Looking for the easy way out, doing what a." His face showed the annoyance he had at the moment. "Howard. Shut up. So tell me. Do you really want to do this? I dare you to do it. Show me what you are, a complete coward. I told you to shut up." His breathing became unsteady and his grip on his sword began to tremble. He had already surpassed his mental limit, as evidenced by his completely deranged eyes. On impulse, he pushed Zangetsu as hard as he could, piercing his windpipe. In front of him, Zangetsu looked disappointed. "You actually dared to do that," he said with a serious, almost emotionless expression, watching Ichigo fall to his knees on the ground and clutch his neck in despair. He had thrust the tip of his sword hard against his throat. But nothing had happened. To his confusion, the sword that had cut him had vanished in his hands like dust. Before he could even begin to wonder why such a thing had happened, he received a kick to the face, knocking him to the cold concrete of the building they were in. Blood slowly began to trick his shirt. The one who had struck him had been Zangetsu, who was now determined to teach him a lesson. Ichigo stood up annoyed and said absolutely nothing. He just rushed to attack him with his own fists, but in the first attack he threw at his Zanpakuto, he stopped it in its tracks with his own hand and held his fist tightly, only to respond with a much stronger one that when it hit Ichigo's face, it knocked him to the ground, holding his nose that had been broken by the blow. He was going to get up again, but Zangetsu prevented him by sitting on top of him, with his right fist raised, he was ready to beat up its wielder right there. A smile like the one he'd had when they'd first met formed on his face again. "You're weak," Ichigo beneath him grew furious at the way she called him. "Am I weak?" "Yes, you are weak." In response Ichigo tried to hit him in the face from below, but Zangetsu easily dodged it and answered with another blow, which made his head hit the ground and then grabbed him by the suit, bringing him closer to him so that they were face to face less than 5 centimeters away. "You've always been weak, not just now, in Soul Society you would have died if it weren't for me or even before, when those Shinigami went looking for Rukia. Oh, and I'm still forgetting something." His smile only widened even more than before, becoming more macabre. "Like that rainy afternoon," Ichigo's eyes widened. His hands began to shake in helplessness. "Don't do it. Like that rainy afternoon. Where a weak brat couldn't save his poor mother from dying and instead, he stood by, helpless and doing nothing. You're pathetic and I'm ashamed that you're my owner and I'm sure Masaki is ashamed that you, of all people, are his son." Ichigo stood there for a moment without saying anything until he dared to speak. "Please kill me. Are you still on about that? Kill me, damn it. How long will you be a crybaby?" And punched him repeatedly in the face. "I told you, dying is for cowards. It's the easiest way to solve things, right? So what do you want me to do?" The fury inside him faded, as did his spirit. He was resigned, his right forearm covering his eyes. He had no direction, no motivation to live for, he couldn't find it. He knew that what he had tried to do was an act of cowardice and worthlessness, but what if that cowardice was what would bring him peace? Why worry about something as trivial as being a coward when you have no one to judge you or tell you that it was wrong? But he had overlooked someone who, unknowingly, had always been with him. And that someone would remind him who he was and what he had to seek, a reason for his existence. That someone was right in front of him. Hearing the orange-haired man's question, the hollow shed his reckless, sadistic expression and instead assumed a determined one. "Prove it to me." He stood up from on top of Ichigo. "Prove me wrong and show them too, those Shinigami, that they made the worst mistake of their miserable lives, but far more important than anything. Prove to yourself that you are not a coward. That you are the craziest and bravest bastard in the 3 worlds. So crazy and stupid as to give his own life for those he loves and fight for others without backing down an inch or asking for anything in return. But the time has finally come when you have to fight for yourself and only yourself, not for anyone else." Now he extended his right hand. His white hair was totally overshadowed by the dazzling sun that rose above them, giving an ironic scene in Ichigo's eyes, since a being considered almost a demon by everyone, a hollow. Now she seemed to be an angel offering him her hand. The rays of the sun that passed by the sides of it and irremediably reached his retinas were now, in that moment of total darkness for him, his ray of hope. Zangetsu gave a small wave of his hand, snapping him out of the confusion of the words and the dazzling presence of his Zanpakuto. "Take it, stand up and fight, and when everything is against you. Just keep fighting, Kurosaki Ichigo. You're not alone on this journey, wherever you go, wherever you are, I'll be there. Whether you like it or not, I'm not interested in your opinion on this either way, nor is it negotiable." Ichigo looked down at his own hand, almost as if it was thinking independently of him. He moved to meet Zangetsu's, taking it and squeezing it. He rose to look at the hollow's face that was still smiling down at him confidently, giving him motivation. "He's right, I lost my way, but it wasn't because I truly had no other path or choice, but because I clouded my vision. If I truly wanted to die, I would have stayed on that hill to be killed and not faced Aizen when I woke up. I rushed into this situation and didn't think clearly, but someone did, someone who, despite all his flaws, was the guiding light I needed when I was falling into a sea of despair. That was you," he thought as he tightened his grip on Zangetsu's hand, then slowly released it. His doubts had vanished, and for the first time since he arrived in Hueco Mundo, he was smiling. Although he still had one question. "Zangetsu? Tell me. How is it that the sword disappeared when I was going to, you know? It seems your idiocy knows no bounds. As Zanpakuto can never harm its wielder, under no circumstances would I allow you to take your own life with a sword that is supposed to protect you. Besides, we are in a world where there is nothing truly material, only spiritual. You are not really here, it's just that in your misery you didn't notice that detail. Only I can decide if you can truly be harmed here, as was the case last time, so you were never in real danger. Then why? Why what? Why did you get so angry if you knew nothing would happen? It angered me beyond belief that my bearer would do something so out of character and unbecoming of him. You should know that by now." "I understand, Zangetsu." She knelt before him. "Thank you very much," she said, bowing her head in gratitude. The hollow didn't know what to do with that. Hey, leave that and keep it to yourself. I don't need it. I just did what I was supposed to do. It was a responsibility. I insist, Ichigo said, not budging from his stance, causing Zangetsu to sigh, though he later gave a faint smile. His wielder's insistence had made him give in, so he could only reciprocate as the situation demanded, even if it wasn't normal coming from him. "You're welcome, my king," he bowed slightly. When they both straightened, he remembered something. "Oh, and one more thing." "What is that thing you're asked?" Before he could finish speaking, he received a hard blow to the stomach. Courtesy of a well-placed knee from Ichigo. "That was for all the stupid things you said and did. Those blows from before really hurt, don't let it show that you really had it in for me, you bastard," he stated while Zangetsu was still kneeling from the knee. "Ouch, it seems the king hits hard, although next time you won't get off as cheap as this time." "Same here," they both challenged each other with their glances, though the smiles on their faces said the opposite of what their eyes conveyed. After a few seconds, Ichigo began to fade away, indicating he was about to wake up when he vanished completely. Zangetsu was left alone, then said to the air. "I've done all I can do. Now it's all up to you. Finding your own path and how you want to walk it is something I can't interfere with. Because from here on, I can only do one thing." He raised his gaze to look at the sun. "Sit back and watch. See what destiny you create. No, you create us, and where will you take us, Kurosaki Ichigo? So what do you say?" he asked, looking over his shoulder while smiling knowingly at someone behind him. "Old man." The knight's unknown room. Ichigo opened his eyes, a smile etched on his face at what had just happened with Zangetsu. That smile faded when he remembered where he was in enemy territory and having been captured. But that in mind, his next move was a cautious one, slow and measured. He stood up and sat down to look around the room, scanning it to see if he could find an opening to escape. He wasn't very successful, but he did notice two very interesting and important things. The first was that Zangetsu was leaning against the wall next to the door to said room. Something that both pleased and surprised him, since if he had been captured by Aizen, he should have been smart enough to get his Zanpakuto as far away from his hands as possible, but he hadn't. Why? Was he being underestimated? However, that didn't worry him. What really had him on his toes was the second. The second thing I had noticed almost instantly upon waking up was that he wasn't alone in the room. There was another person in it, right in front of him. There was another bed, in said bed seemed to be sleeping a woman with yellow hair and white clothes. He remembered that he had already seen her before out of the corner of his eye when he faced Aizen, and for that reason, he already knew which side she belonged to, so, without thinking too much, he got up and walked quietly towards Zangetsu, taking her again in his hands, and then went to the bed where the woman was, already positioned next to the bed. He knew what he had to do, and that was why he was willing to kill her right there. He raised his sword to place the tip of it inches from her throat, who seemed to be resting peacefully, unaware that what was stalking her safety was closer than ever. Having already made his decision, and being about to violently lower his sword to kill her and draw blood. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Ichigo froze the moment that voice reached his ears. Someone had arrived at the most inopportune moment, just when he was determined to get out of the place he was in. He still felt the heavy gaze of the person standing in the doorway, and her mere presence, even without making eye contact with him, was very intimidating. Without moving the sword he was pointing at the throat of the woman who was still resting. He slowly turned his head in the direction of the bedroom door to see who had interrupted him. The person he saw there was tall and brown-haired, with a piece of a mask around his neck and a bored expression, the opposite of what his presence alone suggested. He was leaning against the door with his arms crossed in front of him. "He's one of the ones I saw when I woke up in this place. He's definitely dangerous," Ichigo thought. Although even knowing he wasn't a rival, he couldn't just back down or shrink away. He wasn't going to show fear or weakness. "Why wouldn't I?" he replied, his eyes fixed on the invaders. "Because it would end very badly, and I'm saying this for you, so don't do something you regret." Ichigo laughed a little upon hearing that answer. Something that confused the man. After finishing laughing, he looked at him again, now much more intensely than before. "Well, what bad luck, I've already done things I regret. I'll just add another to the list." As she continued to observe him, she tightened her grip on her Zanpakuto and pushed her down with all her strength. But to his confusion, despite applying all his strength, the sword didn't lower at all. He tried to apply more force, but it was useless. He turned his head to look at Zangetsu to see what was happening, and what he saw shocked him. The woman who just a moment ago was asleep and was going to kill, now firmly gripped her Zanpakuto, so much so that he couldn't move her even a little. She was still in the same position, and without opening her eyes, which she would proceed to open slowly. Ichigo and her gaze met, the former sweated a little at the fierce look she had, he regretted not having killed her immediately, and if before he was at a disadvantage, now he was in a completely unfavorable situation. For her part, the blonde was calm, she knew she was not in danger now, although she never really was. There was no need, Sterk. I had him under control, she said confidently. The man named Sterk sighed a little. Well, it didn't seem like it, Hannibal. In my eyes, you were about to be killed without doing anything to prevent it. Next time, don't be so reckless and don't fall asleep, especially if you have something to do, he replied with some reproach. I wasn't, you know yourself I'd never let my guard down so easily. Well, since, he said with disinterest, slightly shrugging his shoulders, showing that he was indeed interested. And you, kid, now referring to Ichigo. What do you want? He replied gruffly, even though his Zanpakuto was still held in Hannibal's grasp. Aizen wants to talk to you. That bastard wants to talk to me. I'm not interested. I have nothing to talk to him about. But he does have something to talk to you about. Besides, you're not in a very good position to refuse. You have no choice. And Sterk was right about that. He had no choice right now. It wouldn't do to act brave and say something as stupid as, I don't mind dying if that wouldn't do him any good. He had to live no matter what. He sighed in defeat before answering. Fine, but on one condition. My Zanpakuto comes with me. Don't get ahead of yourself, we're the ones setting the conditions here. Not you, so the Zanpakuto stays in this room, Hannibal exclaimed clearly as she snatched Zangetsu from Ichigo's hands and laid it back where it had been initially. Another stupid condition. She asked as she looked at Ichigo, who reluctantly shook his head. I guessed as much. I think that's it, we're ready, so let's go. I don't think Aizen will find the wait very rewarding. At what Sterk said, Hannibal nodded and took Ichigo by the shoulders to force him to walk out of the room. On their walk, Sterk was leading the small line made up of the three of them, Hannibal was in the rear in case the escorted one tried something. Ichigo, despite everything, found himself calm throughout the journey, something that surprised him, since he knew that he was walking to see the person who had lit the first flame of the fire of misfortune that enveloped him and would surely continue to envelop him, and who would personally take charge of making his life impossible from that moment on. About 5 minutes into his walk, he managed to spot a large door rising right in front of them, felt an overwhelming reiatsu on the other side, and realized who was waiting for him with all the calm a person could muster. Aizen. As he got closer to the door, it opened automatically for his three visitors, as if it were automatic, or so he had thought, but that wasn't exactly the case. It didn't open because of his arrival, but because of the departure of two people. Ichigo listened and saw that they were two girls, one with black hair and the other with blonde hair. The first was muttering things he couldn't quite understand and seemed upset, very upset, while the other was trying to calm her down a little. For a moment, he thought he saw the reflection of his own sisters, Yuzu and Karen, in them. His and the girl's gazes met for a brief moment before he quickly looked away. He shouldn't be thinking about that right now, much less at that very moment, so he redirected his gaze forward. Crossing the door and entering the living room, as he heard the sound of it closing behind him, he met Aizen's gaze, so mesmerizing and challenging, and frowned accordingly. Sterk moved out of the way, and so did Hannibal. Both of them remained in the room, but would stay out of the situation by order of the Lord of Las Notches himself. So you came, Aizen began, holding his hand to her cheek. It's not like I have any choice, don't act interesting, so what do you want? Better save the unnecessary chatter and get to the point. At this, Aizen just sighed a little, then settled back in his chair and smiled as only he knew how. I want you to become a hollow and be my subordinate. Ichigo froze at those words. How dare she make such an offer after everything he'd done to her? The answer was clear to him. Don't buck with me. Do you think I'd join forces with someone like you? I don't have to, and I don't need a reason to. I don't need anything from you, not your compassion, not anything that has to do with you. He exploded at the cynicism of the person in front of him, who remained impassive, shaking his head from side to side in a negative manner before answering. Really? Well, I have a reason, no, I'll give you a why. Speak, you bastard. What's this stupid because you're talking about? Simple, I saved you. Ichigo hadn't even come close to expecting that, and what angered him the most was that she was right. Whether or not he had intended to save him, if everything had continued as before and had continued the way things were going on in Sakyoku Hill, sooner rather than later the Shinigami would act to eliminate him when they found out about the latent hollow power within him. He had forgotten that. You may be right about that, but one thing doesn't negate the other, whatever you did back there, referring to the hill. There were ways and means, like simply capturing me and not making me look like a bastard who helped the bastard who betrayed his people and Soul Society. What can I say, I like shows. But as for joining you, that's bullshit. I don't even know if I'd still be myself if I became a hollow, and I don't want to be your lapdog. Seeing that the boy still refused, she decided to play her card. Ichigo, I know all about you. And what does that matter to me? Well, I know you have a nice family. Ichigo's blood ran cold and he was momentarily shocked. Aizen, for his part, smiled at the expression Ichigo was giving only to him. How dare you? You were absolutely right when you said you had no choice. You never had one in the first place. From now on, I don't think I need to tell you what will happen if you keep refusing. It would pain me to the core to have to do something to such a beautiful family just because someone made the wrong decision. It would truly be a shame. Ichigo placed one of his hands on his head. The clarity he thought he had gained with Zangetsu was now lost with Aizen, and the latter's voice would once again enter his ears, intending to clarify the path. Kurosaki Ichigo, I give you my word that I will not harm your family and you will still be you when you become a hollow. Besides, we both win. You gain the power to take revenge on the Shinigami and I gain a valuable subordinate. In short, a good deal. Ichigo closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds before answering. Thousands of things went through his mind. By the time he opened them again, he knew he would do it. I really have no choice. I will be one of your men, but I will not obey the orders of any of your accomplices, nor will I be your faithful servant. Well, it seems that's fair, then we have a deal. Rest for tonight, tomorrow you'll become a hollow, so you have a tough day ahead. Rest assured that I will. Aizen's smile only widened further, happy with what he had achieved. Sterk, Hannibal, make sure Kurosaki Ichigo's stay in Las Notches is as comfortable as possible. I'm putting you in charge of the boy. I don't want anyone who hasn't seen him yet to know who he really is. You're dismissed. Take him to his room. As you command, Lord Aizen, both Espadas responded in unison, bowing slightly before going after Ichigo and leaving the room. They returned to the same formation they had arrived in, now back. As they walked, Ichigo had a smile plastered on his face. The two Espadas escorting him couldn't see it, even though he didn't even try to hide it. Of all the things you could have done, you chose the stupidest, Aizen. You just gave me another reason to kill you, the safety of my family, he thought as he walked calmly and easily. You think you're using me, but I'll be the one using you. You gave me the chance to gain allies in this place and become strong. For when the time is right, but only when the time is right. He looked determinedly ahead, observing the dark hallway that surrounded him. I'll get even and kill you, Sasuke-san. Chapter 22. Taigo's Inner World. Wow, I didn't think you were that smart, King. You really surprised me. You're not as stupid as I thought, Zangetsu said to an unfriendly Ichigo. The latter had already slept enough after everything that happened yesterday. Without realizing it, he entered his inner world because of Zangetsu's call, and the way he greeted him was amazing. He already knew what it was about and that he would surely have to answer some questions. Although calling him stupid at first seemed to be the normal thing to do, he knew it was normal, but just because it was normal didn't mean he'd get used to it. It irritated him beyond belief. Shut up, it was the only thing I could do. Besides, it's an opportunity I can't waste. I have to be strong, no matter what. But why did you accept being a hollow so easily? It's not like you, being the stubborn person you are. The most normal thing would have been for you to refuse until the end, but you didn't. Why? He asked with interest. You already know the reasons. The first is for my family. I can't let him do anything to them just because I was impulsive and someone who acts without thinking. Although I'll give you the right on this one. If I had been in this same situation a while back, I would have messed up, Ichigo explained while Zangetsu paid attention. Something that rarely happened, and Ichigo wanted to take advantage of it to make things clear. And the other one? And the other, you're directly related. You made me open my eyes at the bottom of the abyss and reminded me why I had to live. Now I can't act rashly. I have to gain power first, even if I have to sleep with the enemy, even become a hollow. But you haven't answered my first question. Why did you agree to become a hollow so easily? Hearing that question, Ichigo turned his back on Zangetsu, then raised his right hand towards the sun that rose at the top of his inner world. He smiled ruefully to himself before answering. Zangetsu, I can never be a Shinigami again, as I said before, I hate being what I am now. Before I thought that Shinigami were those who fought and gave their own lives to protect innocent people, something like guardian angels, but I was able to see reality, see what they are really like. They are beings who look out for their own good before that of others and are willing to take anyone before them at any cost to get what they want. Even after all this, they still have the cynicism to say that they are right. Besides, I cannot be something that I intend to destroy. He finished facing his Zanpakuto again that was in front of him with a softer expression. I didn't believe it, but it seems you must have hit your head really hard, Ray. Now you're officially really crazy for a good hollow, Zangetsu said laughing, and Ichigo responded in the same way. Besides, I don't think it's that bad, I'll just suffer from chronic insanity like you do. Is that a requirement for being a hollow? It is, and you've more than fulfilled it. Lol. After that, Ichigo extended his fist towards Zangetsu, who understood what he wanted and collided it with his wielders. Their relationship had been tense at first, but they knew they could always rely on each other when needed most, and that was all that mattered. The night's Ichigo's room. After saying goodbye to Zangetsu, Ichigo woke up in his room. He sat up in bed and looked around for his sword. He wouldn't try to escape anymore, so he leaned against the bed itself so he could take Zangetsu in his hands and place it on his legs, admiring it. His face was reflected as if it were a mirror by the narrow edge of it, and a fleeting thought passed through his mind. If I really became a hollow and I had to go to my inner world, would it be the same as when I became a Shinigami? And if so, the more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. Should I? He was immediately pulled out of his thoughts by a noise. He looked at the door, as it felt as if someone had knocked on it. It wasn't long before he heard knocking again. So he proceeded to get up and open the door. He found himself standing there, facing someone he didn't know at the time, but who reminded him a lot of Zangetsu. For the crazy face he had. He was a blue-haired man with an angry face. And he seemed to be in a very bad mood. "Good thing you opened it, I was about to kick the damn door down and kick you out of there," the man exclaimed in an angry voice that perfectly matched the expression on his face. "This guy is strong, not as strong as the other two who were in my room yesterday, but he's still stronger than me," Ichigo thought in front of the rancor and felt slightly intimidated by his gaze and aura. "Who are you?" Ichigo decided to ask. "That doesn't matter to you. I was sent to look for you, so either you hurry up and get out of there or this could end badly for both of us, but especially for you." Hearing this, Ichigo already knew who sent him and why. "Whatever, let's go. That bastard doesn't like to wait, and neither do I." "Wretch? You mean Aizen?" the blue-haired man asked with mild interest. They had both already begun their walk. "Which other wretch would I be referring to?" He countered the question with another question, but still confirmed what he'd been asked. A faint smile appeared on the Aranker's features. "I haven't heard anyone refer to that bastard like that in a while," he said the last part with clear contempt, something Ichigo noticed. "Wow, it seems they are not as loyal to Aizen as I thought. This may be positive for my claims. I did not think that with the power that, from what I see, Aizen exercises in this place, there would still be people who doubted him and people who did not respect him. I imagined them more like guard dogs that obey every order without question. This may make things easier for me in the future, and especially in the short term, I will try to talk a little more with him," Ichigo thought after hearing the blue-haired man's statement. Well, they should do it more often, but why do they still follow him if they know he's a bastard? What could be so special about him? Ichigo tried to confirm what he believed with that question. "That's none of your business. Just keep walking, we're almost there," he replied curtly, changing the subject. Could it be that I was wrong and he follows him faithfully? No, then that doesn't explain why I call him a bastard. If I respected him I wouldn't have said that. Or is there something he's hiding?" Ichigo continued to think and think as they got closer and closer to their destination. Minutes later. Outskirts of Las Noches. Was this necessary? It was completely necessary. "Just stay where you are, I know it's not very comfortable to be like that," Aizen said to Ichigo, who was sitting on the sand with a Bakuto spell that held him tightly. "Well, it's not like I can move or do anything anyway," Ichigo replied, rolling his eyes as if it were obvious, and it was. They were like energy chains that wouldn't let him move an inch, and his expression was one of discomfort. Now he really looked like a damn prisoner to anyone. "In case this isn't enough, Sterk, Hannibal, Grimjo. I'm counting on you to narrow it down." "Sir," Sterk and Hannibal affirmed. They were there in case it was necessary to use force, even though they knew that with Aizen, there wouldn't be any problem if something bad happened. "Whatever," Grimjo responded with clear annoyance next to the first ones. "Hey, Aizen," Ichigo called. Aizen turned his head to show that he was listening and that he could continue talking. "Is there really any guarantee that I won't turn into a typical hollow and become devoid of consciousness? Is trusting your word the only option I have left?" "Fortunately for you, yes." "Fortunately?" he asked with a suspicious face. Aizen just continued. "Of course, if I say so it's because there really is one, besides, what I have here is more reliable than you can imagine," he said, while taking out something from his clothing that Ichigo had seen before. "That is?" "Yes, this is why I made all that fuss in the Sirete. I suppose you saw it that time when I extracted it from Rukia Kichiki. I couldn't allow it to remain away from me any longer, and I acted right at the same time you made your move as well." When Ichigo saw that object and heard the explanation of how Aizen had obtained it, he gritted his teeth when he remembered that time. He took a deep sigh and relaxed as best he could. Now wasn't the time to let himself get carried away. He had a chance to become stronger and he would take advantage of it. "And what is that thing really?" Ichigo asked to clear his mind. "It is known as Hijyoku. It is a very peculiar object that has the ability to break the barriers that exist between Shinigami and hollows, which is why they are like that," referring to the three Espadas that were behind him. "Like them? Will I be like them?" What exactly are they? They are hollows who broke their masks and now possess hollow and Shinigami powers, making them much stronger than before and giving them a more humanoid appearance, as you can see. They are a rancor. So a rancor, it seems it won't be as bad as I thought, so it means I'll have an appearance similar to Zangetsu, and I'll keep some of my humanity. I'll still have Shinigami powers, but they will be minimal. Now I'll be a hollow. Ichigo smiled at that thought. He never thought he would end up being a hollow by his own will, but now he was prepared. He even seemed to be eager to start, which he would prove. Let's get this started. My bones are already aching from these damn chains, and I want to get this over with now, he said confidently. And so it shall be, Aizen replied, starting to walk toward Ichigo. When he arrived, he crouched down and brought the Hejioku closer. One more thing, he said, catching the orange-haired boy's attention. This will hurt. What? Does it hurt? Ah. Ichigo felt like his insides were burning the moment the object made contact with his chest. And from the pain he fell unconscious. Not even a minute had passed when a hollow mask began to materialize rapidly, partially on the unconscious face of Ichigo, who was with his head down and not moving a muscle. This immediately alerted the Espadas, who were on guard, and more than anything, it pleased Grimmjow, who now had a crazy smile on his face, and even without saying anything, he begged to be freed from his chains. He really wanted it. Be alert, Hannibal, this is just like that time, Sterk warned as he stiffened. I know, I'm ready for anything, she said seriously as she got ready and took a step back, taking out her peculiar sword and holding it up in front of her. Come on. Break free. Let's play. Grimmjow demanded with clear bloodlust as he tightly gripped the Zanpakuto at his waist. Ichigo's inner world. On the side of the central building, surrounded by many others, Zangetsu stood calmly, his Zanpakuto resting on his right shoulder. He felt another presence appear in the same building. A few meters away, Ichigo appeared with his sword sheathed, but his face had a strange expression, and his gaze was fixed on the floor. He didn't need to look up to know who was accompanying him in that lonely place, and why he was there. It seems the time has come, Zangetsu stated as he lowered the sword from his shoulder and pointed it forward. He already knew why Ichigo was there. So I was really right. A part of me wanted to think it wasn't true, I refused to believe it, but I knew I would have to come here. You know I respect you as my Zanpakuto, but this is something that cannot be helped. Please forgive me, Ichigo said sadly. He had briefly thought before about the possibility that, in order to become a hollow, he would have to end Zangetsu's existence. He had been his support when he needed it most, and it pained him to have to do it, although he still had something to say. Although, what you told me is still engraved in my head, and what you will not fulfill. Zangetsu frowned before Ichigo continued. You said you'd always be with me. You better learn to back up your words with actions, bastard. And I tell you, every one of those words is true. Nothing that happens from now on will change that fact. Is there really no other way? Zangetsu? I'm afraid not, King. Now take that stupid expression off your face and fight. This is what you wanted, and what you want is right in front of you. It's up to you whether you take it or not. Zangetsu changed his expression back to how he had it when Ichigo first met him, a manic one. Then here I come. I hope you're ready. Zangetsu. Ichigo roared as he threw himself at the entity in front of him with everything he had. Show me who you are and why you're here, Kurosaki Ichigo. Zangetsu exclaimed as he waited for Ichigo to come flying at full speed. He was on guard waiting for his wielder to arrive. And just as Ichigo was aiming his sword forward, he saw something he thought was impossible. Zangetsu dropped his sword in the face of his incoming attack, and his face looked. A smile. A sincere smile, like that of a teacher proud of his student. Ichigo tried every way to stop, but it was too late. His sword had pierced Zangetsu's chest. Realizing what he had done, his hands began to tremble. What? What did you do? Why didn't you dodge it? Ichigo yelled at him in complete anger. Why? Because you're the king, he said while hugging Ichigo with one arm and slowly began to disappear. Ichigo hugged her back and decided to ask her something more calmly. Knowing there was no way to undo what had been done, there was no going back. Why do you always refer to me as king, Zangetsu? And why didn't you dodge my sword? The hollow laughed awkwardly before answering. Do you know the difference between a king and a knight? Zangetsu asked. Ichigo didn't respond, so he decided to continue. It seems you still don't understand anything. You're the king and I am the horse. The horse helps the king reach his destination, wherever it may be. The horse will always support the king, even if it means sacrificing itself for him, and will be his support for whatever the future holds. I didn't dodge your attack because that attack carried with it your desire, the desire to gain power, and I would give it to you, no matter what. I don't care if it meant having to sacrifice my own existence, I would do it, and with a smile on my face. That's all you need to know and all that matters. He finished this when his body was at the limit, about to disappear completely. The white particles that came off him melted into the environment. Ichigo squeezed him a little tighter to call him again, and it would be the last time he would do it. Zangetsu, he called before he disappeared completely. And? Thank you for everything. I will carry your name with pride and respect next to me. And I will show you how I accomplish all my goals, but above all, you are not just a horse. You are and always will be. She leaned a little closer and held him tighter. My partner, Zangetsu said with a smile and disappeared into his arms. That disappearing being wasn't just a hollow. It was his partner, his sword, his friend and advisor. He hoped to see him again someday, even in this life. Or in the next one. He stood there for a moment. A question gnawed his mind. So I'm the king, huh? But king of what? What is it, really? He looked at his hand, as if he could find an answer there. To be a king. He finished. He looked up at the sun, watching as the sun, just like Zangetsu's life, faded away. In seconds, everything had gone dark and the building beneath him disappeared, making him inevitably fall into the void, but with his eyes half open, he watched as a moon took the place previously occupied by the bright sun, and as a strange black figure materialized right in front of the opaque moon. He didn't even have time to think about what it was when he himself began to fade away rapidly, and when he hit the ground, he disappeared completely. Hueco Mundo. Ichigo hadn't made a single movement since he entered unconsciousness. The mask had only covered half of his face, which was facing downwards, and he was calm. His eyes couldn't be seen because of his spiky hair. Aizen wondered if something had happened. He expected him to lose control in his fight against the hollow inside him, but that hadn't happened, and he didn't know what was happening, something he wasn't used to. Renji was clearly disappointed, hoping he would go crazy and break free from the chains that held him so he could fight. Contrary to what Sterk and Hannibal thought, since they sincerely didn't want what happened that time to happen again. But it seemed that luck was not with them. The massive amount of Reiatsu suddenly shot into the air, seemingly carrying the density of an ocean with it. It came from Ichigo, who had begun to move erratically as red energy surged around him, covering him completely. He was now struggling with the chains to free himself. The three Espadas immediately went out to stand in front of Aizen, two thinking of fulfilling the order and one wanting blood to flow. There came a moment when Ichigo stopped moving and the Reiatsu greatly decreased its intensity when they thought it had stopped. Right where Ichigo stood, there was an explosion of Reiatsu that shook the foundations of Hueco Mundos and its inhabitants. A pillar of red and black energy that intertwined in a wild dance rose to the highest point of the sky, obscuring the immense moon that illuminated the cold desert. That explosion lasted approximately a minute at its maximum intensity, to the point of making it difficult for the Espadas who were near it to breathe and surprising Aizen with such a display of strength and power. Boy, that was crazy. Are you alright? Sterk asked as he recovered from the Espadas at his side. I'm fine, thank you, but that was intense, more so than last time, Hannibal replied in her usual serious tone. Well look, it seems something's coming out, that bastard Grimjo stated with a somewhat tired frown as he pointed his finger at the smoke. It was a little dejected due to being subjected to so much pressure. The other two turned in the direction the sixth Espada was pointing. Little by little, the cloud of dust raised by such brutal force and Reiatsu was diluted by the light and cold breeze that beat through Hueco Mundo. A figure began to appear behind so much sand. It was clearly seen how the shadow stood up and pieces of the mask fell from its face and made a hollow sound when they came into contact with the sand, protruding from the top of the figure's head what seemed to be a long, sharp horn. Aizen smiled widely watching the whole scene. It seems like everything turned out much better than we could have imagined, so. How are you feeling, Kurosaki Ichigo? He asked as he watched Ichigo walk out of all the dust while gently shaking off the sand. How do I feel? Ichigo asked as he walked. I feel, he said as he completely emerged from the dust that covered him. Different, he finished calmly. Showing his Arankar form at its finest. Elegant, powerful, and intimidating was his aura. His classic orange hair was now long and silky, strands of which fell delicately over his shoulders to his chest. His mask sat above his right eye, covering part of his head, and from it emerged a formidable horn that was identical to that of his vasto lord form. His Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, had the same shape as his old Bankai, Tensa Zangetsu. Its color was pale white with red details on its hilt, and it was sheathed in a beautiful sheath of the same color. All that danger was contrasted by an elegant white suit that only heightened the serenity conveyed by his calm face. He was everything an Arankar wanted to aspire to and strive for, but never achieve. It was what it meant to be an Arankar in all its glory. Chapter 23. The night's Ichigo's room. The now new and newly formed Arankar was lying quietly in his bed, staring up at the ceiling as if it were the most interesting thing there. And it was. He really didn't have much to do in that place like he would have back in his own world. There were no video games, movies, television, or anything. However, now he didn't feel any boredom because he was thinking about something very important. What he would do. It had been a while since he became an ranker, and Aizen told him that in a few hours he had something to talk to him about and he didn't know what to do in the meantime until that moment arrived. He had just gone to his room to think about what he would do now from this moment on. He had already achieved the first thing, power, but he still thought that if he wanted to have a chance against Aizen, this strength he now possessed would still not be enough, something that hurt him, since he had to sacrifice someone important to be able to achieve it. Another thing was that he needed to make allies if he wanted to go against Soul Society after finishing off Aizen, and he might even need them to finish off the latter. One thing he was sure of was that he wasn't stupid enough to think he could take on an entire unit of powerful people with years of experience alone. No matter how powerful he became, that would be impossible, and he'd only go to Soul Society to die in vain. If he wanted to make allies, he had to learn to live with those he considered enemies not long ago, hollows. But there was something he had noticed in his conversation with that Grimjo. It seemed that there was no real loyalty from him to Aizen. If he didn't have it, it's likely that many others don't either, and considering what kind of character Aizen is, it didn't seem like he had spoken very nicely to them if their response to one of his proposals was negative. Ichigo raised his hand in front of his face to observe it, opened it and closed it as if testing that it worked correctly. I need to know the extent of my current power and get used to it, mine and Zangetsu, he said softly to himself as he lightly struck the new Zangetsu that was sheathed at his waist. However, with that touch, a strange and even electrifying sensation appeared and completely crossed his mind and being. He took his hand away in a quick movement and instantly sat up. What was that? He asked, obviously not receiving any answer. He looked at his Zanpakuto strangely. He shook his head, as if trying to push away some thoughts that were beginning to emerge in his mind. He decided it would be good to take a walk around what would be his new house, so to speak. It would certainly help clear his mind and help him think more clearly. So he slowly got out of bed and headed for the door, ready to leave the interesting room. As soon as he left, he began walking through the long, dark corridors of Las Noches. Now I'm a complete novice being a hollow, or ranker, whatever you want to call me now, I'll need help to discover what I can do, I'll see if I can find someone who can help me with it, he thought calmly, although he wasn't very optimistic about it. As he walked along, thinking about it, the hallways flashed by and he inadvertently came across an open door. From the outside, it looked like something out of a dining room and some voices could be heard coming from inside. He didn't know if it was a good idea to go in. He couldn't predict their reaction to meeting someone who had once been a Shinigami. What's wrong? Why don't you come in? You're one of us now, even though we still have our differences. When she heard that voice, she looked to her right and there stood the same man who had appeared in her room and had been present during her transformation into a hollow. It seemed that thinking about it so much had involuntarily summoned him. Sterk, if I'm not mistaken, right? Ichigo asked calmly, though a little cautiously and with more respect. Sterk was quick to respond with a slight nod. Yes, now let's go in, those of us who know who you are can't tell the others anything, it was Aizen's order, he wants to say it himself when everyone else is present, he said with his arms behind his head, as was usual for him. Ichigo didn't know him yet and assumed he was sleepy or had just woken up or something else, but didn't pay much attention to that. I think you should go in first, I'll follow behind you, Ichigo suggested. Sterk shrugged as if it didn't matter and was the first to enter, followed by the orange-haired man. There were several tables spread out in the room, but there was only one in the middle of all of them that was inhabited. From what he saw they were all ranker, they weren't a large number, there were only 4 of them. 2 of these were women, the one with yellow hair he already knew who she was, and the other 2, he instantly recognized the guy with blue hair, the others he didn't know yet, but they seemed to be having a heated conversation about something. Hannibal, how could you do it? I trusted you, I thought we were friends. She looked like one of the women who had greenish hair and a ram mask. She was upset with the blonde for not telling her how she almost died on the last mission, and she felt that their relationship as friends had been betrayed. But of course, this was only Nell's thought. The brunette, for her part, didn't understand Nell's need to know these kinds of details. What mattered was that she was alive and nothing else. That was the only thing that should matter now, but their thoughts were in different worlds. You just said it, you thought. Besides, I don't have to tell you everything that's happening to me. I can take care of myself, Nell. Why are you like this? You're a very bad friend, Hannibal, she accused him while touching her chest as if she were hurt and shedding tears. Hannibal sighed at this. Nell might have been a good person, but sometimes she was unbearable. It was as if she were Lilynette in a woman's body, although not even Lilynette ever acted that way. Okay, I'm sorry for not telling you that little detail and being such a bad friend to you, Nell. Happy? Oui, Hannibal, you're the best friend in the world. She shouted as she hugged Hannibal tightly, the latter whining and trying to shake her off. On the other hand, the conversation between the men, which instead of a conversation seemed like they were about to kill each other. What did you say, stupid lanky one? Grimjo had a vein popping out of his forehead and his hand was on the hilt of his zanpakuto, ready to draw it. What you heard? That you are a harmless little kitten that can't even kill a fly. This was Neutra, just like Grimjo he had a large sword in his hand. This zanpakuto was very peculiar since it had 2 inverted crescents. Of course, that's true. If you can kill flies, because you're a disgusting insect, you'd probably eat them too, the blue-haired man mocked, and Neutra wouldn't take long to answer. Fuck you, it's a praying mantis, not a simple insect, kitty. What's the difference? He's just a piece of shit after all, Grimjo finished with a slight mocking smile and a look that provoked Neutra to act if he had the courage. Are these really hollows? I imagined them different, Ichigo said softly, a slight drop of sweat running down his temple. He never thought that the creatures so dangerous and that he had considered evil could be like any other Shinigami or human. Sure, a little crazier than normal, but they weren't monsters at first glance. What's wrong? Surprised. Sterk asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. If I'm honest, I am. Come on, let's sit down, he signaled with his hand for her to follow him to where the others were. He was nervous. Hey, we have someone new, please don't be so rude, Sterk warned a little loudly so they would pay attention to the newcomer. Hey Sterk, who the buck is the Emperor? Grimjo yelled as he realized who was coming with Sterk. He stopped fighting with Neutra and quickly went to attack Ichigo with all the strength he had. Ichigo didn't think they would attack him so quickly, so he reacted a little late, but he had enough time to take out his zanpakuto and block the incoming blade. What the hell are you doing? He asked, disgusted. Grimjo was smirking, though, as they both pushed forward, intent on pushing each other back. Ichigo was winning in this small battle of strength, but Grimjo wasn't intimidated by it. Rather, it motivated him. Don't ask stupid questions, you know what I'm doing. I want to fight, no, I want to finish you off right here and now. I won't fight you. I have no reason to, and I certainly don't want to cause a ruckus. That's considering we're supposed to be on the same side now, we're partners, so doing this is a waste of time. Does that mean you're scared? Grimjo asked him, intending to make him angry. The truth is yes, I'm afraid of what might happen to you if you continue with this, Ichigo replied a little more seriously now, despite wanting to gain their trust, he wouldn't let himself be intimidated by someone he never had. We'll see about that. At that moment, Grimjo broke away and was ready to attack with even more fury to force him to fight. Ichigo raised his sword to defend himself from this new onslaught, but the attack never came. From one moment to the next. Hannibal, Neliel, Neutra and Sterk had neutralized Grimjo, the first 3 holding him by the neck and arms, and Sterk was pointing his unsheathed sword at Grimjo's neck to stop him from advancing. Grimjo, stop acting like a crazy man thirsty for battle. There will always be a time for that, but we won't let you do something stupid that will surely cost us all. I don't think it's necessary to tell you what the rules are, Hannibal spoke to him seriously. I don't care what you're going to do to that guy, but I won't pay for something you did, understood? Neutra warned. Normally, he wouldn't have gotten involved, but what Grimjo was going to do would also be a problem for him. Shut up and let me go. We'll do it if you promise to stop this, and this is a warning, Nell said. I won't do such a thing ahhhh. Yes, I understand, damn it. Nell had bent his arm until it was almost broken, she knew there was only one way to make him listen to her, and it was this way, whether she liked it or not. Very well, now we'll release you, but don't you dare do it again, much less within Las Notches. Next time it won't be so gentle. This was like a warning from Sterk. After that, they decided to release him. As soon as they did, he left the room angrily. Is he always like this? Ichigo decided to ask in response to the silence that had fallen. He's a fight freak, he's not really bad, but sometimes he goes over the limit, Sterk immediately responded. Hey, and who are you? I've never seen you around here before, Neutra asked this time, seeing him, he narrowed his eyes, as if paying more attention. Right, it's not like your Nell's voice trailed off as she finished, her eyes narrowing. The suspense that Nell created was like an alert that went off in Neutra. He thought about the Shinigami that Aizen mentioned in the meeting for a moment, and realizing that this Arankor had just appeared, it's true, did she notice him? Could it be that he is, he thought, watching everything unfold? I am? Ichigo said nervously, thinking he already knew who it was. The new partner? He shouted as he went to hug Ichigo. Ichigo felt like he was being hugged by a bear and was even turning purple. He struggled to break free and get some breathing room. I take that back, that damn thing oozes stupidity from every pore, Neutra scolded himself in his mind. He didn't know how he had ever thought that a being as stupid as Nell would even contemplate such a thing. Sterk gave Hannibal a questioning look and she leaned closer to speak in a low voice. Hannibal, does she know? The blonde sighed. I had no choice, she had already seen it while I was carrying it to the room when we arrived, as well as Grimjo. I had to tell them and emphasize to Nell especially that she shouldn't tell anyone else, since she has a big mouth. If I didn't warn her, she would most likely go around shouting it. You made the right decision. Some Espadas still don't know who the Shinigami Aizen mentioned at the meeting is. Something big could happen if they find out ahead of time. Hey, please let go, he begged with the little strength he had left. If they told him that he could die from a hug he would laugh, now he could say that it could be true. Oh yeah, sorry I got excited the moment he let go of Ichigo. He breathed as if he hadn't breathed in years while coughing. Hey you, what's your name? Noitra finally decided to ask after thinking it over for a while. Yes, what's your name? Nell insisted. Before answering, Ichigo took a breath, a good amount of which he had lost due to Nell's hug. When he had recovered, he straightened his back and spoke firmly to introduce himself. My name is Ichigo, Kurosaki Ichigo. Nice to meet you Ichigo, my name is ṭOtaᵼᗴ. The moment Ichigo heard his last name, his mind raced. Huh? What kind of last name is that? That question seemed to be written on his forehead. Nell noticed and was slightly embarrassed. Noitra chuckled at that. Nell immediately tried to give him a solution. Or just call me Nell. At that Ichigo breathed a little easier, just thinking about calling her by her last name every time he spoke to her made his head hurt. After giving a sigh of relief he smiled and answered. The pleasure's mine, Nell. After answering, she looked at Noitra, waiting for him to introduce himself. What are you looking at me? Do I have something on my face? Noitra became annoyed at Ichigo's look and Nell elbowed him for the answer that had been rude in her opinion. Ow. And what was that for? Do I really have to answer you? Nell asked him angrily. He cursed her in his mind and reluctantly said her name. Noitra Gilga Ichigo found this a little funny and smiled a little. Beside him, the third Espada approached him and caught his attention. I feel like we haven't presented ourselves very well and we haven't gotten off on the right foot either, but like it or not, we're now teammates. My name is ṭOtaᵼᗴ. Same here, but circumstances change and here we are. I am Coyote Sterk. The latter offered his hand to Ichigo and he shook it. I agree with you two on that, referring to ṭOtaᵼᗴ and Sterk. Let's get this working, and to start, I'd like to ask a favor, if it's not too much trouble, of course, Ichigo began. The black-haired man present realized he was unnecessary there, so he was going to do the right thing. Well, you guys do what you want, I'm out of here. Hey Noitra, where do you think you're going? Or I know, you're going to find Grimmjow, What I'm going to do and where I'm going is none of your business, busybody. So you're going to look for him? I'm leaving. This was the last straw for Noitra, who without a second's hesitation, used sound to get as far away from Nell as possible. He left the room to look for him. Hey. Come back here. Nell yelled with a very noticeable pout and then went off in search of him. Both of them disappeared from the scene, one desperately running away from the other. That was weird, thought Ichigo who had watched everything. So, what was it you wanted? Sterk asked. Oh yeah, I just wanted to know if you. What he said surprised both Espadas. The first to answer was Sterk. It wasn't that it had taken him by surprise, but it had surprised him a little. Shall we help you control your hollow power? He asked to confirm what he had just heard. Exactly, I'm not the best at this right now and I have a lot to improve. I'd like your help. Of course, this depends on you. If you don't want it, there's no problem, although it would be something I would greatly appreciate. Ichigo tried to ask as kindly and politely as possible. He had to do it since he had no knowledge of how his powers work now and he needed help with that. I'd be willing to do it only if you're willing to resist until the end. Resist until the end? Of course, don't think for a moment that it will be easy, boy, ṭOtaᵼᗴ responded immediately. So it's a yes. That's right, Ichigo smiled when he heard this answer, as if it were a challenge thrown at him, and he liked challenges. He had always been pushed to the limit in his training, both when he became a true Shinigami with Kisuken and his training to achieve Bankai, and he knew this would be no exception, from the looks of it. Hey, but I haven't even said yes. Sterk raised his hands a little as if to get them to relax, he hadn't even had time to give his opinion or resist. I'm not interested. You'll come and help me, ṭOtaᵼᗴ replied curtly as she left the room followed by Ichigo. Sterk sighed in defeat and followed them both. Where are we going, ṭOtaᵼᗴ? Ichigo asked curiously. It's obvious we're heading out of Las Noches. What we're going to do, we can't do here. Besides, it's a very closed-off area and we can't deploy anywhere near the border. Any activity involving fighting inside is prohibited. Is that why they arrested Grimmjow a little while ago? What happens if they break that rule? I have no idea, but I don't want to find out either. Those I've seen fighting seriously inside Las Noches are called to talk directly with Aizen, but there's something very peculiar about that call. What would that peculiarity be? That none of those who have entered the throne room after causing a disturbance in Las Noches have left said room, and we have never seen them again. I don't think you have to be very intelligent to know what goes on behind closed doors, Sterk finished very seriously. It was truly wrong to fight inside something that was like a hollow temple to them, but it was not necessary to go to such extremes. That was not to punish, but rather it was to show that they were above them and that they could do nothing to prevent it. Although something that had happened recently caught his attention. But Grimjo and that Neutra were about to fight when Sterk and I arrived. Weren't you going to stop them? It wasn't necessary. They know what could happen if they get carried away with their arguments, and they never go beyond a few insults and threats. Yes, but Hannibal, I don't think he controlled himself much when he attacked me. It seems that the desire to fight that they said he has won out this time. Well, it's something that happens every now and then. Any of us who are close to him have to keep him from getting out of control, for the sake of everyone, but when he and Neutra really want to fight, they just go outside and settle it without any problem. I don't know, it's like they enjoy annoying each other. So he appears to be a kind leader, when in reality he is just the opposite. This doesn't really surprise me, said Ichigo, wanting to avoid showing the resentment that he carried every time he referred to Aizen or a topic related to him, but he was unsuccessful in trying to hide it, something that both Espadas noticed. It seems you have a history with Aizen. When you were called to talk to him we were able to hear a little of what they said, and I can only say one thing, all of that surprised Ichigo, who turned in the direction of the Espada. I understand you. These words from Sterk surprised and puzzled him for a moment. He didn't understand what he meant. What do you understand? We understand that you're not here because you want to be, but because you have something to lose if you didn't. We heard Aizen tell you about your family and what could happen to it if you didn't accept. In short, you were forced and became a hollow against your will. Hannibal concluded. She had understood, and so had Sterk. So don't try to appear strong and act like a tough guy, even if you had been a Shinigami. We now know the weight you carry just for being here, plus you are now irremediably our partner. Ichigo opened his eyes at their words and decided to look down at the ground. He couldn't believe that the Soul Society, and even he himself, had thought of them as animals, bloodthirsty beasts. They were capable of understanding others and their suffering, even though only a few hours ago he had been a Shinigami. He had seen them fight and argue as if they were ordinary humans a little while ago, and now they clearly read him as if he were an open book, something he tried to avoid, something he failed to do, but the fact that he didn't do it made him make this discovery. Let's keep moving, we're almost out of here. Hannibal brought him out of his thoughts when they were approaching the exit of Las Noches. The time had come, and he knew what he had to do, or so he thought. Chapter 24. Throne Room. Aizen was calm with his eyes closed on his throne. He seemed to be sleeping, but he wasn't, he was thinking. Thinking about what was coming next and what the near future held. I had already achieved the two things I wanted, and now I had everything going for me. The first thing was the Hijoku. He had remained so long in the Soul Society just for that. He had to kill the entire Central 46 and give orders in their place, orders that the Shinigami did not hesitate to follow. How obedient they could be was undoubtedly something that he could use to his advantage. One of those orders had been the capture and death penalty of Rukia Kichiki. That had not happened in the end, but she had gotten what she wanted, and with an added bonus, Kurosaki Ichigo. Honestly, it had been a surprise that the boy had shown up so recklessly at the Sirte and caused such a commotion, but that played in his favor, and he was able to do his thing in the chaos, and it also gave him the chance to take him with him. He would do it sooner or later, so he decided to do it at that moment. But he didn't want to just take him away, he wanted to see him desperate, and if he were to die on that hill at the hands of the captains, then he wasn't worthy of being taken with him, even though deep down he knew he would survive, that he would make use of the power he had given him. And now he was here, all the pieces in place, slowly falling into place. However, his guest apparently wasn't very happy about this, and he couldn't blame him, but at that moment he couldn't care less. On the contrary, it was beneficial. Because she could make him reach a breaking point, bring him to a state of confusion high enough to lose himself. With those conditions, Kyoka Suigetsu could do much more than just control the senses. When the subject in question is at their most vulnerable, his elegant Zanpakuto is capable of controlling the mind at will by demonstrating its release a second time to the same person. Once this is done, he can focus on his goal and ambition. Throughout the history of the worlds, there have been countless thrones. Princes, kings, emperors, all occupied by men worthy enough to call themselves such and be able to sit in that special and coveted place. But there is one throne that has never been occupied, no matter how hard someone tries, that always looks down on everyone. Wars, deaths, destruction, sadness, pain, none of that will exist when he takes that throne, being the one who sits on it for the first time in history, finally becoming a god, he whispered. Exterminating every last Shinigami was just one of the steps toward becoming a deity. Their egos would never allow someone to overpower them and take away the power they pride themselves on, which is why they would be a nuisance to the very end. Although he didn't care, he would take down anyone in his path to achieve his goal. After all, he always gets what he wants. It all depends on who acts first. Whoever makes the first move not only wins the battle, but also the war. He didn't want to lose. Defeat didn't even enter his head. He only knew victory. Lord Aizen heard Jin call out to him and shook off those thoughts. He was now in the present. He opened his eyes to find Jin standing in front of him with his usual smile on his features. I was sleeping. No, Jin, I was just thinking, great things are coming in the future, and they will be sooner rather than later. Oh, may I know what those big things are? Aizen smiled at the question and let out a small laugh. Jin, everything in its own time. We have to make the present work well to make everything work well in the future. We must not rush. Whatever you say, he snorted a little. Jin, I think it's time for our announcement, what do you say? Wanna have a little fun? Jin smiled again at those words, it was easy to cheer him up. You say to make preparations and inform everyone. I didn't say that, but if you do me the honor. As you wish my lord, I will inform you when everything is ready, you just wait and keep thinking about that future. He laughed a little and then left the room ready to fulfill his order. It never changes, Aizen said. However, he rose from his seat and walked slowly and gracefully out of the hall, leaving no one entirely unaware of where he was headed. 30 minutes later. Kilometers from Las Noches. Hey. That was dangerous. If you have time to talk, then just shut up and dodge, Hannibal scolded. They were training, Ichigo was narrowly dodging Hannibal's attacks. Hannibal had asked him if he knew how to use Zangetsu, and he answered no, a bad answer. This answer seemed to be incorrect, and Hannibal without warning, began to attack him incessantly during the minutes they had been out of Las Noches. Wait. Ichigo shouted as he tried to continue dodging everything he could. Hannibal had told him not to take out his Zanpakuto, she didn't want him to block the attacks, but just dodge them. I told you to shut up. While this continued, Sterk just watched, leaning from a nearby rock, with his arms behind his head. He wasn't in the mood to see a massacre, so he would make a suggestion. Oi Hannibal. What do you want? Don't you see I'm busy? She replied as she threw a sword at Ichigo, and he dodged it with great difficulty. Sterk sighed before continuing. Don't you think it would be better to at least explain to him why you're attacking him? I don't know, if he's going to die, he has the right to at least know why he's going to die. Exactly what? Like die? Ichigo suddenly asked. He knew he was going to train hard, but he didn't know that he was actually going to die trying. I think you're right, hey Ichigo, come here for a moment, Hannibal called him as she sheathed her Zanpakuto. Ichigo approached a little cautiously in case she attacked him again, placing himself a little away from her, both of them were facing Sterk. So Ichigo, you say you don't know how to use Zangetsu. So we should also assume you don't know what no is? Ichigo nodded at Sterk's question. Well, it was something we could imagine, after all not long ago you were a Shinigami, some hollow powers resemble those of the Shinigami. A clear example, the sound is similar to the shunpo of the Shinigami, surely you have seen it in action, right? Yes, I could see how some Shinigami suddenly disappeared, that was called shunpo, it had a strange sound when they used it and they moved very fast, are you saying that sound works the same way? Not necessarily, Hannibal chimed in. Sound and shunpo may be similar, but there are things that change, one of them is efficiency. Sound surpasses shunpo in speed, this if we put two users of the same level of both, since the speed of sound and shunpo depend on how good their user is. Another difference would be that shunpo is something that is trained and polished for years, while sound does not need training and can be awakened instinctively, explained Hannibal. I now understand why you were attacking me. You wanted me to instinctively use sound at some point, but I think it would have been better if you had told me beforehand. Relax, he's never killed anyone like that, although I thought I heard screams when Hannibal went out to train her followers. Train or torture? Ichigo asked nervously. Hannibal ignored them both. Ichigo, let's get back to work. Now you know what you have to do. Are you ready? He was still moving away from her a little, but as soon as he found the ideal distance, he stopped and stood on guard. I'm ready. Well, here I go, he said, launching himself into a continued attack on Ichigo. This time, he'd go a little harder so Ichigo would have to work harder. 2 hours later. Ichigo was panting heavily, he had been dodging Hannibal's attacks for a while, and still nothing had happened, he was already scratched in several places he didn't even know he had. This, and no, it's fun working Apparently not, it seems I'll have to level up a little more, Hannibal said as if it were nothing. Well, level up? You're crazy, Ichigo told her this as best he could, he was very tired and wanted to push her even further. I know, now on guard hearing this Ichigo had no choice but to obey and stiffen, waiting for the woman's attack. Ster continued to watch this, he was in the same position as a while ago, he was attentive to how the training was going and pondered why it was so complicated for Ichigo. Wait a minute, Sterk raised his voice so they could both hear him. He had noticed something while watching them train and he wanted to check if it was true. Now what happens? Hannibal asked a little irritated, she didn't like being interrupted. Hold on a second, Hannibal. If this keeps up, he'll never be able to use Zenitto and we'll be wasting our time. Ichigo, I wanted to ask you something and I want you to answer me honestly. Ichigo took the opportunity to get some air, which he hadn't been able to find for a while, and when he felt a little better he approached them. Okay, what do you want to know? Are you thinking of dodging the attacks? Ichigo rolled his eyes and brought his right hand to his face, proceeding to answer. Of course I'm thinking about dodging attacks. I can't think of anything other than getting out in one piece when I see Hannibal approaching so fast, he said, annoyed by the obviousness of the question. Hannibal looked away in annoyance, realizing her mistake. I thought so, it explains everything. Sterk sighed a little. What are you talking about? He's referring, Hannibal began. Why do you think so much about dodging? We told you it's instinctive. Overthinking won't let you use sound. You have to see the attack, but at the same time, not focus on it, otherwise you'll know where you're going to move. That's the point. That's why sound and shunpo aren't just used in fights. They're also used to move over long distances more efficiently. So I was doing it all wrong, Ichigo mentally facepalmed. How much time and energy he'd wasted just by not doing things properly. Now that you know that, it shouldn't be a problem, just think about what Hannibal told you and you'll get it. Once you do it for the first time you just have to train it to improve the efficiency and speed of sound, but that's up to you. You already know what to do and that's all you need, Hannibal commented. After that, they got into position again and started over. This time Ichigo believed that with that explanation he could do it. Hannibal jumped forward with her sword behind her in her right hand. When she was close enough to Ichigo she launched a slash, hoping Ichigo would dodge it, and he didn't. Ah damn. Ichigo urgently grabbed his right arm, there was a somewhat deep cut at shoulder height, and a lot of blood was flowing. Hannibal had sheathed her sword and approached him as quickly as she could. Behind her came Sterk to see what had happened. It must be said that both were worried. Hey. What happened? Hannibal, what did you do? Me? I didn't do anything. He didn't dodge like he was doing before. I just attacked like I was doing before. That's all. Ichigo was clenching his teeth to keep from screaming from the pain, which was very intense. He had received cuts before, but nothing compared to this. Sterk and Hannibal decided to let him calm down a bit before helping him. It wasn't that serious, so they could afford that. After about a minute, in which Ichigo had been gradually reducing the force of his breathing until it was close to normal, Hannibal decided to speak to him. Hey Ichigo, sorry, I was too hard on you even though I knew it was your first time being a hollow. No Hannibal, it was my mistake. Now that I think about it, why didn't you just dodge it like you did before? Sterk asked in a low voice, as he held Ichigo to keep him sitting on the sand. That's true, why didn't you dodge my attack Ichigo? Ichigo, faced with a question from both Espada, gave a long sigh and decided to answer. I didn't dodge it because I focused more on deciding where I was going to move than on the attack that was about to hit me. When I realized it was too late and I couldn't avoid the impact of your sword. Now he was calm and his breathing was normal, but he was sweating a little because he still felt pain, although he was trying hard to hide it, which he was managing to do so far. Training's over, we're going back, you're no longer fit to continue. Wait Hannibal, I can still continue. I said no, we'll be back now. I don't want to go back. Let's finish what we started. Ichigo shouted as best he could, he was frustrated and angry with himself for having made such a stupid mistake. Hey Ichigo, don't be reckless. You're no longer in condition to continue with this. We can do it another day. What? You too Sterk. Wait a minute. Isn't there a way for me to continue? Some hollow trick or something? Whatever. Hey. Why are you so desperate to continue with this? Hannibal shouted back. Because I want to be strong. Damn it, that's all I want. Please just let me continue he had begun screaming and then his voice began to fade and almost ended in a whisper. He didn't want Zangetsu's sacrifice to have been for nothing. What would Zangetsu think seeing him like this? He would say that he was pathetic and that perhaps his words about him were true, that he was weak, that only made his mind unstable and not think clearly. Sterk sighed and Hannibal just calmed down. Okay Ichigo, if that's what you want. After that Sterk directed his hand to the open wound that Ichigo had on his shoulder, then he closed his eyes and concentrated. Ichigo looked at this confused and watched as Sterk's hand glowed with a blue aura. He felt the wound heat up and begin to burn. Ichigo, stay still, Sterk is helping you. Hannibal calmed him and made him listen to her, so he wouldn't think about the pain his wound was causing him. Ichigo fixed his eyes on hers, those eyes brought him peace, and he narrowed his own slightly, while continuing to look at Hannibal's. Okay, calm down, Hannibal spoke softly. It seemed the pain had passed and Sterk was already finishing up. Sterk's hands had just stopped emitting their blue energy, indicating he was done with his job. Well, I'm done, Ichigo. Now try your arm and tell me how it feels. When Ichigo heard that, he opened his eyes, which he had recently closed, and proceeded to stand up with the help of both Espada. He then began to move his affected arm from side to side and up and down, checking that everything was in order, and he looked surprised as the wound had closed and his arm felt as if nothing had ever happened. "Sterk, what did you do?" he asked in a tone that confirmed how he felt, completely shocked. "It wasn't much, I just channeled a little of my Reiatsu into your wound and forced it to close. It won't hurt now, but I don't want to tell you how it will feel later." "Why's that?" "Simple, now your adrenaline is high and your body is hot due to your recent activity. What I did was abnormally accelerate the recovery process through Reiatsu, so I made your system work incorrectly, but now you won't feel anything because of what I told you about adrenaline and all that, but it will be something else as soon as your body cools down and you want to rest." "Oh, I understand, so now I feel great, but when I get to bed I'll wish I was dead." "Excellent," Ichigo said while frowning. He didn't want to think about it and now he didn't want to get to his bed either. "And another thing," Ichigo returned his attention. "Don't even think about getting hurt again, that's not something that works twice in a short period of time, so be careful, and you too Hannibal, don't attack him so carelessly, he's lucky it was in the arm and not a vital spot, keep that in mind when attacking him." "I'll keep that in mind." "Well, now we must get back to our business, let's go Hannibal." Ichigo shouted with renewed desire and strength again. "I'm the one giving the orders here, don't rush." And they proceeded to take the same places they had before. Hannibal was prepared to attack and Ichigo to try to dodge. "Ready?" Hannibal asked from her position. "Ready," and as soon as he heard that, he went straight to attack Ichigo once more. It wasn't as violent as he had been a little while ago, he didn't want to hurt him again. "Think fast Ichigo. Use your stubbornness for once and think. Where is better and faster to move? Left or right? Up? Damn, there's no time." He didn't have much time to think when Hannibal was already in front of him ready to attack him. He had to decide to dodge the attack, which he did by very little, it had even cut a bit of the outfit. "Damn, that was really close, too close for my liking," he muttered quietly to himself. In a real fight, he'd already be dead, and so he thought he could kill Aizen. It was ridiculous. He'd gained power, but he didn't know how to use it. It was as if he were still the same as always. "Let's try again Hannibal, we'll do it until I succeed." "That's fine by me, but how are you feeling? Are you feeling well enough to continue?" "No matter how I feel, I'll do it," he said, getting back into position and Hannibal followed suit. And they tried again. About an hour passed, time in which Ichigo began to dodge faster and have a better reaction capacity to attacks. That was the first thing he needed if he wanted to be able to use Zangetsu. The faster he sees and anticipates the attack, the more time he will have to decide where he will make his next move, and with that, use Zangetsu. The boy is improving as the attempts go by, he adapts quickly, although I think I shouldn't be too surprised, I've seen his speed before, Sterk said in his mind. Remembering when they took him in front of Aizen for the first time, if he's not mistaken he is in his Bankai, and he had almost blinding speed. Now if he managed to use Zangetsu, that speed he previously possessed will multiply several times. He pushed those thoughts away to continue observing how everything was going. Hannibal was approaching Ichigo and he was waiting for her. He saw how Ichigo's right leg dug into the sand with force waiting for the incoming attack, and just when he was about to receive it, he didn't dodge it. He had simply disappeared. "He did it," Hannibal whispered as she watched him disappear from sight. She was now looking for him to see where he was now, and she felt a hand place on her shoulder. "Yes Hannibal, I did it." Ichigo had a smile that reflected victory. He had finally done it, it had been difficult, and being able to do it finally had taken a weight off his shoulders. Now he was looking into Hannibal's surprised eyes, then he saw how those eyes relaxed, and she answered him. "Yeah, you did it, Ichigo." He couldn't see under his mask, but somehow, from the look of it, he seemed to be smiling. He could only imagine it, it was all he could do. "It was about time, I thought you would end up dead," Sterk joked a little, although he didn't usually do it, this was an exception. Ichigo sighed a little, but without losing his smile. "For a moment I thought so too. But there's no time to waste, let's move on to the next training session. Now I'll be the one to teach you." "Fine, as long as it doesn't have anything to do with killing me, it's all good," Ichigo replied, receiving a blow to the ribs from Hannibal. He knew this could happen, but he couldn't help but say it. "Well, let's get to the point, do you feel okay to continue? This needs more Reiatsu than anything, you don't need physical strength, now let's get a little farther away from here, this training will cause a ruckus," and then Sterk began to fly away, and Ichigo followed him. Hannibal simply stood in the same place where Sterk was before and watched them disappear into the distance. But Sterk and Ichigo. After Sterk decided they were far enough away, he stopped and Ichigo landed next to him. This distance will be enough, now, on to our thing, the last thing he said while looking at Ichigo, who nodded in response. What's it about? What will I learn? You will learn how to make a zero. A zero? Ichigo already knew what it was, he had seen it in person when the Minos Grand arrived at Karakura town. That time Ryu went completely crazy and wanted to compete with him, which led to the appearance of those strange and gigantic beings. Yes, it is an ability that all hollows can use at will, concentrating Reiatsu in their hands and expelling it suddenly, but of course, it varies depending on the user's power, unlike sound, which does not matter how strong it is, but how skilled you are, but in that I am different from the others. Different? What do you mean, Sterk? I mean, I'm the one who handles the area best with respect to the zeros. I have no need to make gestures with my hands, or even make a movement to be able to create one, something that no other ranker or hollow can do, apart from being the most powerful of the Espadas. I'll give you a demonstration after that. Sterk turned in a random direction, still with his hands in his pockets. Ichigo saw how a blue sphere formed in front of the fragment of his mask. Well, he felt how the Reiatsu accumulated in Sterk rapidly and listened in a low voice. Zero, and without warning, a large torrent of blue energy from the sphere shot out in front of Sterk. He had to cover his eyes because of the wind and sand it raised in the process. A few seconds passed before it calmed down, and when he saw what had happened he was very surprised. That's crazy. In front of them there was only a large crater that continued to the horizon and seemed to have no end. Smoke rose from the sand where the zero passed. He had never seen such destruction with a single attack. That's my current zero. What? All that damn destruction for an ordinary zero? He nodded lazily. This seemed to be his usual way of being, so he wasn't bothered by it. He still had doubts about that zero, anyway. Do those zeros have any variations? Or do they all use the same one regardless of who uses it? Good thing you asked. Yes, there are several types of zeros, 3 types in total. Ichigo was now interested. These were like the classes he never paid attention to, although this time he was, like he never had before. The first one is the one you just saw, a normal zero, the one used by all types of hollow and ranker, regardless of how powerful they are. These vary in color depending on the user who uses it. Ichigo nodded. The second is one called Grand Ray Zero. This can only be used by Espada class ranker. This is more powerful than the normal zero, and its color depends on who uses it, in my case, blue, and in Halibal's case yellow. This one needs a little blood to be able to use it, a small wound would do. So far so good, right? Yes, and the last one. The last one is the Sero Oscuras. This is the most powerful and can only be used by the first 4 Espadas in their resurrection. This one is characterized by having a strange black outline around the original color that the user gives it. Ichigo had understood everything except one thing that seemed strange to him. Resurrection? What? You don't know what a resurrection is? No, this made Sterk run a hand through his hair and ruffle it. It was strange to think that an ranker didn't know what a resurrection was, even a newly converted one. Look, I'll explain later with Halibal's help. Now let's focus on what we're doing now, on the zeros. Okay, how do I start? Simple, just raise your hand in the direction you want to shoot. Ichigo obeyed and raised his arm and pointed to his right, straight into nowhere. Okay, now focus energy on your index finger. When you gather what you think is enough, hold it for a bit and then release it. Ichigo thought about that explanation and it became familiar to him. He thought it was a technique and concept similar to Jutsuga Tensho, only that in the execution one is with a sword and the other with your finger, but this should not be a big problem for him. He just had to concentrate a little, and he would get it. He closed his eyes to be able to concentrate better to get it, and so he did. It had not been long when a small red sphere began to form on his finger. He opened his eyes to see a slightly surprised face of Sterk, and he smiled to see him like that. Zero. He proceeded to release it as he had been instructed. The sky turned crimson and darkened as he released it. A wave of energy pushed them both back. The power of the Sero was equivalent to Sterk's in terms of destruction, but this energy was wild, unlike Sterk's, which was calmer. When everything happened, they realized how destructive the Sero had been. It had destroyed almost twice as much as Sterk, and the crater it made was visible as small red electric currents. This is incredible. I knew he was powerful. When he was a vast lord, his Sero had been by far bigger and stronger than mine in my resurrection. But this destructive power in its sealed state is completely insane, and it's not even his Grand Ray Sero. I'll have to step back a bit when I use it, thought Sterk. How was it? I'm sure it's strong, Ichigo said confidently. And you can tell, it was stronger than mine if you ask me, but now let's move on to the next phase, the Great King Zero. Okay, you said it only took a little blood, right? That's how it is. Well then it's not a problem. He wouldn't even bother taking out Zangetsu to cut himself. He just brought his right hand to the horn of his mask and dug his hand into it. Okay, that's it. Do I just have to pretend I'm going to do a normal zero or what? Well, you just have to concentrate a little more energy and that's it. This Sero doesn't depend on how much power you put into it, but rather it fires depending on how strong you are. It's something you don't control. Now if you'll excuse me, he proceeded to move a few meters away from Ichigo. Now, whenever you want, Ichigo got rid of all thoughts and decided to do his thing. He began to charge a sphere much larger than before, and now it was in the palm of his hand and not on his finger. It looked like a soccer ball because of its size. Once it was charged as much as he could, he decided to throw it. Breaking zero. And he was surprised by the power with which the energy was released. It was so much that he thought his arm would break, and he had to help himself with his left arm. The sensation was like putting his hands in fire. It burned a lot. He had to plant his feet firmly on the ground to avoid being blown away by the power of his own Sero. He not only needed a large amount of Reiatsu, but also physical strength to withstand the opposing force that the Sero exerted on its executor. About 20 seconds of intense pressure passed, accompanied by a large cloud of dust and wind produced by the Sero, until it finally passed. Ichigo was a little shaken by the pressure he was under and was sweating a little. He had to get used to the physical and mental shock that came with using the Great King Sero if he wanted to become stronger and achieve what he wanted. It was one of the first steps. Sterk, after everything happened, approached Ichigo. "Hey, that was something out of the ordinary, well done, but are you okay?" He asked this since he saw Ichigo a little dejected. If he had felt the pressure being away, he couldn't imagine what it was like to be in the mouth of the hurricane. "I am fine, it's a lot more tiring than I thought. I'd say it's normal after seeing that. No hollow would be able to handle throwing something like that. They couldn't even aspire to throw something like that." Ichigo listened to this while he was catching his breath. When he felt a little better, he prepared to answer. "Thanks, but I have to keep going. I can't afford to have to rest every time I use it. In a real battle, I wouldn't have that luxury. I have to be prepared for anything. If you feel capable of continuing, do it. I'll be watching you in case there's any inconvenience. If you feel bad, just say it. I told you before, don't act tough. Everyone has their limits." Ichigo smiled at the warning. "I'll keep that in mind, Sterk. Thanks again for your concern." "You're welcome. In case it wasn't clear, we're partners." Partner, that word crossed Ichigo's mind. He had initially thought about having allies, regardless of whether they liked it or not, but now it seemed he had a wrong idea. He thought he would never be able to have people he could trust again, people he could talk to and train with in complete confidence, similar to what Zangetsu was, people he could call true comrades. With that thought, he smiled a little to himself. After that, his expression changed to one of concentration, ready to continue with his thing while Sterk moved away a little, so as not to be affected by what was about to happen. Chapter 25. Throne Room. Aizen was calm with his eyes closed on his throne. He seemed to be sleeping, but he wasn't, he was thinking. Thinking about what was coming next and what the near future held. I had already achieved the two things I wanted, and now I had everything going for me. The first thing was the Hijyoku. He had remained so long in the Soul Society just for that. He had to kill the entire Central 46 and give orders in their place, orders that the Shinigami did not hesitate to follow. How obedient they could be was undoubtedly something that he could use to his advantage. One of those orders had been the capture and death penalty of Rukia Kichiki. That had not happened in the end, but she had gotten what she wanted, and with an added bonus, Kurosaki Ichigo. Honestly, it had been a surprise that the boy had shown up so recklessly at the Sirite and caused such a commotion, but that played in his favor, and he was able to do his thing in the chaos, and it also gave him the chance to take him with him. He would do it sooner or later, so he decided to do it at that moment. But he didn't want to just take him away, he wanted to see him desperate, and if he were to die on that hill at the hands of the captains, then he wasn't worthy of being taken with him, even though deep down he knew he would survive, that he would make use of the power he had given him. And now he was here, all the pieces in place, slowly falling into place. However, his guest apparently wasn't very happy about this, and he couldn't blame him, but at that moment he couldn't care less. On the contrary, it was beneficial. Because she could make him reach a breaking point, bring him to a state of confusion high enough to lose himself. With those conditions, Kyoka Suigetsu could do much more than just control the senses. When the subject in question is at their most vulnerable, his elegant Zanpakuto is capable of controlling the mind at will by demonstrating its release a second time to the same person. Once this is done, he can focus on his goal and ambition. Throughout the history of the worlds, there have been countless thrones. Princes, kings, emperors, all occupied by men worthy enough to call themselves such and be able to sit in that special and coveted place. But there is one throne that has never been occupied, no matter how hard someone tries, that always looks down on everyone. Wars, deaths, destruction, sadness, pain, none of that will exist when he takes that throne, being the one who sits on it for the first time in history, finally becoming a god, he whispered. Exterminating every last Shinigami was just one of the steps toward becoming a deity. Their egos would never allow someone to overpower them and take away the power they pride themselves on, which is why they would be a nuisance to the very end. Although he didn't care, he would take down anyone in his path to achieve his goal. After all, he always gets what he wants. It all depends on who acts first. Whoever makes the first move not only wins the battle, but also the war. He didn't want to lose. Defeat didn't even enter his head. He only knew victory. Lord Aizen heard Jin call out to him and shook off those thoughts. He was now in the present. He opened his eyes to find Jin standing in front of him with his usual smile on his features. I was sleeping. No, Jin, I was just thinking, great things are coming in the future, and they will be sooner rather than later. Oh, may I know what those big things are? Aizen smiled at the question and let out a small laugh. Jin, everything in its own time. We have to make the present work well to make everything work well in the future. We must not rush. Whatever you say, he snorted a little. Jin, I think it's time for our announcement, what do you say? Wanna have a little fun? Jin smiled again at those words, it was easy to cheer him up. You say to make preparations and inform everyone. I didn't say that, but if you do me the honor. As you wish my lord, I will inform you when everything is ready, you just wait and keep thinking about that future. He laughed a little and then left the room ready to fulfill his order. It never changes, Aizen said. However, he rose from his seat and walked slowly and gracefully out of the hall, leaving no one entirely unaware of where he was headed. 30 minutes later. Kilometers from Las Noches. Hey. That was dangerous. If you have time to talk, then just shut up and dodge, Hannibal scolded. They were training, Ichigo was narrowly dodging Hannibal's attacks. Hannibal had asked him if he knew how to use Zangetsu, and he answered no, a bad answer. This answer seemed to be incorrect, and Hannibal without warning, began to attack him incessantly during the minutes they had been out of Las Noches. Wait. Ichigo shouted as he tried to continue dodging everything he could. Hannibal had told him not to take out his Zanpakuto, she didn't want him to block the attacks, but just dodge them. I told you to shut up. While this continued, Sterk just watched, leaning from a nearby rock, with his arms behind his head. He wasn't in the mood to see a massacre, so he would make a suggestion. Boy Hannibal. What do you want? Don't you see I'm busy? She replied as she threw a sword at Ichigo, and he dodged it with great difficulty. Sterk sighed before continuing. Don't you think it would be better to at least explain to him why you're attacking him? I don't know if he's going to die, he has the right to at least know why he's going to die. Exactly what? Like die? Ichigo suddenly asked. He knew he was going to train hard, but he didn't know that he was actually going to die trying. I think you're right, hey Ichigo, come here for a moment, Hannibal called him as she sheathed her Zanpakuto. Ichigo approached a little cautiously in case she attacked him again, placing himself a little away from her, both of them were facing Sterk. So Ichigo, you say you don't know how to use Zangetsu. So we should also assume you don't know what no is. Ichigo nodded at Sterk's question. Well, it was something we could imagine, after all not long ago you were a Shinigami, some hollow powers resemble those of the Shinigami. A clear example, the sound is similar to the Shunpo of the Shinigami, surely you have seen it in action, right? Yes, I could see how some Shinigami suddenly disappeared, that was called Shunpo, it had a strange sound when they used it, and they moved very fast, are you saying that sound works the same way? Not necessarily, Hannibal chimed in. Sound and Shunpo may be similar, but there are things that change, one of them is efficiency. Sound surpasses Shunpo in speed, this if we put two users of the same level of both, since the speed of sound and Shunpo depend on how good their user is. Another difference would be that Shunpo is something that is trained and polished for years, while sound does not need training and can be awakened instinctively, explained Hannibal. I now understand why you were attacking me. You wanted me to instinctively use sound at some point, but I think it would have been better if you had told me beforehand. Relax, he's never killed anyone like that, although I thought I heard screams when Hannibal went out to train her followers. Train or torture? Ichigo asked nervously. Hannibal ignored them both. Ichigo, let's get back to work. Now you know what you have to do. Are you ready? He was still moving away from her a little, but as soon as he found the ideal distance, he stopped and stood on guard. I'm ready. Well, here I go, he said, launching himself into a continued attack on Ichigo. This time, he'd go a little harder so Ichigo would have to work harder. 2 hours later. Ichigo was panting heavily, he had been dodging Hannibal's attacks for a while, and still nothing had happened, he was already scratched in several places he didn't even know he had. This, and no, it's fun working Apparently not, it seems I'll have to level up a little more, Hannibal said as if it were nothing. We'll level up? You're crazy, Ichigo told her this as best he could, he was very tired and wanted to push her even further. I know, now on guard hearing this Ichigo had no choice but to obey and stiffen, waiting for the woman's attack. Stare continued to watch this, he was in the same position as a while ago, he was attentive to how the training was going and pondered why it was so complicated for Ichigo. Wait a minute, Stare raised his voice so they could both hear him. He had noticed something while watching them train and he wanted to check if it was true. Now what happens? Hannibal asked a little irritated, she didn't like being interrupted. Hold on a second, Hannibal. If this keeps up, he'll never be able to use Zenitto and we'll be wasting our time. Ichigo, I wanted to ask you something and I want you to answer me honestly. Ichigo took the opportunity to get some air, which he hadn't been able to find for a while, and when he felt a little better he approached them. Okay, what do you want to know? Are you thinking of dodging the attacks? Ichigo rolled his eyes and brought his right hand to his face, proceeding to answer. Of course I'm thinking about dodging attacks. I can't think of anything other than getting out in one piece when I see Hannibal approaching so fast, he said, annoyed by the obviousness of the question. Hannibal looked away in annoyance, realizing her mistake. I thought so, it explains everything. Stare sighed a little. What are you talking about? He's referring, Hannibal began. Why do you think so much about dodging? We told you it's instinctive. Overthinking won't let you use sound. You have to see the attack, but at the same time, not focus on it, otherwise you'll know where you're going to move. That's the point. That's why sound and shunpo aren't just used in fights. They're also used to move over long distances more efficiently. So I was doing it all wrong, Ichigo mentally facepalmed. How much time and energy he'd wasted just by not doing things properly. Now that you know that, it shouldn't be a problem, just think about what Hannibal told you and you'll get it. Once you do it for the first time you just have to train it to improve the efficiency and speed of sound, but that's up to you. You already know what to do and that's all you need, Hannibal commented. After that, they got into position again and started over, this time Ichigo believed that with that explanation he could do it. Hannibal jumped forward with her sword behind her in her right hand, when she was close enough to Ichigo she launched a slash, hoping Ichigo would dodge it, and he didn't. Ah damn. Ichigo urgently grabbed his right arm, there was a somewhat deep cut at shoulder height, and a lot of blood was flowing. Hannibal had sheathed her sword and approached him as quickly as she could, behind her came Stare to see what had happened, it must be said that both were worried. Hey. What happened? Hannibal, what did you do? Me? I didn't do anything. He didn't dodge like he was doing before. I just attacked like I was doing before. That's all. Ichigo was clenching his teeth to keep from screaming from the pain, which was very intense. He had received cuts before, but nothing compared to this. Stare and Hannibal decided to let him calm down a bit before helping him. It wasn't that serious, so they could afford that. After about a minute, in which Ichigo had been gradually reducing the force of his breathing until it was close to normal, Hannibal decided to speak to him. Hey Ichigo, sorry, I was too hard on you even though I knew it was your first time being a hollow. No Hannibal, it was my mistake. Now that I think about it, why didn't you just dodge it like you did before? Stare asked in a low voice, as he held Ichigo to keep him sitting on the sand. That's true, why didn't you dodge my attack Ichigo? Ichigo, faced with a question from both Espada, gave a long sigh and decided to answer. I didn't dodge it because I focused more on deciding where I was going to move than on the attack that was about to hit me. When I realized it was too late and I couldn't avoid the impact of your sword. Now he was calm and his breathing was normal, but he was sweating a little because he still felt pain, although he was trying hard to hide it, which he was managing to do so far. Training's over, we're going back, you're no longer fit to continue. Wait Hannibal, I can still continue. I said no, we'll be back now. I don't want to go back. Let's finish what we started. Ichigo shouted as best he could, he was frustrated and angry with himself for having made such a stupid mistake. Hey Ichigo, don't be reckless. You're no longer in condition to continue with this. We can do it another day. What? You two Stare. Wait a minute. Isn't there a way for me to continue? Some hollow trick or something? Whatever. Hey. Why are you so desperate to continue with this? Hannibal shouted back. Because I want to be strong. Damn it, that's all I want. Please just let me continue. He had begun screaming, and then his voice began to fade and almost ended in a whisper. He didn't want Zangetsu's sacrifice to have been for nothing. What would Zangetsu think seeing him like this? He would say that he was pathetic and that perhaps his words about him were true, that he was weak, that only made his mind unstable and not think clearly. Stare sighed and Hannibal just calmed down. Okay Ichigo, if that's what you want. After that Stare directed his hand to the open wound that Ichigo had on his shoulder, then he closed his eyes and concentrated. Ichigo looked at this confused and watched as Stare's hand glowed with a blue aura, he felt the wound heat up and begin to burn. Ichigo, stay still, Stare is helping you. Hannibal calmed him and made him listen to her, so he wouldn't think about the pain his wound was causing him. Ichigo fixed his eyes on hers, those eyes brought him peace, and he narrowed his own slightly, while continuing to look at Hannibal's. Okay, calm down, Hannibal spoke softly. It seemed the pain had passed and Sterk was already finishing up. Sterk's hands had just stopped emitting their blue energy, indicating he was done with his job. Well, I'm done, Ichigo. Now try your arm and tell me how it feels. When Ichigo heard that, he opened his eyes, which he had recently closed, and proceeded to stand up with the help of both Espada. He then began to move his affected arm from side to side and up and down, checking that everything was in order, and he looked surprised as the wound had closed and his arm felt as if nothing had ever happened. Sterk, what did you do? He asked in a tone that confirmed how he felt, completely shocked. It wasn't much, I just channeled a little of my Reiatsu into your wound and forced it to close. It won't hurt now, but I don't want to tell you how it will feel later. Why's that? Simple, now your adrenaline is high and your body is hot due to your recent activity. What I did was abnormally accelerate the recovery process through Reiatsu, so I made your system work incorrectly, but now you won't feel anything because of what I told you about adrenaline and all that, but it will be something else as soon as your body cools down and you want to rest. Oh, I understand, so now I feel great, but when I get to bed I'll wish I was dead. Excellent, Ichigo said while frowning. He didn't want to think about it and now he didn't want to get to his bed either. And another thing, Ichigo returned his attention. Don't even think about getting hurt again, that's not something that works twice in a short period of time, so be careful, and you too Hannibal, don't attack him so carelessly, he's lucky it was in the arm and not a vital spot, keep that in mind when attacking him. I'll keep that in mind. Well, now we must get back to our business, let's go Hannibal. Ichigo shouted with renewed desire and strength again. I'm the one giving the orders here, don't rush. And they proceeded to take the same places they had before. Hannibal was prepared to attack and Ichigo to try to dodge. Ready? Hannibal asked from her position. Ready, and as soon as he heard that, he went straight to attack Ichigo once more. It wasn't as violent as he had been a little while ago, he didn't want to hurt him again. Think fast Ichigo. Use your stubbornness for once and think. Where is better and faster to move? Left or right? Up? Damn, there's no time. He didn't have much time to think when Hannibal was already in front of him ready to attack him. He had to decide to dodge the attack, which he did by very little, it had even cut a bit of the outfit. Damn, that was really close, too close for my liking, he muttered quietly to himself. In a real fight, he'd already be dead, and so he thought he could kill Aizen. It was ridiculous. He'd gained power, but he didn't know how to use it. It was as if he were still the same as always. Let's try again Hannibal, we'll do it until I succeed. That's fine by me, but how are you feeling? Are you feeling well enough to continue? No matter how I feel, I'll do it, he said, getting back into position and Hannibal followed suit. Then they tried again, about an hour passed, time in which Ichigo began to dodge faster and have a better reaction capacity to attacks. That was the first thing he needed if he wanted to be able to use Zangetsu. The faster he sees and anticipates the attack, the more time he will have to decide where he will make his next move, and with that, use Zangetsu. The boy is improving as the attempts go by, he adapts quickly, although I think I shouldn't be too surprised, I've seen his speed before, Sterk said in his mind. Remembering when they took him in front of Aizen for the first time, if he's not mistaken he is in his Bankai, and he had almost blinding speed. Now if he managed to use Zangetsu, that speed he previously possessed will multiply several times. He pushed those thoughts away to continue observing how everything was going. Hannibal was approaching Ichigo and he was waiting for her. He saw how Ichigo's right leg dug into the sand with force waiting for the incoming attack, and just when he was about to receive it, he didn't dodge it. He had simply disappeared. He did it, Hannibal whispered as she watched him disappear from sight. She was now looking for him to see where he was now, and she felt a hand place on her shoulder. Yes Hannibal, I did it. Ichigo had a smile that reflected victory. He had finally done it, it had been difficult, and being able to do it finally had taken a weight off his shoulders. Now he was looking into Hannibal's surprised eyes, then he saw how those eyes relaxed, and she answered him. Yeah, you did it, Ichigo. He couldn't see under his mask, but somehow, from the look of it, he seemed to be smiling. He could only imagine it, it was all he could do. It was about time, I thought you would end up dead, Sterk joked a little, although he didn't usually do it, this was an exception. Ichigo sighed a little, but without losing his smile. For a moment I thought so too. But there's no time to waste, let's move on to the next training session. Now I'll be the one to teach you. Fine, as long as it doesn't have anything to do with killing me, it's all good, Ichigo replied, receiving a blow to the ribs from Hannibal. He knew this could happen, but he couldn't help but say it. Well, let's get to the point, do you feel okay to continue? This needs more Reiatsu than anything, you don't need physical strength. Now let's get a little farther away from here, this training will cause a ruckus. And then Sterk began to fly away, and Ichigo followed him. Hannibal simply stood in the same place where Sterk was before and watched them disappear into the distance. But Sterk and Ichigo. After Sterk decided they were far enough away, he stopped and Ichigo landed next to him. This distance will be enough, now, on to our thing, the last thing he said while looking at Ichigo, who nodded in response. What's it about? What will I learn? You will learn how to make a zero. A Sero? Ichigo already knew what it was, he had seen it in person when the Minos Grand arrived at Karakura town. That time Ryu went completely crazy and wanted to compete with him, which led to the appearance of those strange and gigantic beings. Yes, it is an ability that all hollows can use at will, concentrating Reiatsu in their hands and expelling it suddenly, but of course, it varies depending on the user's power, unlike sound, which does not matter how strong it is, but how skilled you are, but in that I am different from the others. Different? What do you mean, Sterk? I mean, I'm the one who handles the area best with respect to the Seros. I have no need to make gestures with my hands, or even make a movement to be able to create one, something that no other ranker or hollow can do, apart from being the most powerful of the Espadas. I'll give you a demonstration after that. Sterk turned in a random direction, still with his hands in his pockets. Ichigo saw how a blue sphere formed in front of the fragment of his mask. Well, he felt how the Reiatsu accumulated in Sterk rapidly and listened in a low voice. Zero, and without warning, a large torrent of blue energy from the sphere shot out in front of Sterk. He had to cover his eyes because of the wind and sand it raised in the process. A few seconds passed before it calmed down, and when he saw what had happened he was very surprised. That's crazy. In front of them there was only a large crater that continued to the horizon and seemed to have no end. Smoke rose from the sand where the Zero passed. He had never seen such destruction with a single attack. That's my current Zero. What? All that damn destruction for an ordinary Zero? He nodded lazily. This seemed to be his usual way of being, so he wasn't bothered by it. He still had doubts about that Zero, anyway. Do those Zeros have any variations? Or do they all use the same one regardless of who uses it? Good thing you asked. Yes, there are several types of Zeros, 3 types in total. Ichigo was now interested. These were like the classes he never paid attention to, although this time he was, like he never had before. The first one is the one you just saw, a normal Zero, the one used by all types of hollow and ranker, regardless of how powerful they are. These vary in color depending on the user who uses it. Ichigo nodded. The second is one called Gran Race Zero. This can only be used by Espada class ranker. This is more powerful than the normal Zero, and its color depends on who uses it, in my case, blue, and in Halibal's case yellow. This one needs a little blood to be able to use it, a small wound would do. So far so good, right? Yes, and the last one? The last one is the Sero Oscuras. This is the most powerful, and can only be used by the first 4 Espadas in their resurrection. This one is characterized by having a strange black outline around the original color that the user gives it. Ichigo had understood everything, except one thing that seemed strange to him. Resurrection? What? You don't know what a resurrection is? No, this made Sterk run a hand through his hair and ruffle it. It was strange to think that a ranker didn't know what a resurrection was, even a newly converted one. Look, I'll explain later with Halibal's help. Now let's focus on what we're doing now, on the Zeros. Okay, how do I start? Simple, just raise your hand in the direction you want to shoot. Ichigo obeyed and raised his arm and pointed to his right, straight into nowhere. Okay, now focus energy on your index finger. When you gather what you think is enough, hold it for a bit and then release it. Ichigo thought about that explanation and it became familiar to him. He thought it was a technique and concept similar to Jutsuga Tensho, only that in the execution one is with a sword and the other with your finger, but this should not be a big problem for him. He just had to concentrate a little, and he would get it. He closed his eyes to be able to concentrate better to get it, and so he did. It had not been long when a small red sphere began to form on his finger. He opened his eyes to see a slightly surprised face of Sterk, and he smiled to see him like that. Zero. He proceeded to release it as he had been instructed. The sky turned crimson and darkened as he released it. A wave of energy pushed them both back. The power of the Zero was equivalent to Sterk's in terms of destruction, but this energy was wild, unlike Sterk's, which was calmer. When everything happened, they realized how destructive the Zero had been. It had destroyed almost twice as much as Sterk, and the crater it made was visible as small red electric currents. This is incredible. I knew he was powerful. When he was a vast lord, his Zero had been by far bigger and stronger than mine in my resurrection, but this destructive power in its sealed state is completely insane, and it's not even his Gran Race Zero. I'll have to step back a bit when I use it, thought Sterk. How was it? I'm sure it's strong, Ichigo said confidently. And you can tell, it was stronger than mine if you ask me, but now let's move on to the next phase, the Great King Zero. Okay, you said it only took a little blood, right? That's how it is. Well then it's not a problem. He wouldn't even bother taking out Zangetsu to cut himself. He just brought his right hand to the horn of his mask and dug his hand into it. Okay, that's it. Do I just have to pretend I'm going to do a normal zero or what? Well, you just have to concentrate a little more energy and that's it. This Sero doesn't depend on how much power you put into it, but rather it fires depending on how strong you are. It's something you don't control. Now if you'll excuse me, he proceeded to move a few meters away from Ichigo. Now, whenever you want, Ichigo got rid of all thoughts and decided to do his thing. He began to charge a sphere much larger than before, and now it was in the palm of his hand and not on his finger. It looked like a soccer ball because of its size. Once it was charged as much as he could, he decided to throw it. Great King Zero. And he was surprised by the power with which the energy was released. It was so much that he thought his arm would break, and he had to help himself with his left arm. The sensation was like putting his hands in fire. It burned a lot. He had to plant his feet firmly on the ground to avoid being blown away by the power of his own Sero. He not only needed a large amount of Ryatsu, but also physical strength to withstand the opposing force that the Sero exerted on its executor. About 20 seconds of intense pressure passed, accompanied by a large cloud of dust and wind produced by the Sero, until it finally passed. Ichigo was a little shaken by the pressure he was under and was sweating a little. He had to get used to the physical and mental shock that came with using the Great King Sero if he wanted to become stronger and achieve what he wanted. It was one of the first steps. Sterk, after everything happened, approached Ichigo. "Hey, that was something out of the ordinary, well done, but are you okay?" He asked this since he saw Ichigo a little dejected. If he had felt the pressure being away, he couldn't imagine what it was like to be in the mouth of the hurricane. "I am fine, it's a lot more tiring than I thought. I'd say it's normal after seeing that. No hollow would be able to handle throwing something like that. They couldn't even aspire to throw something like that." Ichigo listened to this while he was catching his breath. When he felt a little better, he prepared to answer. "Thanks, but I have to keep going. I can't afford to have to rest every time I use it. In a real battle, I wouldn't have that luxury. I have to be prepared for anything. If you feel capable of continuing, do it. I'll be watching you in case there's any inconvenience. If you feel bad, just say it. I told you before, don't act tough. Everyone has their limits." Ichigo smiled at the warning. "I'll keep that in mind, Sterk. Thanks again for your concern." "You're welcome. In case it wasn't clear, we're partners." Partner, that word crossed Ichigo's mind. He had initially thought about having allies, regardless of whether they liked it or not, but now it seemed he had a wrong idea. He thought he would never be able to have people he could trust again, people he could talk to and train with in complete confidence, similar to what Zangetsu was, people he could call true comrades. With that thought, he smiled a little to himself. After that, his expression changed to one of concentration, ready to continue with his thing while Sterk moved away a little, so as not to be affected by what was about to happen. Chapter 26. What's this? Ichigo asked as he lay on the cold sands of Hueco Mundo. He didn't know how he got there. The last thing he remembered was resting while being carried by Sterk. He'd probably fallen asleep. But this? Would they really be capable of leaving him stranded in this place? He proceeded to slowly get up and shake off the sand that was on top of him. He really didn't understand anything at this moment. It had to be a joke, and if it was, they had gone too far. After observing the panorama, he verified that he was indeed alone and couldn't see Las Notches, so it must be really far away. He made a 360 degrees turn, confirming that there was really no one there, and directed his gaze upwards. There it was, the only company that never disappeared no matter where I was in Hueco Mundo, the bright and beautiful moon, or so I thought, but there was something strange about it. It was a little duller than I remembered before. Because of that, Hueco Mundo was a little darker and gloomier than usual. I thought that something was really not right. "It was you," he heard a voice behind him and recognized it. That voice carried with it suspicion, fury, hatred, and resentment, along with a tone as cold as ice. He was so shocked when he recognized the voice that it had left him cold and his legs trembled slightly. This couldn't be real. Little by little and as slowly as he could, he turned around to face the person behind him, hoping he was wrong, but unfortunately for him, he wasn't. "It can't be true," he said, his mouth trembling slightly and consequently stuttering. The person who had spoken to him was Orihime, he whispered to himself. He really wanted to say it in his mind, but now he was in shock and couldn't help but say the name under his breath. His heart was racing at this moment. He was in complete shock. "It was you who betrayed us," he spoke with the same tone as before, and with a completely darkened gaze. There was only death in that gaze. It was as if possessed, and that only increased the fear that Ichigo felt at that moment. "You were the trash who threw us out for Aizen." This time Ichigo's leg failed him and he fell to his knees on the ground. He also recognized that voice and knew whose it was. It came from his left side. As best he could and stiffly, he turned in that direction. He saw that it was Chad who was standing there and had the same tone of voice, and although he couldn't see his eyes because of his hair, he could feel that his gaze was heavy and no better than Orihime's. Kurosaki, you are a repulsive person, someone who would betray his friends and comrades just for power. I am ashamed of having helped you and of having ever been your friend. Another voice had appeared on the scene and it was to his right. From the voice, he knew who it was and forced himself to turn around, not only to face the person who had spoken to him, but also to face the reality of what was happening. As soon as he came into eye contact with the person, Ichigo's breathing had almost reached its limit and his heart was beating very fast. The pressure he felt in his chest was so much that he brought his right hand to it since his heart was starting to hurt and he was sweating. He really didn't understand anything, he was only asking himself one thing in his mind. Why? He asked the three who were now almost completely surrounding him. That's what we should be asking you. So, why did you do it, Kurosaki? We followed you to Soul Society because we believed in you and you were our friend, our comrade. We risked our lives because we trusted you and that you would always face the bullets if any of us were in danger. But we were wrong. You're wrong, Inoue. I never betrayed them. It was never my intention, nor did I know that Soul Society was so dangerous and… That's not the point, Uryu interrupted. We would have gone to the gates of hell with you, but we were just simple bait, pawns for something much bigger that you and Aizen were planning. We were used by Aizen, but more than anything, we were used by you, something less than mere tools. He finished. He had started with a more normal tone, but that tone lowered and darkened as he went on. The last words carried poison in them that affected Ichigo to the deepest part of his being. At those words he lowered his head, feeling a pressure due to their looks that he had never felt before, and it prevented him from raising it again. You're trash, Ichigo. You're a disgrace. Please stop. Ichigo went on to hold his head with both hands. What's wrong? Face the facts and what you've done like a man. No, you're not even that. A man would have more shame than you. You're an animal, a filthy animal. Uryu said this with total malice and loud and clear so that he could hear what he was saying. No, an animal has more shame than him, Uryu. It is an insult to animals to compare him with someone like him, Orihime replied. Enough, please shut up. He finally fell to his knees in the sand, shaking his head while holding her with both hands, tears threatening to fall. Then accept it already. You betrayed us and threw us away like garbage. Because of power, they showed you something you wanted and you took it without a second thought. But now you have it, are you proud? Was it worth it? Uryu, who had completely changed his mood compared to a moment ago when he was calm, suddenly exploded into rage. Ichigo Chad said calmly and he stopped moving but didn't turn to look at him, he didn't have the courage. We were never friends, Ichigo himself finished the sentence. He didn't want to hear someone who had been in so many battles and difficulties with him saying that, he preferred to say it himself rather than that. But he was startled when he heard laughter, a laugh that was both macabre and terrifying. He turned to Ryu and Orihime to see who it was, but when he saw it wasn't them, he turned to see Chad and was in for a terrifying surprise. Chad was laughing like crazy and now he could see his eyes, he wished he had never seen them. Those eyes were red like a demon's and he was crying blood, his eyes looked like they were going to pop out of their sockets and his mouth was starting to bleed from such euphoric laughter from forcing his mouth to open so wide and with such force. A scene that had no words that could describe the terror and utter fear of Ichigo, who had even unsheathed Zangetsu and held it with both hands towards Chad while his arms and legs trembled. What, you even dare to point your sword at those you betrayed? When you think you can't sink any lower, you only degrade yourself further and further, scum, Orihime said, now standing on his right. Shut up the buck you. He turned in her direction and yelled at the top of his lungs. After that scream filled with rage, he felt something impaling itself on his sword and someone letting out a piercing scream as if they were being tortured. Blood had splattered on his face and dripped from his hands that held his Zanpakuto firmly in place. He hadn't even turned his gaze to the front as he was still staring at Orihime. He hadn't moved a muscle after hearing such a blood-curdling scream and realizing that it was right in front of him. Look what you did, Uryu scolded him. He really didn't want to turn around to see what had happened, but it was as if something was forcing him to do so, but he felt two hands grab him by both sides of his head, which was still stiff. Right now you're going to see what you just did, so pay attention, Uryu whispered with a macabre smile almost in his ear with cold breath and began to force him to watch, but Ichigo still refused as best he could. Before him stood Rukia, pierced by his sword and covered in blood. She was emaciated, her eyes gone, and drops of blood fell from her mouth. He had pierced her right through the heart and blood was gushing out of his sword and onto her hands. It was a grotesque sight for him to see, as he had never seen anything like it before, nor had he ever expected to see it. Ichigo squeezed his eyes shut, but Uryu grabbed his eyelids and forced him to open them. Rukia, who seemed dead, was now starting to move strongly, as if she were convulsing, and the blood was splashing faster and further, making Ichigo's face get more stained. From one moment to another she stopped completely, but this only lasted a few seconds, since Rukia had raised both arms and taken Ichigo by the shoulders and got closer to him, making the sword pierce her even more. Ichigo, why? Rukia screamed desperately as blood began to flow from her empty eye sockets. With this, Ichigo reached his limit, he broke down completely, his mind clouded, and he screamed in desperation. You could say he was on the brink of madness, an edge where if he took one more step, he would fall into an abyss from which he would never be able to get out again. Admire, observe, and analyze. You are the author of this work, in which there are no smiles, no happiness, no hope. There is only despair, and let me tell you something. This has only just begun, he finished in a low voice, snapping her neck with brutal force. Hey, wake up already. Ichigo had gotten out of bed very agitated and sweating, or rather, he had been lifted, he felt himself being grabbed by both shoulders and instinctively pushed him away. He had woken up with his revolutions going 1,000 miles an hour and was on the defensive. After pushing the person away he calmed down a bit and took his face and neck in both hands. It had been a dream. No, that hadn't been a dream, more like a nightmare, one he would never forget. Are you feeling okay now? He heard the voice of the other person who was currently in the room with him. After taking a few breaths, he decided to turn in his direction to see who it was. Who are you? He asked. He remembered seeing him before, but at that time he hadn't paid much attention to those around him. It had been when he woke up and lost notches in his encounter with Aizen. Ulquiorra's cipher, he answered monotonously. Ichigo found the way he answered and the tone strange, but more than anything the expression he had, it practically expressed nothing. I see, Ulquiorra. What do you need me for? A meeting is about to start and your presence is mandatory, he responded in kind. I understand. But what were you doing in my room? When I was about to knock on the door I heard strange sounds and finally some screams, so I decided to go in to see what was happening. Did I do wrong? Asked Ulquiorra. No, I should rather thank you Ulquiorra. I see. Aren't you going to say something else? What should I say? Ichigo mentally facepalmed, he looked like a robot or something weird, but he wasn't normal, and his appearance didn't help him much. Look, forget it. Could you wait outside for a moment? I need to think a little. Fine, but the meeting is about to start, hurry up and don't take too long, and with this response, he proceeded to leave the room and stand next to the door, as if he were a guard. Now that Ichigo was alone, he began to think about what he'd dreamed. Why had he dreamed that in the first place? He hadn't seen any of his old friends since that time, and he hadn't wanted to dwell on them too much. It would hurt less, but suddenly, he dreamed that, and it unsettled him. He certainly couldn't forget it quickly. But that made him think about one thing. Did they really hate him? It's true, they didn't dare do anything when he was about to be killed, but could he really blame them? He would have acted without thinking twice in a situation like that, but they weren't the same as him, nobody was, and everyone reacts differently to every situation. That was something to take into account. Aizen's words could have destabilized them, put them in shock, even more, considering that there were only high-ranking Shinigami at that time. Regardless of whether their intention was to help, the smartest thing would have been to stay out of it. Surely that went through Ryu's head. However, for now he couldn't be sure of anything, but he could think things over more calmly and reflect a little on what had happened. But one thing was really clear to him, and he wasn't going to change it for anything. The Soul Society had to pay. It was unbelievable that people with thousands of years of experience could be so stupid as to believe such a poor lie, and not only believe it, but act without any basis to support their actions. People who believe that because they are more powerful than others they can trample on anyone while beating their chests, saying they are always right, it's ridiculous, but mistakes are paid for, and he wanted to be that executioner who would give them a death sentence. As he thought this, he suddenly felt a pain coming from his right arm at the shoulder, and he went to hold the affected area with his other arm. He remembered the wound he had received during training with Hannibal. He had already been warned by Sterk that it would hurt later, but he didn't think it would hurt that much. Next time he wouldn't be so careless as to receive such an attack. In a real battle it would mean certain death, and death was the last thing he needed. He closed his eyes for a moment and sighed, letting the pain gradually ease until it was almost gone. Now he only felt a mild discomfort in the area, but nothing he couldn't handle. Once he had relaxed, he heard his name called. It's time, he heard Ulquiorra's voice on the other side of the door. He opened his eyes and slowly got out of bed so as not to move abruptly due to his injury. He then headed towards the door. Once he opened it, he left the room, finding Ulquiorra on his left. I'm ready, let's go, Ichigo stated, looking into Ulquiorra's eyes. Ulquiorra simply turned around and started walking. Ichigo took this as a message saying follow me and proceeded to follow him closely through the dark corridors of Hueco Mundo toward their destination. They spent a considerable amount of time walking around Las Noches. Ichigo thought that if he decided to go out alone through this place he would get lost quickly, it was too big as a structure and it looked like a labyrinth. We're almost there, Ulquiorra blurted out. When Ichigo heard this, he began to feel nervous. He had already met some Espada, but he still didn't know who the others were or how they would react, and that made him insecure. However, he had to lock that insecurity and nervousness away in a place deep inside him. Right now, he couldn't show any weaknesses. While thinking this, he had bumped into Ulquiorra's back, being so deep in his thoughts, he hadn't noticed that Ulquiorra had stopped walking. We've arrived, he said. There Ichigo took a look ahead, finding an immense door similar to the one he had seen before speaking with Aizen just a few days ago. He could hear some voices talking behind the door. He didn't understand what they were saying, since from where he was they sounded more like whispers than anything else. Come in, Ulquiorra told him, and before he was ready to open the door, he slapped himself with both hands on the sides of his face to wake himself up. Then he placed both hands on the door and proceeded to open it slowly. Light reached his eyes as he opened it, and the people who were talking fell silent when they noticed that someone unknown, at least to some, entered the room. The time has come, Ichigo whispered. He wouldn't expect a warm welcome, but he would get a pleasant surprise from an acquaintance. Grimmjow barely saw him enter the room and launched himself to attack him. He had even unsheathed his Zanpakuto and was pointing forward at a beastly speed. Seeing this, Ichigo was surprised and couldn't react as quickly as he wanted, and since he couldn't use his right arm either, he had to opt for his left, but since he wasn't used to it, he lost a lot of time and already had Grimmjow on top of him. But the impending stab he was about to receive was stopped in its tracks, and Ichigo hadn't even had time to place his hand on top of his Zanpakuto. He hadn't been quick enough with the movement, mostly due to his discomfort with that profile. He proceeded to observe who had stopped the sword that was about to stab him, and it had been Ulquiorra. What do you think you're doing? Get the hell out of the way. He yelled in annoyance when he saw that he could only remain motionless against the powerful grip Ulquiorra maintained on his wrist, but he continued to press forward, but didn't move an inch from where he was. Grimmjow, what do? I do what I have to do, but what are you doing? He returned the question with the tone he normally uses, but in the last sentence a slight tone of reproach was noticed. Picking a fight with that bastard, that's what I do, so if you could do me a favor, get out of my sight, otherwise you'll have to deal with me too, Grimmjow said threateningly, but this didn't affect Ulquiorra at all, who ignored his warning. I will not do such a thing. I was hoping you'd say that, Grimmjow replied, using his free arm to create a Sero right in Ulquiorra's face. I don't recommend you do that, Ichigo, who hadn't seen who was in the room, recognized the voice. It was only natural that he would be at this meeting, and this was the first time he'd heard his voice and seen his presence in the room, which was located at the end of a table where the others he hadn't yet met were. And I recommend you keep your mouth shut and not interfere, he replied, unaware of what Grimmjow had said. He'd said it automatically, without hesitation. No one was going to ruin this moment for him, not even Aizen. The moment those words left his mouth he felt himself being pressed against the ground in a suffocating manner and had been made to kneel. As he turned to see the person responsible for this, Aizen himself. Members of the Espada like Halibal, Stare Canel, wondered why he didn't give in. It was useless to resist someone with such a gap of difference in power with them, but not only power, Grimmjow himself knew how terrible Aizen could be if provoked and still went ahead. That must be because of his pride. Pride that did not let him lower himself to being a dog of a Shinigami, even knowing that it could mean his death, but even his pride could have a limit that was reached when Aizen showed him with all clarity how before him, he was nobody and could not face him, a limit that he was showing him right now. I told you I recommended you not to, just go sit down, I'm in a good mood today due to the presence of our guest, so I don't want that to happen again. Do you understand? Aizen spoke to a Grimmjow who was sweating and breathing heavily due to the pressure of Aizen's Ryatsu on him. I understand, Grimmjow replied quietly. What did you say? I didn't hear well, please repeat that loud and clear. At this Grimmjow placed a hand on the ground as sweat fell to the floor. At this point the pressure was suffocating even for someone like him. I understand, Lord Aizen, he said with his head lowered as he felt the pressure ease and his shoulders were released from the weight they had recently been subjected to. But his mind was not right at all. He had been humiliated and exposed in front of everyone. That made him angry with himself. He said he would choose death before bowing to someone, but here he was, bowing to a Shinigami. In his mind he said he was a complete coward like Noitra told him in the previous meeting. If he were who he says he was, he would have faced Aizen and died trying. That would have prevented him from being humiliated not once, but multiple times, and that was destroying him little by little inside. Ichigo had seen this scene, and without having any connection with Grimmjow, seeing him this way made him feel some pity. Someone like Grimmjow must have immense wings of greatness and equally great pride, but at that moment he saw how he was completely broken as if he were a toy. He saw how Grimmjow clenched his fist to the point of blood coming out of it. He decided to look away from that action. Ichigo, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Please take a seat and make yourself comfortable wherever you want. When he heard Aizen, he frowned. He would have to get used to hearing that voice more and more often. He watched them. He was sitting in what seemed to be the largest chair and the one at the end of the table. On either side of him were Jin as usual with a smile and Tosin with his usual serious expression and air. I will, he replied as briefly as possible. He didn't want to exchange too much dialogue with Aizen, nor did he want to be too friendly. He had already made it clear that he wouldn't be one of his subordinates. After that, he prepared to walk towards the oval table in front of him. From what he could see, there were about 8 people there, aside from Aizen and his 2 allies. As he walked he passed by Grimmjow who was still recovering and even Ulquiorra who had started to follow him. He looked up to see where he could sit and spotted an empty seat right between Hannibal and Sterk, who had an annoyed Lillinette on his lap and was telling her everything. Well, he paid no attention and pretended not to know, while Hannibal looked at him, as if telling him to sit between them, at least he wouldn't be completely alone. He walked around the table a little and sat where indicated. In front of them were Nell and Neutra. Somehow he gained security from being surrounded by people he had had previous contact with, especially like Sterk and Hannibal. Ulquiorra for his part had sat to the right side of him and Hannibal. Hey, get up, the meeting should have already started if it weren't for you, so move and sit down already, said Tosin seriously and reproached to Grimmjow who was still in the same position. Apart from not liking that type of situations he also didn't like being surrounded by hollows, which increased his hostility and little tolerance towards them. The Espada, but more than anything Sterk, Hannibal and Nell, knew that it was not normal for Grimmjow to stay that way. Perhaps this time it had been too much for him. Ichigo, from the little he had seen of him, did not think to see him like that either. Grimmjow was still in a kind of limbo. He hadn't heard Tosin's voice because of that, and for Kaname it was as if he was ignoring him, something that bothered him, and he was going to get up to teach the ranker a lesson. Oh Tosin, I don't think that's necessary, you should calm down a bit and relax, Jin said with his usual smile. You're disobeying a direct order from your superior, so I think it's very necessary, he replied, already standing up from his seat. Then suddenly Neutra stood up from his seat, confusing those present, but especially Nell who was next to him. Hey Neutra. What are you doing? Nell whispered loudly so he could hear her. Nothing, he replied with a serious face, something that was rare for him. Once he stood up from his seat, he proceeded to walk towards Grimmjow, but his steps were stopped by a sword blocking his way. What do you think you're doing? Are you going to disobey too? Kaname asked aggressively. He was the one holding the Zanpakuto in front of Neutra, blocking his way. What are you trying to do, Neutra? Hannibal wondered, paying close attention, just like the others. The situation had become very tense from the moment Aizen reprimanded Grimmjow, and that tension was reflected in the atmosphere in the room. Neutra hadn't answered the question and kept his gaze lowered. He didn't seem nervous or anything, but seeing him so calm was very strange, even when he was being pointed at by a sword by what he hated the most, a Shinigami. Answer? Tosin demanded, dismayed at the hollow's annoyance and disrespect for his presence. He moved the sword blocking his path back, but only so he could gain momentum in the swing that sought to kill the current 7th Espada. Ichigo tried to control himself and not do anything stupid. This situation was exactly what he wanted to fight and prevent the Shinigami from doing, a situation that perfectly represented how they behave. Despite having left the Soul Society, they do not forget their nature, nobody does, and that Shinigami nature of imposing ideals by force was what motivated his hatred towards them. The edge of the sword was almost about to cut through Neutra's head. He was about to jump to attack Kaname without caring about the pain he felt in his shoulder, until enough Tosin, and at that moment the sword stopped being only centimeters from Neutra's face. The cut was so forceful that a wave of wind came out as a result of the abrupt stop. He had a true desire to kill. Ichigo hadn't gotten up, not because he didn't want to, but because he'd been held. Sterk, who was at his left side, took him by the arm and forced him to sit down. Sterk hadn't turned to look at him. He was still watching the situation unfold. Ichigo was initially angry at Sterk's arrest, but then thought for a bit and really had to thank him for stopping him. Things would have gotten out of control if he had attacked Tosin, and it would have caused harm not only to the present but also to his future plans. If he wanted to achieve what he wanted, he would have to think more before acting. At this point, one mistake would have been enough and he wouldn't have any other chances. But Lord Aizen, he. Just leave him, let's see what he does. I still find it interesting what he's trying to do. Okay Lord Aizen, excuse my lack of patience and ethics. With your permission, I will leave. With that he proceeded to leave the room. Although Aizen was his leader and he respected him, sometimes he did not agree with his flexible treatment of the hollows. They were beasts. Since they were here, he has been in charge of punishing hollows who go off track, and the punishment he chose was death. Aizen gave him some power in that, and he thanked him for giving him that trust, but if he wanted to create a world where justice was what he wanted, at some point he would have to cut ties with Aizen and go on his own, and he hoped that when that time came, Aizen would understand, but for now that moment would not come. Hey, was Tosin upset he didn't seem very happy? Jin asked. Apparently that was the case, but there's no need to worry. He's a great ally to me, and I need him, just as he needs me. So, no problem. He'll be back as usual later. I think you're right about that. For now let's see what he's trying to do, pointing his finger at Neutra, who had been standing next to Grimmjow for a while now. After the situation involving Tosin and Neutra, all eyes in the room had once again been on Neutra, only Grimmjow's presence was the one accompanying him at this moment. Without saying or doing anything, Grimmjow for his part hadn't even realized that someone was by his side, he was still immersed in his world. The world he was pulled from when he felt a hand on his right shoulder. He turned his head slightly to look at said hand, then raised his gaze a little further to see who owned it. He was pleasantly surprised to find the last person he expected to see at that moment. How long do you plan on making a fool of yourself here? Get up now, Neutra said seriously. These words enraged Grimmjow, who stood up abruptly and slapped Neutra's hand away with his own. His anger made him forget a little about what had happened just moments ago. Take that damn hand off me, Grimmjow responded aggressively, but he didn't know that Neutra wanted him to do exactly that. As strange as the scene seemed to all the Espada, but most of all to Nell, Neutra had decided not to stay and argue with Grimmjow, instead turning around to return to the table. First you come and insult me. And then you run away? Grimmjow asked with a bit of mockery from behind him, and he was quick to respond. You should shut that filthy mouth for a damn second and sit down, we're taking too long because of a whiny kitten, so instead of wasting your energy talking shit, invest it in sitting down for once. Besides, he lowered his voice so that only Grimmjow could hear. I don't think they'd like to see their beloved king like this, he said simply as he began walking towards his seat. However, those last words froze Grimmjow for a moment. You, how do you know that? The blue-haired man demanded urgently. Neutra stopped and without turning to look at him he answered. That doesn't interest you, and he continued on his way until he sat down and began to laugh exaggeratedly at Grimmjow. DCH, whatever, said Grimmjow with annoyance, who had no choice but to sit down. He had positioned himself next to Nell, and she separated him from Neutra, who was still laughing. He just clicked his tongue again angrily and turned to the opposite side of Neutra. But Nell realized something that the others didn't. This wasn't just because Neutra wanted to annoy Grimmjow, they always did that between them whenever they could, and they seemed to get along very badly, but this time, Neutra didn't go with an air of mockery or some kind of aggressive attitude. When going to tell him what he said to Grimmjow while he was lying down, he was more determined and even risked dying at the hands of Tosin, if we count that. And that Neutra would know perfectly well how Grimmjow would react to one of his insults. It was clear what Neutra wanted to do. Though Neutra Nell called him in a low voice, he had already calmed down after laughing, and when he heard her call him Nell, he only rolled his eyes at her a little. That was a very nice gesture on your part, he whispered so no one would hear. You crazy woman, what are you talking about now? Don't play dumb, I know exactly what you meant to do there. Well, congratulations, he replied as if it were no big deal. I really know. Do you want me to give you a prize or something? Neutra, you're very bad, Nell said, pouting slightly. Thank you. For the first time in a long time he managed to win an argument with Nell. He had to enjoy the moment. It was strange that she hadn't threatened to extort him, he must have forgotten. I'll tell Grimmjow he had spoken before time. This woman was the devil. Damn, you win, it was a nice gesture, happy. She replied in defeat. She was undoubtedly very annoying, definitely after Grimmjow she was next on his hit list. Nell just smiled at the answer and turned to look ahead, very happy, happier than usual if that was possible. But she hadn't been the only one to notice Neutra's actions. Hannibal and Ichigo had also noticed it. The latter didn't stop himself from finding this behavior very interesting. There was undoubtedly much more behind just the superficiality than just being two people who hate each other and fight each other. It reminded him of how he and Ryu got along at the time. After analyzing the moment a little, they simply decided to talk a little among themselves and with Sterk as well. Lillinette, who was still a little inhibited by Ichigo's presence and stayed as close as possible to her inseparable companion. Tell me, how is your wound? I'm sure it's still bothering you, Hannibal asked. You could say I'm feeling okay, but like Sterk had warned me, it would really hurt when it was cold, and it definitely hurt. I thought it would just be a nuisance, but it was much more than that when I woke up. I imagine that when a wound like that is treated with Reiatsu alone, there will be some discomfort and it will only go away depending on how good the affected person's regeneration is, Hannibal stated. You're right about that, Sterk chimed in now. It's incredible to me that you're walking, even though it wasn't in your leg. It must hurt just from the movement of your body. The truth is that it hurts but not too much, it is painful, but nothing I can't handle, Ichigo replied. I think with a few more hours of rest it will be as if nothing ever happened. I hope so, Sterk. We're not done with training yet and I need to be at 100%. You're right about that. You still have a long way to go and if you're not at your best in training, you won't make the progress you should, so you'd better recover before returning to it. Don't think I'll be merciful to you, either. I don't know why I'm not surprised you said that, Ichigo said with a small smile. Well, I think that with you, Hannibal, it will be more than enough from now on, so you can do it on your own. I'll take advantage of the time and sleep as much as I can. You won't sleep at all, lazy old man, go do something useful, Lillinet told him angrily. Sterk always had to include sleep at the end of every sentence, and the worst part was that he actually did it. I'm doing something very useful, I'm saving my strength for when I really need it, Sterk responded in his defense. In other words, slacking off, Lillinet snorted. Call it what you want. At this strange discussion, Ichigo and Hannibal were brought down a drop by the hundred, Ichigo by the subject of this and Hannibal, despite the time she had witnessed it was still strange to her. Ulquiorra remained expectant without commenting anything as was usual for him, but he had been watching Ichigo since he entered the room, he was as if analyzing him, as if wanting to discover something that from what it seemed he had not been successful in finding yet. And he was not the only one doing this, Ichigo had also attracted the attention of a pink-haired man who was at the table with them, but his attention to Ichigo was much more evident, however, another without being so blatant remained calm, but keeping an eye on Ichigo's movements, he had realized that the now released was different from the rest and much denser. Everyone stopped talking or left what they were thinking when they heard the voice of the one who was now the undisputed leader. Aizen had gotten up from his chair ready to address those present. Okay, now that we're all here, I can tell you why I called this meeting. This isn't to discuss any specific topic, but rather to share some news. I had already shared some of that news at the previous meeting, and now it's time to confirm it. So please, make yourselves comfortable. Many were already thinking that it could be, but it would be Sale who would ask the question that everyone wanted to ask, but no one had dared to yet. Sir, does this have to do with that Shinigami who was captured a few days ago? Exactly. So today is the day, well, I think it was to be expected, after all it had to be here no matter what, and if it had to happen at some point, it better be here, and now, Ichigo thought determinedly. That's excellent, said Sale as he looked at Ichigo, and he noticed his gaze on him and their eyes met. While Ichigo looked into the pink-haired man's eyes, something made him look away, there was something definitely not right with that guy, it gave him a bad feeling. He tried to look at him again, but it seemed that what the pink-haired man saw was not a hollow but a prey, and that undoubtedly worried him. Well, I think we don't have to waste any more time, let's get this started right away, said Aizen with a smile a little wider than usual. He would be lying if he said he hadn't waited for this moment for a long time. Jin, who was sitting next to Aizen, just settled into his seat, his smile never fading from his features. This was like TV to him, pure training and fun, and he knew that soon things would get much more interesting. Chapter 27. So it's him, I thought different thoughts Amari. He had already realized who this new Espada Aizen was talking about. He said that was different because of his appearance, it didn't match what they had said before, but he knew that he couldn't judge a book by its cover, especially when it came to an ranker. And not only had he realized who Aizen was talking about, both Sale and Neutra had realized it as well, and they had different opinions. The former was excited to meet an ranker who was once a Shinigami, but more than anything, he wanted to experiment with him, and he would try to converse with him, and if he couldn't, well, he would have to resort to other resources. The second was upset, not so much because someone who had been a Shinigami was now an ranker, he had somehow been able to cope with that annoyance with the thought that he truly hated Shinigami, what really bothered him was that they had mocked him to his face when he met him in the dining room and hadn't said anything to him. And from the reactions of Sterk, Ulquiorra, Hannibal, Grimjo and Nell, he could sense that they already knew it, which only increased his anger, at some point he would get even with all of them. It could be said that Yami was in the same situation as Neutra, except that he had not had any contact with him and was still upset that a former Shinigami was part of the Espadas with him. All of them realized that Ichigo was the supposed new Espada due to his aura, a powerful and somewhat turbulent aura that he radiated even without realizing it, apart from being the only no Espada among the ranker who were in the room, and just Aizen said that he would make the promised announcement at the last meeting. But someone had noticed Ichigo long before all those who didn't know him yet, and that was Berrigan. Berrigan noticed his powerful presence the moment he entered the room. He didn't lose sight of him for a moment and continued analyzing him from the first second he saw him. He was standing with his arms crossed, facing Aizen on the other side of the table. Without a doubt his gaze and features, which rarely show anything other than annoyance, showed something else, something not very different from what he always shows. This one was rage. He squeezed his own arm a little at the thought that he would have to put up with another Shinigami, because he really didn't care that he wasn't one now. Even if he claimed to hate Shinigami he wouldn't believe him. For him he was just a simple Shinigami wanting to pass himself off as a hollow, and that was unforgivable. Besides, he wouldn't allow what he had been planning for a long time to be ruined by the presence of this one. Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen said in a call. Ichigo was quick to stand up before everyone's attentive gaze. He was really nervous at this point. He felt the stares on him, and not only that, it was as if they weighed tons. But despite that nervousness, it didn't stop him from responding verbally. He didn't see it as necessary, nor did he have any intention of doing so. Aizen wasn't bothered by that, rather his smile widened, because he would be direct with what he was about to say. Jin at his side knew exactly what his leader was going to be, and just waited for him in silence while he got a little more comfortable. Now came the good part according to him. Welcome to the Espadas. At that announcement, no one said anything for a few seconds. On one hand they already knew it, but Ichigo was surprised by how he said it. He hadn't gone around in circles as much as he thought he would as usual. Aizen. But a protest wasn't long in coming, and this was from Yami. You're referring to Ichigo. He turned his head a little. There he could see a man of great physical build who looked at him aggressively. He chose to remain the same way as before, with a serious expression on his face. Can you really be sure that you hate Shinigami as much as a hollow, and that you're not just a Shinigami who was betrayed and thrown out like a dog in Hueco Mundo for doing something stupid? Can you be sure of that? He asked in a more aggressive manner than was usual for him. Yes. Can you do it? Come on, say something. I'm waiting. Neutra had gotten up from his seat and put one foot on the table, pointing his greatsword directly at Ichigo. Hey Neutra, calm down a bit, quiet. Shut up. You Neliel, you damn crazy woman, knew it. And so did you bastards. Now pointing the sword towards those on Ichigo's sides, which were Sterk, Lilinet, Hannibal and Ulquiorra. He still hadn't finished venting, there was someone else missing, and it was the most important one. And you. Grimjo, you stupid little cat, don't just stand there and say something, I know you knew that too. Grimjo, faced with that insult, who had been subdued since the situation a little while ago, instantly stood up violently from his seat as well, and placed his hand on the Zanpakuto at his waist. So what if I knew it, you disgusting little insect? It's your fault for being too slow. So don't involve me in your ridiculous tantrums and go to hell. If you have something to say to me, let's settle this here and now. With damn pleasure. Roared the dark-haired man. Nell, seeing the situation, was about to intervene, but someone got in first. You clowns. And you call yourselves hollows, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Berrigan exploded furiously at the scene. This had surprised them since he almost never said anything in meetings, so his shouting with such force had been unthinkable for them until now. And you? Answer the damn question. Can you be sure you hate Shinigami, can you, or are you just doing this to look good and so I don't tear you to pieces right here? Now he changed targets. That target was Ichigo, who had been standing for a while now. When their eyes met, a heavy atmosphere formed in the room. Even though Ichigo was nervous, he didn't want to show weakness. To say that what he had said had bothered him was an understatement. Yami's previous question had already bothered him, but this time the tone in which Berrigan said it almost drove him crazy. Even so, he sighed. Without closing his eyes or looking away from Berrigan's, he was going to answer, but someone got there first. I can, Sterk said, both arms on the table, resting his chin on his fingers. Lilinet, beside him, wondered what her companion was doing. It was undoubtedly dangerous to provoke Berrigan, and both he and she knew it, but the former didn't care. I'm not asking you, Sterk, so back off. I don't want to have to kill another Espada just because he got into something he shouldn't have. Are you threatening me? Sterk asked a little more seriously. It's not a threat, it's a promise. Keep that in mind the next time you butt in where you're not wanted. Then you'll have to finish me off too. Berrigan, Hannibal stood up from her seat, annoyed by what she was hearing. That won't be a problem, I'll kill you both if necessary, you don't deserve to call yourselves hollows, referring to Sterk and Hannibal. And you? Someone who was humiliated and revoked from his position as king of Hueco Mundo by a Shinigami. Before judging others you have to see yourself, Berrigan. Hannibal responded aggressively. I'd rather be that than a bitch pretending to protect some tadpoles who can't defend themselves to satisfy her pathetic conscience with that. Don't compare me to you for a moment, the mere thought of it disgusts me. But this answer, Hannibal reached the limit of his patience. Sterk was watching the scene, hoping that Hannibal would not do what he thought was going to happen, when he saw how Hannibal, after hearing the answer, suddenly stood up and diverted his right hand to his back in search of his sword. He knew he had to act before the matter got worse. But he didn't need to. Ichigo had put his right arm in front of Hannibal, with his palm open, as a signal for her to calm down. "Ichigo, what are you doing? Move aside." "Calm down, Hannibal, there's no need to get your hands dirty with this guy, I'll take care of it," he replied calmly as he turned to look at Hannibal, smiling a little, so she would leave the rest to him. Hannibal calmed down, but didn't sit down. Then Ichigo looked back at Berrigan, but with a hard and determined look. In his eyes there was only determination. "Answering your question, and this isn't just for you, but for everyone in this room." The attention was completely and exclusively for Ichigo. There was no one in the room who wasn't interested. Jin and Aizen stood on the sidelines, listening to what the new Espada had to say. "I, Kurosaki Ichigo, can assure you that the hatred you have towards them is not even a fifth of mine. There is nothing I regret more than having once been one of them. I became hollow precisely for that reason, and no one, not even you," pointing his finger at Berrigan and looking directly in his eyes with a sharp look. When he said about his hatred of the Shinigami, he unconsciously looked at Aizen. For this, Berrigan did not go unnoticed, and neither had he been for Sterk, although Berrigan had smiled inside after observing that gesture of Ichigo towards Aizen. For his part, Ichigo continued with his thing. "You have the right to judge me without any idea of the circumstances or the why. Keep that in mind the next time you're going to say something about someone, because you might regret it," he finished in a threatening voice, which was unusual to see from him, but Berrigan didn't flinch at his words or his tone. He had no reason to. While this was happening and the discussion was getting heated, Sale couldn't help but become more and more interested in the new Espada member. Nell and Neutra thought that he had gone totally crazy, although for Neutra Ichigo's answer had been quite specific, and Nell didn't care about the answer. She didn't want to have anything to do with that kind of things. For his part, Grimmjow wasn't even interested in whether Ichigo hated the Shinigami or not. He just hoped that something would break out so he could take advantage of the situation and satisfy his thirst for fighting, but unfortunately for him it would have to wait for another occasion. After all those words from Ichigo, Berrigan never thought of staying silent and would gladly answer him. "We'll find out sooner rather than later, rest assured, Kurosaki Ichigo. Then I'll be waiting. Until then, keep your mouth shut, Berrigan. I too will be waiting. There will be only impatience in my being until the moment I destroy you." And at that moment they both smiled, but it wasn't a friendly laugh, it was a smile with pure danger and defiance on both of their parts. What they said was true. They would eagerly await that moment that they had both promised each other to settle the scores they would owe each other on this occasion. They simply couldn't wait, but they would have to, and more than they think. Okay, enough of this, let's move on to the part where we choose which spot our new member will occupy. This confused Ichigo a little as he didn't know what Aizen meant by that. He had already sat down after his heated discussion with Berrigan. "Lord Aizen, do you want me to search for what I think it is?" Sale asked with motivation and a slightly disdainful smile. It was impossible for his smile to be any bigger than it already was. "Sale, you're always one step ahead. Of course, you'd be doing me a favor." With that, Sale practically took off from his seat and ran off, jumping up and down, quickly leaving the room. Seeing this, Ichigo wondered what he was looking for. That thought vanished when he felt a tap on his left shoulder. It was Sterk, who signaled him to come a little closer and speak in a low voice. "Hey Sterk, I thank you for trying to defend me, I owe you one," Ichigo said quietly. "You're welcome. What you did was very brave and all, but it was a little reckless. You may be stronger than me, and most likely Berrigan too, but right now you're not. You still have a long way to go if you want to even fight Berrigan on equal terms, or even challenge him." "I don't plan on challenging him, I just wanted to put him in his place, that's all," Ichigo said. "Don't lie, Ichigo, no one stands in front of someone who is stronger than you just to put them in their place. What are you trying to do?" This question made Ichigo nervous, but he tried to hide it as much as he could. "Nothing, Sterk, like I told you, I just wanted to put him in his place. Besides, he can't do anything here in front of everyone, and much less in front of Aizen. I know what I'm doing," he answered with a half-truth. He wanted to put him in his place, but if he really wanted to finish off Aizen, he also had to finish off people like Berrigan before he turned against him. Berrigan would undoubtedly be an obstacle, and if he attacked him first, then he would have a reason to kill him without regrets and without anyone saying anything about it. Sterk, when he noticed the look Ichigo gave Aizen, realized that there was more to Ichigo than he was saying and that he was hiding something. He was going to continue insisting, but saw how Ichigo turned his head forward to avoid him. "It will be another time, I better get comfortable," Sterk thought with the intention of resting a little. Ichigo, at the moment of avoiding the conversation with Sterk and turning to the front, with his gaze found a panorama where he saw how Grimjo and Neutra were arguing about something, and Nell was trying to stop them. He believed that he would get used to that scene faster than he thought. While he watched this, he felt again how someone touched his left shoulder. He thought that Sterk would continue insisting. "Hey Sterk, I already told you that." He was interrupted when two arms hung around his neck. This one was Lilynette, smiling as if she was watching a superhero. "Ichigo. That was great," she said with stars in her eyes. "The one that was great. Hey, give me some space, you're suffocating me." He pushed her away a little with his arm. "Nah, it was no big deal," he replied with a smile. "Hey, don't come here acting all cool," Lilynette said in a slightly muffled voice. "But you just told me I am, and that's not why I said it." "Of course," said Lilynette, making fun of him. From one moment to the next, she lost her fear of Ichigo. Well, after all, she was a child. Once she breaks the ice and gains confidence, there is no one who can stop her. "TCH, changing the subject, you know who went looking for that pink-haired guy who came out?" He seemed excited, and it didn't seem like it was for anything good. "I really don't know, it's hard to know what's going on in Sale's head. The guy is really crazy, haha." "Well, I think you can tell from miles away that he's crazy, and I'm saying this without even knowing him," Ichigo laughed. "I'm starting to understand this girl. I think I know why Sterk can't stand her," Ichigo thought. That was when he remembered that he could ask Sterk about what that plaza Aizen mentioned was, and thus changed the topic of conversation from a moment ago. "Hey Sterk, I was going to ask if you knew about No Way." "What's wrong, Ichigo? Why are you incredible?" said Lilynette. Well, she patted her face and moved it from side to side, disappointed. "How is it possible that he fell asleep? Not even a minute has passed since I spoke to him," Ichigo said, seeing how Sterk was lying on the table with both arms on it and snoring, clearly asleep. He wondered if it was even possible to do such a feat. "Well, I think it's Sterk after all. Then I'll blame him for how lazy he is. Anyway, he'll have to wake up when Sale arrives," she concluded while she also placed her arms on the table. Ichigo remembered what he was going to ask. He noticed that to his right Hannibal and Ulquiorra were talking about something. He doesn't know why he found the idea that their conversations weren't very interesting funny, and they didn't seem very animated either. Well, he would start. "Hey," he called out, and as soon as they heard him, they turned in his direction. "What's wrong, Ichigo?" Hannibal asked. Ulquiorra was staying a bit out of the conversation, but he was listening. "I wanted to ask, what is that plaza Aizen mentioned? Do you know anything?" "Yes, that is something to determine the worth and power of an Espada. We Espadas have a number that identifies us. The lower the number, the stronger the Espada, and as the numbers go up, the power levels, instead of going up with it, go down," Hannibal explained. Ichigo paid close attention to this, but still had questions. "The lower the number, the more power there is, so how many Espadas are there in total?" "All the ones you see on this table, 10 Espadas this time." Before Hannibal spoke, Ulquiorra replied. "I see. And what number do you wear?" "They must be one of the lower numbers, from what I've been told." "I'm number 3, and he," referring to Ulquiorra, "is number 4. Those are really low numbers, and that would explain why you almost killed me yesterday. Are you going to continue with that?" "If you continue, I'll really kill you," Hannibal said, a little annoyed. Hey, calm down. I don't feel like dying yet, so please, I'd love it if you didn't kill me," Ichigo said, using both hands to make him calm down a little. To change the subject, he wanted to ask something else and asked a question about the sleepy creature to his left. "So you're number 3 and Ulquiorra is number 4, so what number is this?" he said, pointing his finger at a Sterk who was resting. "They are number 2, the second strongest of all the ranker present here." "Wait, did you say them?" "Yes, why?" "I thought the Espadas didn't share numbers, do they?" "No, they don't, but they are a special case," he said while watching Lilynette fiddling with her fingers and Sterk in a dream world. Ichigo, who also watched them for a moment and smiled. They looked like opposite beings, but they were always together. It was strange. But his expression turned angry when he thought of someone else, that someone and he had agreed to resolve their matters at some point, and he wanted to estimate what his power was. "And what about him?" he asked, pointing. Hannibal, when she looked in the direction Ichigo indicated with his finger, her expression hardened as she remembered the contact they had recently. "He is the first Espada, Berrigan Luisenbern. He is truly dangerous. He was the former king of Hueco Mundo before Aizen came and took away that position that he believed was rightfully his. Because of that, his hatred towards the Shinigami is incalculable," Hannibal told him. "I see," Ichigo said quietly. Berrigan was the strongest Espada, and just a few minutes ago they had declared war. Now he wasn't sure if he did the right thing, but what was done and he couldn't back out now. But if he had one thing going for him, it was his own name that he wanted to kill. Aizen, because if Berrigan hadn't dared to act yet, it was either because he respected Aizen, which was ridiculous with what Hannibal had told him, or he couldn't handle him and knew that if he revealed himself, Aizen would kill him. Right now, as I'm getting stronger, Ichigo smiled at that ironic thought. It seems my greatest ally is my worst enemy, but then he remembered a part of what Hannibal had told him and was interested in it, so he decided to ask her to see if he could come to a conclusion. And you? What about me? Do you hate Shinigami? Faced with this sudden question, Hannibal had no concrete answer since she had never stopped to think about it for a moment and gave more importance to the time she spent with her Frachian. Not having an answer, she sighed a little and answered. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question right now, but rest assured that when I find an answer I'll let you know. No problem, Hannibal, I'll eagerly await your response. He decided to turn to his left side when he felt a touch on his shoulder. Look, the crazy guy has arrived, Lilith pointed at the door. It was then that Ichigo looked at what he was carrying with him. It looked like a capsule, and next to it was a computer. Many cables were sticking out of the back, too many for his liking. Lord Aizen, here is what you asked for. Okay, Sale. You take care of the settings, and I'll take care of the rest. That sounds good to me, and with that he started typing very quickly, while hundreds of things appeared on the screen that would not make sense to anyone, except for someone who knew the subject like the back of their hand. Kurosaki, come here, he called to Ichigo, who was watching what Sale was doing from his seat. So the time has come, huh? We'll see what happens, and with that thought he stood up with determination and began to walk in the direction of Aizen, not before hearing a good luck from Hannibal. Lilith, who was previously standing next to him, took her place momentarily. Kurosaki Ichigo, show me what you're worth. I hope what you said wasn't just words, Berrigan thought, interested in what was going to happen, something that never happened to him after a long time. He seemed interested in something related to another ranker. By the time he finished thinking that, Ichigo had already arrived where Aizen was. Head towards where the machine is, he will explain what you should do, then just let him take care of everything, Aizen said calmly. Fine, Ichigo simply replied, not wanting to exchange many words. But that he continued his walk towards where Sale was. As soon as he arrived he noticed Ichigo and smiled big. Oh, Kurosaki Ichigo, I've been wanting to meet you for a while. He said in a slightly disdainful manner. Oh really? But of course. I am the one and only Sale, a poor Grans. A pleasure. He said in the same way while with his right hand he held the bangs of pink hair that fell on the right side of his face. After introducing himself, that same hand he offered it to Ichigo to shake. Wow, he seems to be a bit of an overbearing guy, but he's not as bad as I thought, Ichigo thought with a smile, then extended his own hand to shake it as well. The pleasure's mine, Sao. The moment she made contact with Sale's hand she felt a sting and suddenly pulled away. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Ichigo yelled angrily. Haha, I've been wanting to do this for a while, Sale said, laughing. Ichigo saw that in his right hand he had a small syringe with blood, his blood. I already knew something like this was going to happen. It's very predictable. The bastard is like a viper. He's calm, and when you least expect it, bam, Lilith said after seeing what had happened with Ichigo, so that Hannibal would hear her. She sighed and closed her eyes. Hey, are you really going to be in charge of the machine? Ichigo asked Sale. Hey, but of course, why are you asking? What's happening? Nothing, tell me what I have to do, Ichigo asked. In his mind he told himself that he was already afraid of this guy, and he hadn't even met him for 3 minutes. It was incredible. Oh well, just step into the capsule and relax. Master Sale will take care of everything. Fine, Ichigo said reluctantly and walked a little until he was in front of the capsule. Sale, seeing where he was, pressed a button on the computer keyboard to open the door. From inside, the moment it opened, a kind of fog came out and it felt cold. He proceeded to enter it, and when he was already inside, the pink-haired man pressed the button again to close the door. Wow, so it even has pressurized air, but even then there's not much oxygen in this thing, and I can't hear what they're saying from in here, he thought as he examined the inside of the capsule. When he looked up, he noticed there were vents, but they weren't for oxygen. They had to be for something else. Outside the capsule, Sale tapped a few keys to activate the oxygen inside the capsule and the temperature level. When he finished these small adjustments he turned to Aizen. Lord Aizen, everything is ready, there's just one thing missing. I understand, Jin, may I? Aizen said as he extended his hand towards him. Of course, Lord Aizen, here, it's all yours, and Jin took out of his clothes a shiny purple object that Ichigo recognized from inside the capsule, the Heijyoku. That thing again, it also seems that he would use it for this, Ichigo thought as he watched Aizen walk to Sale's side and show him the Heijyoku. Outside, Sale touched a button that opened a small compartment just the size of the Heijyoku. Aizen placed it there with great care, and then the door of the mini compartment closed. Then Sale typed to start the missing functions to begin with everything. As soon as he finished, Ichigo realized that the ducts he had noticed before were beginning to expel a purple powder. When he breathed it in he began to feel a little dizzy. But what is this? It feels the same as that time, he said, feeling fatigued. Despite having mostly felt pain when he became an ranker, he still remembered the type of energy that surrounded him that time, and this time it was the same. After a minute, the capsule had turned a dark purple. The beep was heard from the machine, and that was the signal that the process had been completed. Sale opened the door of the mini compartment so that Aizen could extract the Hejyoku from it and return it to Jin, who put it in the same place where he had it before. The pink-haired man activated a ventilation system inside the capsule to drain the remaining substance that was drifting in the air. Once drained, Ichigo could be seen breathing a little heavily and sweating a little, as if tired. There, Sale opened the main door of the capsule to allow Ichigo to emerge, walking with a slightly hesitant step. "Hey, how are you feeling?" he asked. "I think I'm feeling okay," he said, still a little out of breath. "Don't worry about it, it's just a side effect that will pass quickly." Finally, some good news. As he said this, he felt the palm of his right hand burn as if it were red hot, and he grabbed it with his free hand. Seeing this, Aizen approached him. "Hey, show me your hand." Ichigo's ardor was wearing off a bit, but Aizen took advantage of this to grab his hand without his consent. As soon as Aizen saw his palm, he smiled widely. Ichigo didn't understand why he did it, but he looked too, and then he understood why. Now there was a number engraved on it. Hey, looks like we have a winning number." And with that, Aizen had Ichigo raise his hand by force, unable to refuse due to his previous fatigue. At that moment, the other Espadas paid attention. "Hey. What number is that?" Grimjo shouted from his seat, unable to see it properly. Just like everyone else, Berrigan could barely make out the number and couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was a 0. "A 0? Hannibal asked in a low voice. "No way. That shit even existed," Noitra shouted. "Apparently so, Lanky, and it was right at that bastard," Grimjo said with clear annoyance. "It's really impressive, very impressive to be honest," Nell said, her eyes wide open. "Hey you, stop that shit face even for a second and say what you think," Grimjo said to Zamari, who only rolled his eyes a little to look at him. "Okay," he replied simply. "What? That's all? Phew, how stupid. And you, big guy." He now turned to Yami, who was standing with her mouth open, still unable to believe what she had seen. "Hey, shut your mouth or you'll get eaten by flies, damn it. Besides, that's his job," he pointed at Noitra. "He heard a buck you, which he ignored." When Yami realized how he was, he tried to recover as quickly as possible and returned to his bad guy persona, which he achieved and proceeded to answer Grimjo. "It's none of your business," he responded aggressively, but Grimjo didn't care a bit and wasn't bothered by how he said it, but by what he said. "Don't buck with me, I don't know why I bothered to ask you something, you bunch of freaks." Elsewhere in the same room, things were getting very tense. "Hey, you can let me go now," Ichigo said, annoyed since he didn't like being in contact like that with someone, much less with Aizen. Then he felt Aizen's grip tighten on his wrist and pulled him a little. "Remember who you're talking to. Right now, you belong to me. Understood?" His tone was very aggressive compared to his usual smile. Ichigo became even more annoyed and slapped Aizen's hand away, walking past him, but not before giving him one last angry look. "Well, Lord Aizen, I will withdraw, take the machine to its place and perform a brief maintenance," Sale said as he began to push it. "No, Sale, stay, I still have something to say and also to ask you." "But Lord Aizen, the Maku." "The machine can wait, so sit down," Aizen said in a darker, more threatening tone. Sale knew he had to obey, otherwise he would have to face the consequences, but that didn't stop him from cursing Aizen in his mind as he sat down. On the other side of the table, Lillinette was excited like never before about the number Ichigo had received, and Hannibal would congratulate him on that as well. "A 0, huh, that's incredible, I never thought you'd get a number like that. What do you say, Alquiora?" He had been watching everything for a while, closed his eyes and then answered. "It's impressive." Hannibal narrowed her eyes a little. It was too rare for Alquiora to answer with a word like that. Normally he would say, "It's fine," and that tone with which he said it, it seemed a little more alive. She was interrupted while thinking this by Ichigo. "It's true, it's impressive, but I didn't think I'd get that one either." "Neither do I." "Wow, you don't seem very happy, someone else would be crazy if I were you." "I don't think it's that big of a deal. A number doesn't do any good to me. It doesn't fight for me, it doesn't win battles. Don't believe it, I'm a little happy that I got such a high number, but like I said, it's not that big of a deal. I have to keep training." Hannibal was surprised by this answer. Ichigo was truly different from the others. "You're right," she nodded. Without being able to see her face, Ichigo realized she was smiling, and he did too. Then they heard about 2 claps, these were Aizen, so they would pay attention to what he was going to say, which he achieved. Lillinette hit Sterk on the head to wake him up, he raised his head a little and opened only his left eye, clearly still sleepy. Well, I wanted to say that the numbers in the Espadas and in the Arrancar are not given for the power they currently possess, but for the potential they can reach in some future, whether near or far, that will depend on each one. An example could be that the Espada number 3 is less strong than the Espada number 4 because the first has not reached the peak of his potential, something that the second has done, so a number is not a reason to be confident. A very interesting fact, Hannibal said quietly. Wow, it seems Sterk was completely right about this. Well, I guess it was logical after all. I can't compare myself to the best yet, I don't have the experience of any of those in this room, and neither the skill. I may have the potential, but it's up to me whether or not to exploit it. Well, I never expected it to be easy. I guess that's why I'm training, Ichigo thought as he gave a determined smile and clenched his fist, motivated. Gin sat next to Aizen as he watched everything, and he was a little tired of always being on the sidelines. He already knew what Aizen would ask and who he would ask, so he decided to go ahead this time. When Aizen was about to speak, he thought it was time. Hey Sale, how are you doing with the things we gave you last time and everything? When he noticed them talking to him, he turned to that spot to answer. To tell the truth, I'm doing very well. That's not a challenge for the great Sale, and regarding the other thing, I need to do a few tests and take the measurements of each Espada to complete them 100%. Sale's response was heard by Grimjo, Nell, Neutra and Yami, who were the closest to him. He just said do tests and Neutra and Yami said simultaneously. Take action. Grimjo finished in a dark tone. Nell saw this and didn't understand anything. Hey, what's wrong with that? She asked innocently. That shouldn't be a bad thing. Of course, unless he does it, I simply won't let him touch even a hair on my head, Grimjo said with disgust. Well, that's not your decision, You'll come to my lab and be my new lab rats. You should feel honored. No one else would have that blessing. You mean that curse, said Neutra. Well, one way or another they'll have to go, so it's useless. I say one way or another you go to hell, Yami told him now. How many times will I tell you, retards, you will all come whether you like it or not, hahaha, just thinking about what I will do to you, hahaha. He started laughing like a maniac. That was the worst sign of all. Hey Jin, you got there first, Aizen said. Oh, excuse me, but I just found it impossible to contain myself, please forgive me. You never change, and by saying that, I would now speak out loud to everyone in the room. That's all for today. I declare this meeting over. You may leave. With that, everyone stood up from their seats and slowly began to leave. Sale didn't start leaving directly because he had to find the machine that was still in the room. On the other side of the table, a group of 5 had begun to move, consisting of Sterk, Lillinette, Ichigo, Hannibal, and Ulquiorra. I thought this would all be a waste of time, but the truth was the opposite, Sterk said lazily. But you were asleep for almost the entire meeting, Lillinette pointed out. I was listening, though. Ichigo, I hope you'll take into account everything you heard and saw in this room. People like Berrigan are in a different league than any of us, even you right now. That's for sure, Sterk. Well, I can rest easy on that score at least. Lillinette, we're leaving. She nodded and they started walking away, waving goodbye and disappearing into the darkness of the Las Noches corridors. When they realized it, the others had already left the place. There were only the 3 of them. Ulquiorra was also next to them in silence. Well, I think I'll go too, see you later, Ichigo said, starting to walk. See you later, rest well, because we have work tomorrow, Hannibal said goodbye. I'll keep that in mind, let them rest, he continued, combining. When he was a little farther away, he heard to get some rest, but this one was from Ulquiorra. He was surprised by that, as was Hannibal, but the former smiled afterward and answered him. You too, Ulquiorra, rest. And so he continued on his way, a smile etched on his face. Hannibal and Ulquiorra were left alone. Hey, what was that? He asked with interest. He'd been acting strange, especially around Ichigo, and he wanted to know, but he couldn't find out now. Nothing, Ulquiorra replied simply, and also prepared to leave the room, heading for his room. Well, I think I should go too, and she imitated the action of all the previous ones, plus she had her Frachian waiting for her. Corridors of the Knights. Berrigan wandered slowly through the halls of Las Noches, thinking about what had happened at the meeting and what he would do. So Zero Sword, huh? Interesting, this will make the moment when I finish you off much more pleasant, Kurosaki Ichigo, no matter what power they have, I can assure you that I'm going to kill you, he smiled a little. And Aizen, no one will stop me from taking back what belongs to me, and now more than ever I have the means to do it. Chapter 28. Hueco Mundo. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Hannibal provoked as she dodged a punch from Ichigo's fist in the air that was headed straight for her face. I haven't even warmed up yet. He replied as he disappeared from the scene with his own sound, intending to follow Hannibal that had appeared a few meters away from him. Then come and prove it to me. Hannibal opened her arms, inviting him to come for her, and Ichigo wouldn't refuse such an invitation that she herself had proposed. With a defiant smile, she launched herself at her, preparing her fist to land a good blow with it. Hannibal waited for him, and when Ichigo was a short distance away, she deflected the blow by grabbing Ichigo's wrist with her left hand, deflecting it to her right and preparing her own blow. It didn't take her a second to throw it with great force. Ichigo saw how that fist approached his face almost in slow motion. When it was a few centimeters from impacting against his nose, it disappeared with Sonido, causing Hannibal to aim the punch in the air. After this happened, Hannibal turned in all directions in search of Ichigo. It was then that he felt a light breeze at his back and turned at full speed to grab Ichigo's right wrist again with his right hand. As soon as he deflected the blow, he released it, making it pass by, and charged a Sero in his hand. "Oh shit. I'm too close." Ichigo thought urgently as he watched Hannibal finish loading the Sero that was aimed in his direction and was clearly going to hit him. "Zero," Hannibal said calmly, expelling a torrent of yellow energy. Ichigo, desperate to see that he couldn't dodge it unless he used sound, wasn't quick enough to think about where to make his next move. His only option at that moment was to cross his arms in an X shape in front of him and wait for the imminent impact. As soon as he received it, he felt his arms burn and he was thrown backward by a tremendous force, which made him retreat about 100 meters from the impact site and fall to the sand of Hueco Mundo. Hannibal moved a little closer to where he was to observe his condition, which did not seem very damaged. "Hey, get up, that didn't do anything to you," Hannibal said at a distance of about 10 meters from an Ichigo who was face up in the sand. Hearing this, Ichigo opened his eyes, which he had kept closed since the crash landing he made a little while ago, sat up, and held his head. "That was tough," he said with a light laugh. "The Sero really hurt, but not as much as it would have if someone else had received it. And a ranker below the Espada rank would have disintegrated upon contact." He proceeded to slowly get up and shake off the sand that had fallen on him, then walked a little to get within about 5 meters of an impassive Hannibal. "So that was strong, huh? Next time I won't be so soft," and she got into a battle stance without ever grabbing her Zanpakuto, which had been lying dormant for some time in the holster on her back. "I don't expect you to be," so Ichigo began to say as he also adopted a fighting stance with both fists in front like Hannibal. "Let's get on with this." He shouted and disappeared at the same time as Hannibal via sound. They both met face to face now in the air and collided with their right forearms with great force, causing a slight shock wave to come out. One tried to make the other give in. It was there that Ichigo pushed harder to move Hannibal away a little and throw a kick towards her abdomen, but it disappeared. Ichigo smiled at that and also disappeared, ready to hunt her down. All this was seen from a distance by a group of ranker who were a little away from the area so as not to interfere with the training. Sterk was lying on the sand watching with boredom how everything was carried out, and next to him a Lillinette who looked impressed and with a sparkle in her eyes, how they fighted. "Wow, Hannibal and Ichigo are really going strong, aren't they, Sterk?" she said as she continued watching as the two mentioned exchanged blows everywhere, with Ichigo wanting to keep up with Hannibal and with that become more skilled at using Sonido. "Sterk?" When he didn't receive an answer, he asked again, then he looked away from the training and observed a Sterk who was as if he were gone without taking his eyes off Hannibal or Ichigo. "Things seem to be going very well, it was good that we took that precaution, no one wants what happened yesterday to happen again," Sterk thought. Before Hannibal and Ichigo started training, he proposed something, that something was that they not use their Zanpakuto so that no one would get hurt like last time and thus be able to better protect the integrity of any of them, no matter who it is. Apart from that, in a situation where they cannot use their Zanpakuto, they can defend themselves without it. A situation like that was very unlikely in battle, but you never know what can happen and you have to be prepared for everything. While he was still thinking, he received a blow on the back of the head from Lillinette, annoyed that he wasn't paying attention to her. "Hey Sterk, I'm talking to you," Lillinette said to Sterk, who was rubbing the back of his head with the palm of his hand in annoyance, but without showing any discomfort. "Oh yeah, what were you saying?" "I was telling you that Hannibal and Ichigo are giving it their all, and it's incredible." His eyes sparkled a little as he said this, waiting for Sterk to respond. "Sure," Sterk said simply as he looked back at them, and Lillinette was annoyed by this. She decided that she would keep watching and not say anything more to Sterk about it. A little further behind them were 3 women who were more than interested in everything that was happening between their teacher and Ichigo. I think we made the right decision to come, don't you think?" asked Apache, who was leaning against a rock with both hands behind her head, as if she were watching a movie or something. "This time I couldn't agree more. I was tired of always being locked in the room. We needed to stretch our legs a bit. Even Lady Hannibal told us to bring this with us," said Milleris at her side in the same position as her, pointing to a small basket at her side, inside of which some bottles of water could be seen. "Hey, what do you say, Sun Sung?" Apache asked to a Sun Sung who was hypnotized watching her teacher and Ichigo. Hey, it's not good to eat flies, Sun Sung. Apache laughed a little seeing her like that. As soon as she realized this, she composed herself a little and covered her mouth with her right sleeve. She was a little embarrassed by that. Shut up, Sun Sung said to an Apache who was laughing, but now a little more quietly. That's true, what do you think, Sun Sung? You've been very quiet since we arrived. It's not that you're the most talkative, but you're not the quietest either. Mayuri accompanied with the same question that Apache asked her. Alright. Hey, answer the question correctly. That's not an answer, Apache scolded him a little. Sun Sung sighed a little at the insistence. The Sun began Sung and the others gave her their full attention. Is it? The two asked side by side as they approached Sun Sung. Interesting, the two put on neutral faces and returned to their seats, disappointed. I really don't know why I'm not surprised, Mayuri said quietly, and Sun Sung laughed at the comment. The truth is that it seemed very interesting to her. They recently left Las Noches in search of their teacher, but they didn't usually do it very often, and every time they went out they really wanted to enjoy them. You could say that the last one was a little turbulent. Yes, that would be the definition, since that was when they found out that Ichigo was now in a ranker, and that his teacher and Sterk were training him. They had been at first, but their teacher convinced the three of them, although she still didn't trust her. But something changed yesterday when their teacher returned from the meeting, or rather. Sun Sung looked at Apache who was talking to Mayuri. You made me change, Apache, she whispered, remembering a little of what had happened yesterday when they were in her room. Previous day. The night's, Hallibal's room. In the room you could see Apache, Mayuri and Sun Sung forming a circle, where they were talking about a specific topic that had happened that afternoon, which was Kurosaki Ichigo. So, what do you think? Asked Sun Sung. Well, the truth is that with the impression he gave us the first time we saw him, he really seemed like a damn crazy man, but now I don't know, I don't trust him, but I don't despise him or anything. One reason could be that Lady Hallibal explained his situation to us, said Mayuri, remembering her teacher's words when she asked him about him and why she helped him or even hung out with him. Flashback. First, a ranker. That's Shinigami. What is Aizen trying to do now? Second, he almost killed my lady, just like he could have killed Sterk. So why do you associate with him knowing what could happen to you? Said Mayuri. First of all, I can understand it since I heard Aizen tell him that if he didn't become an ranker, the consequences wouldn't be on his shoulders, but on his family. So that's it, eh? I don't know why it doesn't surprise me. Well, he is a Shinigami after all, said Apache referring to Aizen. And as for the second thing, Hallibal began, and Mayuri along with the others paid attention. You're saying I should at least hate him or be afraid of him, aren't you? She nodded. Well, that's something I thought after everything happened. I thought he was a monster just like you all do, but for a moment I started to think, do I really have the right to hate him? At these words, the only one who understood a little of what Hallibal was saying was Sun Sung, the others were still wondering. What do you mean by right? My lady, he almost killed her and we witnessed it, Apache said, a little confused. I know that, Apache, but I meant, what would you have done in her situation? Put yourself in her shoes for a moment. In your shoes. Exactly, what would you have done if a group of strangers came and attacked you for no reason? What would you have done in a situation like that? I leave them with that question, a question that would make them reconsider what they believed until now. They all knew and were clear about what they would do, but Mayuri was the first to answer. I would fight, I would resist as long as I could and I would kill them, he said in a determined voice. Well, there you have your answer. Now you know how that monster felt at that moment and what he thought when we went to capture him. You just have to look at things from another perspective. Then flashback. She thought about her own answer at that moment, more certain she was that it was the right one, and although she didn't feel confident about him based on what she'd seen, if what her mistress had told them was true, she couldn't blame him in any way, even if she wanted to. She didn't have a way. However, she didn't want to have anything to do with him. The truth was indifferent to her. And you, Apache? What do you think? Mayuri asked him. I say it can't be that bad, he said matter-of-factly. This answer surprised Mayuri and Sun Sung, but especially the latter. Hey Apache, are you sure what you're saying? Asked Sun Sung. Sure, why wouldn't I be? Hey Apache, are you really asking that? Mayuri said. If I remember correctly, you were one of the most upset. May I know what happened? Sun Sung asked with interest. Things change, he replied simply. Hey, are you really sure, Apache? Mayuri insisted again. But how annoying, are they deaf or what? Why do you say that then, Apache? Explain yourself, said Sun Sung, who was the most distrustful of the three regarding Ichigo. Sure, I'll explain right away, so pay close attention, you pair of deaf people, because I'll only say it once, he told them both as he took a breath and prepared to begin, and just as he was about to do so, the door to the room opened, revealing Hallibal. Ma'am? Apache and Mayuri exclaimed as they saw her at the door. Sun Sung momentarily forgot what they were doing just now in order to receive her teacher in the way she deserves. "Hello, how have you been?" Hannibal asked her fraction. They were happy because she cared about them. They still blamed themselves a little for how they accused her of not caring about them, even though they didn't tell her directly. That was what she implied, and it still hurts them to have said that to her. "We've been good, Lady Hannibal, and you?" Apache asked, very happy and with a big smile. Hannibal, seeing your behavior, laughed softly and Sun Sung heard it. "Lady Hannibal, did you just laugh?" she asked, a little surprised. Millerus and Apache, hearing the question, were also surprised. "No, why?" she asked, pretending not to understand. "Lady Hannibal just laughed with us. I'm so happy," said Apache while crying a little and hugging Millerus, who said the same thing. "Hey, I said I didn't laugh," Hannibal said, stomping her foot on the floor of the room to look annoyed, which Apache and Millerus believed, but not Sun Sung. "Lady, you're not fooling me, behind that rough face and that mask," thought Sun Sung while covering her mouth and smiling while looking at her teacher. "I can see in your eyes that you're smiling," she said to herself. She'd learned to read her teacher's eyes a little, not being able to see her entire face, and was able to interpret certain patterns. Her brow creased, the sparkle in her eyes, the position of her eyebrows. For a long time, she'd seen that she wasn't smiling, but until now, she seemed happy, happier than she could have imagined. "Hey, lady, how did your meeting go? How was it?" Millerus asked, interested, and her two companions were also interested in it. "It was good, a bit hectic as always," she replied, while remembering her run-in with Berrigan, which made her a little angry at that. She decided not to think about it for now. Then Millerus remembered a question she wanted to ask her teacher as soon as she returned. She had had it ever since Jin intercepted them at their entrance to Las Noches a few hours ago. Did that meeting have anything to do with Ichigo? Hannibal didn't see the need to lie or anything at that question. It did have to do with him, and that's why it was so hectic. I don't think they were very happy to find out who he was," Apache said casually. "Yes, they actually reminded me of 3 people who reacted the same way," Hannibal said, hoping they would catch the hint, something only Sun Sung would get. "Haha, I wonder what kind of idiots those 3 people are, they're probably morons." "Yeah, haha," Apache and Millerus said respectively, laughing and wondering who those 3 people were. At this, Sun Sung got a small drop of sweat at that, they really hadn't understood. "Please don't compare me to them, my lady," said Sun Sung, wanting to get away from Apache and Millerus, who were still laughing, not realizing anything yet. Their Sun Sung realized something, which had to do with the meeting her teacher had recently, or rather, it had to do with Ichigo. "Lady, if that meeting had to do with Ichigo, what did they talk about there?" When they heard that, Apache and Millerus stopped laughing and paid attention to their teacher, who was having a mental dilemma. "Shall I tell them? I don't know, but I don't want to lie to them either, they are my frachian after all, and they already heard Jin when we entered Las Noches a while ago, and Sun Sung doesn't miss those details. She would know I would be lying. I don't want them to stop trusting me just because of an unnecessary lie. I owe them." At that thought, she closed her eyes and sighed. When she opened them, she was determined to answer. The meeting was about Apache and Millerus approached, their faces pressed against each other, while Sun Sung stood a little further behind them, paying attention. About Kurosaki Ichigo's ascension to the Espadas, the 3 who were near her were not very surprised by that. The truth is that it was normal for him to be an Espada after they saw his strength. "Ah, so that was it, I thought it was something else," thought Sun Sung, while the others were disappointed by the answer. In truth, even they knew that it was very predictable. "And Lady Hannibal, what was her number?" Apache asked as if it were no big deal. "A 0. A 0? Thought Sun Sung and Millerus. "Yeah, 0, wait, see." Apache started to think a little, counting her fingers like a little girl, and as soon as she did the math. 0. Apache shouted as he realized it. "The same," Hannibal responded calmly. "But my lady, that's crazy. Isn't that really a mistake?" Sun Sung asked, a bead of sweat running down his forehead. Millerus hadn't said anything after the declaration. She still couldn't believe it. "The truth is, Sun Sung, it's the most normal thing in the world if you think about it, just think back a little," and they realized it was true. They themselves had seen what he was capable of doing, even if only for a few brief moments. "So, 0, even above Berrigan, is hard to believe. Besides, did that number even exist?" Millerus said, barely recovering from her shock. "Well, it seems so, that guy is really crazy." Apache laughed, referring to Ichigo. "Lady, what will you do with him?" asked Sun Sung. "With who?" With Ichigo. At that question, Hannibal became a little irritated. "Sun Sung, are you interrogating me?" he asked in a slightly dark tone that scared Sun Sung and also the other 2 who were watching the scene. "And no, my lady, that was not my intention, excuse me." He bowed a little, showing respect that she believed had been lacking. Hannibal sighed at this. "Get up, Sun Sung, it was my mistake to think like that, and about your question." Sun Sung raised his head a little. I'll continue training him with Sterk, I'll go with them in the morning. But sir. Okay, I'm in, Apache said with a smile and a closed fist in front of her. Are you in? What? Hannibal asked strangely. I'll go with you, of course. I want to see what that guy is capable of. You don't mind, do you? Not really, if you want you can come Apache, no problem said Hannibal. Seeing Apache's motivation she couldn't have denied it, besides it could be an opportunity for Ichigo to socialize with more rankers apart from her and Sterk. Sun Sung, for her part, wondered why, even knowing how dangerous it could be, she would still go with him. Just like Sterk, she didn't understand them. She didn't want to contradict her teacher. Seeing Apache happy to be able to go with them made her understand even less, so she remembered the conversation they had just before Hannibal entered the room. Hey, Apache, Sun Sung called, and she turned in his direction. That. Answer the question from earlier, what do you think of Kurosaki Ichigo? Millerus paid attention to this, as did Hannibal. So they were talking about that, well, I think it's normal, it was all very sudden for them, one day they see how he almost killed me, and as the days go by they find out that I'm training him and getting together with him, but I want to know what that answer is Hannibal thought, but she saw how Apache smiled and turned his head, now looking at her. Lady Hannibal, do you trust Ichigo? He asked, the truth is that it wasn't a very difficult question to answer, and it didn't take long to do so. I do, he replied firmly. Apache smiled even wider at that, then looked back at Sun Sung. There you have your answer. What are you talking about? You really are slow, I can't believe you think you're the smartest of all. Answer me at once said Sun Sung, already a little annoyed. I mean, if Lady Hannibal trusts him, I will too. We should trust Lady Hannibal's judgment more, don't you think? He said to Sun Sung and Millerus who were surprised by the answer. It might have been very simple, but it was forceful and accurate. It's true, I've been thinking, to what extent I'm going to distrust and question Lady Hannibal. She has always known what is best, she has always taken care of us even in the most difficult moments, she would never expose us to unnecessary dangers, nor would she do it if she knew that we could lose her, she more than anyone knows what she is doing, and we as her Frachian, no, as her family, must trust her thought Sun Sung, while covering her mouth with her sleeve. Excuse me, Lady Hannibal, for my impertinence, he apologized again, but with even more inclination, and more guilt as well. Not at all Sun Sung, rather, I'm glad this confused Sun Sung. Lady. I'm glad you're like this, that you are like this, it shows that you are worried about me, and that you want the best for me, just as I want the best for you, I thank all of you for being the way you are. Hannibal, to the surprise of her fraction, bowed slightly. Lady whispered Sun Sung and Millerus was about to cry. Hey, don't get sentimental now, you're going to make me want to throw up, Apache said to both of them with a mocking smile. You're ruining the moment, you stupid doe, Millerus scolded her, but with a smile. Yeah, anyway, you two, are you planning on going tomorrow? He asked them both. I really have nothing better to do, Millerus replied. So it's a yes, and you? Referring to Sun Sung, she thought about it for a bit until she got the answer. I'm in, he said firmly. That's how I like it, Apache laughed at the quick response. Hey, are you sure you can do it? Hannibal asked, honestly not thinking they'll get through it just like that. Of course, lady, if we are with you, we have nothing to fear. You will protect us and we will protect you. It has always been that way and it will always be that way, right? Apache asked the last question to her two companions standing behind her, who nodded, rarely agreeing with what she was saying. Hannibal smiled beneath her mask at those words. Well, we'll go together, she told them, and they all nodded with a smile. Sun Sung looked at Apache, but this look was somewhat different from her usual ones. It was like admiration for her companion, which was unusual given the relationship they were supposed to have. Apache, I always think I'm smart, you're an idiot, but you've shown me that idiocy, or rather, your idiocy, is more than a defect, the last thing looking at Apache's smile as she hugged Millerus. It's your greatest virtue. Maybe being an idiot isn't as bad as I thought, she finished with a giggle that was covered by her left sleeve, so she could continue observing her classmates' stupidities. Current time. Hueco Mundo. Sun Sung looked towards where her teacher was, she watched as she trained with Ichigo, she could see part of his face that, as always, was hidden under his mask, but she still couldn't see it. I know you're smiling right now, Lady Hannibal, Sun Sung thought with a small smile as he continued to watch the encounter. Chapter 29. Under the watchful eye of Hannibal's Frachian, along with Sterk and Lilinette who were a little separated from them, Ichigo and Hannibal had remained motionless after both collided with great force their forearms one like the other in the middle of the sky and just below the moon of Hueco Mundo. The blow had caused a slight shock wave and a small shudder of the ground, even though they were in the air, showing the force they had put into that collision. Apache and Mayuri sweated a little when they could feel such an impact, even though they were at a considerable distance, while Sun Sung remained with the same expression and with her classic sleeve covering her mouth, standing behind her companions. Hey, that was rough. Are you really just training? Apache asked more to herself than to her teammates, though this wouldn't stop her question from being answered by the person who was slightly behind. I don't think we should be surprised, Lady Hallible's strength is equivalent to her beauty, besides, we've seen her like this before. Sun Sung lowered her voice at the end. Apache and Mayuri remained silent for a moment, remembering the times when they wanted to become stronger so as not to always depend on their teacher, and she agreed to train them. They were excited at first, but only at the beginning, since what they went through next was not something very nice to remember. But that made us strong. They were taken out of their thoughts by Sun Sung, who was in the same position as them, who proceeded to continue. Lady Hallible was so harsh and strict with us because she wanted the best. At the time when we asked her to train us, we were weak and we depended on her every time we had a problem. Because of that weakness of ours was that she decided to demand the most from us to get the best out of us because she loved us. After all, if she hadn't been so harsh on us, we would never have gotten to where we are right now. Apache and Mayuri nodded with great energy at those words, although it seemed impossible. Now they felt even more proud that Hallible was their master and they were her frachian. Apache and Mayuri turned again in the direction of Ichigo and Hallible, so did Sun Sung, but with her eyes closed, wrapped in her own thoughts after what she had just said. I know you're doing this too, because you want the best for Ichigo, I'm sure of that, since she paused briefly, her hair moving in a light cold breeze. She opened her eyes at that moment and continued with a low tone in her voice. That's right, my lady, he smiled under the left sleeve that he still held at the level of his mouth. Huh? Sun Sung, did you say something? Mayuri asked. It's just your idea. Oh look, she pointed to change the subject. Mayuri looked in the direction her partner had pointed, and that direction led to the protagonists of the training, who seemed to be talking about something, although they were in the same position they had been holding a while ago. They were talking almost casually after the show they were putting on, and the strong blows that were directed at each other with not very good intentions. Wow, it seems you can keep up this pace despite having been training for so little time, Hallible said calmly as she tried to push Ichigo back. Without success, he would soon respond in a provocative manner. Surprised? The truth is that it's not that difficult to keep up with you despite being a rookie. I could do it for hours, Ichigo replied with a half smile, while also trying to push her back. Although he was a little tired, he didn't want to show it, but he still managed to make her back up at least a little. Hallible smiled a little under her mask, and Ichigo realized this when he looked into her eyes. I don't think you should get so excited so soon, you have a lot to learn, Hallible said mischievously. Well, here I am, lady teacher. Teach me and instruct me, he replied in the same way, looking Hallible straight in the eyes. At that moment, both had begun to push each other at the same time and with almost the same force. Seeing a small gesture on the little bit of face Hallible showed, he realized she was about to answer, and so she did. So Hallible said as she pushed even harder than Ichigo for just a moment, surprising him. Please allow me to do exactly as you ask, Kurosaki Ichigo, and in just milliseconds Hallible had separated her right forearm from Ichigo's forearm and launched a kick that went to the left lateral area of Ichigo's ribs. He made use of his reflexes and almost managed to put his left forearm in the trajectory of the powerful kick. In truth, he had thrown it with force, since it had hurt him. Not wanting to waste time, Ichigo immediately repelled the kick and counterattacked with his own to the same area he had previously been required to defend. However, Hallible, instead of blocking it in the same manner as him, grabbed his leg and charged a yellow Sero in her free hand, directly aimed at his face. Ichigo, seeing this, panicked. Oh shit. He's going to make me disappear with that. He thought as he couldn't escape Ichigo's grip, and Hallible looked at the expression Ichigo had on his face and smiled a little before answering. What's wrong? Wasn't it easy to keep up with me, even for hours? That's when you said no. I asked as the Zero's charge reached its climax. Damn, always talking too much, Ichigo scolded himself in his mind. Seeing that Hallible was about to launch her Sero almost in his face and fully charged, he did the first thing that came to mind. Loading his own Sero quickly in his right hand, he didn't have much time to charge it, but a lightly charged one could be devastating. The large red and yellow glow lit up the sky as if it were fireworks. Ichigo did not hesitate to point it at Hallible's face as well. She was surprised by the action, it was something she did not expect. If you shoot, I'll shoot. I won't be the only one knocked out, so if I do I'll take you with me, so deactivate that Sero and I will too, if not, prepare yourself because it will hurt a lot, Ichigo said determinedly. Hallible, seeing this, knew that in a point-blank range Sero impact she was the underdog, so she reluctantly cancelled her Sero. At the same time Ichigo did the same. You're stubborn, you know that. Hannibal said, still holding his right leg. I don't know if you want to insult me or flatter me, if it's the latter, then thank you very much, Ichigo said jokingly. An amused look from Hannibal appeared just before he answered. You wish, Hannibal proceeded to punch him in the stomach with her right fist, knocking the wind out of him almost completely. She then grabbed Ichigo's leg with both hands and threw him towards the ground at high speed while she dived behind him, who had been almost knocked out due to the strong blow. While he fell, he tried to recover as quickly as possible. That bitch, that hurt a lot, you can tell she hit me hard, I'll definitely make her pay, he said in a pained voice as he continued falling at full speed in a completely vertical position, about 30 seconds past falling, when there were no more than 40 meters left to touch the ground. As if he were a cat, he turned around in the air and landed on his 2 feet in the sand. The impact caused the ground of Hueco Mundo to shake considerably, causing a mini earthquake. Ichigo didn't think twice before getting into a fighting stance, with both arms up and feet firmly planted on the ground, looking up as Hannibal was coming at high speed from the same direction he came from, giving him almost no chance to respond, as in an instant Hannibal was already in front of him. They collided again with their forearms, this time left ones. The collision sank the ground beneath Ichigo's feet, and he gritted his teeth due to the pain he felt through his arm at the moment of impact, but that didn't stop him from reacting, and with all the intention of collecting the blow he had received from her just a few moments ago. He pushed slightly upward so that Hannibal was suspended for a moment in the air, right in front of Ichigo. There he saw the opportunity and without hesitation decided to take it. He clenched his right fist and brought it, along with his arm, behind his head in order to gain the momentum he needed and throw a punch with all the strength he had at that precise moment. When he threw it, he doesn't know how or at what moment Hannibal had time to raise both arms in front of her in the shape of an X to receive the blow he was about to deliver. When Ichigo's furious blow made contact with Hannibal's arms, she was thrown backwards. Her feet that were able to touch the sand served as an anchor and created a large trench about 20 meters long from where Ichigo was to the current location of the pained Hannibal, whose arms were shaking a little due to the pain and the brute force they had to endure. Hey, that's not how you treat a lady, Hannibal said, holding her right arm, which had cramped a little from the blow. I don't know if you can be considered a lady after what just happened. You're tough, Hannibal, Ichigo said sincerely. Hannibal replied as she slowly approached Ichigo's place, standing about 3 meters away, having already recovered from his arms. I don't know if you're trying to insult me or flatter me. If it's the latter, then thank you very much, Hannibal mimicked him, though her tone was much more monotonous than it was supposed to sound. Ichigo took this as a failed attempt at a joke, so he answered. Well, it's the latter, so you're welcome. After that statement, Hannibal suggested they take a very short break. He accepted, needing to get some air. Hannibal was probably saying this more for him than for her, since she didn't seem tired, or at least she was in better physical condition than him, that's for sure. This was observed by a Lilynette and a Sterk who were not far from the scene. Lilynette was excited by the display that she had been able to observe for a while. She had little stars in her eyes from the excitement. Hey Sterk, Ichigo and Hannibal are crazy, right? The girl asked happily after witnessing the above, now watching as they took a break. Hey Sterk, can you hear me? He asked again. Sterk, you damn old man, she turned around yelling at him as she always did every time he was asleep, but this wasn't the case. She stopped her scream when she realized that Sterk had a strangely serious look. He was lying on his side resting his head with his right hand on the sand, but he was looking with strange caution towards a dune that was at the edge of the area where they all were. Hey Sterk, what's up? He asked in a calmer tone as he tugged on his outfit a little. Lilynette, seeing her partner's seriousness, became a little worried and turned her gaze towards the dune Sterk was looking at, but didn't see anything. Sterk, realizing that she was calling him, turned around and returned to his usual state. Tell me Lilynette, what's going on? What's going on? I should be asking you, since you were so observant on that dune. She asked more seriously. Nothing, I was just thinking about how annoying it is that every time you want to sleep, someone yells at you or bothers you. It's the worst feeling in the world, he said with a bored expression. Oh yeah, that must be really annoying, how can a person do something like that? He replied and asked at the same time with a smile Lilynette, which made Sterk sweat drop down the back of his neck. She didn't even realize I was talking about her, Sterk thought, then returned to observing the dune closely. There's something strange there. I don't know if I should go find out. If I did, it would ruin the current atmosphere. I think I'll wait a little longer. Then he heard Lilynette's voice calling him again. Hey Sterk, said the Arankar girl a little anxious. Unlike a minute ago, Sterk responded immediately. I'm Lilynette. What are Ichigo and Hannibal doing? He asked. What do you mean, what are you doing? You're just resting shit, was what Sterk said when he saw what they were planning to do. Ahaha Sterk, this is going to get a lot more fun. Lilynette said excitedly. Sterk fell silent at what was about to begin. But the Hannibal fraction. It seems they are resting a little, although I am not surprised, what happened a while ago did not seem like training, said Mayuri. Next to him Apache was thinking a little about something, and Mayuri realized this. Hey stupid dear, for once in your life are you thinking about something? He said, and as expected, this Apache came out of her little trance the same moment she heard the word stupid. With annoyance and a vein in her forehead she turned around, but this time she refrained from responding as she normally did, because she was going to make a proposition for her companions. Aren't you going to answer me? Mayuri asked. You really like fighting, you damn cat, Apache said, her voice half muffled. You're not one to talk about that, he replied. Forget it. Why don't we go with Lady Hannibal for a while? Since they're resting, I don't think there'll be a problem, Apache said. I think I agree with you, as long as we get closer and talk a little before they get back to work, that's enough, Mayuri stated and proceeded to stand up at the same time as Apache. Hey, wait, said Sun Sung, who had been standing in the same place for a while without moving. Now what's up, Sun Sung? Oh, do you want to go too? Apache asked and Mayuri looked expectant. Of course not, stupid, if I wanted to go I would have gone without saying anything, and that's it, she replied as if it were obvious. So bitch, what do you want? Don't beat around the bush. Apache was already at the limit of her patience, and this caused her companion at her side to laugh a little. Snake, Sun Sung simply said. Oh? I'm a snake, not a bitch, retard. Whatever the buck you are, just answer the damn question. Well, what I was going to say is that I don't think we should bother them now, after seeing the intensity they put into it a little while ago, and knowing Lady Hannibal, that break shouldn't be very long, besides, they seem to be very focused on it. You bastard, why do you have to be so smart? It's not that I'm very smart, it's just that you're very stupid, he shrugged as if it were very obvious. Mayuri burst out laughing as she wiped away a tear from her laughter. Apache was a little red as she felt embarrassed. Both of you, go book yourselves, she said angrily. To change the subject and take away some of the embarrassment that Apache herself had caused her, Sun Sung noticed something in the place where Ichigo and Hannibal were and would let her companions know. Hey look, and with that Apache and Mayuri turned to where their teacher and Ichigo were, seeing what was happening, Apache smiled a little. It seems that if it was intense before, now it will be truly crazy. But isn't that dangerous? Wasn't that exactly why they were fighting like this? Mayuri asked. It seems that she considers him ready to go to the next level, now they are serious, said Sun Sung. Be careful, teacher, said Sun Sung in her mind, but she didn't know that the same thought was going through the minds of Apache and Mayuri. A minute ago. But Hannibal and Ichigo. Enough of resting, let's get back to work, Hannibal said to Ichigo, who was sitting on the sand with his eyes closed. As soon as he heard, he opened them and stood up. I've rested enough, I hope you have too, he said to Hannibal. His last sentence was a bit mischievous, and she noticed it and jumped back a few meters to gain distance and resume training. When Ichigo saw that Hannibal moved away, he took his classic fighting stance, right crouch and arms not so high to have a better field of vision, left arm and foot forward, he settled well on the ground and lowered his waist a little to improve his center of gravity. Hannibal, seeing this, thought it was time to step up the training, so he didn't put himself on guard, which made Ichigo miss him and ask. What's up, Hannibal? I'm ready, implying that he should also raise his guard. No need. Because. Enough with the games, let's get our Zanpakutos out. Huh? He asked in the form of a question. We've already practiced your Sonido and Sero enough. And a ranker fights with his Zanpakuto, we won't advance beyond this point if we're not really serious, if there's no risk there's no gain, so take out your Zanpakuto. Hannibal replied seriously. What again? Wait, isn't that, he said, recognizing who was in front of him. Zangetsu? Ichigo? He then heard someone shouting at him. It was Hannibal. He opened his eyes, which he didn't know when he had closed, and found the blonde in the same position she was before. Be on your guard, this is not the time to be distracted, Hannibal said seriously as she unsheathed her Zanpakuto from her back and stood on guard, holding her sword with one hand and holding it in front of her. I don't know what that was, but I have to do what Hannibal says. From now on, a mistake can be expensive, being in limbo is not an option. He raised his sword to chest level, standing diagonally in front of him, a drop of sweat falling down his forehead. He sighed and closed his eyes. Here I come. And they both launched themselves at each other's attack for the first, but not the last, sword clash they would have. First encounter between Zanpakutos, first flash and sound of metal clashing against metal, they passed by each other in that small clash, leaving them back to back. Ichigo was the first to decide to attack, turning around as fast as he could with a Zangetsu swing. Hannibal dodged that swing, disappearing with Sonido. Ichigo hurried and also used it with the intention of following her, also disappearing from the place. Hannibal appeared far above after dodging Ichigo's attack and stood still for a moment, keeping her guard and senses alert. Where he is, he shouldn't take long to get here, just come by. He closed his eyes for a moment and then suddenly opened them. Here instinctively, he directed his peculiar sword towards his right side, now holding it with both hands to withstand Zangetsu's onslaught at Ichigo's hands. Ichigo gritted his teeth as he saw that his surprise attack had been easily anticipated. That was very predictable, Hannibal said in a disappointed tone, putting pressure on her sword that continued to stop Ichigo's. So that's it, Ichigo thought. An idea struck him, and he planned to put it into action right away. Come on, you can do so much more than that. As Hannibal continued to apply pressure against Ichigo, she inadvertently fell in that direction and felt herself hit in the leg. Ichigo, who had been pushing his Zanpakuto against Hannibal's leg until then, stopped doing so, causing Hannibal to lose her weight and, to further knock her off balance, swept her with his right leg, knocking her off her feet. What's up, Hannibal, couldn't you predict that? Ichigo said a little too loudly for Hannibal to hear and dived in pursuit. This boy, Hannibal said in her mind in an irritated manner as she fell uncontrollably, or so it seemed. She was taking the time of the fall to charge her sword's ability and throw it at its maximum capacity. When Ichigo was close to her and the attack was fully charged, the conditions for her move were met. I got you. Ichigo yelled as he was about to attack her. You fell, Hannibal said simply, and Ichigo stopped his attack when he heard her, but it was too late. Blue missile. Hannibal's Zanpakuto glowed yellow, indicating that she was ready to attack. In just a blink of an eye, Hannibal managed to stabilize her position and face Ichigo, thus forcefully swinging sharp towards her opponent's entity. Ichigo, by pure reflex, managed to barely get on top of Zangetsu to cut the attack into two large parts that would fly out on either side of his body, disappearing into the distance. He noticed how it stung and a liquid ran down his right cheek. The attack had grazed his face and cut him. It was bleeding a little. He ran his right hand over the wound and could see his blood. He knew this was serious, and this had shown him. He returned the hand he had removed from Zangetsu to its place, the hilt. That was dirty up there, said Hannibal, who was standing a few meters away from him. In war, anything goes, Ichigo replied, but his joking tone had completely disappeared. He was much more serious. Hannibal adopted the same attitude. You're right about that, let's get on with it. With that, Hannibal disappeared, and so did Ichigo. Crashes and more crashes sounded across the silent dunes of Hueco Mundo. To normal people, they were like thunder, the sounds brutal and impossible to see, but the spectators weren't normal people. Stair could see clearly what was happening, while Lilynette and Hannibal's Frachian found it more difficult, but to Hannibal, everything was as clear as day. This is where you can see Ichigo's real progress. He is dangerous, but if he is not pushed to the limit we will never know how far he has been able to go. Hannibal is aware of this and is not holding back. Ichigo is holding back well, even though he is not very skilled with hollow abilities, yet he thought as he watched how time and again they crossed with force, and the sparks flew as proof of it. Sterk, seeing that Hannibal had everything under control, decided to take a little nap, taking advantage of the fact that Lilynette was busy watching. Meanwhile Ichigo, unlike Sterk, was fully awake and going 1,000 miles an hour. He needed it in every advance, defense, attack and counterattack he made in just seconds, but among all that concentration he carried with him, he was also thinking about his classic attack, wondering if he could carry it out in this way. He wouldn't know if he didn't try, but Hannibal hadn't given him a chance to at least hint at it. Ah! He shouted as he launched an attack, and Hannibal was waiting for him with her guard up, as always, and crossed swords for the umpteenth time with her, but this time he felt that he managed to make contact with Hannibal, since a little blood had flown, and on Zangetsu's blade was the proof of it. He quickly turned around to try to end the matter. It's now or never. He thought urgently as he approached, but then he heard something that stopped him in his tracks. Great King Zero, Hannibal said calmly, his right hand peeking out from under his left arm, which had a cut in the middle, from which a little blood was flowing. He let himself get cut on purpose to prepare for this. Ichigo thought, bewildered and surprised, as he watched how in seconds the powerful yellow Sero was fully charged in Hannibal's hand. Then he remembered what he was thinking before. If there was a time where he should try something new, it was this. If he succeeded he would be in for a good one, and if not, then he would be screwed. But he didn't think about it much, and then swung Zangetsu to the right side, as if he was cutting through the air, and spoke forcefully. Itsuga Tensho Zangetsu unleashed an immense line of pure black energy outlined with red, which Hannibal was surprised to see since she remembered it perfectly. This impacted with the Great King Zero and produced an explosion that engulfed them both and lit up the ever-dim desert they were in. The roar woke Sterk, who opened one eye slightly to see, but when he managed to focus properly on what was happening, he opened both eyes immediately and stood up. Hey, I fall asleep for a moment and they do this crazy thing, he said with a hand on his head. Yes. They are amazing. Or not, Star, what did you say? Asked Lilynette, who went from excited to totally the opposite in an instant. I said they did something crazy, he replied, shrugging his shoulders as if it were obvious. No, the other thing. Oh, you mean I was asleep at that moment? He received a blow to the head, courtesy of Lillinette. Lazy old man. Why is all you ever do is sleep? She scolded him. Well, because I like it, he said, half annoyed, rubbing his head a little because of the blow. You're hopeless, you should learn more from them, he said, pointing to the side of the explosion. No thanks, I'm fine like this, now if you'll excuse me, Sterk said, returning to his resting position, with both hands behind his head and his right leg on top of his left. Hey, don't fall asleep. Lillinette shouted, but it was too late, since Sterk barely got into that position when he started snoring, which made her mad and she turned around with a pout to continue watching what was happening. But the Hannibal fraction. That was definitely dangerous. Will Lady Hannibal be okay? Apache asked her companions, a little alarmed. I don't know, but I'm worried. They've been going all out in each crash for quite some time, so much so that the impacts could be felt up here, replied Millerus, a bead of sweat running down her forehead, visibly worried. Calm down a little, it's our lady we're talking about, she would never take such risks, much less when we're present, she told them to calm them down, but she was also a little anxious, the explosion from a little while ago had been brutal, and you could see how Ichigo and Hannibal were wrapped up in it. I know it's her, but still, Apache said, and Millerus could see something in the smoke that caused the crash. I guess we were worrying for nothing, he said with a smile. Apache and Sun Sung watched more closely, noticing two figures slowly descending out of the smoke, gradually reaching the ground. Apache and Sun Sung sighed with relief, while Millerus continued to smile proudly. Returning to Ichigo and Hannibal, they touched ground shortly after, Hannibal barely touched the sand, falling to one knee to the ground. Ichigo pinned Zangetsu to the ground to keep his balance, both of them breathed, more from exhaustion than from shock at what they had just been through, especially Hannibal, now all dirty and beaten. Ichigo wiped some of the sweat that ran down his forehead. Hey Hannibal, are you okay? Ichigo asked, seeing that Hannibal was still in the same position. Why yes, I'm fine, she said, stuttering a little, thinking about how narrowly she was saved. At that moment, she thought, reliving in her mind the clash between her Gran Race Sero and Ichigo's Yotsuga Tensho. My Gran Race Sero was completely outclassed, I was saved from being hit by it because I used Sanito to move away from the path of its attack, but I couldn't move any further than that, and the blast engulfed me along with it. At that she looks up and observes Ichigo, while he does the same with her. That attack was the same as that time, she said in a low voice, remembering her first encounter with Ichigo when they wanted to capture him. She also unintentionally remembered how she almost died, nausea came to her, and she almost vomited from such a memory. Hey Hannibal, what's going on? He shouted worriedly, walking a few steps towards where she was until she raised her hand, asking him to stop. Calm down, it's nothing, let's get on with it. Regaining his composure, he stood up and stood back on guard. Are you sure about this? Worry more about yourself, I assure you you'll need it, Hannibal said defiantly. It seems that if you're okay, then let's continue where we left off, raising his guard as well, ready to resume the action. And with that said, they continued for another half hour, the most intense half hour Ichigo had ever had in his short life, but despite that, he had enjoyed it like never before. This time he found himself on his knees in the sand from exhaustion. Hannibal was no better off than him. Both of them were short of breath and struggling to get it, with each breath they took, they felt like their lives were returning. That was, see crazy bah damn. Ichigo tried to speak as normally as possible, but it was impossible. We agree on that sy, confirmed Hannibal, who was leaning all her body weight on her own knee. Both had already put away theirs and Pakuto's, meanwhile the three under Hannibal's wing did not wait and appeared with something they really needed. My lady. Are you okay? We have water. Apache shouted as he ran up to the spot with Millerus. Sun Sung was coming a little further behind, taking his time. As soon as Ichigo heard and then saw Apache with a bottle of water in her hand, he thought she was a goddess and raised his hand towards her, or rather, towards the bottle, but it immediately fell into Hannibal's hands, which made her freeze. It's always her, he said, a little envious, seeing that she was the first to be given water. He was just as, if not more, tired than she was. He sighed a little. But wait, is there even water in this world? He asked himself, though he wouldn't complain if there really was. Hey you, he heard someone calling him, he turned to his right and saw that it was the straggler Sun Sung. Tell me. He replied as she moved a little closer to him. Here, and what he was giving her was what she most craved at that moment, but it seemed strange that he would approach her just like that. Wasn't she afraid of her? Is it really for me? He asked uncertainly. Of course. Who else would it be for? He replied. And with good reason. He was stupid. He wouldn't offer it to anyone else unless there was a ghost or something standing next to her that she could see, and he couldn't. So he decided to take it with gusto and then drink it down in one gulp. Phew, delicious, thank you very much. He thought about it without knowing what to say. This made the green-haired girl laugh a little. Sun Sung, call me Sun Sung. Yes, Sun Sung, that's right, we've met before, haven't we? I remember you from somewhere. Sure, it was just yesterday, although you were half asleep from training with the teacher, he replied. The teacher? Wait, are you Halibal's student? She asked in surprise. Student and fraction, we'll go with her wherever she goes and support her in any way we can, she said confidently, and Ichigo smiled at that. Wow, it must be amazing for her to have people like you around her. Not at all. We're the ones who are happy to be surrounded by her. She's taught us everything we know and made the three of us live together, something that seemed impossible at first. So she's really a good teacher. What do you mean? Sun asked. Sung knew what she was trying to say, but she didn't want to be so obvious. And no, nothing, he placed a hand on the back of his neck, smiling nervously. In Sun's eyes, Sung seemed like a nice guy. As Halibal had told him, he could see, even if only a little, why she trusted him. He figured he should at least give her the benefit of the doubt. Like Apache said, if his teacher trusted him, why wouldn't they? It seems I misjudged you, Ichigo, forgive me, she said in her mind while looking at him out of the corner of her eye. Hey you. Sun Sung and Ichigo turned in the direction the scream was coming from and found a very excited Apache running towards Ichigo in a crazy manner. Ichigo, that was amazing. You're crazy, ha 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 ha. Apache said angrily while holding Ichigo's hand. He didn't know what to do and looked at Sun Sung. She made a sign as if saying I don't know her. He of course, Ichigo said with a drop of sweat to go along with it, then he saw something that really interested him. Halibal was about to drink the water, which meant that he had to remove what was covering his face. Well damn it. I'll finally see what kind of ugly face you're hiding behind that jacket. He said in his mind as Halibal unzipped his jacket and just as what he was hiding was about to be revealed, Apache reappeared in front of him. Tell me, how come you're so strong? Blocking his field of vision, this drove Ichigo to despair as he tried to push her away without much success, and by the time he pushed her away, Halibal had already drunk the water and was handing it to the other woman at her side. Damn it, he said with a deathly face and a voice from beyond the grave, but that didn't howl Apache at all. It seems like everything went well, Sterk's voice was noticed, he was arriving with Lilynette, she ran to where Ichigo was and took Apache's hand from his to take it instead. Ichigo. That was amazing. Halibal, you too. You're so strong. She shouted and waved Ichigo's hand vigorously, behind her was a clearly pissed off Apache for the interruption, she touched Lilynette's shoulder a little so she could see her. Hey little girl, I got here first, so why don't you get in line instead? He said, grabbing his knuckles. No, why don't you just disappear? The only one who'll disappear from a properly placed Sero here will be you, little tadpole, and so they began to argue. Ichigo freed himself from the crossfire that was exploding at that moment, but was called away by Sterk. Hey Ichigo, can you still continue? He asked casually. I could do this all day, he replied with a somewhat tired smile, but he was confident he could continue. That sounds perfect to me, since you still have to learn the most important thing. This caught the attention of the other people present. What would that be? Ichigo asked with great interest, even Lilynette and Apache stopped fighting to listen. Sterk sighed a little. We're talking about the resurrection, of course. Chapter 30. Risu Apache began. Reaction Miller is finished, as everyone except Sterk and Ichigo were surprised by that. Wait, am I new to Ichigo, don't you know how to do resurrection? Halibal asked him in surprise, he just turned around for a moment and shook his head. But, how come you don't know that? That's something we all know when we become a ranker, something like that is unheard of this time, asked Sun Sung. Well, it seems I'm somewhat different from you all. I never knew something like that existed until Sterk mentioned it to me yesterday. For now, we'll put the subject aside to train in something else. I don't even know what it is exactly, said the young Kurosaki with a confused expression, somewhat annoyed. Hey, but don't you remember a command or anything like that? Or a word that your Zanpakuto has told you that you should use? Nothing. Apache said in the form of a question. He turned to look at her and put a hand to his chin and closed his eyes to concentrate. He tried to remember something similar that Zangetsu had told him and he hadn't realized, but something about that question intrigued him. Command. Something like how Shinigami release their swords, he asked a little loudly so everyone could hear. Of course, resurrection is the release of the hollow powers that we keep sealed in these, Halibal said, pointing to the sword on her back and then continuing. So like a bankai, huh, makes sense, Ichigo thought, but then heard Halibal continue. It is a ritual similar to that of the Shinigami with their bankai, like them, we have a command to release our swords, in this case the resurrection. When we become a ranker, we come to possess not only hollow powers, but Shinigami, acquiring the aspects of both species. One of those aspects is being able to seal our powers in Zanpakutos. I see, I'll think a little if my partner ever said something similar, wait a moment. We'll wait a bit, Sterk said with both arms behind his head. But that confirmation, Ichigo closed his eyes, sinking into his memories of Zangetsu. He thought of all the time he'd spent with him, every word, every insult his mind could recall in search of a response, now reaching the final stretch, which he thought was best left unremembered. I don't think so. If I had said it, she would have rubbed it in my face until I never forgot it, he thought, not finding anything similar to what the doe had said. He opened his eyes and shook his head, disappointed. Nothing, absolutely nothing at all. Think a little more, there must be something, Hannibal replied with her arms crossed. I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with that. I remembered all the time I spent with him and he never said anything like a command, and if it were him, he'd stress that to me until the end of the world. Then we have a problem, if you don't know how to access your resurrection we can't train you in that state, you'll have to discover for yourself how to release your sword, Sterk told him as he walked a little and perched on a rock. I still find it incredible that an ranker can't perform resurrection, said Apache, and next to her Lilynette also said it in a low voice and with a depressing aura. Why do you sound disappointed? Ichigo asked upon seeing this. Because that's exactly how they are, Sun Sung replied with a smile behind his back. Believe me, I'm the most disappointed one here, he said a little irritated. Well, what are you waiting for, Ichigo? I heard Hannibal say. Are you going to stand there all day feeling disappointed or are you going to do something? She said reproachfully. Who do you take me for? Of course I won't just sit here and do nothing. I'll get to work right now. Well, you're taking a long time, she told him again. At that, he turned around to face the great desert behind him and pointed at himself with his thumb. He turned his head slightly and smiled determinedly. Just wait, I'll be back in a moment, and with that he disappeared with Sunito, ready to reach that supposed resurrection. He would take it with both hands wide open as soon as he had the chance. Mayuri saw this from behind Hannibal, she thought that for a moment she had seen her teacher reflected in Ichigo. Master, it's clear he's being trained by you, he said with a smile. Although he hadn't dared to speak to her yet, he could see why his mistress trusted him. You're wrong, Mayuri, Hannibal replied. What am I doing wrong, ma'am? She asked, confused. That boy has that determination running through his veins since long before I met him. Determination is something that cannot be taught or trained, it can only be acquired and strengthened through the experiences he has gone through in his life. I never thought I would say this, but he is a great person, and he was surely a great Shinigami, said Hannibal, surprising Mayuri, but she was somewhat bothered. So why did he have to end up here? Apparently what they say, good things happen to good people, isn't very accurate, but him being here is proof of that. I'm not saying we're bad, I'm just saying that living from one moment to the next with someone who, just 3 days ago, was supposed to be your enemy, must be hard to bear, even for the strongest. You don't always get what you deserve, much less when there are a lot of bad intentions involved. He's tough, Mayuri, don't doubt it, but he doesn't let it affect him, or at least not show it. When she finished, the blonde pointed to a stone near the place with her finger. Mayuri smiled and then nodded and followed her teacher, of course she would accompany her. A few meters away was Sterk sleeping, or so he wanted to make it seem. He opened his left eye after Ichigo left and smiled to himself, but someone nearby realized that he wasn't really sleeping. He felt a knock on his foot and quickly closed his eye and snored a little to make people think he was really asleep, but it didn't work. Hey Sterk, I know you're not asleep, she said, annoyed at being caught sitting up. What's up, Sun Sung, he asked, seeing one of Hannibal's fraction in front of him. I just wanted to ask if it's okay for Ichigo to train alone. He could spend hours thinking of something that could help him with resurrection. Wouldn't it be better if you went to help him? I don't think my presence will make him find the answer he's looking for any faster. That's something he has to discover on his own, without help, he replied calmly. I see, she said simply. I have a better idea, why don't you go help him? If you think he needs help so much you can go with him on that. Sun Sung thought about it for a bit, knowing if he went he would have to perhaps spend hours doing nothing and with no results. No thanks, I think I'll go see what Lilynette and Apache are doing, he said, covering himself a little with his sleeve. I knew it, Sterk smiled a little and went back to his own business, but Sun Sung realized something. Hey, he stood up again at the call. Weren't you going out? Don't tell me all this he has to find it on his own and blah 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 talk, it's just because you're too lazy to go. She asked, narrowing her eyes slightly. Right. He said a little nervously. So that was it, the green-haired girl said disappointedly, then turned around and went with Lilynette and Apache. Shit, I just hope he doesn't tell Lilyn. Sterk. He face-palmed and cursed Sun Sung, he had betrayed him. Unfortunately for the second Espada, an annoying Lilynette arrived at his position to confront an annoyed Sterk, who was trying to think of all the possible excuses and find a way out not too complicated. That option definitely didn't exist when Lilynette was in the equation, at least not for him. Meanwhile, Sun Sung looked at what she had caused with a smile, and Apache looked at her side in a neutral way. "You're the devil," Apache said with a neutral expression. "I know," she replied, laughing a little more as she watched the scene. "But Ichigo." He walked away a little after promising that it wouldn't take long to achieve resurrection, or at least that's what he intended. He landed quietly in a spot that seemed appropriate given the distance between him and the others, which was about 500 meters, ideal. He cracked his neck and fingers, ready to get started right away. "Here we go," he said, then slapped both cheeks with his hands. "Let's see. Resurrection is basically, according to what I understood, a release of Zanpakuto just like I did when I was a Shinigami." At that, he began to spin in circles, while thinking and going deeper into his thoughts. "But the problem is that I don't know that release command that the Aranker have, I only know the name of my sword, Zangetsu, or wait at that." He stopped walking and a light bulb went off in his head. He had discovered something, or rather remembered something that could help him. "When I release my Bankai, I don't need to say a command or anything like that, unlike the other Shinigami who did. I only had to say the name of my Zanpakuto to be able to release it. I'll start with that." And then he looked at the Zanpakuto at his waist and slowly directed his right hand to it. "Come on, it has to work," he said, and took it. Nothing unusual happened like the previous times, which surprised him. He didn't give it much importance, so he positioned himself as if he were going to use his Bankai, legs extended and right arm extended forward, holding it with his left hand at elbow height. "Zangetsu," he said loudly as he usually did, but nothing happened and a light breeze blew through the place, accompanying Ichigo's desolation at seeing that it didn't work, but he wouldn't give up on this. "Zangetsu," he shouted again, to no avail. "Zangetsu. Zangetsu. Zangetsu." There was no reaction whatsoever. What the hell is going on? Nothing was happening and he was losing patience with each attempt. He couldn't build on what he'd done before, like zero or sound. He had to figure out the how for himself this time, but it was frustrating and had only just begun. "TCH, it'll be harder than I thought." He got back into position to keep trying to see if it would work. He would keep trying for a while. 2 hours later. "Damn it." He shouted desperately as he pinned Zangetsu to the ground and sat down next to him. No matter how much he thought about it or how much he tried, he didn't know. 2 long hours of trying in a row were useless and only made him waste valuable time. He threw himself onto his back on the sand and raised his hand towards the moon that was peeking through the tiny, almost invisible clouds, which moved little by little, revealing its brightness in all its splendor. Causing Ichigo to close his eyes for a moment. As he grew accustomed to the new, even more intense light his retinas were receiving, he was able to admire it with the credit it deserved. Brilliant, beautiful, it truly filled him with peace. He closed his fist as if grasping the great circumference of it, and at that moment, he unconsciously remembered the name of his Zanpakuto. Zangetsu. He was so focused that he said it without thinking much about it, he just said it. Putting moon, and with that said, he felt an attraction very close to him, as if it were calling him loudly, even though not a single sound reached his ears, except for the light cold breezes that passed by every moment. He sat up to see where that powerful attraction was coming from. He could see how his Zanpakuto gave off a black aura that contrasted completely with its pale white color. Since he became an Aranker, he didn't know if it was an illusion or if he was really there, but he didn't waste any time and got up. He felt hypnotized by it. He didn't realize when he had it in his hands, it had a calm energy to his surprise. He didn't remember that it had ever been like that. He proceeded to lift it and apply a little force to get it out of the sand. He looked at it calmly. "You were calling me, weren't you?" he asked in a low voice with a smile as he walked over to his sword, took it in both hands and looked at it carefully, then closed his eyes and said softly. Zangetsu felt enveloped by the black energy that covered his sword, but he didn't feel anything bad in it. It embraced him, it felt strangely warm and nostalgic, he felt protected by it. The moment he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a setting he thought he'd never see again. His inner world. It was right there, a little darkened, but overall unchanged. It was located on the side of a building. He looked around, searching for something, or rather someone. His gaze was erratic and almost desperate. "Hey, where do you think you're looking?" he heard mockingly from behind him. He turned around slowly, hoping it was who he thought it was. And there it was, the creature he thought he'd never see again, watching him with an amused smile on its face. "Zangetsu," he said in a low voice. "The same, but you better not get too excited, Ray," he said, making his mocking smile disappear and placing a slightly more reserved one on his face. "What do you mean?" Ichigo asked, hoping it wasn't what he thought it was, although deep down he knew what he meant. Zangetsu just sighed upon hearing it. "You know exactly what I mean, you're not so stupid as to not understand," he said with a bit of melancholy in his voice. "Then why did you just reappear like nothing happened? It would have been better if you hadn't reappeared at all. Damn it." He shouted in fury that he had been pent up since the last time they saw each other. "You're asking why, aren't you?" the being in front of him said with a calm expression and tone. "I'll do it, damn it." I had to do one last thing, you needed my help, and I would be there. The fury that Ichigo had a moment ago dissolved in an instant. How did you know? Please, King. What kind of stupid questions are those? Although coming from an idiot like you, I think it would be logical for you to ask, but Ichigo was not bothered by the insult and continued to observe him. Zangetsu ran his hand through his white hair and continued with slight annoyance. I'm your Zanpakuto, idiot. Of course, even if you don't see me, I see you and I know what's happening and what you're going through. You've been training very hard these days. I couldn't expect less from the one who carries me, because if not it would be an embarrassment. Ichigo was surprised by that. He couldn't believe that he really thought he would never be able to see Zangetsu again, when he has always been with him, wherever he goes, whoever he fights and with any problem he faces. Aizen will be with him no matter what happens, that's what a partner does. You finally understood. Zangetsu smiled a little. I did, and thank you very much. He bowed slightly. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? I don't need or ask for that garbage, so hold your head high. Everything you've achieved so far you've achieved with your own effort, not mine. I was just a front row spectator from the very beginning, so don't show me your gratitude. Ichigo was surprised by his words. He hadn't stopped being surprised since he arrived at the place. He only smiled even more when he was scolded by his Zanpakuto. You better wipe that idiotic grin off your face, or I'll kick it right off your face, but let's get to it. I have something important to tell you, and there's not much time left. That's right, what is it you want to tell me? Ichigo asked, intrigued. I said I came to help you and that's exactly what I'm here to do, so what were you doing right before you came here? I was training for resurrection. Wait, don't tell me that. Of course it's for that, I know the activation command for your resurrection. I'm your Zanpakuto, so it's natural that I know it. Ichigo was happy with that answer, but he also thought for a moment and decided to speak. Hey, you always knew, right? What did I tell you about stupid questions? So you knew that command when you said goodbye to me last time and you didn't tell me, why? He remained completely silent. What's going on? That's not a stupid question, is it? I forgot. Zangetsu replied, and he predicted this answer. Always talking about stupid people, and you were apparently in the front row to become one. Buck off, strawberry. Buck you, psychopath. They looked at each other seriously for a moment and burst into laughter. Laughter that was interrupted by Ichigo when he saw that his partner was slowly disappearing in front of him, as if it were sand lifted by the wind. He was fading away, but when he saw Zangetsu's face, he could see that his smile had not left his face, despite the fact that little by little his body was disintegrating. Hope to see you soon, friend. I already told you, Ray. I'm always there, wherever and whenever. I'll always be in that white case ready to attack and defend you from your enemies, and to protect those you love, don't forget it. Ichigo was breaking down inside. He thought he was going to cry at the painful scene he saw in front of him, but he didn't allow it. He wouldn't give that bastard the luxury of seeing him cry. He raised his right hand in the direction of Zangetsu, who understood what he wanted and extended his own, but when they were about to shake them, Zangetsu's hand melted in Ichigo's hand. Damn it, there's no time. Listen, Ichigo, I can only say it once, and you'll never hear it from me again. The command for our resurrection is. Ichigo barely managed to hear the last part before he disappeared completely. Before Ichigo's eyes, his greatest ally, advisor, friend, and companion had vanished once again, beyond his ability to do anything, though that wasn't something he or anyone else could do anything about. He'd lost the same person twice in the same way, and even though he knew nothing he'd done would have helped, that feeling of being useless gnawed at his mind. All that remained of Zangetsu, like a small tornado, went into Ichigo's hands in the form of a new Zanpakuto. Much brighter than before, with small black details along its edge becoming apparent. Its aura was enhanced even more than before. Ichigo raised it slightly, admiring his partner. You say that everything I've achieved has been on my own, but I'm not so sure of that. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my way a long time ago. I would have given up on fighting. I wouldn't have gotten to this point if it weren't for you. You've supported me every time I needed you. I truly appreciate it. Ichigo, the reflection of his determined eyes on the blade of Zangetsu, was lost when he felt himself disappear from the place. Echoing voices began to fill his ears. They sounded distant but slowly became clearer. He knew it, he was about to return to the real world. Hueco Mundo. Opening his eyes again, Ichigo found Hannibal grabbing him by both shoulders and shaking him a little, while calling out to him. He took her hand to stop. Hey, you don't have to move me around like I'm a doll. There are ways and means of calling people, he said while he moved his hand away a little. He proceeded to look around to realize that everyone was there. Well, I think there were several ways and attempts made to call you, but you didn't respond. Hannibal chose to do it her way, said Sterk a little further behind Hannibal, along with Lillinette and the third Espada fraction. And what a way. Hey, don't complain, you've been like that for a while, so we got worried and thought you had died standing there, she said, a little annoyed. I standing up? seriously, that sounds like an excuse to me. I'm sure if I'd taken a little longer to wake up you would have done more than just move me around and yell at me, right? He asked, seeing the blonde's brow furrow. DCH, maybe, she replied, crossing her arms and looking away. How long was I like this anyway? Well, we arrived about 20 minutes ago, and you were already like that, but you were holding your Zanpakuto tight despite appearing to be unconscious, said Sun Sung from behind everyone. Wow, it took me longer than I thought. It seems that entering my inner world affects my perception of time, he thought upon hearing the answer. Yes, Ichigo, we were worried about you. Lilynette shouted a little angrily, with her arms crossed and a small pout. Well, the dwarf is right, that's not done manly. Next time if you're going to sleep standing up, let her know first, said Apache next to her, but unlike the other, she had a confident smile. Ichigo, upon hearing her, gave her a thumbs up in confirmation, making the doe's smile widen. But Ichigo, what were you doing standing like that? It's not very normal to stand like that. For the first time Mayuri spoke to him to begin to gain confidence, but he just acted like he did with everyone and answered the question without hesitation. I was having a meeting with someone special, Milagros, he said as he caressed the sword in its sheath a little, but somewhat annoyed the brunette about it. It's Milagros, she said with a tip of her eye as she heard Apache laughing behind her. My apologies, Milagros, he said while feeling a little embarrassed by how he called her. The name just looked away, wanting to look annoyed, but in truth she was laughing a little at the confusion. Changing the subject, by any chance, was that someone special your Zanpakuto? Asked Sterk, who had noticed the small touch he had made to his sword when he spoke a little while ago. You hit the nail on the head, Sterk, he replied with a confident smile. Hey, you talk to him, so you know what you have to do for your resurrection, am I wrong? He asked again and Ichigo just nodded his head affirmatively. I think I've got it covered, but I won't know for sure until I put it into practice. Will you do it right now? To take precautions once and for all, Hannibal said upon hearing her previous answer. Sterk agreed with her on that. The sooner I try it, the sooner I'll know if it works, so yeah, but what precautions are you talking about? He asked, intrigued. Precautions are precautions, don't ask stupid questions, Hannibal told him before flying away. Damn, I've lost count of how many times I've been told that crap in just minutes, he thought, amused. Hey Ichigo, try to prove why you're the Zero Sword, understood? Apache said to him as she left the place with Milagros ready to follow her teacher Hannibal. It seems that girl expects a lot from me, he said. She does, she more than anyone wants to see what you're capable of, and so do I wish you luck, Ichigo-san Sung told him as he also left. Thanks, but I don't think I need it, he replied a little loudly so she could hear him. He didn't know if he had, but he hoped so. Ichigo, you can do it. You're amazing. Lilynette shouted from very close, making him cover his ears. Hey, you didn't have to shout like that, I'm very close, he said while touching his head a little and frowning. He even felt his head hurt a little because of it. No. I think it was absolutely necessary, she replied cheerfully. It's time, Lilynette, go with Hannibal and the others, I'll be right there. Sterk intervened, only after arguing a bit she agreed to go without much of a fight. Phew, that little girl has a lot of energy, it must be hard to deal with someone like her when you're the one, Ichigo joked. I feel insulted, but it's true, Sterk replied as he held the back of his neck. Ichigo let out a laugh at the response. It seems you have a few admirers now, he said, referring to Hannibal's girls and Lilynette. So it seems, even I feel pressured, I can't let them down, I can't let anyone down, not even you. The last thing looking at Zangetsu on his waist. You won't, just do your thing, and you'll see how everything turns out fine, he finished and proceeded to take flight in the direction of a dune located 200 meters from Ichigo's current location. That's where the others were. Ichigo looked around him, he could see the group in the distance. Lilynette was making signs that were indecipherable to him, he just laughed a little at that. He looked around again and opened his arms, feeling the cold breeze that now made his long hair move in tune with it. He was totally alone in a 200-meter radius, now it was just him and Zangetsu, as it should be. He put his arms in a natural position again and looked at his sword, caressing it in the process. It seems the time has come, my friend, to show us what we can do, he whispered. Within seconds, he quickly grabbed it tightly and placed it horizontally in front of him, parallel to the ground. He planted his feet firmly on the ground and stiffened his legs and arms. His firm, forward gaze only demonstrated the determination he carried at that moment. From him and his sword, a thick, heavy black energy, outlined in white, began to flow forth. The pressure that was forming from the condensation of his powerful Reiatsu around him caused the breeze to stop and the sand at his feet to rise, something that was soon noticed by the spectators at the scene. His Reiatsu suddenly shot up, it seems he's serious, Sterk thought in the distance. Although he knew he hadn't launched his resurrection yet, the pressure on his shoulders was immense. Behind him Sun Sung, Apache and Milagros were struggling to stay standing. You'd better move further away, it hasn't even reached its maximum capacity, and you're already like this, if you stay until the time of its resurrection, it could be fatal for you. Hannibal recommended them, realizing the state they were in. Damn, and I wanted to see cursed Apache, but knew she had no choice. Her companions thought the same as her, but for their safety, they moved further away. You go to Lillinette, Sterk told her, seeing the seriousness with which he said it. She did not protest and walked away as well. You feel it too, don't you, Hannibal? Sterk asked her, who was standing and looking directly at Ichigo. I do, this Reiatsu is definitely much thicker and more powerful than that time. His powers must have increased after becoming an Aranker, he replied, without turning to look at him. He only directed his gaze towards the epicenter of the force. Ichigo tried to bring his Reiatsu to the tiny line that marked the limit, keeping his eyes closed for greater concentration. From one moment to the next, the energy around him, the pressure, his Reiatsu, everything disappeared in an instant. Hey, what happened? Hannibal asked upon seeing such a phenomenon. Sterk didn't say a word, but his mind was on something else. That boy, trying to be interesting, he thought with a vague smile, sensing what this guy was up to. So about a minute passed, Ichigo standing still with his eyes closed. There was no sign of the powerful Reiatsu that surrounded him before. During that period of hibernation he had entered. Little by little, he opened his eyes calmly and serenely. Almost cautiously, he was ready to say those last words his Zanpakuto had dedicated to him, to reach his power, his true powers. Ichigo. Rise, Zangetsu. The energy, as soon as it disappeared, returned with even more force than before, enveloping Ichigo completely and creating a pillar of black and white energy that for just a moment completely obscured the moon above him. An earthquake followed by very strong winds lashed the foundations of Hueco Mundo and also the two espadas that were closest to it. But what is this? If I had known it would be on such a magnitude I would have moved away even further. Said a strong Sterk who covered the exposed part of his face with his left forearm. He felt like the last time when an ocean of Reiatsu fell on his shoulders. Hannibal at his side said nothing, but she was no better than him at all. He was glad at least that the girls had moved away. The storm Ichigo had unleashed continued for nearly a full minute, which seemed much longer to the two Espada. By the end, they were exhausted just by being near the Zero Espada's new form. Let's approach cautiously, follow me, Hannibal. With that said, Sterk began to fly towards the dust curtain. A slightly unsure Hannibal followed him closely. Somehow, it looks almost identical to the scene from last time, she thought as she landed next to Sterk about 10 meters away. There it is, Sterk said, alerting her. He watched as the dust in front of him dissolved in the wind, and within it, a shadow rose, a part of it distinctive to both of them. Two large horns on the sides of the head could be seen in the silhouette. Little by little Hannibal's pulse began to increase, and trembling a little, she brought her hand closer to the Zanpakuto on her back. Incredible was the only thing that came out of the second Espada's mouth the moment the dust finally cleared from the scene, leaving the glorious resurrection of the strongest Aranker on the stage. Chapter 31. That being didn't see them, but rather stared into space, calm and without moving a muscle. His hair, as white as his own clothing, moved to the sound of the wind that gently whipped it. Black fur decorated his neck along with the edges of his sleeves, and finally a large leftover from his cape, looking worn and torn, hanging on his back in the same way his Bankai used to have. In short, a black and white beast with a wild appearance. Sterk felt intimidated by it, but he saw something strange, or rather, in its hands, but decided that it was not yet the time to give importance to something like that. First he had to make contact with it. Hannibal at his side thought the same, and even with her nerves, she called him. Ichigo, are you there? She asked a little loudly so that the being in front of her could hear, but she received no response, neither physical nor verbal. He just stayed in the same place looking in the same direction. Hey, at the new call, the beast suddenly turned towards her, catching her off guard. She took a step back in fear from that sudden action. Sterk stood in front of her with his sword drawn and sweating a little. Hannibal, he's not Ichigo, he said with equal seriousness, tightening his grip on his Zanpakuto. He glared sharply ahead at the boy before speaking. Who are you? He asked, almost shouting, surprising Hannibal. She also drew her Zanpakuto and prepared for whatever came. However, the beast in front of them didn't bother to respond. It looked at them as if they were insects, like inferior beings it could trample as it pleased. Answer? That laugh from the interrogated man froze their blood. So malevolent, so dark, it was undoubtedly Ichigo's voice, but it sounded double and distorted. Hannibal's grip on his Zanpakuto began to tremble. The laughter ended and the beast straightened up, brought one of its hands towards its mask very slowly, and raised it little by little, revealing the true face of the subject behind the mask. The look he gave them was mesmerizing and terrifying. It seemed as if the devil himself was looking at them, and that smile was evil to the core and full of malice. With that same expression on his face he proceeded to speak. You're insulting me, of course it's me, who did you think I was? he asked when he saw their faces. His expression changed completely to return to his usual smile, except for the voice, the black eyes with strange wider eyes and skin of the same color, it was the same. Hannibal stayed in her place and stared too when he saw it. "What's wrong? Don't tell me I scared you?" he asked mockingly. "Hey. Answer. You're a damn bitch." Hannibal yelled angrily at him as she attacked him. He backed away from the attack and chuckled. "Come on, it was just an innocent prank coming from an innocent man. Now that I think about it, it would have made it a lot more realistic if I had attacked them, tch. How did I not think of that before?" he replied, thinking about the lost possibilities. Sterk gave a long sigh and put away his zanpakuto, relieved. Hannibal did the same, the latter trying to calm the bad blood she had accumulated, breathed and decided to let it go, for now. "It seems you did it, and by far, Ichigo. I congratulate you," Sterk told him calmly. He just smiled a little more, proud of himself. "It was nothing, it took a lot longer than I thought it would, but the result was this." "Ichigo, those swords, didn't you only have one before?" Hannibal asked him, a question that confused him. "But what are you saying, Hannibal? I still have one." His voice trailed off as he realized that he no longer carried his classic Zangetsu in his right hand, but was now armed with two swords, one in each hand. These were not twin swords, since the one in his right hand was much larger than the one in his left hand. It was not as long as his original zanpakuto, but it was not as short either, and it had a hollow area in the middle of it. In his left hand, the sword was considerably shorter than the other, this one being completely compact and with a distinctive hilt that enclosed his hand in its entirety. Ichigo was surprised at this, he hadn't even noticed them when he raised his mask. "I can tell by your face that you don't know why that happened, am I wrong?" Sterk asked, seeing Ichigo's confusion. He just nodded a little, and at Hannibal's gaze, she entered into conversation as well. "Let me explain, Ichigo. When an ranker launches his resurrection, he acquires unique traits from his zanpakuto, some much more noticeable than others. The same happens with Bankai, or some of them, so don't worry. The moment you return to your base state, the original zanpakuto will return again. Don't worry at the explanation." Ichigo sighed a little. He thought he had done something irreversible, and that he would never be able to see Zangetsu as he was before. He was relieved to know that was not the case, but he was still confused. "But why?" he asked again. "Why what?" Hannibal replied, not understanding. "Why two?" he asked again, this time clearly, waving his new weapons a little, referring to them. "I don't know, you should know that." "Well, I thought you were the expert here." "I don't know everything, you have to find that out for yourself," she replied, crossing her arms. "Began with that, damn it, what does it matter?" Annoyed at the lack of answers, he closed his eyes and focused on his blades. He sighed calmly, trying to sense any irregularities in them. Small fluctuations of Reiatsu became present in his senses and in his mind. 3 distinctive colors appeared, going directly towards his swords. 2 went towards his right hand and in an aggressive manner, wrapped the sword in it. Their colors were represented by black and white, the aura around this was turbulent. "So black and white, huh? That means they are Shinigami and hollow energies mixed in this one," he thought. He moved the blade in his right hand slightly, rectifying what had been said. He concentrated again, this time targeting his left hand. He saw the 3 colors of energy moving and fluctuating again. He followed the one that didn't correspond to the previous ones, thus finding the small blade in his left hand. This energy, unlike the other, was calm and emanated as if it were a torrent of water, soft and classy. It danced around Zangetsu's new form. This surprised Ichigo. When he realized the color it was represented in, and its aura, he had no doubts. "It's Quincy energy," he said in his mind with amazement that was brought out when he heard screams that were getting closer and closer to them. Humming down a nearby dune, the small group made up of Millerus, Apache and Lilinet, the latter two being responsible for the screams, were approaching running. Millerus was a little further behind than them as was Sun Sung. It didn't take long for them to reach the place where the 3 Espadas were. Apache and Lilinet quickly approached where Ichigo was, without any fear of his appearance. They told him that he looked incredible, and that kind of thing. They were really suffocating him. Hannibal saw the scene, and smiled as did Sterk. "They do gain confidence quickly, especially Apache. It seems that I still have some facets to learn about her from what I see, although Lilinet is not far behind," Hannibal thought, amused, more so when Lilinet climbed onto Ichigo's shoulders and began to play with the mask on top of his head. He tried to lower it without success, as did Apache. Lilinet just laughed and laughed at their failed attempts. The moment Millerus and Sun Sung arrived, they approached their teacher and Sterk. "Master, it seems you finally did it. I thought you never would," he said, seeing Ichigo's new appearance. It was undoubtedly very similar to the one they saw days ago. He was not afraid of this one when he saw the funny face that Ichigo showed without the mask, which was irritated at not being able to get rid of Lilinet, who treated him as if he were a horse or something similar. "I also thought he wouldn't make it, but he finally did it," she said with a calm air as she watched Ichigo. Millerus realized something. "Teacher, are you proud?" Millerus asked at her side upon seeing her. Sun Sung also became interested. Is it too noticeable? She replied with another question, but implying that she was not mistaken. Yes, she does, my lady, Sun Sung laughed a little. I may be a little bit, but there's a score I have to settle with him, I swear I won't let it slip, she said, changing her tone of voice to a slightly rougher one. Well, I wish you luck, Millerus said, not knowing what he meant. For his part, Sterk, who had remained on the sidelines, was once again observing a dune near the place and smiled a little as he continued to observe it. I've got you, he said in a low voice, but only changed the place where he was looking at Ichigo and called his partner, getting him out of the trouble he was in. Hey Lillinette, give him some space please, we don't want Ichigo to get angry and kill us all. Both Apache and Lillinette turned white at the words. Ichigo smiled maliciously seeing the effect he had caused when they saw the face he had and almost ran away from him. He just let out a big laugh. While he laughed, Sterk approached him. Sterk, you saved me, he said, finishing laughing and standing up straight again. It was nothing, but it seemed like you didn't like what they were doing very much. That's what it looked like? Ichigo asked. Wasn't it? Not at all, I think it was more like a little nostalgic, he said with a slightly sad smile, remembering how he played with his sisters when they were younger. Seeing his expression, Sterk sighed and decided to change the subject. He touched his shoulder to get him out of his thoughts. Having already captured his attention, he prepared to speak. Hey, ready for a workout? He said softly. Please Sterk, you know I'm always ready, he replied, recovering his spirits, which was what Sterk wanted. Very well, he said, and then called Hannibal, who was talking with her fraction and also with Lillinette. Hannibal, the boy wants action, what do you say to that? Sterk asked a little loudly. Hannibal smiled from under the mask. I say with pleasure, he said, approaching them. Ichigo's smile widened even more upon hearing the answer. Hannibal, we're going to have to use our resurrection to balance the scales, Sterk recommended. Ichigo became quite interested upon hearing that. You're right, I'll tell the girls to take some distance again. Then she saw the young Kurosaki's ear-to-ear grin plastered on his face. What, is there something on my face? I asked him because of how he looked at her. He didn't change his expression at all and answered. Well, I'd answer that question if only your face wasn't more than half covered. Does that count as a stupid question? Her brow furrowed in irritation. Ichigo was being too clever with her. Well, what's wrong with you? He said, correcting the question. Well, nothing in particular, it's just that I will have the honor of finally seeing the resurrection of both of them, he said without losing his smile. So that's all it was, I'll make sure to wipe that smile off your face, Hannibal said quietly. That? Nothing, and he walked away to give the message to his fraction. Hey Sterk, what was that? He asked. Sterk just patted him on the back a little and moved away a little as well. But what the hell did I do now, he asked himself mentally, thoughtful about Sterk's lapse. He watched as he walked away to meet little Lillinette on his way, already warned by Hannibal of what they were going to do. When Hannibal spoke with her fraction and convinced them to move to a nearby dune, she walked to stand next to Sterk and Lillinette, who was about 20 meters away from Ichigo. Hannibal took a deep breath, then looked into Sterk's eyes, without saying a word between them. Just a look was enough to tell each other everything they needed to know, that it was time to show why they were two of the 4 strongest Espadas. Lillinette smiled to herself knowing what was coming, also feeling Sterk's hand gently placed on top of her piece of mask. The time had come, their time. Ichigo, you said it was an honor for you to witness our resurrection for the first time, so enjoy every moment of what is about to happen, Hannibal said calmly, as yellow flashes shot out around her. The same thing happened with Sterk and Lillinette, but in blue. The pressure that was previously non-existent in just thousandths of a second became enormous. Ichigo, still in his resurrection, felt a great weight on his shoulders, and it forced him to bend his knees a little. But his smile did not disappear at any time. He was excited, and he would not hide it. The air grew thick and wild, the sand shifting to the beat, kicking up sand and creating dust in the process. Hannibal closed her eyes and breathed deeply. She slowly took her Zanpakuto from her back and wielded it firmly. Espadas 2 and 3 raised their Riatsu even further, causing an upward current to be generated, as if they were pillars pointing directly at the moon above them, one yellow and one blue. Ichigo placed both arms crossed in front of him to cover himself from the dust. On the nearby dune, the spectators were more than interested in what was happening. They're really serious, I don't know whether to be happy or scared, said Millerus, seeing everything that was happening. Be happy, it's going to be crazy, haha, said Apache, watching the scene, always the most motivated of the 3. This looks exactly like the same scene from that day, it brings back bad memories, Sun Sung said from behind them. Actually yes, the only missing element would be Ulquiorra for it to be exactly the same. Millerus took Sun Sung at his word, but Apache had something to say. It's not the same, nor similar, nor anything, everything is different, stop with the nonsense, he said to both of them and looked again. Millerus was quick to respond. How could it not even be an animal-like thing? Are you blind or are you pretending? I think we are the blind ones, Millerus. Apache is right, it has nothing to do with that time. As strange as it seemed, Sun Sung thought for a bit and agreed with Apache's words. Have you also gone crazy, Sun Sung? It's more than clear, whatever they say, it's very similar. You really are a stubborn fool. Do you want to know the small but big difference that makes nothing even look alike? Apache suggested. Let's see, enlighten me, genius, he said challengingly. Ichigo. Huh? I said Ichigo. What does it have to do with it? It has everything to do with it. Use that useless brain of yours for once in your life, you bucking bitch, and think. He yelled at her to see if she understood. The small but big difference, Millerus thought, until she realized it, her expression gave her away. You understood, right? Ichigo is with us now, he's not our enemy, the mere fact that we know his name changes everything, it means that we know him, that Lady Hannibal and Sterk know him and trust him, and that I do the same as them, I already made that clear, that's why it's nothing like that scenario, same actors, different context, Apache said to Millerus, and looked back to where the Espadas were. Wow Apache, it seems you can use your brain for something other than insulting, you surprise me, Sun Sung mocked a little, but he was really surprised by everything he said. Yes, I was surprised too, he said simply. Wait, you just admitted that. Shut up, now is when it gets good, he said to silence Sun Sung. She got upset by it, but she stopped fighting and watched what was happening, the same action that Millerus imitated, although she was more thoughtful. You don't look it, Apache, but you're smart, confident, and strong too, both physically and mentally, stronger than me. I'd never admit it, but the truth is she smiled a little, but with some sadness as she looked at her partner. I would like to be like you, she thought, and then returned her gaze to the stage that rose in front of them. As they returned to paying attention, Sterk and Hannibal's reactions reached the peak of their capacity, they understood that it was time, there was only one step left, the most important one. Hannibal settled her feet even more on the ground, and then proceeded to say in unison with Sterk. Hannibal. Hunt, shark. Sterk. Kick, the wolves. Hannibal was completely enveloped by her yellow Ryatsu, but Ichigo was momentarily thrown off by the fact that Lillinette disappeared from her spot next to Sterk in a blue flash, and then the same phenomenon as with the blonde happened to Sterk. After a minute, the dust revealed the resurrection of both Espada to Ichigo's surprised sight, now he could fully see Hannibal's face, along with a huge sword similar to a shark's tooth, and Sterk was carrying two pistols, as if he were a cowboy. What's wrong? Surprised. Hannibal asked upon seeing his expression, moving the large heavy weapon she now carried in her right arm towards him. Ichigo quickly composed himself to answer. I am. Who would have thought that behind that jacket you would hide such a beautiful face, you might even take away my desire to hit him, although I doubt it, Ichigo said jokingly, who was still impressed. Please, you're making me blush, he faked a friendly smile, then returned to his trademark neutral expression. Now for the second part about hitting me, he said, getting into an attack stance. Do you think you can? He provoked seriously, looking at Ichigo and pointing his sword at him. He tightened his grip on his swords, showing that he was more than ready to start. You're already excited, I think I should do my part too, Sterk intervened, pointing his right gun at Ichigo and resting the other on his shoulder. That's right Sterk, you're finally putting some effort into it. Came a bit of the front pistol as he moved a little. What the Ichigo said, realizing who that voice was. Lillinette, how the hell did you get there? He asked the gun, which only moved a little more. The old man and I are one, for now you don't need any more explanations was heard from this, Ichigo didn't understand. I'll explain it to you in detail later, now to what we're going to do, Sterk clarified, and Ichigo knew he was right, they would have time for that, now was the time to. Or. What are you waiting for? Raise your swords or we won't answer, Hannibal warned, eager to begin. You're right, enough talking, let's get to the best part, Ichigo said smiling confidently. He brought his right hand to his mask and slowly lowered it until his entire face was covered, leaving only the intimidating gaze with wider eyes. He placed himself in a right guard and crossed his swords in front of him, lightly brushing them, causing them to creak and throw off a few sparks. He closed his eyes and, as calmly as he could, took a deep breath. This is getting interesting, he whispered as he opened his eyes, at which point both he and his two opponents launched themselves into collision. The sand around their feet rose, and long before they could fall back down again, the first clash of attacks had already reverberated through Hueco Mundo. The first encounter of swords and guns would take a while, since the three of them thought the same thing at the same time, at the moment of impact they disappeared with sound from the opponent's sight, Ichigo appeared somewhat far from the place, without knowing where his opponents were. Let's see, if I were Hannibal or Sterk, which way would I attack, he thought a little analytically, without success. I just don't know, so I'd just have to think, where wouldn't they attack me, he mused. Definitely not head on. he thought as he felt a slight disturbance in the air on his left side. He would raise both weapons in that direction to cover Hallibal's giant weapon approaching his side. Bingo, Ichigo said when he saw that he had blocked her, but she had a strange smile. He decided not to think too much about it and just concentrate on looking for. Heard behind him and then felt himself being propelled forward, moving him away from the place and hurting his back. What the buck? When did he get there? He didn't even give a damn signal. Ichigo complained as he was sent flying. At no time did he notice Derek's presence, not even when he had him centimeters away. He profiled in the air and his gaze set on the place where he came from, but he found himself with a Hallibal that was flying directly towards him. He endured the onslaught with his right sword and answered with his left accordingly. Hallibal disappeared with Sanito, and in his place, Sterk appeared with both pistols forward. They're annoying, he thought and moved out of the way of the shots, but Hallibal would intercept him behind him and managed to cut him a little. He frowned at the pain and landed on the sand. I correct myself, I am very annoying, he added with frustration as Hallibal and Sterk surrounded him. That's what he got for underestimating them, although one way or another he knew he would have a bad time. He's not as strong as last time, he hasn't fully mastered his power yet. I guess that's normal, as he uses that form he'll gradually strengthen himself. We just have to push him to it, Hallibal thought when she saw him, and she knew that Sterk would be thinking the same thing as her, so she didn't worry about it. Come on Ichigo, we've only just started and you're already like this, are you giving up? I asked him to provoke him, which I would succeed in doing. Never, he said, straightening up again, and without realizing it he almost instantly closed the cut on his back. Without warning he disappeared from his place and appeared behind Hallibal. She didn't have time to react to the cut, but Sterk got in the way. With one gun he blocked the swing of both incoming swords, and with the other he counterattacked, giving Ichigo a direct shot in the chest, making him step back a little. He didn't feel much pain from it, but it felt like he was hit with something blunt. But the duo's attack was not over yet. Behind Sterk a Hallibal would be seen with a sword covered in water at the tip, aimed directly at Ichigo who was retreating. The drop, he said, and the water that had accumulated shot out like a missile towards him. Without time to use sound, he raised his right sword and swung it towards the attack. Itsuga Tensho, his classic attack that had the power of 10 normal Jutsugas, easily split Hallibals in half and continued on to meet both Espadas. They used Sanito and got out of the way, but the damage that Ichigo's Jutsuga caused to the environment was devastating. A large ditch was left in its path, and small black Ryatsu charges were noticeable on the ground, as if they were electric discharges through lightning. Ichigo looked in all directions, while looking up to make sure. Without warning, he felt something in his abdomen. It can't be, he thought, and looked slowly to see what it was, not being very optimistic about what he would find. There he saw a Hallibal who had her left hand placed on her abdomen, and by touch, he realized that she had blood on her hand. Ichigo thought urgently about what he thought she would do and acted quickly, wanting to attack her with both swords from above, taking advantage of the height difference at that moment, and because Hallibal seemed defenseless in that position. Don't get ahead of yourself, he heard, and Sterk, with a shining blue sword, blocked his attempted attack. No, 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 damn it, where's this coming from? I can never tell when it's coming, it's like I'm fighting a ghost. He thought with total urgency and frustration, unable to avoid what was coming. Great King Zero, he heard Hallibal say, and prepared himself as best he could for the impact, which was brutal. He was thrown uncontrollably backwards by the great force that Hallibal's Zero carried in its resurrection. In just a few seconds he was already embedded in a dune somewhat far from the original place of the attack. Hey Hallibal, I know we have to go hard on this, but don't you think you went a little too far? Sterk asked, standing next to her after seeing the attack. Do you think so? I think that was nothing he couldn't handle. Sterk looked at him with a poker face. You really can be very spiteful sometimes. Resentment? What resentment? That. Nothing, let's just leave it like that, he said, giving up. That's true, let's wait and see how long it takes him to recover from that, and so they waited for about 3 minutes, standing in the same place. He's coming, Hallibal said, staring at the dune, causing Sterk to become alert. A black beam would shoot out of the dune and land in front of them. He would drop to his knees and take a breath. It had felt like he'd been hit in the stomach by that Sero. It hadn't been a pleasant sensation. He coughed a little and sat up, breathing a little more normally now. He lifted his mask so they could see his face. Hey, that's not how you treat an apprentice. That's true, that's not how you treat a good apprentice, of course, if only you were a good one, Hallibal answered with some mischief. Ichigo rolled his eyes at the words. That was a good one, though I have something that's sure to change your mind, he said. He'd given some thought to his short stay on the dune, and he had something very interesting he wanted to test out. This caught Sterk's attention, though Hallibal only took it as further provocation. Well, what are you waiting for? You don't know how much I'm dying to know what it is, she said sarcastically. Instead of getting upset, Ichigo smiled maliciously. He knew she would respond that way. Sterk thought something strange was going on and prepared himself just in case. "Oh, I assure you that you will love it," Ichigo replied and stood completely straight and relaxed. He closed his eyes, feeling the breeze hit his face and moving his long white hair, and without Hannibal expecting it, he moved both swords erratically forward and diagonally. Itsuga Jujisho, a large black cross lash outlined in white, headed for both Espadas. Sterk, who was the most alert, was the one who reacted first. He grabbed Hannibal and narrowly avoided the attack, which made 2 trenches along its trajectory, being twice as strong as the ordinary Jutsuga Tensho, and consequently, twice as devastating. The devastation caused by this reached the length of 10 kilometers from its origin to the end point, where an explosion occurred. "Wow, that was much more than I could have expected," Ichigo said to himself, impressed, observing his swords, which were wildly overflowing with black and white energy, surely over-ecstatic from the use their wielder had just given them. Sterk, holding Hannibal, appeared about 10 meters away from him, the blonde watching with a drop of sweat running down her forehead, the destruction caused by him. Sterk was watching Ichigo while he was still looking at his swords. "I see, something simple but very effective." Before he used the Jutsuga Tensho because he only had one weapon, but now that he has 2, it would be logical that he could do 2 simultaneously and individually. By combining both attacks, he created one much more dangerous, he thought, while Ichigo realized his presence. "I'm glad you dodged it, really. Please excuse my imprudence. I didn't think at all about what that could cause," he said sincerely, bowing slightly. "Tch, it's okay. I think it's also my fault for provoking you, although you could have also warned that you were going to do something like that. Not all the fault is yours, so look up, we're not done with this yet," Hannibal told him, accepting part of her blame. Ichigo, hearing her, raised his head as ordered. "Thank you very much," he said and straightened up, lowering his mask again, as a sign to resume what they had left off. Sterk and Hannibal also went back on guard. The 3 of them disappeared again, one in search of the other. They continued like this for a whole hour. Espadas 2 and 3 went through many dangers in order to demand and force Ichigo to fully master his new powers. He was learning and becoming more and more relaxed in the heat of the battle. It was not a true royal battle where his life was at stake, but avoiding receiving the painful attacks from both Espadas was more than enough to motivate him. By now Ichigo was feeling very tired and gasping for air. He pulled up his mask so the breeze could cool him down even more. He planted both blades in the ground and leaned down on his knees. The 2 men in front of him weren't much better off than Ichigo. They were also very fatigued from the constant mental and physical exertion they'd put in for a full hour. Dodging and blocking Ichigo's powerful attacks wasn't a game anyone could play, much less maintain. "I think that's fine for today," Sterk said, trying to maintain his composure in his quest to take in as much oxygen as possible. The pistol in his hand also had something to say. "You're right, Sterk, I'm tired of shooting over and over again, everything hurts, ouch," Lillinet was heard complaining as the gun vibrated. "Let's go back to normal, being in this form is tiring at this point in the game," said the blonde, agreeing with him. The 2 were covered by a light. Hannibal returned to her base state, as did Sterk and Lillinet. She fell to her knees to the ground due to exhaustion. Sterk helped her up and Hannibal shook herself off. She turned to look at Ichigo, who hadn't done anything yet. "Hey, you heard, go back to your base form, you don't need to be like that anymore," she addressed him. He just put on a strange grimace and a slightly crooked smile. "About that, I have a little problem," he said with some suspicion. "Spit it out already, we have to go back. I don't know how to get back to normal." Silence filled the room. Both Hannibal and Sterk brought their right hands to their faces, and Lillinet remained in total silence, as strange as it seemed. "You really are a tremendous idiot," Hannibal said, and several minutes passed, explaining how to cancel her resurrection. When she finally did, Hannibal's Frachian also arrived, just in time to begin their journey back to Las Noches. During the journey, a topic that had bothered the blonde all day came up. "Hey Ichigo," she called him. He was looking ahead without saying anything until he heard her and turned towards her. How did you get to your room last night if you didn't know where it was?" He suddenly stopped walking for a moment and then continued walking. Hannibal knew she had touched a nerve. "I don't feel like saying it," he replied, wanting to avoid the subject, but both Sterk and the others except Lillinet, who was asleep being carried by the first one, had heard the question, the second Espada being the one who knew exactly what the answer was. "If you don't feel like saying it, I think I should give you a hand." Ichigo sweated at Sterk's proposal. "And no, Sterk, there's no need, I insist." The 3 who made up the third Espada faction and Hannibal herself paid attention to Sterk. "Sterk, you're a traitor," the orange-haired man said indignantly. "Traitor? I don't remember accepting a pact for my silence." At that, knowing that Sterk was right, Ichigo just resigned himself and prepared for what was surely coming. What happened was this: Sterk began to narrate what he had seen earlier when he was looking for Ichigo to begin training. Flashback. Sterk and Lilynette were walking calmly through the halls of Las Noches looking for Ichigo, but with Lilynette there was nothing calm, since she was complaining to Sterk that he had slept too much and that surely Ichigo would no longer be in his room. He, ignoring the accusations, continued his course as always. There was still a long way to go before he reached his room, but on their way they came across an intersection between two hallways, and as they passed through it, he turned to the right by mere chance, and there he saw him. "Hey Lilynette, that's not Ichigo," she shouted upon noticing him. He was almost in a fetal position lying on his right side. From what they could see he was asleep. He was trembling a little from the cold. Lilynette didn't need to wake him up since he woke up with a sneeze, almost sleepwalking. He looked at them strangely. "What are you what are you doing in my room?" I asked them with my eyes narrowed while yawning a little. "Room? Well, apparently, Ichigo, your room is somewhat peculiar." "What are you saying, Sterk? This is clearly my room." It dawned on him little by little as he became aware of his surroundings and looked more closely at the place. "Ahahaha, Ichigo, what did you do hahaha, I look like a hibernating cockroach hahaha." Little Lilynette laughed as loud as she could, greatly irritating the Espada Sero. "Well, I can tell you're lost, right?" Sterk said, holding his chin slightly while unconsciously smiling a little. "Wow, you have such good intuition," he responded sarcastically, then stood up and brushed off the dust and all kinds of dirt. "What do you think if we better go? I'm sure Hannibal is waiting for us," he said to change the subject as quickly as possible and began to walk, but at one point he suddenly stopped and turned around. "Not a damn word about this, Sterk," he said sulkily and continued on his way, without waiting for an answer. Okay, although I don't promise anything." "Lilynette, don't laugh so much, let's go," he said to her. "But Sterk, you're laughing too." "I'll stop laughing if you do too," she said with a pout. "A fair deal," he said after thinking about it for a moment, then took it and placed it on his shoulders and went in search of Ichigo before he got lost. Again. Then flashback. Ichigo was in total silence, as were the others, a silence that was broken in the most resounding way possible. Ahahahahaha. Patchy and Millerus laughed out loud. Hannibal even burst into laughter at the sad little story they had just heard. Even surprisingly Lilynette, who was supposed to be asleep, began to laugh madly on Sterk's shoulders. A vein in Ichigo's forehead instantly popped out. That little demon was still awake. He thought angrily. "What are you saying in your defense? Of course, if you even have one to begin with," the blonde mocked a little. "No comment," he said to avoid any further discussion on the subject. "I assumed so." And between laughter and annoyances, almost without realizing it, they arrived at the main door of Las Noches. Ichigo was the first to enter followed by the others. "Hey, don't go so fast, I'm sure you don't want to sleep cuddled with the mice for the second time in a row," Hannibal continued to insist, and he decided to ignore the provocations and continue on his way, walking calmly. "Don't you hear something?" asked Sun Sung as they continued walking. "Nothing at all." "Did you hear anything?" Apache asked the others. After the question, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy and anxious, growing more intense as they went deeper. "What's going on? This wasn't happening just a second ago," Sterk thought. He closed his eyes and concentrated as hard as he could to find out what was causing such an uneasy atmosphere, only to realize that he opened them urgently. "Someone's coming." "No, has coming," said Sterk, his expression changing completely to a serious one. Hannibal did the same and stood on guard as they continued walking. Lilynette hugged her partner's neck tightly, and Apache, Sun Sung and Millerus took cover behind them in fear. Ichigo continued walking forward without flinching, then they began to hear footsteps that were very loud and could be heard with total clarity. A shadow appeared in front of them, revealing who it was that was walking to meet them. As soon as Ichigo saw him, he realized who it was. "Berrigan," he said softly with a hard and unfriendly expression. The first Espada in front of them looked very intimidating. He was armed with his great war axe, and his aura demanded blood. Ichigo did not hesitate to bring his right hand to the hilt of Zangetsu. The closer they got, they saw pure hatred burning in their eyes the moment they were face to face, and neither stopped their walk. Hannibal and Sterk expected the worst. But nothing happened. They walked straight past each other, without stopping. Hannibal let out a deep sigh of relief, her pulse slowing considerably, as did her Frachian. Sterk also calmed down when nothing happened, and now only the backs of the two strongest Espadas could be seen. Ichigo and Berrigan smiled determinedly and dangerously, without looking at each other. "It's not time yet," they both said in a low voice, so that one of them could get lost in the darkness of Las Noches in a group, and the other, in total solitude, could emerge from it. Throne room. "Lord Aizen, I'm bored," Jin said to his leader who was sitting peacefully on his throne. He only laughed a little at his ally's attitude. "Calm down, Jin, soon you'll have no reason to be bored, or rather, you'll never be bored again." "Are you serious?" "Totally," he said, convincing Jin, although he was curious about something. "Lord Aizen, I have a question for you." Or rather, a doubt, which I'm sure you'll be able to clarify. He smiled as he usually did, and Aizen told him to proceed. As you know, each Espada represents an aspect of death. One loneliness, another sacrifice, madness and so on. Aizen nodded in agreement, he already knew what she was getting at. So, if they all represent an aspect of death, what does Kurosaki Ichigo, member number 0 of the Espada, represent? Aizen smiled, he had hit the nail on the head. Do you want to know, Jin? He nodded repeatedly at the question. Well, if you want to know so much, here it is, Kurosaki Ichigo represents the death aspect of. He paused, Jin wanted to eat his fingernails in the torturous wait. Aizen closed his eyes, but to Jin's torture, and opened them again, ready to answer his question. Kurosaki Ichigo, the Espada Sero, and therefore the strongest ranker, represents the death aspect of. Chapter 32. What could that have been? Ichigo thought strangely, his eyes closed, as he lay in his bed. On the outside, he appeared to be asleep, but he wasn't at all. He had woken up a while ago due to a Reiatsu jolt produced in Hueco Mundo, it had been enormous. He had been doing nothing for hours, just lying quietly, although somehow it felt strange to him, he thought he had felt that energy a few days ago, even while asleep he had felt a certain sense of despair, just like the energy a little while ago. He didn't know what time it was, since it was always nighttime, but if he had to make any kind of calculation or estimate, assuming that since he went to sleep yesterday it was in the afternoon approaching nighttime, it should be early morning now. Of course, it was just a hunch, since he truly had no idea what time of day or nighttime, to put it mildly, he was at the moment. His thoughts and peace were interrupted by a small sound, he thought it was nothing, until he felt something had stopped on his face, right on his left cheek. An insect, he thought, and quickly, without opening his eyes, he tried to push it away with his hand. It seemed to have worked. A few seconds passed, and the insect insisted again. He proceeded to push it away again, hoping that this would be the last time it bothered him. He thought about sleeping a little longer and settled more comfortably in his bed, but the insect returned to him. Finally, irritated by the small beast tormenting his sleep, he jumped up in annoyance and opened his eyes, ready to give it what it deserved. Up to here, you're dead, you son of a bitch, what are you doing here? He asked when he saw Apache beside his bed. It wasn't an insect after all, it was her who was touching him as if he were a porcelain doll or something similar. She smiled rudely as she always did when she saw that he woke up and raised her hand in greeting. Good morning, he said casually, seeing Ichigo still confused by the situation. Good morning. The orange-haired boy repeated with a twitch in his eye. She noticed. Hey, show some more attitude. Well, I would show it to you if you hadn't burst into my room like that, there's a reason for the door, just 2 knocks, I'd get up, and my attitude would be at its peak, of course, if that had happened, he explained sitting on the bed and looking at her reluctantly. Come on, don't be like that, it would have been boring just doing that, something everyone would do. Well, I think I'll show you how boring I am by doing something that everyone in my position would be doing right now. Oh, and what would be she was interrupted when Ichigo suddenly stood up and carried her out of the room. As soon as he left her outside, he abruptly closed the door, leaving her outside with a grimace of annoyance. Hey, I'll open the door. I came to tell you something, but I saw you were asleep and I couldn't help it, he said, tapping the door a little with a small, but minuscule, hint of regret. Speaking of which, how the hell did you manage to get into my room without making any noise? Ichigo asked, leaning on the other side of the door with his arms crossed. I have my ways, Apache said proudly from the other side. Well, how about you stop using those kinds of methods and do it the way you were supposed to do it in the first place? This struck the doe as odd. What would that be? He asked, receiving no response, instead he only heard footsteps behind the door, he waited a few seconds until he heard the boy's voice. Now knock on the door and ask if you can come in. Why should I do that? I just walk in and. Just do it, it won't cost you anything, she sighed in surrender. She raised her right arm toward the door and knocked 3 times. Ichigo, may I come in? No. You think you're funny, don't you? Apache said irritably. I know I am. Apache, you can come in, he replied, and she proceeded to open the door, seeing him sitting on his bed looking at her with a smile. See? It wasn't that hard. I didn't say it was, just that it's what a normal person would do. Are you saying you don't consider yourself normal? That's what I said, and Ichigo laughed a little. Well, now that you're here, what was it you wanted to tell me? He asked, remembering what she had said a little earlier. She looked at him at the question. Ah yes, Lady Hallible sent me to tell you that you should attend the sales laboratory as soon as you woke up and to guide you to it at once. I see. Wait, sale? He asked, a little flustered. Yes, the kind with pink hair and who looks like a pervert, she replied, slightly shrugging her shoulders. Wow, what an accurate description, he said, remembering that guy. He had gotten to know him a little at the meeting he attended, and his first experience with him hadn't been the best. "Well, I think we'd better go. I don't want to get scolded by Hannibal as soon as I wake up." "Really? I think it would be fun." "Funny? You better speak for yourself. Hannibal will probably want to kill me if I make her wait, and I'm afraid to say what that maniac could do to me." Apache laughed at his response. As Ichigo proceeded to get up from his bed and head towards the door, he opened it and stepped aside, pointing outside. "You're my guide, please come forward." Apache approached to leave, but not before addressing him. "That's true, we don't want anyone to get lost again," and with that said he left the room. There he goes with that again, and somewhat irritated, he left too, following her to her next destination. They walked for a while, about 10 minutes. They had small but fun conversations during the short walk. Ichigo liked that Apache had the confidence to play around and joke with him, similar to what she did with Hannibal, but she wasn't going to make him pay for his jokes with pain, or so he wanted to think. Barely leaving the room, Ichigo began to stop at various intersections between hallways, carving something with Zangetsu, doing so with each intersection they passed. Apache was surprised by this but didn't ask. They just continued on their way for a short while. A few meters ahead, the Espada Sero saw two people leaving a room, and he immediately identified them. They were Hannibal and Grimjo, the latter clearly upset about something. It didn't take them long to arrive. "Lady Hannibal, here's Ichigo," Apache called, approaching her teacher, catching her attention. "Well done, Apache. And Ichigo, did you sleep well?" she asked, clearly with double meanings. "A few good days would be nice for a change, and by the way, it's been a while since I've slept so well. Who would have thought the beds in this place would be like 5-star hotels?" This last point made Apache tilt his head and confused Hannibal. "A 5-star hotel? How do you eat that?" Apache asked, clearly confused. "Damn, again, I forgot that they don't know anything about those things," Ichigo thought. Hannibal ignored that and turned to Grimjo, who remained silent. "Hey, how long are you going to stay like this?" the blonde said, catching his attention, who turned away in annoyance. "Until I get every single one of them from that damn bastard, no one will lay a hand on me." "I think you're exaggerating." "You think so? That's because you're a woman, you wouldn't understand, and I don't want to make you understand either. I'm just saying it won't be like that." "What do you say, dear Grimjo?" Sale suddenly appeared from the doorway and touched Grimjo's shoulder, causing him to move away urgently. Ichigo also stiffened when he saw him. "Hey, I told you not to touch me again. Next time you won't lose your hand, but your life," the blue-haired man said, clearly annoyed. Sale laughed at that. "Come on, that would be very bad, please don't hurt such a pure being as me, you'll go straight to hell." "And I'll gladly go if it means taking you with me," he said furtively as he reached for his Zanpakuto. Sale grew nervous because Grimjo didn't seem to be playing with him or just threatening him. Hannibal noticed something, a change that wasn't so drastic, but it did make Grimjo, who was already violent, go completely wild. Ever since the meeting where Aizen announced that a Shinigami would be joining the Espada, Grimjo's attitude had become increasingly erratic and violent, even downright unstable. One moment he could seemingly be in a good mood, and the next second he could be furious enough to kill someone. It all started with the first attack on Ichigo in the dining room, and the second attack in front of all the Espadas, and the subsequent humiliation received by Aizen completely unhinged him. Right now, there was total fury in his gaze, and he was even hyperventilating from rage. Hannibal decided it was time to intervene, and with Sanito she grabbed the hand with which Grimjo was holding his Zanpakuto. He turned around furiously to look at her with the most dangerous eyes he had. "Hannibal, let me go." Despite being much stronger than him, his gaze caused her some fear. It was almost the same as the gaze Ichigo gave her and Sterk when he achieved resurrection, hypnotizing and terrifying, like that of a demon. She didn't respond to the request, something that only made Grimjo's annoyance even more accentuated. "I said, let me go once and for all, understand?" he said, and made an effort to move his hand, in a slight hesitation from Hannibal, who with his free hand, was going to punch him in the face if it weren't for Ichigo, who had been waiting, getting in the way and holding Grimjo's fist very cleanly. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" he asked reproachfully, tightening his grip on it. "It's none of your business, trash. You're someone who shouldn't even be here, and now you're acting important. Here in Las Noches. I'm not being important. I'm just keeping you from doing something you might regret." Those words were taken very badly by the sixth Espada. To him it sounded like, "Is that a threat, you bastard? Are you threatening me?" she asked, and without giving him a chance to respond, she kicked him. Ichigo dodged it, and Ichigo took advantage of the opportunity to free himself from the boy's grasp and retreat. "I'm out of here, buck off and do whatever you want," he said without changing his tone of voice, and as strange as it seemed, leaving the place. Hannibal didn't think he would give up so quickly. Something strange was happening to Grimjo. She was taken out of her thoughts when Ichigo called. Hey, are you okay? What happened back there? I'm fine, but there's something not right with Grimjo. He's aggressive, but he's getting out of control much more easily than before. At times he seems like his usual self, and then suddenly he explodes without warning. He's never attacked me before, and our relationship has been, given him, somewhat decent, she mused thoughtfully. It's not like him, Ichigo thought too. Hey, don't forget about me. I wanted to kill myself. Sale exclaimed next to them. Well, I think he'll have his reasons with you, Ichigo said, looking at him, causing the pink-haired man to cross his arms, feeling offended. Ichigo sighed and looked down the long, dark hallway where the blue-haired Espada had gone. Well, I'll be leaving. Ichigo, today you'll be free, we'll rest from the training we've had for 2 days straight, training is good, but not too much he said, breaking Ichigo out of the trance he was in. It's true, I won't forget it, although in that case I'll need help to get out of here, referring to Las Noches. Don't worry, that's what I'm here for, Apache intervened next to him, Hannibal nodded. That's right. Besides, Apache will also help you with tomorrow's training. You still have something to learn, and she's a specialist in that, and she's also volunteered to do it. Ichigo turned to look at the dough. Thank you very much for that, I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. I'll do it too, see you he said and then started walking. Goodbye Ichigo. Also Hannibal paused for a moment and spoke, trying not to raise her voice too much. I have something important to discuss with you. Goodbye, both of you. And I also wanted to talk about something with you and Sterk. It'll be tomorrow, then, he said, lowering his voice on the last part. With that, he said goodbye, a smile etched on his face. The smile faded as he remembered who he'd been left with. He slowly looked over his shoulder to see Sale looking at him with a somewhat disturbing smile. Hello, the pink-haired man said simply. No hello, if you do something weird I swear I'll. Why do you always think I'm going to do something? Is it because you end up doing it? How did you know? And with that Ichigo went totally defensive. You don't touch a hair on my head. Come on, enough with the nonsense. Come in, we have things to do and time is running out, Sale said more seriously, entering through the door next to him. Well, I guess I have no other choice, he thought, and gathered his courage to follow the scientist. He saw it was a laboratory. To his surprise, everything looked neat and tidy. Even without any air conditioning in sight, the room felt cold. Sample vials. Living flesh. Shit, and I thought I'd gotten into a decent lab and I find this. My luck just keeps getting better, he thought sarcastically. He checked on his only companion at the time and saw him searching for something. Apparently, after a bit of searching, he'd found what he was looking for. What he was holding in his hand was a measuring strip. No way, he said, recalling what he had heard at the meeting about take action and the like and shuddering slightly at the thought of what he would do. Hey you, Sale called. Ichigo gulped nervously. Why yes. Take off your clothes. Ichigo's brain stopped for a moment as if it were a machine that had broken down, he blinked several times and cleaned his ears, coughing a little. Could you repeat what you said? I don't think I heard you correctly. Sale's smile widened, he adjusted his glasses a little, and strangely, a red glow was coming out of them. I said take off your clothes. I was joking, I just want you to hold still for a moment, it'll be quick, Ichigo gave a deep sigh, calming down after that. What do you want me to do? Should I stay the way I am or what? Yes, just keep your shoulders relaxed with your arms down. Good and Ichigo did as he asked. When he did as he asked, Sale approached him and wrapped him completely at the height of his shoulders. It took a while like that, since the pink-haired boy didn't want to make a mistake in the measurements. Once ready, he took it off him and turned around. That's it, I'll write this down here, it won't be long, so wait. Okay, I'll see what's interesting around here besides that, he said, pointing at the jar he saw earlier. If you break something or damage something, I don't think I even have to tell you, right? I understand, there's no need, and with that Ichigo took a few steps to his right side, beginning to observe each of the things that Sale had in his precious laboratory with interest and curiosity. The pink-haired man saw him and decided to dedicate himself to his own thing as well. As he looked around, with both arms behind him, he saw something relatively large that was completely covered by a white cloth. He approached and raised his hand as if to see what was underneath, until he heard Sale speaking to him. I want to think you understood perfectly what I said, right? This made Ichigo, barely hearing it, turn around and go to another part of the laboratory, sweating a little cold. In his constant search for something truly interesting, something caught his interest above all else. He didn't think it was anything dangerous. He got a little closer without actually touching it. It was a blue bracelet. From what he could see, he realized it was made of cloth. It looked like a normal object, but of course, it couldn't be normal if it was there, even though it looked familiar to him. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Sale asked from behind him, sending him into a panic. And no and nothing, I'm not doing anything at all. I swear I didn't touch anything. He defended himself by raising both hands and waving them to show his point. The pink-haired boy realized what Ichigo was doing. "You're curious about that, aren't you?" he asked, pointing at the bracelet. "Well, it is, what is it?" And watched as Sale took it in his hands and led it away. "This is the final ingredient," he said, placing it in a kind of microscope, but as soon as he put it there he moved away from it. Everything confused Ichigo, but he didn't want to ask. He looked at the laboratory again and saw the machine with which his number in the Espadas was assigned to him. "Hey, Sale wanted to ask you something about that thing," pointing at the machine. "Tell me, do you like it?" he said, smiling lasciviously. The orange-haired man ignored him. "Hey, not again. What I wanted to ask is what would happen if a ranker with his number already assigned enters it again. Of course, that would be with the Hyoku on. Obviously that was something that had been bothering him a little since he entered it for the first time. That's an excellent question, to which I have no answer. You don't know? No, although I would love to, but the Hyoku is not in my possession to do the test, and Aizen has never proposed trying something like that. That seems strange to me, he said, holding his chin. In your opinion, what do you think might happen in such a case? Well, I think that the Hyoku being an object made of pure power, by subduing someone who has already been exposed to it for the second time, logically it should serve as a kind of enhancer. Of course, these are all just assumptions. Nothing is certain, he said, turning around, leaving a thoughtful Ichigo. I see, that would go some way to explaining why Aizen hasn't wanted to do that test. He knows what can happen if the Hollow gain power, enough to challenge and confront him. That Hyoku, it's important to have it in my possession, Ichigo thought to himself at Sale's response. He saw how he walked away a little, picking up some papers. The pink-haired man signaled for him to come closer. Tell me. Hey, I took the time to analyze the blood sample I borrowed from you the other day. Blood sample you borrowed? When was what he said until he remembered his first encounter with the scientist at his side with a bit of dread. Instinctively he moved away a little. Well, since it seems you remembered, I'll spare you the explanation. So, I analyzed it and found something very interesting in it. Aizen brought me a sample of Quincy blood a while ago, which I also analyzed and saved its data, and when analyzing your blood, I found matches with the blood of this race. That was too interesting to me. I haven't told anyone. I thought you should be the first to know. Now, can you explain this somehow? Ichigo was speechless. That explained the Quincy power he felt during his resurrection, there was no doubt about it. But the real question was, how did he possess that blood? Hadn't his father told him something he needed to know? Questions and more questions swirled through his mind at lightning speed, but somehow, he felt that. Aizen, that man had to know something. He watched as Sale drained some of his blood during the meeting and did nothing to stop it, which puzzled him even more. The sound of 2 knocks on the door brought him out of his thoughts and made Sale turn in its direction. The person there looked at him neutrally, as she always did with everything and everyone. Zamari, what a surprise to see you here. What brings you to the wonderful laboratory of this great scientist? The name just stared at him with the same expression, annoying Sale a little and missing Ichigo. Hey, I won't know what you mean if you say it, since you're not very good with expressions. Ichigo was somehow reminded of Chad, although he didn't have such a strange face, to put it mildly. Zamari sighed a little and proceeded to answer him. Did you forget what we agreed on? That question made the pink-haired boy think for a bit. It took him about a minute to remember. Ah, that's right, I always forget. I'll go right away. Let me put some things away. If you want, go ahead with that. Zamari left, and Sale immediately moved to do what he had to do. As soon as he finished he was ready to leave the laboratory until he heard Ichigo speak to him. Hey, what are you going to do? Are you curious? I asked for a reason. If you want, you can come, you'll find it interesting. Well, it's not like I have a lot going on, it would help me get to know Las Notches even better, so why not? He said, shrugging his shoulders. That's how it said, maybe I'll show you something even more intense after that. Ichigo narrowed his eyes at the last bit. Look, let's get this over with, let's go already. With disappointment, Sale walked out ahead of Ichigo, and he followed him. They both walked for a short time until they met Zamari, who was with Nell and the child. Ichigo thought as he approached. Nell, who was crouching in front of the child, saw them coming and greeted them both energetically. Sale greeted her more to get things out of the way, but Ichigo did take the time to greet her properly. Hi Nell, how have you been? I've been very good, thanks for asking, and how have you been? Have you gotten used to Las Notches at all? Ichigo hesitated at the last question, coughing a little before answering. As for your first question, I've been fine, very fine indeed, but the second I think I'm still there, he said, touching the back of his neck a little embarrassedly. Nell smiled at this. May I ask what you're doing here? And who is he? He said, nodding towards the little blonde boy who was talking to Sale, who seemed to be getting annoyed. Oh, his name is Wanderweiss. He's an ranker who can't speak very well, he only knows how to say. Wonder-wise he heard the boy repeat in response to a question from Sale, who looked at him with a poker face. That's what he almost always says, his name, that's why we try to teach him to speak, so we can communicate better with him, Nell explained to Ichigo, who nodded, understanding everything. Hey, don't say we teach him, every time I come here I'm the only one who does something, you just stand there watching him without doing anything in him, said Sale pointing at Zamari. He just stands there, staring like a statue without even blinking, that drives me crazy. Showing his annoyance. Nell crossed her arms, offended, and Zamari, he was still Zamari, you couldn't tell if he was upset, since you couldn't tell if he was in a good or bad mood because of his expression. Look, so you can see that if I do something, I'll show you, Ichigo come closer she said calling Ichigo, they both approached and crouched in front of Wonder-wise, he looked at them with confusion. Wonder-wise, say Nell. He stared at her for a minute until he answered slowly. Wonder-wise. I told you so, she heard Sale behind her. She decided to ignore him. She'd try something else, or rather, someone else. Well, Wonder-wise, do you see him? He said pointing to Ichigo at his side, the blonde looked at him with some interest, he had caught the boy's attention. Excellent, now say Ichigo, he took a while to respond. Sale sighed, leaning against the wall. Come on, I told you I go this word said by Wonder-wise, no matter how small and badly pronounced it was, threw Sale and Nell off balance, Zamari seemed to be somewhat surprised too, which was already a big deal. Ichigo didn't understand anything, it was supposed to be something normal. Wait, can you repeat that? Nell asked him immediately, the blonde hesitated a little, until he decided to do it. Ichigo. I think they underestimated the little one, he learns fast, Ichigo said placing both hands on his knees to stand up, the comment made Sale look away. DCH, you say that because you haven't been the one who's been trying to teach him a single miserable word day after day, he snorted in annoyance. It's actually incredible, he never said anything other than his name, except. Bulir the boy said lazily, but with a silly smile adorning his small features, touching Nell's heart, who approached him again and placed a hand on the mask that covered his head. You want to see Hulir, don't you? She asked tenderly as she continued to stroke him. Bulir. I think that's a yes, Nell said with amusement. Ichigo and Sale were confused, the latter even getting a little annoyed. I find it incredible that I'm the one who tries to teach him the most, and I'm the one who understands him the least. By the way, who is Hulir to begin with? Ichigo asked, still with that doubt. Oh, you'll know him, Nell said with a little smile. Well, I think I'll head off. I have a lot of things to do and little time for them, so goodbye, Sale said goodbye. Nell and Ichigo did the same, and Zamari just stood there waiting, although he stopped being so when he approached Wonder-wise and offered his hand. The boy smiled and took it. They both started walking in the direction of Hulir. That scene that Ichigo was watching, the one with the backs of Zamari and Wonder-wise walking hand in hand, as funny as it seemed due to the former's attitude, it seemed like they were a normal father and son walking, it inevitably reminded him of him and his mother when. Hey Ichigo, the green-haired girl called from beside him, bringing him, to his relief, out of what he was about to remember. Oh yeah, what's up? Let's go too, we don't want them to get too far ahead of us, and she happily took his hand to drag him with her. Hey, not so fast. She didn't pay attention to the claim, which irritated the orange-haired boy who, unable to escape, let himself be dragged. The journey was short, during which Ichigo tried not to stumble too much while being pulled awkwardly by Nell. They, along with Zamari and Wonder-wise, stopped in front of a door that was clearly larger than the others in comparison, he felt that something strange was behind it. Do you want to come in, little one? The green-haired girl asked the blonde, he nodded a little, she went to the door to open it slowly, the room was in complete darkness, the light from the hallway was what slightly illuminated the inside of it. Bulir Wonder-wise said as he released Zamari's hand that was still holding him and slowly walked into the room. Ichigo approached the frame to see what was in it, his expression changed to one of surprise, and his eyes widened because of it. Aside from the fact that the room wasn't really a room, but rather an immense hall from what he could see with the naked eye. What truly surprised him was the giant creature that was housed within it, a half-closed purple eye could be seen in the darkness, it was threatening due to the context, its skin seemed to be white, leaning a bit towards gray, and its nails on its front paws, well, they weren't really nails, but rather hollow masks on each of them. The quick calculation by Ichigo regarding its height was at least 10 meters tall, he couldn't know the exact length since it was lost in the darkness. Nell at his side touched his shoulder, bringing him out of his astonishment, if only a little. Surprised? She asked, a little mockingly. Surprised, Ichigo stated almost automatically. But what is that? Aside from the obvious, of course, he asked with clear curiosity. Now that he was getting over his surprise, he could notice that the energy given off by the large hollow in front of him seemed familiar to him, as if he had been in indirect contact with it before. He, as you know, is Hulir. He's a lesser large hollow capable of using negation. Ichigo had understood everything, or almost everything. At the last point he tilted his head a little in confusion. Nell realized that she had to explain a little better. Negation is something similar to a Sankamen, Huli or can open Gargantas to other places. For example, the Soul Society itself by itself, and even answer calls from other dimensions by those it recognizes as hollows or allies, she said, explaining better. This time Ichigo did understand. He turned to look at Hulir, who seemed to be playing, if you could say it in some way, with Wanderweiss. He narrowed his eyes a little at the first one. He realized something. Wait, could it be that she thought as she put all the pieces together in her head, deciding to ask one last question. What exactly is this calling you're talking about? I asked, hoping it was what he thought it was. Nell placed a hand on her chin for a moment before answering. Well, there are different methods, I think there are two. One is if you have contact with him in person, you could agree with him on a specific time or day. Ichigo nodded quickly. That seemed to be what Aizen did, but there was still something missing. And the other way? The other would be the simplest. A scream or something similar from a hollow, of course, that would be screaming very loud, raising his arms in the last explanation. Ichigo looked back at Hulir and began to approach him at a slow pace. He reached where he was, he wanted to reach out to touch him, but he felt a Reiatsu rise abruptly next to him. He remained completely static and calmly turned to his left side. He saw how the friendly Wanderweiss looked at him in a very threatening way, and around him, purple energy began to sprout from him. Hey Wanderweiss, calm down, Nell asked, approaching him. Ichigo raised his hand in her direction to stop her from walking. It's okay Nell, I'll take care of it. Without looking at her and always looking at the boy in front of him, he bent down to be at her height and very slowly brought his right hand towards the sheath of his Zanpakuto. This made Wanderweiss become more defensive. I won't do anything, Wanderweiss, I was just getting rid of this, he said, pointing at his Zanpakuto. He mentally apologized to Zangetsu for this, removed it from his waist and placed it very carefully on the ground and raised his hands. I'm unarmed, I'm not here to hurt you or him. Thus, the blonde little by little, under the gaze of Ichigo, Nell and Zamari further behind, gradually lowered his Reiatsu, although he was still a little distrustful. Ichigo turned around to face Hulir again without making any sudden movements that might upset Wanderweiss. He slowly raised his arm towards him. As soon as he made contact with him, the feeling of familiarity became present. He had undoubtedly felt that energy before. He smiled heavily as he realized he was right. So it was you, he whispered softly as he stroked the immense hollow a little. All the pieces were in place. He, Hulir, had saved him that day, had answered his desperate call on that mountain when he was about to be killed. He owed it to him that he was there, alive. There was only one word running through his mind every second at that moment. He brought his head closer to Hulir's chest and gently rested his forehead against it, then whispered. Thank you so much, he said very quietly, almost to the point of breaking, remembering the despair he felt back then, the frustration, and how that crack opened in the sky, and with it, the light of new hope. He heard Hulir let out a sigh, as if in satisfaction, turned a little to his side, and noticed Wanderweiss looking at him with an indecipherable expression, but what he would do next would surprise everyone at that moment. Let's go, as he said slowly and with a clear stutter in his speech, a silly smile formed on his face as he watched Ichigo. Nell brought her hands to her mouth in shock, and Zamari looked puzzled this time. Ichigo used the same hand he'd used to pet Hulir to gently hold the blonde's helmet-shaped mask. Without saying a word, he moved away from the boy, picked up Zangetsu from the ground and placed it on his waist. Then he offered his hand to Wanderweiss, but he didn't take it, instead he spoke again. Ichigo withdrew his hand, with a slight, almost imperceptible smile. I understand, you want to stay with him a little longer. Referring to Hulir, he clenched his fist and slammed it into the ceiling of the great hollow. See you, big guy, he said, then shook his fist at the blonde. See you, Wanderweiss, it was a pleasure meeting you. He looked at Ichigo's action in confusion. He slightly raised his own fist and looked at him strangely. He looked back at Ichigo's fist and then at his face. The orange-haired man nodded, finally making him understand. They both bumped fists in greeting and goodbye at the same time. That little boy, in everyone's eyes, was an innocent being similar to a baby. He couldn't speak, he had a hard time socializing because of that problem. He seemed totally defenseless against anything, even though they knew full well that he wasn't. But, despite seeming not to understand anything, he really did. With him, words weren't necessary, since more than hearing and understanding simple sentences entering his ears and reaching his brain, he understood them directly with his heart. He recognized when people truly had good intentions. He recognized them in turn. With that, Ichigo began to leave the room, under the still surprised gaze of Nell and Zamari, who had returned to his usual impassive expression. Once outside, the latter simply said goodbye to both of them, leaving them alone. The silence formed between the orange-haired man and the green-haired woman, and it would be the latter who would break it. How did you do that? How did I do what? Don't act like that, you know exactly what I mean. I really don't know what you're talking about, he said, trying to play dumb, but she snorted at that. You're very bad, crossing his arms. Those two are partners? Ichigo asked with interest, changing the subject. Nell snapped out of her supposed annoyance before answering. They are, or well, I think Wanderweiss would be more like a guardian, you know, one of those that carry a sword and do that to everyone who gets close to them. Watch as she commented with a ridiculous pose, as if she were fighting with an invisible sword in her hand. Hey, at least you know you have a real sword in your sheath, right? He pointed out, a bead of sweat running down the back of his neck. I know, but it wouldn't be fun doing this, he replied, straightening up again. But if he's a guardian, he'd protect Hulir at all costs, even if he had to give his life. I can only imagine one thing he wouldn't do it for, and that would be Aizen, she said, stepping forward. Let me guess, if he didn't do what he said, it wouldn't kill him, it would kill Hulir. How boring, I wanted to tell you, but how did you know? A hunch. I don't believe it. Did I guess? That much less. I deduced it. You don't seem very smart to do that. Maybe intuition. How? He protested with annoyance at the last point. Ichigo's expression for just a moment reminded him a little of Grimjo's. This resemblance made him remember the first encounter between the blue-haired boy and Ichigo in the dining room. His expression changed a little, to a more serious one. At his side, Ichigo realized it. Ichigo, were you serious that time when you told Grimjo that they couldn't fight because they were almost immediately? He remembered that moment. Clearly he wouldn't forget it just like that. Comrades. Believe it or not, I did it. Even though that idiot tried to kill me, I wouldn't let him do it that easily. Besides, I've dealt with some really mean guys before, it's no big deal. Not noticing even a hint of doubt or lies in his words, she smiled and, to Ichigo's surprise, she threw herself at him to hug him. He was about to get her off of him when he heard her speaking in his ear. You really are a good person, she whispered, then stepped away on her own. Ichigo responded with some hesitation, not entirely sure of those words. Nell, can I really be a good person with so much hate running through my veins? He asked with hesitation and a touch of fear. She held her chin, thinking for a moment about how she would respond. Well, I don't know anything about the hatred you have or why, but if you truly have it and it's somehow justified, that doesn't make you a bad person at all. It just shows that you have feelings, and that only makes you more human? He asked. He saw Nell's expression shrink a little in annoyance. Hey, you got the best of it, she said with a pout, which later turned into a bright smile. See you later, Ichigo, it's been a pleasure talking to you like this, now I have no doubts. You had them? That's insulting. She laughed a little at the comment and then raised her hand in farewell and turned to leave, but Ichigo still had something to tell her, so he called her. Nell, I really appreciate it, I really appreciate all of this, from the beginning. Despite your doubts you have been good to me. I have no way to repay you, all I can do is say thank you so much for believing in me and giving me the opportunity, he said, bowing a little in a sign of sincere gratitude. It's nothing, Ichigo, you don't have to pay me anything. If you continue being you, that debt you claim to have with me will be settled without you even realizing it. Now goodbye, have a nice afternoon. And he turned around again, walking away, jumping little feet of happiness wherever he went. You say I'm a good person, but I don't think we really agree on that, but I'm sure of one thing. He raised his gaze towards the hallway where the green-haired girl had left. You are a much better person than me, ṭOtaᵛ. As he pronounced that name in his mind he laughed to himself. He believed that it would be the last time he would pronounce it even mentally. With that funny thought he left the place. Until he stopped for a moment, he thought he heard something strange in Nell's farewell. Wait, nice afternoon, evening. But at what time? Better yet, how does he even know it's afternoon? He thought while holding his head somewhat madly. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.